Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Day 2 coverage of the Regional Championship from SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty Devuti, and I am joined once again by the incomparable Paul Cheong. Good morning, Paul.
Good morning, Monty.
Feeling good?
Oh, feeling great. I'm ready to see some magic.
Yeah, we started with just over 1,400 players yesterday. We are down to 323 players coming back for Day 2, and we have an action-packed Day 2 for you. We're going to run you through what we're going to be watching and what the players are playing for. But first, I'm going to introduce the rest of our commentary team because, of course, it is Paul and I here, but we also have Corey Baumeister and Jim Davis teaming up to bring you some of the action today. So look out for them later on. But what are we going to be watching? Well, it's Modern Constructed all weekend long here. For those unfamiliar, Modern is one of the 60-card constructed formats in Magic the Gathering with an up to 15-card sideboard. It is a non-rotating format, so going all the way back to 8th edition coming out in July of 2003, all the way up to now the most recent set, Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender, that just came out this week. So really a long span of a format. But Paul, how are we going to see things play out this weekend?
Yeah, so there's going to be 9 rounds today. Well, for most of the competitors, it's going to be 6 rounds. So we're starting things off with 6 rounds of Swiss, and then there's going to be a cut to the top 8. Once you hit the top 8, it's going to be single elimination where the finalists will punch their ticket to the World Championship.
Yeah, and as you mentioned the World Championship, let's take a look at all the things our players are playing for, because today is the big deal. Of course, first and second place, massive amounts of money, $20,000 and $10,000 respectively. But more importantly for these these players the invite to the Magic the Gathering World Championship, as well as the Pro Tour invite, not just to them, but to everybody in our top 32. So for the players playing today on day 2, the goal really is that top 32 as a step 1 to get their invites to the Pro Tour.
Yeah, especially with this being kind of the last regional championship of the year. You want to start things, you want to start every season off strong, so getting that first Pro Tour invite for 2026 is huge.
Absolutely. Now, that was what the prize pool is, but how is the tournament going? Let's take a look at our standings after day 1, because as we mentioned, we had over 1,400 players coming into the tournament, and now we're down to 323 after 9 rounds. But at the top, 3 undefeated players: Heath Butler on Amulet Titan, Gabriel Clark on Boros Energy, and Ryan Bellami on Simic Birthing Ritual. Paul, first thing that stands out to me, this meta looks diverse.
I mean, these 3 decks could not be any more different, and they're all having a ton of success. And as you continue to go down this list, is it Metalcraft? Is it Affinity? Domain Zoo? The top 6 decks are all completely unique archetypes here. So tons of diversity. You can win with anything, which is a great thing to see in Modern.
Yeah, whether you're a combo player, a mid-range player, or even an aggro player, there is something for you to love in Modern. And, you know, control players get some love too, though maybe not so much recently. Let's take a look at our second page of standings, if we have that available, as we look at some more 8-1 players all the way down to some 7-1-1 players. Any names that stand out to you here, Paul?
Yeah, just kind of taking a look here. I mean, you do see a fair number of some number of Jeskai Blink decks, although that does seem to be kind of an underperforming deck here. We did get to feature Dave Lovins yesterday, stating at 7-2 with Is It Prowess. We do see a mono blue Belcher deck. Still, you know, it's not quite dead. There wasn't a huge metagame share there, sitting at 7-1-1. But again, a very, very diverse field here with just basically you can just play anything.
Yeah, it does really feel like we are back in a place with Modern where you can play anything. Some of the bannings over the last year and a half, I would say, have really managed to curate the meta back into this diverse and wide open place where whatever your flavor of archetype is, you can build it and prepare it for a wide open tournament like this and have a good chance of success.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so with that said, we are going to get ready for our first feature match of the day, Paul. And I can tell you that it is going to be Ryan Bellami on Simic Birthing Ritual against Gabriel Clark on Boros Energy. So Boros Energy, the second most played deck coming into the weekend. Simic Birthing Ritual, bit further down. But before we go into that match, let's take a look at what our day 2 metagame looks like and how things have changed since yesterday. The biggest thing that we can confirm, Jeskai Blink felt like it may have been underperforming a bit. It was the most played deck coming into the weekend. Falls to second for day 2.
Yeah, and that is an indication that deck is certainly underperforming relative to the number, you know, how popular it was coming in. But if you talk about a deck that's certainly doing very, very well, I mean, take a look at that Boros Energy deck. 17.3% of the metagame. This is a deck where, you know, a few months ago, people were not very high on it. This, you know, a few months ago, it was a very combo-heavy metagame for Modern, and Boros doesn't do very well against that. But now we're looking at a world where there's a bunch of Jeskai Blink decks, there's a bunch of other creature decks, like the Is It Affinity deck, Domain Zoo, and even Simic Birthing Ritual, where Boros Energy does feel like it has an edge in some of those matchups or has a lot of game. So in a field where there's not a ton of combo, Boros Energy can do very well.
Right, and a deck like Mono Blue Belcher, which feeds on Boros Energy, that's a deck that might be a silent killer today because we saw it at just under 2% of the day 1 metagame, now bumping up to just under 3% of the day 2 metagame. So the deck overperforming a bit and coming into a day 2 field that is heavy on Boros Energy. While the Mono Blue Belcher players are feeling great if they can get that matchup a few times, they feel like they have a pretty easy road to the top 8. So a bit of self-correction perhaps in the metagame itself.
Yeah, will we see the return of Belcher? I mean, if we just get a bunch of Mono Blue Belcher decks going up against the Boros Energy decks, for example, that'll be fine. What they're going to need to try to dodge are going to be kind of the Jeskai Blink decks and maybe the Esper Goryo's decks that are all packing main deck copies of Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how this metagame plays out because there are so many natural counters within these decks themselves that it's a matter of who came more prepared for maybe the worst matchups and what you expect. Are the Boros Energy players at the top thinking that, okay, Mono Blue Belcher is dead and I have a free run to just target Jeskai Blink and try to feed on the matchup? Or do they still have some preparation to try to pad the matchup a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And here's the thing. With a deck like Boros Energy, it's so streamlined, it's very proactive. Even your quote-unquote bad matchups are not going to be as polarizing as some of the other matchups that you'll see. So when Boros Energy has a bad matchup, it's probably something like 40-60,
right.
Whereas you'll see other matchups where it's like, oh, well, I simply have no shot against this deck.
All right, and one final shout out to Is It Metalcraft at the bottom with 6 players. There were 8 players total that brought the deck to the tournament. So 6 out of 8 making day 2. Great conversion rate for that deck, and Joseph Puglisi is leading that pack at 8-1 still, so very good shape. But that's for later. Right now, we have our feature match. Our players are ready. We are going to head down to it and kick off day 2 of the regional championship here at the SCG Con Atlanta, Las Vegas. All right, here we go. Gabriel Clark at the top of your screen with Boros Energy. Ryan Bellami at the bottom with Simic Birthing Ritual, and Ryan is on the play. Paul, tell me about this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, this matchup is kind of a matchup where you, as the Boros player, you really want to get off to a quick start. If Ryan can kind of deal with the early aggression from the Boros aggro decks, then he's going to be in the driver's seat, right? Because we've seen the Simic Birthing Ritual deck do its thing, where all of a sudden you get a bunch of, Abhorrent Oculi in play, and all of a sudden the board is just littered with creatures and you just can't handle anything. So, for example, that Dismember was huge on the Ocelot Pride just to try to contain Gabriel's early aggression. And then once you get to, turns 3, 4, 5, if you're at a pretty comfortable life total, then you're going to be liking the side of the Simic Birthing Ritual deck.
Right, and if Ryan has, for example, an Ice Fang Quaddle follow-up here, then we'll see the board continue to shift, especially if Ryan has something like Quaddle here untap into Birthing Ritual. That would have been massive, but as things stand, it is going to be just the fetch of the Hedge Maze here, so we'll see where that Surveil goes before we go back Ryan's way. Yeah,
and there are also just some naturally very, very strong cards in the matchup for the Boros deck. It's main decking 3 copies of Thraben Charm. Guess what? That kills enchantments. Right? So that's just a great way to deal with the Birthing Ritual. You have a bunch of interaction. You have access to the Galvanic Discharges and the Phlages. And I also think Goblin Bombardment is going to be a very, very, very key player in the matchup because the Simic Birthing Ritual deck relies on a bunch of 2-mana 1/1 creatures to kind of get the ball rolling with Simic Birthing Ritual. If you have a Goblin Bombardment in play going with some tokens, all of a sudden your creature just won't stay on the battlefield.
Yeah, we saw yesterday in the hands of Jake Beardsley, where he stabilized on 1 life and his opponent was just not able to find the reach to push the game through, relying on exclusively Flage. But with something like a Goblin Bombardment, every creature in your deck is a potential win condition.
Right.
So with double Dismember already having been cast, Ryan is using his life total as a resource, but an aggressive matchup like this, that can come back to bite you later on.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so the singleton copy of Fibblethorpe was deployed from Ryan, but none of the really broken things from the deck so far, and both copies of Dismember now used, which means that Ryan is now relying exclusively on the free spells he has for interaction in the form of Subtlety or Flare of Denial or Force of Negation to try to combat what Gabriel's doing.
Yeah, and note, Ryan's already down to 10 life just from his own spells, right? So Gabriel doesn't really have a board here necessarily, but right, he doesn't have that much work to do to actually close out the game here.
Well, one of the biggest steals that I can see here is Gabriel just missed his 3rd land. So Ryan on the play now pulling fully ahead because missing a 3rd land and not developing anything onto the board suggests that maybe Gabriel has a more reactive hand with copies of Thraben Charm or Galvanic Discharge in the hand, or maybe more awkwardly he's stuck on multiple copies of Seasoned Pyromancer or Flage, which would kind of be the disaster scenario in this spot.
Yeah, because there is nothing really that this deck, the Boros Energy deck, you can't really put any creatures in play at instant speed. There's no Felia in this list. So yeah, I mean, when you see Gabriel pass with 2 mana up as the Simic Birthing Ritual player, you're going to be very, very happy.
All right, well, Shardless Agent is going to be the play. This can create some of the most explosive swings for the deck if it's able to find Birthing Ritual, but as things stand, just an Ice Fang Coatl being found here from Ryan.
Yeah, but the issue here is just Ryan now just has kind of a nice board in play. Gabriel just has no pressure whatsoever here. So this is not the board state that Gabriel was looking for coming into this. And look at this, just to cast something, a Thraben Charm exiling Ryan's graveyard.
Yeah, I wonder what the thought process is here from Gabriel for just firing off that Thraben Charm to exile the graveyard. What is Ryan planning to do with his graveyard in that spot that looks threatening to you?
Yeah, I think it could just be he's just maybe thinking, I have too many cards in my hand that maybe necessarily don't do that much. I just want to fill up my graveyard. Maybe he's got a Flage in his hand, and he just wants to be able to escape the Flage. Now, no, granted, he already had fight spells in the graveyard to escape, but just trying to use his mana and be somewhat useful, because from what I can tell, I don't think there's a ton of graveyard recursion from the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, but we've also seen games where the Simic Birthing Ritual deck sometimes is in danger of decking itself, right? When you kind of go off with a bunch of the Abhorrent Oculuses, and then it utilizes Endurance to kind of shuffle your graveyard back in.
Right, and of course, we talk so much about Birthing Ritual, but the deck is capable of just hard casting Abhorrent Oculus, so exiling the graveyard in that sense buys you a bit of time taking that line off the table. I think not something that Ryan had showed that he had up to this point, but when you exile that graveyard, that option is gone for a good chunk longer.
Yeah, but I mean, if you're already kind of working on preventative measures on something that can happen when you're already behind on board, not a great spot to be in.
Yeah, it's definitely not the ideal situation. Gabriel trying to find any position where he can come back into this. It does look like things are going to start off with a Galvanic Discharge. The target, I would guess, would be the Coatl, and it is. So Coatl down, 2 energy stored for Gabriel, and 3 damage coming across.
Yeah, and now that Gabriel's used the 1 mana there on the Galvanic Discharge, if Ryan did have a Birthing Ritual, this would be the perfect time to play it, because you can't Thraben Charm it at least for 1 turn. So you get 1 activation here of the ritual.
Right, the shields being down, knowing that Gabriel used a Thraben Charm.
Oh my.
Harbinger of the Seas might just close out this game, because Gabriel is on 2 non-basic lands. Only islands to work with now, and not many basics in the deck.
Yeah.
So I think we are all about done here as we go back Ryan Bellami's way. 4 damage coming across. Gabriel Clark falls down to just 8 life, and Birthing Ritual continues marching on with another Shardless Agent coming down as well here.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there's not really much Gabriel can do. We are going to be moving on to game number 2.
All right, Ice Fang Coatl is the find. Things go back Gabriel's way, and I assume we're going to see a draw into a concession here. Oh, excuse me, we still haven't resolved Birthing Ritual.
Right. Okay.
Right, Coatl into Coatl.
Hey, does replace itself.
Still not presenting lethal, technically. This is only 7, but, you know, in a lot of ways, it's been lethal.
Right. You have to deal with the Harbinger, which is just going to be hard in of itself, and then you have to deal with the rest of the board.
Right. I think one of the big things that we see in this matchup is both decks are playing copies of Blood Moon for Gabriel, Harbinger for Ryan in the main deck, but one deck is significantly better at finding it thanks to Birthing Ritual, and Ryan being able to get the Harbinger of the Seas down just made that game trivial. So now we're going into the sideboarding. We're going to start with Gabriel Clark's sideboard there up top. What are you looking at there?
Yeah, I would look for any ways to kind of, maybe any additional ways to deal with the Birthing Ritual, because if you kind of turn that offline, I feel like you can kind of handle a Simic mid-range shell. So I could see potentially Wear and Tear be something that you bring in. Now, on the play, I wouldn't expect Wrath of the Skies to come in because you want to be the aggressor. Path to Exile could certainly also be a card to consider, as that just gives you more answers to perhaps a hard cast Abhorrent Oculus that you mentioned previously. Also just could give you more outs to Harbinger of the Seas if that actually just ends up being played. And then from Ryan's side, don't really see a whole lot. There's Stern Scolding, so that's probably a card that you would want to bring in this matchup. It's just, this deck doesn't really have a whole lot of one-mana plays, so that gives you, especially Simic just doesn't have access to a lot of cheap interaction. So by having access to Stern Scolding, sure, on the draw, you're not going to be able to handle a turn 1 Ocelot Pride, but anything beyond that, you will have a very, very cheap answer to all the creatures that they can cast.
Okay, I have 2 questions for you. First question, do you always bring in Gemstone Caverns on the draw?
I imagine you do. You kind of have to, right? And the thing is, this is a deck that really relies on, it really gets the ball going starting turn 2, right? It's got all the birthing rituals and all the 2-mana creatures that cycle. So by being able to kind of cheat that into play turn 1 with a luck counter, if you don't bring in Gemstone Caverns on the draw, I mean, what are we doing here?
Right. So it's not just matchup specific. It's you expect it to be every matchup on the draw.
Right.
Now, the second question may be a bit more difficult. Vexing Bauble from Gabriel. With all the free counter spells as well as Shardless Agent coming out from the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, is that a consideration, or do you need to be the aggressor here?
I think that's also certainly something that you can choose to bring in. Again, when you're playing against a deck that does rely on the free counter magic, I think it would be a very, very good card to bring in. Now, I would imagine Ryan to also board out some of the free counters that he's running, right? Like, for example, I don't think a card like a Force of Negation, excuse me, he's not even playing, no, he has Force of Negation. He has 2 Force of Negations. Cards like that probably aren't even particularly strong in this matchup, so I can imagine him boarding some of that out. But Vexing Bauble, it's such a low cost to kind of play it in your deck. As long as Gabriel does have something that he feels is not good enough for the matchup, I could see him bringing in the Vexing Bauble. For example, maybe Blood Moon is not at its best in this matchup. I mean, you're playing against somebody who's also playing their own version of Blood Moon. So if they're going to properly play around it, perhaps it's not something that you want. So Gabriel does have 1 copy of Blood Moon in the main. Maybe you take that out for a Vexing Bauble.
Okay, well, while the players finish sideboarding, I ask you at home, does this look fun? Do you want to be at an SCG Con? Well, let me tell you about SCG Con Atlanta, kicking off the SCG Cons for 2026 on January 9th through the 11th. SCG Con Atlanta will feature a main event of Magic Spotlight, the Avatar. The format will be standard. If you're not there in person, you can find all live coverage at SCG Coverage on YouTube. For more information, you can go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon. Magic the Gathering, Magic Spotlight, the Avatar at SCGCon Atlanta. We hope to see you there. Now, going back into the match here between the players, Ryan Bellami taking an impressive game 1 with some help from awkward draws from Gabriel, ultimately not hitting that 3rd land in what we surmise was an awkward hand. It looked like it was a bit too reactive with likely multiple copies of Thraben Charm and a Galvanic Discharge, but also probably missing that 3rd land for something like a Flage or Seasoned Pyromancer. So not the best game 1 from Gabriel, but it looks like mulligans for both players here in Game 2 means that perhaps we are still on a bit of an even playing field.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Boros Energy deck, I think mulligans quite well. It's just really looking for one of those really premium 1-mana plays to put onto the battlefield. You know, cards like Ragavan or Ocelot Pride. Get that thing going, and you can just get some free wins.
Right. A big part of the success in the previous game for Ryan was having access to both of the main deck copies of Dismember that he played, because Gabriel did have early pressure. There was an Ocelot Pride into a Guide of Souls. Now, the Guide without follow-up wouldn't have been as impressive as it could have been, but there was no way for Ryan to know that. So still managed to get the board under control and then take advantage of the Mana Screw from Gabriel. So the fact that Ryan had those Dismembers is not a given. So if Gabriel starts this game off with a turn 1 Ragavan, for example, and there's no Gemstone Cavern or Dismember coming out from Ryan's side, that in and of itself could just snowball the game.
Yeah. I feel it does feel like the Boros Energy deck in this particular matchup on the play. It's like it's a world of difference, right? You have the ability to kind of stick your 1-mana play. You know, Ryan Bellamy could potentially bring in those Stern Scolding. So when you're on the play, that card is so much more effective.
Right. All right, 6s for both players, and it is going to be Gabriel Clark kicking things off here. Marsh Flask, the sacrifice. Is Ragavan the play? Nope. Ocelot Pride.
Getting a Sacred Foundry.
No fear of Harbinger of Decease quite yet. So
Right.
3 damage to Gabriel Clark. Ocelot Pride hits the board, and we go Ryan Bellamy's way. Check number 1, no Gemstone Cavern.
And no Gemstone Cavern, and as you mentioned, only 2 copies of Dismember here to actually kill Ocelot Pride.
Right, so the likelihood of the Ocelot living here, very high, and if that is the case, then we're going to be looking at a very different game relative to game 1.
Absolutely. Oh. Does he have the Dismember? He's already just firing off.
Sure
yeah,
does.
he sure does. That's big.
Misty Rainforest, the sacrifice, looks like paying 4 life, so not going to be a shock land here.
Right.
But it is going to deal with the Ocelot Pride, and once again, Gabriel finds himself without a creature going into turn 2.
But there is a lot of redundancy in the Boros Energy deck. There's a ton of other creatures, but not being able to connect with the Ocelot Pride is definitely very, very relevant here, because now we're looking at a board state where Ryan can play something.
All right, well,
Okay.
Ajani is the play, but that is met with the first free counter of the match from Ryan. Playing a Subtlety, the Exile looks to be a Sink into Stupor, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
Just taking time to decide. Force of Flare of Denial.
Okay. All right, and not much Gabriel can do, but just deciding whether or not he wants to put it on top.
Yeah, I think big question here is how much pressure do you have in your hand? Do you want a Johnny as guaranteed to come back down?
Right.
Or do you have enough that you can take a fresh draw?
Right. So Ryan being able to answer both threats here, keeping the life total high, trying to set up here. If he can get a Shardless Agent going, that'll allow him to get a nice board in play next turn.
Yeah, I think the dream turn for Gabriel here would be something like land a Johnny plus Vexing Bauble just to shut down any of the unfair things that Ryan is trying to do from the get-go,
Right.
and play a more slower pace game that is in his, or faster pace game that is in his favor.
Exactly.
Shardless Agent to the bin.
To the bin. So looking for lands maybe? Because Agent seems like a very, very strong card in this matchup.
All right, a Johnny off the top comes back down.
No land.
Resolves, no land. So that was probably a big part of the decision for Gabriel keeping that Ajani on top is I need guaranteed pressure.
But that could also mean that, well, on the flip side though, that means Gabriel's hand is full of probably cheap plays that he can play without the need of a third land.
Right. So here comes the attack. 3 damage coming across. Ryan Bellamy falling down to just 12. It was a Sink into Stupor played as a land the previous turn, and the pass came back Gabriel's way.
And first thing Gabriel did was tap 1 mana. All right, there is an Ocelot Pride, so very, very good board here.
Ocelot Pride hits the board. Ice Fang Quaddle at the end of the turn.
Now Gabriel does have access to a red mana, could still be representing Galvanic Discharge.
Sure can. We'll see what the draw is from Ryan Bellamy. Would love to start a Birthing Ritual chain here if possible, but that is a big ask in the face of this 1 red mana. The bigger question is, can you afford not to go for it?
Yeah, and he has it. And Ryan does not have any way to fight through the Galvanic Discharge, so the Ritual will have no triggers here. And Gabriel is looking much, much better here. 3 creatures in play, nothing on Ryan's side. Ryan's sitting at 12 life already.
Quaddle down. We'll see what Gabriel is able to do this turn. 4 damage coming across. Ryan Bellamy down to 8. And the life gain for Gabriel means that we will see that Ocelot Pride triggering on the end step.
Yeah, and still 2 mana available. I imagine Gabriel at least has, I'm just assuming he probably has at least 1 additional form of interaction here. A Bombardment would just be completely absurd if he had that.
Yeah, Bombardment would be game.
Yeah.
I think one thing that maybe Gabriel is considering here is having a Thraben Charm, but doesn't want to fire it off on the Birthing Ritual because that would put a 6 card in the graveyard for an important Oculus, and that's one of the few ways Gabriel might be able to get back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to fire off the Thraben Charm on the Ritual until a creature enters the battlefield, right? So you can just be patient if he has something like that in hand. And if Ryan just somehow manages to just cast Oculus, you can just kill the Oculus with the charm.
Exactly. So here we go. Ryan Bellami gets a play. It looks like it is going to be Subtlety.
Is he evoking Subtlety?
It looks like it.
On nothing. Oh, to play an Abhorrent Oculus,
yes,
right?
I think this is trying to put the 6th card in the graveyard for an Abhorrent Oculus, and there it is.
Okay.
Does Gabriel have the answer?
Oh,
Discharge number 2 will do it. The 2 floating energy from the first discharge combines for 5 damage, and just like that, Gabriel Clark evens up the match against Ryan Bellami, and we are going to a 3rd game.
Wow. And very, very big win here. By the way, Ryan Bellamy's just been crushing day 1. Of course, both players were undefeated, but Ryan only had 3 game losses all of day 1.
Really impressive stuff. The Simic Birthing Ritual, there was some hubbub about it being one of the decks to watch coming into the weekend. We saw some very impressive stuff with it yesterday, and it was pretty impressive in game 1, but I would say so far a lot of the match has hinged on Gabriel Clark being able to make plays versus not. So we'll see what Ryan is able to do here in the 3rd game. Does the sideboarding change at all from your position based on the play draw here, or do you expect more of the same?
Yeah, I expect more of the same. I mean, if you just take a look at the sideboard, there's only a handful of cards that are actually effective in this matchup. Stern Scolding, I imagine those were probably already in. If they weren't, they would certainly come in. And then, of course, if he did bring in the Gemstone Caverns, would have to remember to bring that out. I wonder how many people forget to sideboard out the Gemstone Caverns. That's an easy one to miss.
It is an easy one to miss. It's one of those things where I expect if you're at 9-0, you're probably not
I'll miss it more often than Ryan.
I think I am definitely liable to miss it once or twice, especially in a situation like that where I get trounced a bit and I have other things on my mind maybe that I'm not able to shake off.
Yeah. I can also just imagine something like Endurance being brought in just as a decent-sized blocker.
Right.
Just 3 mana for a 3/4. It doesn't get Galvanic Discharge, and then you can just kind of ambush something and eat something. So that's another card I can see Ryan bring in.
All right, well, while our players finish shuffling up and getting ready for Game 3, I'm going to give you more details on what 2026 is going to look like, because it is not just SCG Con Atlanta that we have coming up. It is a full roster of 12 events here, 11 being shown here that we have for you coming up. Starting off with Atlanta, January 9th to 11th. For me, I'm excited about some of the West Coast events we have, including Portland, January 23rd to 25th, Los Angeles, October 9th to the 11th, and Paul, I'm going to let you handle this one.
Ooh, and probably personally the most exciting event, June 26th to June 28th, Las Vegas, Team Limited. Let's go.
Yeah, I'd love to see the SCG Con continue to expand and all of the locations that we will be seeing coming up in 2026. A lot to be excited for. And again, for all information on those, you can go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon where you can find out more. All right, so we have Game 3 coming up. Looks like a keep of 7 from Ryan Bellami and another mulligan from Gabriel Clark. But as you mentioned, Boros Energy mulligans quite well. And in that game, Gabriel didn't really look like he missed a beat. There was the one awkward turn where the Ajani was kept on top and replayed it without a land, but needed the pressure. And after that, it was very smooth sailing.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at kind of what happened in that game too, it looked like kind of both decks just kind of did what they were supposed to, right? Ryan did have the Dismember, had a turn 2 play, had some creatures, had Subtlety for some disruption, but a good Boros draw on the play is very, very hard to beat for something like the Simic Birthing Ritual deck.
All right, well, this game, Boros will be on the draw, and that should flip the dynamic of the matchup entirely.
Absolutely.
Taking a brief look at Gabriel's hand, I believe it's 4 lands, 2 Guide of Souls, and a Flage. So a land going to hit the bottom of the deck, but it is some of the least pressuring creatures in the deck relative to the matchup. Guide of Souls can get out of hand, especially in multiples, but it isn't as must-answer as something like a Ragavan.
Yeah. Gabriel would like to follow up the Guide of Souls with something like a Voice of Victory or a Seasoned Pyromancer, just get the ball rolling with a bunch of creatures, and then give something flying, and then all of a sudden you have a ton of pressure. And actually, not playing Guide of Souls here turn 1?
That is surprising.
Wow.
I wonder if this is a nod to your turn 2 isn't looking overly exciting, so perhaps wanting to get a Surveil land here. At worst, you can go double Guide of Souls turn 2 anyways, and your curve doesn't change much. But if you set yourself up for finding something better to do or smoothing out your curve, you have that option available to you.
Also, you could just be respecting the Stern Scolding too, right? Because Ryan's deck does so many things on turn 2 to the point where, you know, Ryan's put to the test. If he has a Coiling Oracle, he might just play it on turn 2, and all of a sudden the coast is clear to resolve the Guide of Souls.
Right. A big reason why Icefang Quaddle is so nice in this deck is just being able to play both roles. Well, second Hedge Maze is the draw, and I believe that is a Coiling Oracle on top. So what Ryan does with this Coiling Oracle, I think, will tell us quite a bit about the makeup of his hand.
Putting it into the graveyard.
All right. So Coiling Oracle into the bin. Pretty safe, I think, to assume, if you're in Gabriel's seat, that Ryan is at least representing that Stern Scolding.
Right, yes. But like you said, I mean, I really like this sequencing, and this is something that a lot of people probably wouldn't do, right? I think the general thing is, hey, I have a 1-drop in my hand. I'm going to play it on turn 1 and start beating down, but I do like Gabriel's approach, especially on the draw. I think on the play, we would have seen a different approach. I think he would have played Guide of Souls turn 1, but given that you're on the draw, this makes a lot of sense.
And I wonder if that would change if the 1-drop was Ocelot Pride or Ragavan. The costs of not having it on the battlefield for that one turn is so much higher than something like a Guide of Souls.
Right, yeah.
All right, well, it was a keep on top from the Surveil of the Elegant Parlor, and we are back Gabriel's way. Double Guide of Souls in hand to work with that we know of, and we'll see if this is going to be a guide land guide turn from Gabriel here.
Yeah, I feel like it almost has to be, unless he found a 2-drop, but again, if you want to respect the Stern Scolding, you would rather play 2 1-drops this turn.
Vexing Bauble, the play now from Gabriel. So it did come in, and this is a good turn to have it down because it comes down before the Shardless Agents are available from Ryan Bellami.
Oh, and still not playing the Guide of Souls here, so being extremely patient. And for those of you watching, this is probably the reason why Gabriel's sitting here at 9-0.
Yep.
Right? He truly understands how to play this deck, and patience being a very, very important part of this matchup.
Right. It's not a quality that typically goes with aggressive decks, but Boros Energy is able to be a mid-range deck with cards like Flage and Seasoned Pyromancer. You don't have to be all in aggro, and you do have a pretty robust set of sideboard options to work with.
So no more free spells can be cast here. Ryan can just hard cast a flare if he did have something like that.
Well, Guide of Souls resolves. Sacred Foundry Shock. We'll likely see another one, and it really feels like Gabriel is also representing Galvanic Discharge on top of all of this in case Ryan has something like that Coatl on the end step, untap into Birthing Ritual.
Yeah. Gabriel definitely being very patient and representing that remote. I mean, based on how he played, that feels like the card that he most likely has in hand.
Right. And if you're in Ryan's seat, you're looking at your opponent just shutting off every angle very quickly.
There is the Coatl there.
What is the follow-up as we go back Ryan Bellami's way?
Yeah, only one Snowland in play, so that Coatl does not have Death Touch, so pretty safe to attack with the Guide of Souls.
Yeah, you would have loved to go something like Birthing Ritual plus another creature there in order to be able to push it through while the shields are down for something like Thraben Charm, but something that you also have to be worried about post-sideboard is the existence of Wear Tear now as well.
Yeah. Now, here's a big question. Does Gabriel have another creature to follow up here? I know he's being mindful because now we're at the point where Riot can just hard cast Subtlety, and that's, you know, if anytime a hard cast Subtlety resolves on a creature, you feel like you're kind of just losing on the spot there. So, but at the same time, you don't have enough pressure, right? So you kind of have to pick your spots and figure out, you know, do I want to bait my worst creature with the Subtlety to play something bigger? How am I going to sequence this turn?
Right. And the other question is, how many creatures does Gabriel have? One of the sideboarding decisions that we've seen is the deck becomes a bit more reactive. I think it's very reasonable to assume that either a Discharge or a Wear Tear is in the hand there being represented for that 1 mana. But if your only play is a 3 mana creature here, are you running it into 4 open mana if you don't have another land follow-up?
And look at this, just attacking for 2, going, hey, look, if you want to ambush with subtlety, I got a Galvanic Discharge here that I can use, but this can be Endurance. And if it's Endurance, well, Gabriel still has the energy, right?
Yep.
There's 1 floating. You can use the Galvanic Discharge to get rid of this Endurance.
All right, well, Endurance came down. It did get rid of the graveyard from Gabriel. Path to Exile was the card being represented, or at least one of the cards being represented. That happens before blocks. Ryan says sure. Now, notably, this is a 3rd Snowland, potentially, for Ryan to turn on the Death Touch for this Coatl. So if he wants to trade now, he has the option available to him.
That's exactly what he's going to do. Path to Exile. I mean, that's the thing. If you're not super behind, especially when you're playing a deck like the Simic deck, you're kind of happy.
Yeah.
The creature gets Path. You're like, oh, I have so much more wiggle room now.
Right. I think that this worked out in Ryan Bellamy's favor now. More cards in the graveyard. A Guide of Souls is still leaving the battlefield, and you at least took one of the removal spells available to Gabriel out of his hand. What's the follow-up post-combat now for Gabriel Clark?
Yeah, I mean, are you even in a position at this point to even play around the Stern Scolding? I feel like you probably just want to add a little more pressure here. Ryan's got so much mana available.
Yeah, 1 Guide of Souls is just not doing enough to close out this game, and I don't think you love your long game in the matchup.
Oh, Ocelot Pride would trigger here.
Stern
Scolding.
Wow.
Okay.
This is an awesome match from both players. They are playing so well.
Now, what can Ryan do from this point? Because he needs to get the ball rolling. There's, what, 5 cards in the graveyard?
5 cards in the yard, so 1 short currently.
For the Oculus.
For the Oculus.
Would love to just find some of those 2 mana creatures that cycle through your deck. Earlier, Ryan did choose to bin that Coiling Oracle.
Right. 2 cards in hand for Gabriel. I believe a decent number more for Ryan, it looks like.
And we know, at least from the opener, that it's very likely that Gabriel has a Flage still in hand.
Yep. Birthing Ritual now the play from Ryan into a pass.
Yeah, a naked Birthing Ritual. And you also have to feel okay in the sense that Ryan probably doesn't have a creature here. He could maybe have an Endurance, but might have been interested in utilizing that Birthing Ritual. And
a Johnny is going to be the follow-up play, but that is met with a Sink into Stupor. So Gabriel's hand has 3 cards. We now know 2 of them, a Johnny and Flage, 1 unknown card, 1 mana being represented as a removal spell. It can be Wear, it can be Galvanic Discharge, it can be Path to Exile, but now there's 6 cards in the graveyard, and it needs to be Path to Exile.
Yeah, and what? There are 2 Path to Exiles in the sideboard, and only 1 has been cast. So there's only 1 path in the entire deck here for Gabriel. Doesn't have the energy here to kill the Oculus either.
Right, so Birthing Ritual triggers. You're not sacrificing your Oculus onto the upkeep. That's a second Oculus, I think. If I saw that right, and I think I saw that right, that is a second Oculus. And if that's a second Oculus, Gabriel is in a world of hurt.
Yeah, this is just simply not enough pressure here.
If I saw it wrong, I apologize. Right away.
Does Gabriel
Flage
have something?
time.
Okay, Flage, that will get you to 2 energy. You can use, but you can't even kill. Oh, so that deals with the other Oculus.
It was the second Oculus. Wow. All right, Flage down. You now have enough energy with a Galvanic Discharge to answer the Oculus on the battlefield. But this is a turn window for Ryan where any creature to enable this Birthing Ritual can still spiral the game out of control.
Yeah, I mean, even just having the one Oculus in play, if Gabriel just doesn't have a way to kill it, because if he did, he would have used it on the previous turn, right? He wouldn't have just killed the face-down creature here. So, I mean, this Oculus is just going to run away with the game. Gabriel needs to draw the Path to Exile, the one Path to Exile in his deck to really be able to come back from this spot.
Yeah, the only thing Ryan has to be concerned about is Galvanic Discharge. The previous turn, Gabriel only had one floating energy. It was the Flage that gave him the second, so couldn't discharge the Oculus the previous turn. Can now.
The Shardless Agent you will not be able to cast the card here for free with the Vexing Bubble in play.
You can, and it gets countered, I believe.
Oh, wait. Oh, do you have to mention it yourself with the bobble?
I believe that it is a trigger, if I'm not mistaken, that Gabriel is allowed to miss, and I believe...
I see.
Yes, if no mana has spent to cast it. So it's the same as going checks into Chalice of the Void.
Right.
You're allowed to cast it, and if your opponent misses their trigger, they miss their trigger. So
yeah, okay.
This is one thing that maybe Gabriel was not considering the Vexing Bauble as a use for. He was thinking about it for
free
the
counters.
free counters.
Right.
But it does work against Shardless Agent as well.
Now, that being said, that one Oculus was probably enough here. But now, at this point, I mean, there is just nothing Gabriel can do to come back from this position. He is too far behind on board. There is 15 power in play on Ryan Bellamy's side of the battlefield.
Yes, Wrath of the Skies, technically with 2 floating energy, would do it here if it was to resolve. But as things stand, that is not going to be the find. Another Flage coming down, just making some energy. And we are looking at Ryan Bellamy with 2 Abhorrent Oculuses, 1 being hardcast, on the verge of taking this game and match away and moving on to 10-0 here.
Yeah, I can't imagine Wrath of the Skies is something that he's going to keep in this matchup.
Yeah,
he's going to bring in. So I don't even think that that's probably going to be a thing here. So, I mean, this is just attack with everything. You're at 13 life. Land, it's like land a Johnny Bombardment. That's still not even close to enough with double Oculus in play.
Right. Like, the only out I can imagine is Wrath of the Skies, but I can't imagine it being in the matchup here. And I also can't imagine it resolving. All right. There's the fist bump from Gabriel. No Wrath of the Skies in existence, and that means Ryan Bellamy on Simic Birthing Ritual in incredibly impressive fashion. And what was a really great match is going to take it down.
Yeah, and that was simply just also a game where Gabriel's deck just didn't provide him enough action. We saw kind of what it takes for the Boros deck to kind of come out on top. If you get to turn 4 or 5 and all you have is a Guide of Souls in play, that is simply not enough, right? Because the blue-green deck just has so many ways to kind of churn through its deck, draw extra cards. You need to get that aggressive start, and he just didn't quite have enough there. And if the Simic deck gets rolling, you see what it's capable of right there.
Right, and that's definitely an unfortunate nod to the mulligan that Gabriel took, because that was a 6-card hand. Double Guide of Souls, Flage 3 lands is not the type of hand that is going to win you this matchup typically, but can you really afford to mulligan to 5 in that spot when you have a keepable hand? So the lesser of 2 evils being, I'm going to keep this, have some pressure, and hope I draw out of it, and that just wasn't the case.
Yeah, and he even played it patiently and tried to set himself up to be able to draw one of those threats, right? He didn't lead with Guide of Souls. He went, hey, I'm going to get a Surveil land to try to set up a scenario where I can get multiple Guide of Souls in play. Then maybe I can find something like a Seasoned Pyromancer or an Ajani, have it resolve, and all of a sudden I have enough energy. But he just never got anything going, and all he had, the biggest thing he had in play was basically just a 1-2 Guide of Souls.
Right. With that said, congratulations to Ryan Bellamy, our first 10-0 player here at SCG Con Las Vegas. We have more Modern Magic for you. We are going to go into another feature match that is going to be between Ryan Mullins on Boros Energy and Robert Pompa on Golgari Yawgmoth. Both of these players sitting at 8-1, and it is going to be Robert Pompa on the play, kicking things off with a Young Wolf. Yeah,
and this Golgari Yawgmoth deck, certainly plays very differently than the Simic Birthing Ritual deck, where this is a deck that's certainly capable of putting a lot of relevantly sized creatures onto the battlefield to actually try to rumble with what the Boros Energy deck is doing, whereas the Simic deck is just playing a bunch of 2-mana 1/1. So, here you can play the Young Wolf that can block if you need. You can also play Delighted Halflings, and you can ramp up to try to get to something big. So, if you can keep your life total at a reasonable amount and then get that Yawgmoth in play, the Boros Energy deck could find itself in a tough spot.
Well, things getting kicked off here with a Dredger's Insight and a wealth of choices here for Robert. Yawgmoth, Grist, and the Badger Mole Cub, the latest inclusion to this Yawgmoth deck, and really feels like it has helped the deck level up a bit. I think Yawgmoth was falling out of favor as the creature combo deck of choice in the modern format until the printing of this Badger Mole Cub in Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yeah, I mean, the card is just simply ridiculous, right? Like, it can just give you access to so much mana on turn 3. Imagine a hand with turn 1 Delighted Halfling into turn 2 Badger Mole Cub. All of a sudden, on turn 3, you have access to 7 mana.
Right.
Or 6 mana, rather, and it's completely ridiculous.
Right. So, with that said, it is going to be the Yawgmoth picked up by Robert as we go back Ryan's way, kicking things off with an attack from the Ocelot Pride into a Voice of Victory and getting that cat token on the end step. So what can Robert do here? Still very healthy thanks to it being early in the game and that Dredger's Insight, setting up for essentially the infinite combo, just missing the second Young Wolf now.
Yeah. Now, will Robert, the deck does play Green Sun Zenith. You could perhaps search for another Young Wolf if you want to set that.
Or just have it.
Or just naturally have it. So now you just want to get to 4 lands and try to, just hope that Ryan doesn't have some way to break up that interaction.
Right. And taking a look at the main deck here from Ryan, there are 4 copies of Galvanic Discharge, but you'll need another energy that you don't have to use that to answer Yawgmoth. So that's off the table currently. Thraben Charm, if you are able to connect with the Ocelot Pride here, but that's a question of whether Ryan has a way to break that up as well. So a few awkward positions. We'll see what Ryan is able to do here, kicking things off with a shock from Sacred Foundry. No spells to be cast from Ryan.
Bombardment is very, very strong here, though.
That's a good one.
Especially with that Voice of Victory going in.
That's the combo. Mobilize plus Goblin Bombardment. It is one of the strong combos that this deck has access to, and it's an incidental combo. Your deck isn't built around it. You only have 2 copies of Voice of Victory, 3 copies of Goblin Bombardment, but when you assemble the 2 together, it does just look incredibly impressive.
Yeah, the Goblin Bombardment's primarily in there to pair with, of course, a Johnny. That is the combo that can just single-handedly win games, but the fact that Voice of Victory also makes tokens, Seasoned Pyromancer makes tokens, and Ocelot Pride means that it just does a ton of work in all these creature matchups.
Oh, and the city has been blessed, so we are creating 3 extra tokens here, and those 2 warriors are going to be shot. Just doing the math and making sure that you can't 14
Is this enough damage for lethal? Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Both Young Wolves getting shot and coming back with counters, but this means Yawgmoth is no longer able to start a full chain. However, killing them now does mean that the Spymaster's Vault does connive for 2.
Is it for every creature that's died this turn? So
it is.
2 tokens died, and the Young Wolves died, so this
4.
might be a connive for 4.
Right, so you need to kill the target.
Right, so in response, yeah. So that fizzles the connive, and now you also have 2 extra tokens to deal with the other Young Wolf. So if Robert just slams Yawgmoth, it's not going to do anything.
Right, Yawgmoth does nothing now on this board, and that Goblin Bombardment just completely swung the game and probably won it for Ryan Mullins in a position where he was looking kind of doomed otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, gonna check this this Golgari deck. Given that it's a creature combo deck, I can't imagine that it has any kind of sweeper type effect in the main.
All right, well, Windswept Heath finds a forest, and we'll see if Robert has any follow-up. You have to feel like it is do or die in this position. I just don't really see the do against the board state that Ryan has set up here.
I mean, Yawgmoth was kind of the card that he was needing to use here, but as you can see, Ryan quickly dispatching of that Young Wolf, and now it's simply just a 1/4 because Yawgmoth requires you to sack other creatures, so it itself can't do anything.
Right, and that means with Voice of Victory and Ocelot
Flage.
Pride, you are just able to clear off the Yawgmoth and I think just clear off the game.
Right. I mean, this is what, an attack for 5 coming in, putting Robert down to 10.
Right, and then 4 tokens getting made on the, sorry, 5 tokens getting made on the end step.
If 5 tokens get made on the end step, that will be 10 damage.
Yeah. Send those to you, make those, and
get some cats. Yep. Oh, excuse me. 7.
Right, one of those tokens was already in play from the previous turn, excuse me. So 1 short of lethal, but I mean,
that being
really,
said, there is nothing Robert can do on this board.
Okay, so game 1 going to Ryan Mullins. From the face of nearly being comboed out to 1 Goblin Bombardment and the entire game is yours. Incredible stuff here. Looking at the sideboards, let's focus on the Golgari Yawgmoth deck. We haven't seen that in the feature match area this round. What are you looking at here from the sideboard?
So the Fatal Pushes, of course, make a lot of sense. That's definitely going to be coming in. If you are interested in more creature interaction, you could bring in the 3rd copy of Grist the Hunger Tide as well out of the sideboard. And then we also saw the effect of the Goblin Bombardment. So perhaps you also want to bring in that 1 copy of Outland Liberator just to make sure that you have an answer to the Bombardment, because that card single-handedly won Ryan that game.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there any consideration for Scavenging Ooze in the matchup?
No, I think it's
against Flage, but that's it.
Yeah, I think it's simply too slow. I feel like Scavenging Ooze is probably better against, you know, decks that are looking to utilize its graveyard. Now, if you do feel like you have, once again, it's kind of in that slot where if you have a good card to sideboard out, you can bring it in.
Right.
But I wouldn't treat Scavenging Ooze as, oh my goodness, this card will single-handedly swing this matchup.
It's not the priority.
No, no.
All right, so on the other side, Ryan Mullins' sideboard. Anything you're considering here?
Yeah, I mean, taking a Celestial Purge can be a consideration. Now, most of the cards are green, but the most important creature to kill, of course, is Yawgmoth. So Celestial Purge is an answer to that, along with an answer, as it is also an answer to Grist the Hunger Tide. So could consider bringing that in. There's Wrath of the Skies. You're on the draw, but I don't know if you want to bring that one in either, because you're kind of your role is the aggressive player in this matchup. So I don't know that you want to bring that in either. Now, if you feel like the game's going to go a little bit long, then you could bring in perhaps a copy of The Legend of Roku, which is kind of a new card from Avatar: The Last Airbender, which people are bringing in and is a replacement to Showdown of the Skalds, which is a card that people have previously been playing as a card to bring in for the grindy matchups where extra cards do matter.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Paul. The Legend of Roku / Avatar Roku, because if you're looking to pick up The Legend of Roku or any cards from Avatar: The Last Airbender for yourselves, well, they are available now on StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender is the most recent set release, and for all your single and sealed product needs, you can get them at StarCityGames.com. And that includes, of course, the Badger Mole Cub. We haven't seen it make an appearance yet in these Yawgmoth feature matches that we've had, but I'm just dying to see it in play, Paul.
The thing is, it needs to kind of enter the battlefield on turn 2, so we need to see. I want to see the Delighted Halfling into Badger Mole Cub into I have all of this mana. We'll see if we can pull it off this game.
Step 1, check. Delighted Halfling is going to be the play here in Game 2 to kick things off for Robert Pompa. On the other side, Ryan Mullins is going to shock into Galvanic Discharge, saying, I don't want that curve that Paul just described happening, because imagine if you're able to go land, Cub, tap the Halfling, play something like a Dredger's Insight.
Right. Or another Cub, even.
Right.
Hey, but are we going to see it? We might see it here. It's going to be a turn 2 play. It's going to be Dredger's Insight.
I've been waiting.
Cub. Can we Cub it up?
I've got my singles from StarCityGames.com.
Company man. That is the Outland Liberator, I believe.
Yep. So the Liberator coming down is a nod, as you mentioned, to that Goblin Bombardment.
But Ajani Nakaro Pariah enters the battlefield. Such a powerful card. Just a good card by itself, but then, you know, when you do pair it with that Goblin Bombardment, it can just get completely ridiculous, especially in this creature head-to-head.
Right. So what is going to be the play here from Robert? I believe I saw another copy of Spymaster's Vault in the hand there, and that is going to be the first play, but the follow-up is Grist.
Okay.
All right. Liberator trades with a Johnny. You have a cat token left. My Grist is dead.
Yeah, but I think Ryan is very, very happy with that exchange, right? Like, you lost your Johnny, and they lost 2 permanents.
Right, and their whole turn.
Right. I mean, of course, Robert did this because he probably didn't have any other choice to do so, but on Ryan's side, that is obviously an exchange he will take every single time.
Right. So 3 cards in hand for Robert. Ryan should have a decently full grip here. What is going to be the follow-up? We're assuming the Cat Warrior is killing Grist every time. So the question is, do you have further pressure in something like a Seasoned Pyromancer?
Yeah, Ryan just kind of figuring out, what can Robert do next turn? I already know that the Cat's going to be attacking the Grist. What else do I want to do?
Guide of Souls kicks things off, and another Johnny.
Okay, so now that Cat can go to the skies if you want.
Right. 3 energy made, and it is going to get that pump, just making the most of it. Grist down, and a full board for Ryan Mullins. Going back Robert Pompa's way, what can he draw to really get the board under control here? Yeah,
that's the thing. Robert has no creatures in play. Typically, you would say Yawgmoth, right? You're like, okay, I'm going to just try to play a bunch of random creatures and then slam the Yawgmoth and have that get it done. But, I mean, this board state is already tremendous, and the Yawgmoth that really doesn't play any sweeper, so there's no reset button when boards get out of hand like this.
Right, we've seen other iterations of the deck bringing copies of something like Culling Ritual in the sideboard that would look fantastic here, but there's no copies of that in Robert's build of the deck, so really relying on you being the one that is doing your thing, and Ryan has been very proficient at simultaneously stopping that from happening while presenting pressure.
Right. Yeah, I mean, just the fact that he had to run out that Grist turn 3, to me, that's almost like a sign of weakness. It's like, that's really your best play that turn. What are you working with right now?
Right. All right, well, Malevolent Rumble kicked things off. I did also see a Green Sun Zenith in the hand there. What does the Rumble hit? Delighted Halfling, 2 Soul Cauldrons, and a Dredger's Insight. Soul Cauldron feels like the first step to this game being a win, but I don't know if you have the time for it in Robert's seat, and perhaps you need that Dredger's Insight to just gain a life and try to dig further.
Yeah, I mean, we're already looking at a 2-turn clock here from Ryan's side. He's got 8 power in play.
Oh,
Will
and
he have
there's
the
a
time?
Soul Cauldron in hand already alongside a Yawgmoth, so
okay.
almost certainly either the Halfling or the Insight now. Right. Saying I need the mana.
Just get an extra blocker in there, and if Robert is working with something like a Yawgmoth, right, just having extra creatures in play would do some work. Missed a land drop as well, it looks like.
Yep.
Wow.
All right, so back Ryan's way we go. No energy to work with, but a full board. And we'll see what things are going to look like here. I feel like if Ryan just kicks things off with a Flay to remove this Delighted Halfling, this game will be all but over.
Right.
I mean, it already feels pretty
There's
over,
so many cards, but Goblin Bombardment, right?
Oh, I mean,
there are so many cards Ryan can just have right here that can just completely close the door.
All right, well, it is going to be everybody attacking. So an attack for 7-8 here, but Delighted Halfling can present a pretty free block on the Guide of Souls. So 7 damage currently coming across if that's the block. The question for Robert is, can I afford to not chump, or can I afford to chump and lose the mana from the spawn?
Yeah.
he
needs the mana.
Thing. Yeah.
He needs the mana. All right, and there is Ocelot Pride here generating energy. And do we have the City's Blessing again? We have 8 permanents in place, so we will be 1 short, it looks like.
Right.
Yeah. unless Ryan can play out another thing, but doesn't need to. 2 energy here. Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, such a nice combination here as well. And if you're on Robert's side, it's like, what are you thinking? What do you want? Do you want to go land Yawgmoth? Is that even enough? You're at 9 life. You're not going to have enough to combo off. You can, you know, shoot the Ocelot Pride maybe, but at this point, Ryan's also sitting at 2 energy. 1 more energy means you can also make one of your other creatures go to the skies.
Right. Yawgmoth is offering essentially no help here. It doesn't look like you're being offered any help from the Soul Cauldron in your graveyard, in your hand, and all doors feel pretty shut here on Robert.
Not to mention, Ryan probably just has an interactive spell in his hand with the 2 mana up.
Right. If he had a creature, he probably would have cast it to get the City's Blessing. So it does feel like he has something being represented in hand.
Thraben Charm.
Thraben Charm, exactly.
Yeah, Ryan's feeling pretty comfortable. You see him with the smile there. It's like, you know what? I like my spot.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
And look, starting the day off with a win always feels great. 8-1, moving up to 9-1. There's a lot of Magic yet to be played today, but this is the first step for these players on their way to the top 8, and I don't think it's going to take much more from 9-1 to guarantee your Pro Tour qualification as well.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan is in excellent shape here, and wow, I mean, this Boros energy deck just, you know, especially when you just play against decks without a lot of interaction, this Golgari Yawgmoth deck, you know, can play a lot of permanents onto the battlefield, but it really doesn't have room for that much actual removal. There's a handful of Fatal Pushes, and you're really leaning on the Yawgmoth, but that's it. So when you have Guide of Souls, Ocelot Pride, Ajani going, it just can't do anything.
Right, and it's hard to make a one-to-one comparison, but given that this is what we watched in the feature match area this round, I do think there's a question of between the creature combo decks, whether Yawgmoth is just a step weaker than something like the Simic Birthing Ritual deck. Just the longevity that the Birthing Ritual decks seem to have in it with all of the card draw that it has access to that come on creatures rather than Malevolent Rumble or Dredger's Insight, alongside all of the interaction it gets to run, did feel like a difference maker.
Yeah, it does feel like the Simic deck just has a lot more play to it as well. It does have the ability to play a little more disruption, a little more interaction. You have access to the counter spells and some of the free spells. The Golgari deck has no free spells in the deck, right? It's just like 1, 2, 3, 4. Hopefully this is good enough. If not, I don't really have that much more flexibility to kind of pilot my games, whereas I feel like with the Simic deck, there's a lot of different decision trees you have when playing that deck.
Absolutely. Well, that is the first round of day 2 in the books, but we have plenty more to come. We are going to go to a quick break, but on the other side, we have more Magic from SCG Con Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty Devuti, joined by Paul Chion, and we have been bringing you coverage from the U.S. Regional Championship. We are in day 2, where 323 players came back to try to battle for Pro Tour invites, as well as 2 World Championship invites on the line. But that's still quite a few rounds away. We have 1 round in the books for the Swiss portion today, with 5 more to go. And Paul, we are jumping right into it with round 11 action. We are going to be watching Nathan Kerner on Domain Zoo playing up against Pro Tour champion Alan Wu on Esper Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah, and Alan Wu, this is a deck that he's been playing for a while now. He actually played it at the Pro Tour as well, and he even kind of sent out a little message saying, you know, this deck, I don't think it's necessarily good, but turns out it's actually pretty good for the meta because of how much Boros there seems to be in the field.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we were talking about coming into the weekend is Boros is bad against the combo decks, and what we were really defining as the combo decks was Esper Goryo's and Tameshi Belcher. But maybe Goryo's and Belcher fall short against the Blink decks, so now we're seeing that the meta is sort of self-correcting with Boros rising up, the combo decks are rising up again.
Right. And, taking a look at this deck, I mean, it's just your typical kind of reanimator package. You have the Atraxa, and the goal is to get that into the graveyard as quickly as possible, get it into play with Goryo's, generate a ton of advantages that way, and then you have access to a bunch of free spells as well that you can also use to pitch to all the cards that you find with Atraxa. And then you can also just win a fair game of Magic too, because you have the Psychic Frog Quantum Riddler package in there as well.
Yeah, I think Psychic Frog plus Quantum Riddler is what really leveled this deck up to be playable again. I think that if we go as far back as last year, it was just beginning to hit fringe playability with Psychic Frog, but it wasn't widely accepted as one of the best decks until at Pro Tour Edge of Eternities, with Quantum Riddler being added to the mix. Suddenly Esper Goryo's was one of the top dogs in Modern.
Yeah. I mean, the fact this is kind of a combo deck that can also beat you from a fair perspective, and those are always the decks that you kind of level up the deck, right? Because if you just go pure combo, you're definitely susceptible to a lot more hate. It's a lot harder to hate out this strategy.
Now on the other side, we do have the Domain Zoo deck from Nathan Kerner. So Domain Zoo, if we go back nearly 2 years now, I would consider it one of the best decks in Modern, but it's a deck that has fallen by the wayside a bit, only coming back recently and rising to prominence once more. Talk to me about the basic game plan of this deck before we go into the nitty-gritty.
Yeah, so ideally kind of the way that you want to start out these matches is with a Leyline of the Guild Pact in play, because that kind of turbocharges all of your domain spells. What you want to do is try to get 5 land types in play and use payoff cards such as Territorial Cavu, Scion of Draco, and Leyline Binding, get those into play, and then, establish a giant board early, and then back that up with some key interactive spells like Consign to Memory or Stubborn Denial.
All right, so Scion of Draco and Leyline of the Guild Pact is the main combo that this deck has going for it, and the rest of it is just cheap, aggressive elements. So with that in mind, how do you feel like this deck performs into Goryo's Vengeance?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really interesting matchup. It's kind of more of an old school matchup here because those decks have been around for a good amount of time. But I think if you're in the role of the Domain Zoo player, you just want to, of course, get off to a quick start. The nice thing about the Domain Zoo is you kind of just have the same game plan no matter what you're playing against, right? It's like, I want a turn 2 5/5 Territorial Cavu on the battlefield, or a turn 2 Scion of Draco. Alternatively, you can try to go Doorkeeper Thrall into Flage, which is also a nice combo. This deck just has a bunch of mini combos. You want to get that in play and then kind of back that up with some interaction. So if you can get a big threat early with this deck, follow it up with a Stubborn Denial, maybe have a Leyline Binding to answer Psychic Frogs, that's going to be the game plan here for the Domain Zoo player.
Well, if we're ready, we are going to head down to the feature match area. But until the players are fully set up, I want to ask you, which side of the matchup would you prefer to be on coming into this?
It does feel like it's a pretty close matchup. I think Psychic Frog is a pretty problematic creature for the Domain Zoo deck because, I mean, its interaction, you kind of need to have the Leyline Binding going, and if you don't, then you're going to be in trouble because you're just it's gonna be able to kind of potentially even be bigger than anything that's in play and kind of block everything. And then, you know, if that's the case, then what else are you going to follow that up with? So I think I kind of prefer the Goryo's Vengeance side of things, but I think the top draws in the Domain Zoo deck can kind of basically beat anything, and that's kind of the reason to play it. If you do get the fortunate hands where you have exactly one leyline in your hand, you don't want multiples, right? You follow that up with a Scion of Draco, you have the well-timed interactive spell, you can just actually beat anything, but the deck certainly also has some consistency issues.
All right, well, let's see if those consistency issues come to fruition as we head down to the feature match area for round 11. All right, on the top of your screen, Nathan Kirner sitting at 9-1 on Domain Zoo. On the bottom, Alan Wu also at 9-1 on Esper Goryo's. And it is going to be a Steam Vents into Ragavan to kick things off for Nathan. So no leyline, but one of the best draws that you can start off with.
Yeah, and if you're on Alan's side, you do play 4 copies of Solitude and a singular copy of Fatal Push. So those would be the interactive spells to deal with a turn 1 Ragavan.
But no interaction means Ragavan comes across and one Goryo's Vengeance gone.
Yeah, surveil that to the top, knowing that the Ragavan will connect and the Goryo's Vengeance will not do anything here for Nathan.
All right, so Floodistrand pass. Now, notably, I believe Nathan's only Triome in this deck is Xander's Lounge. So this Floodistrand is not able to get Domain online by getting a Triome.
Yeah, because typically Indatha Triome is the land that you see in a lot of these builds. So if that's not the case, yes, Nathan would not have access to Domain, but has 4 land types here with the Lush Portico.
Right, so does still need a Swamp, but is able to find that with most of the fetches, given that it is a Xander's Lounge.
But won't be able to at least try to answer the Psychic Frog end of turn here. Well, can untap and try to, if he has a Leyline Binding, that's absolutely the card that he wants here.
Right. And notably, there are 2 copies of Consigned to Memory. Actually, stop that. Nathan going to go for a Lightning Bolt right on the end step and ask Alan if he wants to lose 2 cards from his hand in order to save this frog.
Well, if Alan's got something like an Atraxa, I think he'd be very, very happy to do so. 2 cards to turn your Psychic Frog into a 3/4 feels like a pretty nice exchange, but this also tells me that there's a really good chance Nathan also has Leyline Binding in hand to be able to follow up this Lightning Bolt.
Right, Lightning Bolt, other than going to the face, not overly impressive in this matchup. So using it here as a pseudo discard spell against your opponent when you are planning to follow it up by having further removal, not a bad game plan.
All right, and pitches Goryo's Vengeance and an Ephemerate here.
All right, so back we go Nathan's way. One of those copies of Consigned to Memory that I mentioned already in the graveyard. There's the Sounders Lounge.
Okay.
So Domain online.
And there is the Leyline Binding here for Nathan. So good setup, but Force of Negation in Alan Wu's hand does answer the binding. So now there is a big, big problem here for Nathan Kirner. I like the way that he set this up, but Alan having that free counter, now having a 3/4 Psychic Frog in play is huge.
Right, and Nathan would have loved to go for the Leyline Binding on Alan's turn in order to turn off that Force of Negation out. But the problem is then you're giving up a Ragavan attack willingly, and that's not something that you really want to willingly do in this position.
Now Alan's getting the ball rolling and a second copy of Frog. This is going to be very, very bad news here for Nathan.
Yeah, this is the type of situation where you immediately start asking yourself, now what does the Domain Zoo deck do?
Right. I mean, you have Domain. I don't know how many more Leyline Bindings Nathan has in hand, right? Would still like at least the first one to resolve on the 3/4 Psychic Frog. You could play out a Scion of Draco here as well.
Right, and can only cast 1 Leyline Binding currently, considering only 1 white mana available to him, of course. Does not have the Leyline and the Guild Pack down to fix the mana and give you full flexibility.
Yeah, and now you're going to see kind of the Psychic Frogs snowball this game. Nathan not putting any pressure on the battlefield. Alan just can continue to attack with both frogs, drawing a ton of extra cards. And at some point, you have to imagine he's going to be able to piece together the combination of getting, you know, Atraxa in play with a Goryo's Vengeance. But his deck doesn't even need to do that.
Yeah, it really does seem like the decks that we're seeing rise to the top are the ones that have the best B plans, just because so many people are coming prepared to answer the A plan in Modern from any given deck. So the decks like Simic Birthing Ritual or Esper Goryo's, where they have this powerful B plan of, I resolve an important Oculus and it takes the game over on its own.
Yeah.
Or I have a Psychic Frog on turn 2 and you're not able to answer it efficiently through my interaction. These games feel like where the edges lie right now in Modern.
Yeah, absolutely. 100% agree with you. And yeah, Psychic Frog, just one of the best 2-drops ever printed. Hasn't been around for too long, but it has been incredible.
All right, well, Alan kicks things off by exiling 3 cards, sending the 1/2 Psychic Frog to the air, the 3/4 coming in off the ground, and passing priority back to Nathan, who starts things off by fetching with the Arid Mesa.
All right. So looking to surveil here with an Elegant Parlor. Can't think of too many things he could do here at instant speed that would be fantastic other than a Leyline Binding.
Right. So perhaps just trying to get more information before deciding here.
Yep. Oh, discards Gristlebrand here to get in for 5 points of damage.
Said no blocks.
Yeah, because now, I mean, the Psychic Frogs next turn are posing lethal threats here, right? We're looking at, what, 5 damage coming in. Nathan will have 3 cards in hand next turn.
Right. Drawing 2 cards, of course, off the frogs hitting as well. Just it's so brutal once you are under the frog lock. It just feels like it continues amplifying how far behind you are.
Yeah, I mean, threats these days are just completely ridiculous. We see 1 and 2 mana cards that can just win the games completely by themselves. And this looks like a Goryo's Vengeance.
Yeah, it was off screen. I was going to ask you what you think the card question is here.
Okay, that is a Leyline Binding. I'm not even, I mean, this is probably fine, and Alan does have 2 copies of Force of Negation, so if he did happen to have another one here, could make it work, but... Oh, also, it looks like it's already in play and there's a Leyline Binding, so Alan could choose to draw 7 cards here if he wants.
Right, I was going to say Alan can draw 7.
And then find a Force of Negation if he wanted to. Or
nope.
Ephemerate.
That's Alan laid out 10 cards for Atraxa, but this is Gristlebrand. So he caught that in time before picking things up. So we'll see what the choice here is. Ephemerate, of course, the more common card he has access to.
Right, full 4 copies in the deck.
Now, this is a tad risky. You had to pay 7 life there, so you do go down pretty low.
All right.
Multiple lightning bolts could have pieced together something, but as things stand, Fatal Push answers the Ragavan. Back we go Alan's way, and now with all of those cards in hand, this is 2 lethal Psychic Frogs.
They can both probably get to 8 power, or we're very close to it here.
Right.
So just in case.
Clear off the way.
Okay, that is a blocker.
Yeah, but you just pump up whichever one doesn't get blocked.
That's right.
Land, and
right.
I believe this is Alan Wu who is going to take down game 1 with perfect information, as he says, I have 7 cards in hand, and or more. You know.
I will pitch to the unblocked creature.
Yep.
I know your hand. You have 2 lands.
All right, so game 1 going Alan Wu's way as we look to the sideboard. Starting off with Nathan Kerner. What do you have your eyes on?
Taking a look at Nathan's list, I mean, if you have any ways to interact with the graveyard, that could be interesting. Surgical Extraction seems like it could be a pretty nice card here in the matchup to kind of stop the Goryo's Vengeance stuff from happening. Torpor Orb is kind of an interesting card, but you already kind of have 4 copies of that in the main and the Doorkeeper Thrall. It also doesn't stop the Gristlebrand, right? Additionally, you could bring in Mystical Dispute as well, because that is an answer to a turn 2 Psychic Frog. So I can imagine he could also choose to bring something like that in this matchup.
Okay, what about Alan's side?
Yeah, Alan's side here would probably just want to have some more interaction, right? Just because, you know, you have to imagine if the games go long, you're going to favor Alan's side of the battlefield here. Celestial Purge can have some targets, right? You can kill a Flage. If they do Doorkeeper Throw into Flage, you can also use it to kill Territorial Kavu, so that could be a consideration. March of Otherworldly Light could also be, you know, kind of inefficient, but hey, look, it still gives you a way to potentially deal with an early Ragavan, so I can also see that being brought in. And then, of course, there's also cards like Wrath of the Skies. That one's a little more interesting because some of the threats that Nathan brings in are just gigantic, right?
Right.
It doesn't kill Leyline Binding. It doesn't kill Scion of Draco, so not sure that one's going to be brought in.
Right. Okay. So, as the player's sideboard, I want to take a moment to thank our sponsors. I want to give a huge shout out to Beckett and Dragon Shield for sponsoring SCG Con. Massive props to both of these companies, and if you're looking to pick up Dragon Shield sleeves, well, you can do so at StarCityGames.com. Thank you for continuing to make SCG Con happen and helping us bring these wonderful events to players and the viewers at home. So, post-board, looks like Esper Goryo's at least mildly favored in the pre-board game there. Ultimately, even though Alan wasn't able to assemble his A plan, the B plan of Psychic Frog was more than enough. So while we let the players finish sideboarding, we're going to take a live look at picture-in-picture style and see what's happening at one of our other tables, where more Zoo on the top of your screen in the hands of Leo Gartner, but on the bottom, Jeffrey Howell with Gruul Brood Scale.
I think he's comboing off right now.
Oh,
so this
perfect.
This is an excellent time to come in because we are going to see a gigantic Basking Brood Scale, it looks like, right? Because there is a Blade of the Blood Chief on it right now,
Yep.
and it is happening. We are putting millions of counters on this thing.
Yep. All right, talk me through this combo, Paul.
Yeah, so the way that this works is you have a Blade of the Blood Chief on the Basking Brood Scale, and the thing that Blade of the Blood Chief does is whenever a creature dies, you put a +1/+1 counter on the equipped creature. Well, guess what Basking Brood Scale says? When it gets a +1/+1 counter, you make a spawn. And so what you do is you sack the spawns and you create this infinite loop where all of a sudden you just get an infinitely large Basking Brood Scale. But it looks like he also used the mana there to cast Emrakul for the win.
Yeah, well, do it in style, right? Love to see it. Quick look in where we get to see Gruul Brood Scale very briefly do his thing. We hadn't gotten to see that on camera yet. We had seen the deck win, but not using the infinite combo, so it's pretty cool to see that happen.
Yeah. Now, we've seen Domain Zoo a little bit here in some of the future matches, and, you know, one card that's extremely important that kind of turbocharges the deck is Leyline of the Guild Pact, and at least in the matches that we've covered, we have yet to see it. So that's kind of what Nathan's looking for, right? The kind of 1-2 punch of being able to go turn 1 Leyline of the Guild Pact into turn 2 Scion of Draco. All of a sudden, you have this giant flying hex-proofing attacker. That's kind of what Nathan wants to get set up here, and if he doesn't, I'm curious, actually, like, how much does the win rate of this deck drop when you don't have a Leyline in your opener? Right,
because we've seen it kind of struggle in the feature match area so far, and as you mentioned, there is a direct correlation with the fact that we haven't seen Domain Zoo have that Leyline opener in any of our main features yet. The live look-in we just saw was the one time I've seen a Leyline in play. Unfortunately, it was at the same time that the Brood Scale deck was comboing off, so too little too late there. So I agree. It does feel like one of those cards that really pushes this deck to actually be a tier 1 deck. So the number of times where you don't have it, but you still have to keep the hand rather than mulliganing aggressively to it, means that we are seeing the deck struggle a bit.
Yeah, it almost kind of feels like you're rolling the dice a little bit when you play a deck like this. It's like, well, I need it in the opener, and then if I draw it any time past turn 1, it just really doesn't do anything.
Now, Nathan is at 9-1.
Of course, yeah. I'm not saying the deck's bad. He probably drew Leyline a lot.
I was going to say, there's a very good chance that other than the Caster Curse the feature match area is putting on Nathan, he's been drawing Leyline left or right all weekend long, right? So it does feel like, again, no Leyline, Xander's Lounge being the play here from Nathan, but it does feel like perhaps a bit of bad luck happening to our Domain Zoo players in the feature match area.
Right, no turn 2 play here from Nathan, so taking things a little bit slower here, but of course could be representing a Doorkeeper Thrall. That is a nice answer to the card advantage that can be provided when you Goryo's Vengeance and Atraxa into play. And also, like what we mentioned earlier, combos well with a potential turn 3 Flage.
Right. So for Alan, just a shadowy backstreet to kick things off. Surveil lands, we've seen what they can do in this Goryo's deck. The people that are blessed enough to just find an Atraxa or a Gristlebrand on the top there from the first turn Surveil land.
Yep.
Really living the dream, but of course the deck is very capable of playing things the fair way, as we saw. I mean, as fair as you can call Psychic Frog, but the fair way.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this deck. If you draw extremely well, you can just flip something into the graveyard as early as turn 1, and then just, you know, get Atraxa in play turn 2, and all of a sudden you have a huge grip, and you have the perfect hand, basically.
Right. Well, Solitude does go
Frog
into the bin here, and Frog is the name of the game. Does Nathan have one of those mystical disputes that you mentioned?
Right, that would be huge, and does.
Asked and answered from Alan Wu means that Nathan Kierner avoids the fate of the previous game, at least for now.
Yeah, curious to see how this game will play out if Alan just doesn't have that Frog in play. And, you know, again, this Esper Goryo's deck, very, very powerful deck, but sometimes you can get some very, very awkward draws, right? You draw too many of your big cards, you don't draw enough ways to discard those threats into the graveyard, and you just don't have enough interaction.
Well, here's the 1-2 from this build of Domain Zoo. Xander's Lounge into Lush Portico. That's your domain online. Your Scion of Draco's costs 2, your Leyline Bindings costs 1, and your Territorial Kavus are 5/5s.
And Flage, excellent card to surveil into the graveyard here. So if the game goes a little bit longer, Nathan should be able to get that into play for free out of the graveyard.
Now, does Nathan have a Kavu? Ragavan is the choice.
Okay, and choosing not to dash it in. So likely has a double spell turn here, potentially. Maybe a Territorial Kavu plus Ragavan.
Right. Could just get something like a Steam Vents or a Stomping Ground here. And if there is a Kavu follow-up, that is a decent threatening board. And Alan is not set up currently for Goryo's Vengeance in any way.
Right.
Scion.
Oh, right. A little bit better, maybe.
Yep. Now, Scion's ability is giving first strike to the Ragavan, I believe, as a red creature. Would have loved for the red ability to be haste, but not quite so blessed.
Right. Yeah, and Alan leading with Quantum Riddler. Does he have the Ephemerate here for the Quantum Riddler? That would be nice to have a good blocker in play. So, yeah, Alan finding... I mean, this deck just kind of has multiple combos, and this is the other one.
We talked about how Quantum Riddler was a big level-up moment for this Esper Goryo's deck. It pushed the deck again from fringe good to mass playable tier 1 truly. And we just see why, where now there's 3 different avenues that the deck has between the Riddler lines, the Frog lines, and the main Goryo's lines of, if things aren't going well, I have this available to me.
Look at this attack here with the Scion of Draco into. It's a 4/4 flyer attacking into a 4/6.
We're in Las Vegas, but the only neon signs Alan Wu is seeing right now is Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt, Lightning Bolt when Ragavan stays back inside of Draco attacks.
Yeah, and Alan goes, you know what? I'm at a pretty comfortable life total. I would like this Quantum Riddler in play. Draw some extra cards, especially with that Ephemerate on rebound.
All right, so 4 damage taken from Alan, I believe, down to 14 as Nathan decides what to do with the rest of his turn. Arid Mesa kicking things off.
And if you're on Alan's side, you have to know, well, he doesn't have Leyline Binding, right? Because if he had that one, he would, of course, try to fire it off on the Riddler to get that attack in with the Ragavan. So you can kind of, when you're playing this matchup, you can start trying to eliminate the possibility of various cards that your opponents can have in hand.
Right. It's not as if Nathan was playing around Force of Negation, because if he was, he wouldn't even risk the Scion.
Right.
Because Alan with a Force of Negation would feel pretty safe to just block.
Yeah, Nathan now has a huge board, and I wonder if that was a bluff attack. He only has 1 card left in hand.
I'm still thinking that's Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, right. If you're Alan, you should also probably think it's Lightning Bolt.
If you're bluff attacking there as Nathan, one, I can see why you're 9-1, but two, that's really impressive because I feel like if you're bluff attacking and Alan just blocks because he has a force negation, you lose the game on the spot.
That is an absolute disaster.
So, if I'm an Alan seed, I'm confidently putting Nathan on Lightning Bolt and only Lightning Bolt in hand. But man, if that was a bluff, that's sick.
There's also a Flage, so I guess Flage would be the other consideration.
Right.
Right.
Flage in the graveyard so the Scion dies.
Right.
Yes, okay. That is a very reasonable assumption as well.
This is a lot of pressure, but now Alan has 4 mana available, so things are a little scarier. But I think at the same time, if you're on Nathan's side, it's so hard to just kind of do nothing, right, and play scared.
If you would like to play in either of these events and have not yet registered, please do so either online or at the registration.
Now Alan could be representing counter magic, could have solitude, just so many things here. Now, if you're on Nathan's side, it's like just because all he needs to do is just get that Riddler off the battlefield, right? You get that off the battlefield, and then you're looking pretty good. Although now there's a the funny thing here is now there's a Doorkeeper Thrall in play.
Right, so
if you attack and you block, Flage will not do 3 damage to the Quantum Riddler.
Yep. Doorkeeper Thrall is great with Flage, but it does turn off that enters the battlefield ability that you are looking to get from the Lightning Helix.
Right.
Now, I don't think that's going to stop Nathan from bringing back a Flage here, of course.
But I think it might stop him from attacking this turn.
Right. Now that you've deployed the Thrall, that is no longer on the cards for you.
Because next turn you can then attack with the Flage and then just target the Quantum Riddler, and all of a sudden Alan doesn't have fantastic blocks.
Right. But, of course, Alan needs to get to next turn without significantly impacting the board.
Right. If he has something like a Solitude, would be interested in just firing that off, targeting the Flage. No, that doesn't work.
Yep.
That doesn't work. You're right. You're right.
The Thrall right now is
actually doing a lot of work
rod on the board. Because
yeah, absolutely.
Thinking about the ways Alan gets back into this, Atraxa doesn't get that big value.
So you would need a spot removal spell here. There's 1 Fatal Push in the main. There is no Fatal Pushes in the sideboard.
Right. Did Alan bring in something like March of Otherworldly Light? Probably.
Yeah. So that would cost 3 mana, or you could pitch a white card out of your hand.
Land pass.
All right. This is a big turn. You have to imagine Nathan will be attacking this time.
Right, because you can just go for lethal here, right?
Right.
If you just attack with everything and just send Flage face even, you're still asking Alan to have multiple things to be in a better position.
Yeah. Going to the face would make it so that this would be a lethal attack, but of course there's a little more risk associated with that. Ooh, Leyline Binding here too from Nathan.
Take all of the risk out of the equation. Ephemerate?
Ephemerate would save it. Wouldn't draw any cards.
Right.
But would save it.
All right, 2 mana.
Faithful Mending? Oh no,
Consign the trigger.
Okay. And does it with Replicate in case Nathan has a Stubborn Denial or some kind of backup counterspell there?
Still 3 mana available.
And still a lethal attack.
Right. Right. That is the big concern still, is you have not done anything to make yourself live.
Yeah, so with Scion of Draco, it basically makes... It doesn't get pumped itself unless you have Leyline of the Guild Pact in place, so they're effectively just 4/4 flyers, but it does give abilities based on the color of your other creatures, to the other creatures.
There's everyone.
To the face!
Nathan is asking Alan, do you have it? Because if not, I have you.
That would put Alan down to 10 life here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that resolves... This was a pretty confident attack from Nathan. I'm wondering if this also means he has something like a Stubborn Denial in hand.
And Alan, fully head in hands, trying to figure out what is his way out of this.
Right. And of course, it just starts with actually having a piece of interaction, because if he doesn't, then the game is just over. You block the biggest creature, which is the Flage, and that's 11 damage coming in.
You're at 10. Not good enough.
Right. So the red creatures currently have First Strike. The white ones have Vigilance.
Right, so even though it doesn't look like it, all 5 creatures are attacking here.
Yep.
Polluted Delta Sacrifice. That
Okay.
turns on the Revolt from Fatal Push, potentially.
Right.
Because I don't believe Alan had had a permanent leave yet.
So, but if he had a Fatal Push, would he have just used it on the Flage before attacks to minimize the damage that he takes?
Well, I'm wondering if he's Fatal Pushing the Thrall and then
Trying
has
to
a
Solitude? That could be the other line, absolutely.
Theoretically, we don't know what's in Alan's hat.
So this doesn't...
This doesn't do anything.
But does it stay in play?
It does.
And it is a 3/2 life linker.
Okay, so it does keep you alive. When I say it doesn't do anything, it keeps you alive and gives Alan the potential to block Thrall.
Well, the Thrall flies. Oh, you mean with the Quantum Riddler.
Right.
So because the Solitude, it has lifelink, but remember, the creatures have First Strike. So
Right.
you don't even gain the 3 life here.
Right.
Okay.
Those are the blocks. That keeps you alive, technically.
It does.
Ragavan First Strike hits. No life gain.
Okay. Takes 7 damage total. Goes down to 2 life here. Dead to a Flage trigger next turn.
Yep.
And still has a lot to be able to handle here. Man, Doorkeeper Thrall
It's doing
actually
a lot of
doing some
work.
serious work here. All right.
Game 3. Nathan Kierner doesn't have the ley line, doesn't matter, is able to even things up against Alan Wu. Taking a look at the sideboards again, going into Game 3, we did see the Mystical Dispute came in from Nathan. It looks like Alan probably brought in at least some number of consigns because there are none in the main deck and he did use one. So maybe all of the consigns coming in. Does this matchup drastically change in terms of sideboarding for Alan if he's on the play versus the draw?
I don't think so. I think, you know, he has kind of the game plans that he wants to employ. Perhaps maybe Thoughtseize is something that you can consider. I don't know if you brought it in, but if you're on the play, it's something that you could maybe use to play. You know, when you're on the play, you have a little less pressure on you, so you could be able to use the Thoughtseize as a potential way to nab a Ragavan out of your opponent's hand that they can play turn 1. But outside of that, I imagine, you know, anything that's good against a Domain Zoo deck, he would have already brought in while he was on the draw, and I imagine he's going to try to keep those on the play as well.
All right, well, while we give the players a chance to sideboard, I want to ask you, as the holiday season is coming up, do you need some extra cash? Well, Star City Games is here to buy your cards. You should sell them to us. We have great prices and 30% bonus trade credit. So if you're looking for some extra cash this holiday season, if you're looking to get that trade-in bonus and use it to stock up on some gifts at StarCityGames.com, now is the perfect time. Go to sellyourcards.starcitygames.com and we would love to buy them from you. So, Game 3 time. Nathan Kierner was able to even it up, so it is going to be Alan Wu on the play. But we did see sideboard cards coming in clutch. That Mystical Dispute countering the Psychic Frog really did change the tide of that game.
Yeah, and Nathan was actually able to, I mean, despite that, Alan still did the other thing where he was able to go Quantum Riddler into Ephemerate, but pretty impressive that Nathan was still able to kind of fight through that by just kind of flooding the board, overloading the board with a ton of threats, and Alan just didn't really have a good answer.
Right. The fact that thanks to the dual and tri-lands, this Zoo deck is able to get Domain online using just 2 lands means that it's not the end of the world if you don't have the ley line. Of course, it is your most powerful lines, because Scion of Draco with no abilities is significantly worse than Scion of Draco with 5 abilities,
Right.
especially hexproof.
Yes.
But he was still able to put up a pretty formidable board position there.
Yeah, absolutely. Just pair of Scion of Dracos along with the Flage there. And Alan really just didn't have a whole lot going outside of the Quantum Riddler. You would have thought that, you know, after playing the Riddler with the Ephemerate, he'd be able to find some good interaction, but not really sure what was in his hand, but he just didn't have a ton there.
Yeah, I wonder how much of that was just Doorkeeper Thrall doing a lot of work by shutting off the Solitude. Perhaps there was an Atraxa, but no Goryo's Vengeance line to set up, and all of that works together to result in this situation.
Yeah.
All right, well, game 3. And I believe Alan kept, but it looks like he may still be considering.
Looks like
I think
he
it's a
could.
keep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because his hand is on the table.
And it looks like Nathan's on the mulligan here, so.
All right, so advantage Alan to start things off. Now, Alan, of course, a Pro Tour veteran, Pro Tour champion, and very much used to the high-pressure spots. So
Yeah.
this is not his first rodeo, and certainly knowing Alan, he is not in a position where he is ever getting ahead of himself. He's not thinking about the top 8 or the World Championship invite.
No.
Right now, it's, I need to win a game of Magic against Domain Zoo.
Yeah, Alan just highly, highly respected member of the profession of the Pro Tour community.
Yeah.
Everybody considers him one of the best players anytime he's playing one of the events. Even amongst this team, they put him in pretty high regard. Ooh, however,
It happens. It
Finally.
exists.
it's in the deck.
Yep. There's Thoughtseize. So, Null Drifter, Scion of Draco, Doorkeeper Thrall, 2 lands is the hand from Nathan.
So I imagine Scion of Draco will likely be the card here taken out of Nathan's hand because he can play that turn 2. That is an incredible combo with Leyline of the Guild Pack. But of course, Null Drifter is also quite nice in conjunction with Doorkeeper Thrall.
Right. Null Drifter, unlike its namesake Mull Drifter, is a cast trigger to draw the card. So by going Doorkeeper Thrall turn 2, Null Drifter turn 3, you get to draw 2 cards and keep the Annihilator creature on the battlefield,
Right, which would
is
be
pretty sick.
Yeah.
What does Alan's hand need to look like to take Doorkeeper Thrall here instead of Scion of Draco?
It would need Fatal Push, and he does only have the 1, or perhaps another Thoughtseize. So, yeah, I mean, I could see a world where he just takes the Doorkeeper Thrall. That's certainly a consideration if he has something like a Solitude for the Scion of Draco that he could play on turn 2.
Well, the Scion has Hexproof.
Oh,
so
excuse me.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
So-
that's the question is, you're saying...
Then you definitely just take Scion
You
of Draco.
have to take the
Yeah, you have
Scion?
to take Scion of Draco.
Okay, so there's no hand from the Goryo's deck that is able to beat the 4/4 Hexproof.
It's just going to be it's just too much of a problem, right? It just turns on everything else as well. But Alan is considering it here, so I think he's, like you talked about, he is thinking about Doorkeeper Thrall here as well. I don't think it's going to be the Null Drifter.
No. I think this is very much... It feels like a closer pick than it seems. Wow.
Oh, right.
Doorkeeper Thrall, the pick from Alan Wu. All right, so he's saying you have a 4/4 on turn 2, and I will find a way to beat it.
I will. Hey, look, if Alan has something like a Quantum Riddler plus an Ephemerate, that would get it done, right? Or just a Psychic Frog.
He has
right?
that. I saw that in his hand. So the Frog is going to hit the board here, I believe, assuming he has a blue source. Very painful so far between the turn 1 Fetch Shock Thoughtseize into the Hallowed Fountain.
So he has a Psychic Frog but didn't play the Psychic Frog on turn 2.
I saw a Psychic Frog.
Does he have...
Consign, I'm thinking?
Does that... Well, that doesn't... Oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I believe Scion is still colorless until it hits the battlefield.
And remember, he didn't have to fetch the land because of the Leyline. So really awesome sequencing here for Alan Wu.
Yep.
Another
Scion
Scion.
number 2.
Uh-oh.
Don't have the answer to that one.
All right, well, there's still a Psychic Frog in play, right? And
Right.
if you do have enough cards, you could theoretically block and make it go to the skies, and it would be bigger than the Scion.
Right.
Please report to the stage.
It doesn't have Indestructible. It has basically all the other keywords. Hexproof, very important. First Strike, very important.
Lifelink, if it's black, very important for racing.
Right. But if Alan has any kind of interaction, they are all turned off now
Right.
with the Scion of Draco in play.
Once again, Alan in the tank, trying to figure out what his lines are going to be. Nathan has, I believe, 3 or 2 cards in hand. One of those we know is the Null Drifter.
Yeah, and without the Doorkeeper Thrall, not the most impressive thing, right? You just pay 3 mana to draw 2 cards.
Right, it's going to take up your entire turn and you're going to get 2 cards out of it. Alan would love to see a Null Drifter evoked.
Yeah. I wonder if this is a Quantum Riddler based on how he's looking to tap here. And I wonder if he wants to discard down to 1 card here.
Right, so he plays the Riddler, and
He is going to
doing that.
discard, yeah. So that way, if you discard down to 1 card, you can draw 2 cards off the draw, off the Quantum Riddler, and he is doing exactly that because you want your Psychic Frog to be big anyways to be able to deal with,
Was that an Ephemerate? No.
with the Sign of Draco.
I think it was a Prismatic Ending?
It looks like a Prismatic Ending, which he is not going to be able to use here.
Right.
All right, so now it's a 3-4, so Nathan's not going to block here.
Right. That means one more look for Ephemerate.
And remember, with Quantum Riddler in play, you can pitch more cards off the trigger,
Right.
and all of a sudden you just have a Psychic Frog that's a 7-8 or a 6-7.
Right, and the question is, if Alan is desperate to find an Ephemerate, then yeah, exactly.
Oh, and he's doing exactly that. And look at this, a 5-6 Psychic Frog. Quantum Riddler still in play here. Could still find Ephemerate.
Great shout, Paul. What were the draws? Hasn't played a land either this turn, so Goryo's Vengeance still
He has.
alive.
I think he might already have one in hand, and if he does, I mean, Atraxa in the graveyard. That's going to be really tough to fight through.
8-point swing, -4 for Alan, +4 for Nathan.
I like the little warp symbol.
Yep. Into the zone.
Okay, there is a Leyline Binding. Does Alan Wu have a Force of Negation here?
Resolves, and
All
it's
right.
gone.
Okay, but
Kavu, yeah.
Kavu, so this is a huge board, but Alan, I believe, does have a Goryo's Vengeance, so he could find a lot of action here. But remember, with Leyline of the Guild Pact and Sign of Draco, interaction doesn't actually work on the creatures.
Right.
But he could be representing an ambush here with Goryo's Vengeance. Now, if Nathan has a Stubborn Denial, that's going to counter that.
And if he has a Doorkeeper Thrall, that's going to shut off at least the draw.
Right. But Alan going for it here, back against the wall. This is a lethal attack. Stubborn Denial!
Does he have the answer? I don't think he does.
Does he have a Force of Negation here, maybe? This is 9 damage coming in.
I don't see a force.
Wow.
Incredible stuff from Nathan Kierner. Just really setting up to have everything in that spot where the pressure was there. Finally had the turn 1 ley line, and we saw exactly what that is capable of enabling in this deck. And then the Stubborn Denial just coming in clutch at the right moment.
Yeah, I mean, just that combination of the ley line into the Scion, that's kind of the 1-2 punch you're looking for every single time. And, you know, Alan actually sequenced that game perfectly, right? He had the Thoughtseize, he had the Consign in hand, and he goes, look, okay, so this is my plan, because Doorkeeper Thrall is really good against me. So, and once it's in play, I'm just not going to have a good answer for it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take the Doorkeeper Thrall, consign your Scion, and then I'll be good, as long as you don't draw another Scion.
And that's what happened.
That's what happened.
Right. Scion into Leyline Binding, into the Stubborn Denial, and that was enough. So Nathan Kierner goes up to 11-1 now? 10-1.
10-1.
10-1. Alan Wu down to 9-2, but definitely not out of it yet. And we are not out of the woods yet because we have more Magic action for you. We are going to another feature match, and it is going to be between Brett Klin on Izzet Prowess at the top of your screen versus Hunter Hage on mono green Brute Scale, not Gruul as we've seen previously on the bottom.
But essentially, the decks are doing very, very similar things, just choosing not to play red. You do see some of the Gruul variants play cards like Writhing Chrysalis, and that's not something that, of course, Hunter is going to have access to. But this is, you know, in this type of matchup, the Is It Prowess deck is certainly the aggressor here. Can Hunter stabilize, get his combo online before the Is It Prowess deck closes the door?
Right, already a fast start for Brett. Was able to kick things off with a Swift Spear into a Dragon's Rage Channeler and Mishra's Bauble. So one of those somewhat explosive draws. Of course, doesn't have the full explosiveness that the deck is capable of with something like a Corey Steelcutter on this turn, but still quite good. Yeah,
and I could imagine this being potentially a problematic matchup here for the mono green decks. I feel like its fastest starts are very, very tough for something like the mono green deck to handle.
All right, so
and plenty of interaction here from the Is It Prowess deck as well. You're looking at a deck that does have, you know, the 4 copies of Lightning Bolt to be able to just completely break up that combo if you're trying to go for that.
Second Mishra's Bauble. You see a Surveil from the Dragon's Rage Channeler. I believe that was a Violent Urge kept on top.
Wow, and this is, we're 1 away from Delirium, it looks like.
You're right.
Yeah.
Violent Urge drawn, 2 cards drawn, thanks to the 2 Mishra's Baubles, 1 unknown. Now, Hunter is not too far from his combo. Already has half of the pieces, essentially. If this is a Flesh Raker, then is set up to just finish the game next turn.
And Brett did not have a Lightning Bolt or anything there for the Flesh Raker. But does he have enough? You're always scared, right? You're playing against the Is It deck. They have 2 creatures in play.
Corey
What can happen?
Steelcutter is the draw, but from what I can tell, currently, no way to get Delirium unless you cast the Violent Urge without Delirium and hope that either the Steelcutter or the Violent Urge surveils your 4th card type into the graveyard.
There's also Bloodstained Mire. I suppose you can look for a Surveil land to try to get something into the graveyard.
Right.
But I think Brett's hand is just going... I imagine... Based on what I saw, because I didn't see any interaction, so it might just be a Corey Steelcutter into a Monastery Swift Spear or Violent Urge draw like you outlined. I mean, leading things off with the Corey Steelcutter with the Surveil will give you that information.
Right. So I think that's always going to be the first play, is Steelcutter, Surveil, see what happens.
Okay. Lava Dart, that's
an instant.
That is an instant. That doesn't give you Delirium just yet. That is an extra prowess spell, though, that you can cast.
It is an extra prowess spell, and notably, it is an extra spell you can cast before Violent Urge in order to try to Surveil and get Delirium online. So if Brett feels in a position where he has to try to kill Hunter this turn because he's expecting to get comboed off the previous turn, then that may be something he's considering.
Yeah, so currently, what 1 prowess trigger on 1 creature, right? So the Monastery Swift Spear on the right is a 2/3. There is a Lava Dart that Brett can cast here as the only spell, and Hunter's sitting at 16 life.
Yeah, I mean, this is not lethal, so I think in Hunter's spot, you can
just try to go for the combo here because the Channeler is not even attacking here.
Right, Channeler's not attacking. You're not worried about Delirium. You're not worried about Violent Urge in any way. Currently, this is an attack for 5.
5, and then Lava Dart would be an attack for 9, right? Because 3 prowess triggers plus the Lava Dart. So that would get Hunter down to 7. And, just going for some extra damage here, I suppose?
Yep, getting the Surveil.
It's a land, okay. All right,
Delirium.
Coast is clear.
All right, land, Brute Skill ends the game. Do you have it?
Yep. This is not quite enough. Brett needs 1 more turn to try to close out this game. Does Hunter naturally have everything he needs here?
The Neutron.
Malevolent Rumble. Okay.
I don't see a Brute Scale there.
I don't see a Brute Scale there. There is another Eldrazi Temple.
Yeah.
But doesn't have the extra green to play out the Brute Scale if you wanted to play the Temple here.
Right. And we don't know what is in Hunter's hand.
No, no, not at all.
It feels unlikely at this point that he's able to combo off this turn.
Yeah, so at this point, if you're on Hunter's side, you're thinking, okay, can I just put enough stuff in play so I just don't die next turn?
Right.
Because what is Brett working with? I know he has the Violent Urge. Did he have another Corey Steel Cutter?
No, I believe the last card in his hand is a land.
Oh, just a land? All right.
Yeah. I believe.
Yeah. All right, tricky spot here. Looking to go for the Temple. Maybe set up a situation if you do survive on the following turn to, play out a giant Eldrazi. No, going for the Devourer of Destiny here instead. Not close to casting it.
Yeah, 1 damage from the Fleshraker goes to Brett, down to 15. Not the most relevant point of damage here.
Oh, Ugin's Labyrinth. Okay, and moving it over to the Fleshraker. So coast is clear here now for Brett. If you can find a way to just get Delirium, he should probably just be able to close things out. But as it stands, will he still be able to get it done? Thundering Falls puts a land into the graveyard, so not quite. So now you can go Dragon's Rage Channeler and then play Violent Urge to just get another Corey Steelcutter trigger and hope to just
hit
a
double
fourth type.
Yeah? You get 2 looks at it.
You get 2 looks at it, and look, I mean, do you really want to give the mono green deck another untap here?
No, you can't afford to do that.
All right, here we go. Violent Urge, 2 triggers, Corey Steelcutter, and 3 Prowess triggers on the stack here as well. Right? Sorcery?
Lightning Bolt is an instant. Lightning Bolt is an instant.
Okay, so this does not give Brett Delirium here.
Right, and I believe no Delirium means no lethal, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so you can block the Dragon's Rage Channel. Only 1 spell has been cast, right? So. And the Dragon's Rage Channeler on the left is not even active.
Right.
So does that put you down to 1?
That's what I have.
You block the Dragon's Rage Channeler, you block a 2/3, and then you take basically 6 points of damage from the rest of the Prowess triggers, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Man, this would be incredible if Hunter can
yeah,
get it together here.
Sack the spawn, put a counter on the Fleshraker.
Right. 6 damage.
Down to 1.
Down to 1.
Has the combo still.
All right, that's a large-ish Fleshraker here.
Only takes 1 card.
Yeah. But would need a green source as well, right? Because it costs...
Oh, doesn't have the spawn anymore that he had previously.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like a man who has it.
He would have probably just run it out instantly here.
Yep. All right.
Oh, okay. Close.
Very close.
Had outs.
Had outs up until the very end there.
Yeah.
But ultimately, that is Brett Klein taking game 1. And this is a pair down for him. He's at 8-1-1 to Hunter's 8-2. So if he's able to win this, he keeps himself in very good position still.
Yeah, and Brett's going to be very, very happy to win game 1 where he doesn't quite have as much interaction. But after sideboard, you get to bring in 3 copies of Consigned to Memory, which, of course, is going to be excellent in this matchup as, well, basically everything's a colorless spell.
Right. So what else are you looking at from Brett's side other than Consign?
Unholy Heat, I can see, like, for example, Lava Dart does, I could see, especially when you're on the draw, you're not going to have as aggressive of a start. So I could see something like an Unholy Heat coming in just to be able to have another good, cheap interactive spell against cards like Glaring Fleshraker. So I can imagine Consigned to Memory and some number of Unholy Heat coming in for this matchup.
Now, there's no argument for trying to attack the blade using something like Meltdown or Pick Your Poison, right?
I think that's just a little bit too niche, like because there's only those, as I believe, artifacts for that deck. Just double checking here. I guess there's Vexing Baubles and other cards. You could consider bringing it in, but you really don't want to have too many reactive cards because you are, of course, still the aggressor in this matchup.
Right. Now, on the other side for Hunter, looking at his sideboard, what stands out to you?
Yeah, I mean, just any way to kind of stay alive in this matchup is what I would be looking at here. So Dismember, I know this is a matchup where your opponent's trying to beat you down, but being able to have that Dismember for one of the 1-drops probably will still save you a bunch of damage in the long term. And then additionally, perhaps Thief of his Existence, although that doesn't look particularly strong here. But just as a body,
yeah.
It is a 3-mana 3/4, right? So it's something that does survive Lightning Bolt, right? And so I could, if you have enough cards to board out, I can see bringing that in just as a way to... Because look, I mean, if you do have an Eldrazi Temple, you can still just play Thief of Existence turn 2.
Right.
And it is a way to deal with Corey Steelcutter. So I could see that also being a card that comes in.
Okay. Well, while we allow the players to finish sideboarding, I want to ask you at home, did you not know this event was happening? Did you not know Magic the Gathering Avatar The Last Airbender was out? Well, that probably means you are not in the know, and how you can be in the know is signing up for the Star City Games newsletter. Go to starcitygames.com/newsletter or just go to our main page, and you can sign up for our emails to find out not only when new set releases are coming, but also when we have upcoming events like SCG Con Atlanta and when Star City Games is having a sale. So sign up for the Star City Games newsletter, and you will not miss out on any of the action. Now, Paul, I can tell you that for time purposes, Hunter Hage was able to win Game 2 and even things up. So we are hopping into Game 3 now here.
I'm just going to assume he comboed on turn 3 or 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
It was spectacular.
It was spectacular.
Sorry you missed it.
You blinked. We blinked. We all missed it. It happens to the best of us. We promise you'll see Brute Scale comboing off again probably at some point.
You can't promise that. They could just lose every
I said
game.
Probably.
Okay, fair enough.
I hedged.
All right, that's a good hedge. But hey, now Brett's on the play.
Brett's on the play.
So that is, of course, very, very big here.
All right, Dragon's Rage Vandalor kick things off, but for the other side, step 1, have the Temple.
Yeah, Temple is so strong. I mean, it's kind of like this version's deck of Leyline, right? If you start with Eldrazi Temple, your draws get so much more powerful.
Right. So going back the other way, getting a okay look at Brett's hand. I see a Mishra's Bauble, I see a Violent Urge, and a Swift Spear.
I see a blue spell.
Right.
I'm not entirely sure what it is.
I'm failing to make out what it is.
Right.
My best guess is a Spell Pierce, but I don't know why it would be Spell Pierce.
Right.
It could be Spell Snare
Spell
instead.
Snare? There are some 2-drops to counter in the deck.
Yeah, there is a very important 2-drop in the Basking Brute scale.
And
but of course,
Rumble.
Malevolent Rumble is the other option. So could very much see it being a Spell Snare.
And Brett getting an untapped land here indicates that he will be casting some cards here.
Right.
I do see a Monastery Swift Spear and a Mishra's Bauble.
Okay, the last red card is an Unholy Heat. So the only question mark, kind of, is that blue card.
Yeah. Ooh.
Preordain.
Okay.
All right.
This is the Surveil off of the Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Yep.
Binning the land.
Slickshot show off expressive iterations.
Okay, so no shortage of threats here for Brett.
Right, and no shortage of cards. But I believe his hand has no more lands, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So maybe you just bottom the Slickshot show off if you feel like the creatures that you have in play are enough. Although Evasion is quite nice.
Right.
Against the mono green deck.
He actually did the opposite, I believe. I think Show Off stayed on top. Iteration went to the bottom.
Okay, so just wanting to put maximum pressure and thinking the iteration might be a little bit too slow.
Right. And doesn't go for the Mishra's Bauble here, saving it for the Show Off the next turn.
Yeah, so 3 damage coming in this turn, but next turn can be very explosive. Although if he doesn't have a land, there is some cost to not playing the Bauble, right?
Right. So Ugin's Labyrinth.
Thought-Knot Seer? Wow, turn 2, Thought-Knot Seer off of Labyrinth plus Eldrazi Temple. This just, I'm getting nightmares of kind of what happened during Eldrazi Winter many years ago. Turn 2, Thought-Knot Seer.
A lot of good WotC employees were in that top 8.
They sure were.
So, Thought-Knots here coming down. Where do you start with this hand from Brett?
So, I mean, it's interesting because Slickshot Show-Off is kind of threatening, kind of annoying. It flies, so you're just not going to be able to kind of block that reasonably well, and that can threaten to close out the game. You can also look at a card like the Unholy Heat because that is a card that answers the Thought-Knots here and your potential combo. The question is how close is Brett to the combo, to Delirium. There's already 2 types in the graveyard, and there's a Mishra's Bauble, so very, very likely to hit it, so actually took the Unholy Heat.
Right, because the Heat would be online with Violent Urge plus Mishra's Bauble, as there's currently land sorcery.
All right, Mishra's Bauble trigger here. What was that, Mutagenic Growth?
Didn't get a good look at it. Lightning Bolt was the draw for the turn, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, that was very big.
But no land here, I believe.
So tough choice here for Brett. Can't really get a good attack here. What Brett would really like is to just get Delirium so the Dragon's Rage Channeler can also get in this turn.
Right. Mutagenic Growth does give that Delirium,
okay,
but he does lose it for that.
Right, so 4 types. That's an attack for 6 damage here with Slickshot Show-Off and the DRC. So that puts Hunter down to 11. Next turn can potentially just be dead.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt plus Violent Urge and a Slickshot Show-Off feels like dead to me. So Hunter needs something here.
Does have access to a ton of mana, though, right? Temple plus Ugin's Labyrinth. Can he follow this up with a second copy of Thought-Knot Seer?
That would help. You can see why Brett prioritized the show-off there in the preordained decision-making. Just the air threat there is just so massive.
Oh, cycling. Oh, that's a
That's
good
a bad sign.
Good sign for Brett, bad sign for Hunter.
Yeah.
Because I was saying Kozilek's command would have also been a pretty strong play here, right? Because you could use it to kill the Slickshot Show-Off and make some tokens.
So, Bauble cycled, Cavern of Soul comes down. I'm going to guess this naming Eldrazi. Upkeep, Lightning Bolt, you trigger Dragon's Rage Channeler.
Oh, this
Lava
could be it.
Dart. Oh, that.
Just put that in the yard.
That's
a free spell.
Free spell.
This is big.
You want to be casting Violent Urge with your mana anyways. Draws a mountain.
So can cast Violent Urge?
Yep.
Oh, is that a Corey Steelcutter as well?
It is.
Okay, but that would not make another token because he's already cast a card on
Correct. The Steel Cutter would be the second card. So feels like an attack with everyone.
Yeah.
You block, I urge.
Yeah, but if you dismember, you just die still, right? You go down to 4.
Right. If you dismember, you die.
Yeah.
And I believe that both of these creatures are lethal.
Yeah, with the
because Show-Off has 2 triggers on it already, and there's a Lava Dart in the
Oh,
yard.
and he did have Kozilek's command. So that's a Kozilek's command for 1. Dealing with the Dragon's Rage Channeler. And then Hunter can choose to figure out what he wants to do with the other mode. You can scry X, draw a card. Or you can make a token. But will the Slickshot Show-Off still be enough here?
I believe the Lava Dart is lethal, if I've done the math
Yeah, because
correct.
he's at 7, right? And the Slickshot Show-Off's a 3-power creature. Flashback the Lava Dart, get in for 5. No, that's... Okay, yep,
Yes.
that is exactly
Yeah,
lethal.
the Lava Dart had already been flashed back.
And the Violent Urge was cast, so it was a 5-power
Yep.
creature. Oh, Thief of Existence.
They
Did
came
bring it in.
as a body.
Did bring it in.
All right, so very cool stuff from the Prowess stack and able to beat the pair down. So moving up to 9-1-1 now there for Brett.
Yeah, and you kind of... I mean, this metagame is just wild, right? It's just you play these certain decks. You have these creature combo decks, and we've seen several at this point. And well, when you're looking to piece together a bunch of those cards, what you're gonna be missing is interaction, right? And then you play against other proactive, aggressive decks like the Izzet Prowess deck or the Boros Energy decks, and all of a sudden it's like, well, I just don't have any way to deal with your threats. I have to lean on Dismember, which is not something you generally want to be doing anyways, because you're taking so much damage, and all of a sudden, with all these people leaning towards the creature combo decks, perhaps just the very linear aggressive strategies is where you want to be.
Absolutely. Well, that is round 11 in the books, but there's still 4 more rounds of Swiss today, and then we have an all-important top 8 to figure out. So plenty more to come. Don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, we have round 12 for you.
Active player finish your turn, or 5 initial.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the Regional Championship from SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty Debuti. I am joined once again by Mr. Paul Chian. And Paul, 2 rounds in the books for day 2, 4 more rounds of Swiss to go before we find out that all-important top 8, and then there's some World Championship invites on the line.
Yeah, so much on the line here, but we are getting into the nitty-gritty here. Round 12, right? We are getting close to this point where people start thinking about top 8, people start thinking about Pro Tour invites, all that good stuff. So this is where things start getting very serious.
All right, well, let's take a look at our standings after round 11 and get a feel for what the tournament looks like, Paul. Talk me through this.
All right, well, Ryan Bellami, the only undefeated player, taking his trusty Simic Birthing Ritual deck with an 11-0 record. Very, very impressive stuff from him. But at the top of the list, we also see a couple of Boros Energy decks sitting at 10-1. We saw there's a Gruul Brood Scale deck, there's a Domain Zoo deck, there's Amulet. Basically something for everybody, right? Nothing has really changed from what we've seen, but I will say, there is a heavy presence of Boros Energy here in the top 16. As you can see, if I'm looking at this list, I believe there are 4 copies of Boros Energy coming into this. It looks like this might be the deck of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely looking like it is the deck to beat currently, and many players are trying to beat it, and some are having success. Let's see if we can take a look at our second page of the standings. Now, the players are not only playing for top 8 here, but of course, top 32 in this regional championship is what you need for that Pro Tour invite. So right now, if we were to cut off the tournament, this would be our top 32, but of course there's 4 more rounds to play. So for a lot of these players, looking to push on the position they currently have in order to stay here. Yeah,
you absolutely need to continue racking up wins, trying to get that top 32. And keep in mind, this is a very large tournament. This was a 1,400 person tournament, so you're going to need a very, very good record to get that top 32, as opposed to maybe an event with 700-800 people where you would need a slightly worse record.
Right. So as we get ready for the feature match, I want to talk through our matchup because we know what we're going to be seeing. We're going to be seeing Izzet Prowess in the hands of Brett Klein, who we just saw before the break win his match, against Joseph Puglisi, who is playing the Izzet Metalcraft deck that he and some of the members of his testing group developed. There are 8 players that came into the day on this, into the weekend, excuse me, on this Metalcraft deck. 6 of them made day 2, so a fantastic conversion rate for the team. Let's bring up these lists and let's talk about it, because this is a matchup that we saw yesterday, and Joseph was able to come out on top. Talk to me about this Izzet Metalcraft deck.
Yeah, this is a really, really fun deck to just kind of see in action. It kind of takes some of the great elements of the Izzet Affinity deck that we've seen, the Izzet Artifacts deck, while also having some kind, a little bit of a prowess shell, but there's also a legendary element of the deck as well. So it kind of tries to do a little bit of everything. It can have really, really explosive starts. We've already seen Joseph Puglisi have incredible starts with Mox Opal and Mox Amber, right? You can always make the argument, hey, I get to play 7 Moxes in my deck. That's already a great place to be. So this deck's capable of extremely, incredibly strong starts, but you can also grind into the late game. You have the 4 copies of Tamio, and we've seen Emery do a ton of work in this deck as well. And one thing that we mentioned yesterday that was really interesting, 3 copies of Quantum Riddler, right? This is not a card that you typically see in a non-blink shell, but this deck is just turn 1. We've seen Joe basically go down to 1 card. If you can do that pretty consistently, Quantum Riddler all of a sudden becomes 2 mana, draw 2 cards.
Right, and as we were talking about a few rounds ago, a lot of this tournament has been coming down to B plans. And it's interesting to see a deck like this where you're taking your A plan, which is I'm going to do Emery and explosive things, and you're combining it with Corey Steelcutter and Quantum Riddler as your potential B plan. Because, of course, A plan is Urza Saga, I make giant constructs, I suit them up with a Lava Spore boost, you die. But it's cool to see that nod to I want to have a dynamic game plan that is allowed and able to fight through multiple things.
Yeah, it feels like a very, very difficult deck to play against. And I think that also gives them kind of a big edge in this field because a lot of people are just not used to playing against this deck. This isn't just your typical run-of-the-mill Affinity deck. And I think by having a group of 8 players that all know what they're doing with this deck, and the surprise element, which you don't see very often in Modern, is helping them a ton in this tournament.
All right. Well, on the other side, we do have Brett Klein playing Is It Prowess. So this is the deck and the player that we just saw playing it. So not many surprises here. Of course, full 4 copies of most spells, 3 mutagenic growths, but this is a pretty clean list. It knows what it's trying to do. It's all about redundancy and finding multiple copies of the cards you're hoping to draw. Anything stand out to you here? Yeah,
this is a far more kind of straightforward deck, and I think for this, the Is It Prowess deck is always just trying to do the one thing and try to do it well. Get good pressure onto the battlefield and then just try to close things out. I think Lightning Bolt is especially strong in this particular matchup because Joseph's deck really relies on Tamiyo and Emery as kind of card advantage engines. Also, their legends, which turn on the Mox Amber, and by draw, if you are able to manage to draw the Lightning Bolts, getting those legends off the battlefield could slow Joe down enough.
Okay, well, I believe we should be ready to head down to the feature match area and see our players in action. We've seen Joseph overcome this matchup once already this weekend. Can he do it again and continue working towards the top 8? Now, both players are 9-1-1, so of course, 9-1-1, not a bad position to be in, but at the moment, that draw feels like a loss almost.
Yes, I totally agree. Especially like we mentioned before, in a field this big, sometimes you can get away with an X-3 record or something along those lines, but as you add hundreds and hundreds of more people to the field, yes, it gets much more difficult. So yeah, that draw is definitely very, very huge. And I'm still not sure kind of which side I want to be in necessarily, because this deck is not a deck that we're all necessarily super familiar with. Even in the match that he played against the other Is It Prowess player, it did go to 3 games, right? And we did see Joe with some pretty good explosive starts. I wonder how that deck plays out when it has kind of slower starts.
Right. Part of that match, of course, was Meltdown of the sideboard, right, which we saw Brett has access to as well. But we'll have to see that post-board, because right now we have Game 1 ready for you. Joseph Puglisi on the bottom of your screen with Is It Metalcraft. Brett Klein on the top with Is It Prowess. And it looks like Brett is the all-important player on the play.
Being on the play. We can't fix the rules in any way, right? It just seems like such a big advantage in basically everything.
Can we fix the rules for Joseph?
Can we fix the rules? Just this one time.
Every time.
This is ridiculous.
Yep.
All right, well, how many permanents will Joseph play on turn? Well, there's the Urza Saga, so that's 5. The Mox Amber is also turned on because there's a legendary creature. I mean, this is why you played a deck.
Yep.
But this is, of course, extremely strong.
Mox Opal, Mox Amber, Mishra's Bauble every time.
All right, well, does Brett have a Lightning Bolt to deal with the Tamiyo? Now, of course, Joseph, with what he has in play, he can also just play Metallic Rebuke here if he has it in hand.
Right. And he does.
Of course.
Does Brett have
oh my gosh.
anything? This is Constructs. We're in Constructs
This is
station.
Gross.
This is absolutely wild.
I suppose it's a free attack, right? You still attack because you want to be representing mutagenic growth. So.
And he has it, but Joe's not blocking.
Joe's like, you know what? I'm at 20. I get to untap and make a 4-4. No, 5-5 because you're going to attack with the Tamiyo.
Yep.
Jeez.
That's, oh boy.
What a start here. I mean, this is what it takes, right? You know, Joseph brought a fantastic deck, but in order to do well in big events like this, not only does it take skill, but it also takes good draws.
Right. I'm just imagining if Joseph has a Quantum Riddler here to just flip this Tamiyo potentially. Maybe that's asking too much, but also who needs it?
It doesn't need it. I mean, at this point, your land is literally going to generate you a 5/5 token here, and then a 6/6 token, possibly even larger.
All right, Lava Dart.
And Brett's not close to closing this game out, right? So, I mean...
Oh, very far away. And doesn't even have an attack here if he's not able to send this DRC to the skies.
Right.
Card types, Artifact, Instant, and now Sorcery with Explosive Iteration hitting the graveyard. So with that land, that is Delirium, so at least Brett can go to the skies. Now, there is a copy of Mutagenic Growth in the hand. I believe might have a Violent Urge, so the damage can start adding up potentially.
Right.
But you are racing.
Yeah, and if you want to be mindful of that, because it does feel like if you're on Joseph's side, it's just like you have such a big advantage. You could just go ahead and get something like an Ether Spellbomb to
Right.
prevent that combo kill from happening from Brett's side of the battlefield.
Right. I believe Joseph doesn't have access to his Shadow Spear until
would be
post
huge.
board, right?
Yes, and yeah, the Shadow Spear will likely be boarded in because that life swing is just so big in this
Right.
type of matchup because, you know, there is a prowess deck kind of functions as almost like a mono red burn deck with a handful of card draw spells.
Right. One hit from Shadow Spear on a construct,
That just-
probably not GG immediately, but like
Close.
pretty close to it.
Right.
All right. Construct number 1, draw for the turn, and construct number 2.
All right, and so now we're looking at a pair of 6/6s.
Is it just lethal?
If you can,
Lava Spur.
if he gets the Lava Spur boots, yeah,
2, 4, 6, 7.
right. And Brett doesn't.
Tamio-
Is it prowess deck doesn't have a one mana way to kill constructs, right? So this might
Tamio
just be it.
attacks.
Make a treasure. Excuse me, make a clue. There's another Mox Ember, although that doesn't add an artifact because it's legendary.
I'm counting 17.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So 7 plus 8, and then plus 2. So that is exactly 17 damage. What turn is this? Turn 3?
On the draw.
Turn 3 on the draw. 17 damage coming in.
And Brett's hand is just a pair of mutagenic growths, and that's it.
When you draw like that, he's like, oh, by the way, I had a second rebuke. Just, you know, if you thought you had a chance.
Yeah, no. Don't worry.
No.
No need to feel bad. All right,
Oh
so
my gosh.
as has been the case for every game that we've seen him on camera, Joseph Puglisi has a blazing fast start, and that is going to be game 1 going to him. So we're going to the sideboard. I'm not even going to ask you about Meltdown. Talk to me about the rest of the sideboard from His Prowess.
Yeah, so the nice thing from Brett's side is he also has 2 copies of Pick Your Poison. That's a very cheap, efficient way to, you know, 1-for-1 deal with whatever artifact might be in play on the other side. Unclear if he's going to also want to bring in the Unholy Heat. It depends on how easy he thinks he can hit Delirium because, of course, the Unholy Heat just can't naturally kill Tamio by itself, but it will be able to deal with the Emery that's in play. I'm also curious what he's going to do with something like a Consign to Memory. You know, it's one of those weird cards where there are a bunch of colorless spells that Joseph's list play, but if you're on the that could be a card where if you're on the play, you might consider having because you can counter some of those mocks in turn 1, but then on the draw, you might not want it anymore because, well, as we've seen, Joseph can just play out his entire hand on turn 1.
Right. On the other side, Joseph's sideboard, we were talking about Fire Magic versus not the previous time he was in the matchup. What do you think about his sideboard as a whole? Shadow Spear feels like an obvious one. What else stands out to you?
Yeah, that's a good question. Not entirely sure. Like there are cards like Vexing Bauble to shut down their baubles, but I feel like that just kind of hurts you even more in general, so I don't know if you would want something like that. But honestly, I don't see a ton of cards here in the sideboard out of Joseph's deck that he might want. You know, there's Mystical Disputes, but this deck, like we mentioned before, it's mostly a mono-red deck. It doesn't really, there's not a ton of blue cards to even counter in this matchup. You could consider Force of Negation if you feel like Meltdown is something that's you're super concerned about and you want to find a way to deal with that, but you know, if you're aware of something like Meltdown, there are ways to just make sure that you don't get completely demolished by that effect. So, you know, I don't know that if that's something that you necessarily want to bring in.
All right, well, as the players wind down their sideboarding and as the weekend winds down as well, I can tell you that it is not too late to get in on our limited time offer. Until Monday, Commander set singles, are 10% off while supplies last at StarCityGames.com. So if you're looking to beef up or just fill out some of your Commander set collections, then now is the time to do it. Head to StarCityGames.com to take advantage of this limited time offer, as it is only good through Monday. Now, as we go back to the match, Paul, I think, especially after winning game 1, we have to give a slight edge to Joseph. But the matchup definitely feels like it could go either way still.
Yeah, especially because if I just look at the cards that you see out of the sideboard, it does look like Brett has a few more impactful cards that he can bring in. We talked about the Meltdown. Pick Your Poison could also be pretty relevant in the matchup, whereas when I look at Joseph's sideboard, I feel like he has kind of set up for other matchups based on the cards that you see in his board.
Right. So, 7 cards each to start things off.
What a hand. Can Joseph do it again? Let's see. I don't see any Moxen. Oh, there's one.
Oh, my God.
Oh, there's 2. No legends. Oh,
Okay.
but a
All right.
second Mox Opal.
This hand is human.
That is a regular hand of
Yep.
Magic cards and not the type of hands that we've seen so far.
However, in theory, you could go land, Shadow Spear, Mox Amber, Mox Opal, float a mana from the Opal, another Opal, float a mana,
Play Cory Steelcutter.
play Cory Steelcutter.
Yeah.
Your hand is empty. You don't double spell for Steelcutter.
You could play out your
That
entire
is a
hand.
legal line of
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering.
Yeah, I would guess that Joseph will probably go turn 2 Steelcutter into one of these 0 mana cards in hand.
Well, I would guess that there's a Tameo on top, and
In which case, he'll just do all of
it's
the
all
things.
going to go,
Yeah.
go his way.
Tameo or Emery on top.
Yeah. So, 6-card hand kept from Brett. I see at least an Unholy Heat, so those came in.
Okay.
Monastery Swift Spear, the first play, and we kick things off with Joseph going down to 19. What is Metalcraft Tormod's Crypt? That's a 0 mana artifact.
That is a 0 mana artifact, but can't really have the most explosive start. Might just run out a Shadow Spear here
Right.
and just kind of pass because you can't do anything else with the Opals and all the other Moxen that Joseph has in hand.
It depends on whether he has a red source in hand, because if not, you want to set up for Shadow Spear being, Cory Steelcutter being castable without needing to turn on a Mox Opal.
Right.
Stomping Ground, the Shock, and we'll see what Brett has here to follow up the Swift Spear. We know there is at least 1 copy of Unholy Heat in his hand.
Yeah, does he have, did he draw or board in any of the Pick Your Poisons? It's a 2-drop here, and oh, okay.
Plot. Okay, so I see in hand Lightning Bolt, Unholy Heat, Cory Steelcutter. So
Okay, so next turn we will likely see a Cory Steelcutter into the Slick Shot Show-Off
Yep.
to create a token.
right, and if there's a land as well, then Brett will be in really good position.
All right, so there is the Opal here. We're going to see Cory Steelcutter into another Mox.
Right, but Mox Opal was the first spell, Steelcutter is the
Yeah.
second. This is
Right.
what I was talking about the previous turn by him not playing Opal and not having a red source. This is the problem, is now you're missing out on a token.
Does have a Haywire Might, I believe.
Right.
So might just run that out. Might just try to gain some life. Although, do you have the mana to do so? Does Joseph have an extra land in hand? Is that an Otawara?
I believe there is an Otawara in hand alongside the Mox Amber and that duplicate Mox Opal
So
and the Cory Steelcutter.
right. So could potentially just be like, hey, 2/2 lifelinker. Do you want, like, just it has to be answered, right? Otherwise, it's
Right.
kind of a hard card to actually erase. All
Shadow
right.
Spear online. What was the draw?
So it is possible that Joseph also recognized that and chose to go with the Haywire there instead.
Right. And I believe there was another Unholy Heat drawn.
Okay.
So Heat number 1, +2 life for Joseph.
And not going for the Cory Steelcutter.
Not going for the Steelcutter, opting to leave up mana here. And this is an attack for 5. Lightning Bolt to the face.
11.
11.
Okay, so from 18 to 7?
Well, 2 life gain from the Might, so down,
got
to
it.
9, I believe,
Okay.
as we make sure we're getting the math right in the feature match area.
Yeah. If he was at 19 at the start of this, he would be at 11 life. Oh, no.
Yeah,
It
9.
looks
All right.
like 9. Yeah. All right. So you can go Cory Steelcutter here, and you can play out the other Mox Opal and then equip, right?
Has a bauble.
Yeah, that would also work, but it costs, I believe, 2 mana to equip.
Right.
So if he can find either a land, or I know he for a fact that he has a second Mox Opal in hand.
Right, and a Mox Amber. He'll want to save at least one of those, but he's firing off the bauble just because he probably needs the card in its given position right now.
And the Amber would not tap for mana, given that there's no legendary
Correct.
creatures in play.
So it feels like this is a position where he wants to deploy the second Opal, as you mentioned, and be able to equip the Shadow Spear to recoup some life.
Yeah, I mean, that is a 6-point life swing. You get in for 3 and gain 3 life.
Right.
Now, with a Slick Shot Show-Off in play, I mean, you can still just be dead on the following turn.
Right. We know there's no more burn to the face. There is a Quarry Steelcutter, but no ability to double spell as of now. And here comes the duplicate Opal.
Yeah. And that does also trigger the prowess.
Right.
So this is actually an attack for 4.
Yep.
So that would put Joseph up to 13 life.
13 feels relatively safe.
Yeah, unless Brett finds a lava dart or something along those lines.
Right.
But Brett does also have his fair share of interaction. Although, will the Unholy Heat be enough, given that he doesn't have Delirium, right?
Okay, so whatever the card on top was, it made Joseph not hold this Mox Amber for another potential double spell next turn.
Okay.
And cash it into another point of life this turn.
Wow. He has a Singleton Preordained. That's a card that would allow you to potentially cast multiple spells in one turn. And yeah, I mean, notice Joe also keeping in Tormod's Crypt in the matchup to keep Brett off of Delirium.
Right, and not only that, of course, it is necessary for the mass number of cheap 0-mana artifacts he needs to have these explosive turn 1s, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of the core of the deck. So maybe not all the copies of Tormod's Crypt, bringing something in out of the sideboard, for example, or doesn't have any extras, but definitely keeping the one that's in the deck in.
Right.
Okay, so with the land drawn off the top for Brett Klein, has access now to Quarry Steelcutter into Unholy Heat. However, Unholy Heat is not delirious right now.
It is not. Do you just fire this off just to make a token and get in for extra points of damage? I mean, that's kind of the only consideration here, right? You were just, especially with the Tormod's Crypt in play. Yeah,
Right.
he is going for it here.
You're never getting Delirium online, so you need to just pressure.
So 8 damage from the creatures on the right, and then 2 from the left, so that's 10 coming in.
Right. So Joseph down to 4.
Down to 4, but we'll be able to gain some of that life back again next turn, and Brett is hellbent.
Right, so full information. No cards in hand, no Lava Dart in the yard. What was the card you drew? Doing math. Moving fast.
Could he potentially have enough here? He would have to piece together multiple spells here, right? Oh, okay, Emery. That doesn't do anything immediately.
Right.
It is 1 spell. What's the last card in Joseph's hand? Oh, you can move Quarry Steelcutter
to
over to Emery,
Emery.
give it haste,
Right.
and then you can potentially cast something out of your graveyard.
Like Haywire Might, you have access to potentially the mana.
Right.
You need 1 more land.
Yeah, or if you just want to get some value and trigger the Quarry Steelcutter again for prowess, you could get a bauble.
Right.
Now remember, the Mox Amber also turned on now, thanks to the Emery.
Yes. So that is essentially an island now.
Right.
Did you get a look at what that card was?
No, I didn't.
It looks blue.
Okay.
I'm thinking it might be Quantum Riddler, but...
Ooh, that
All
would
right.
be interesting. Okay.
So,
I imagine this means Emery will be bringing something back out of the graveyard. Has the ability to play the Haywire Might, but doesn't have the green mana to sacrifice it just yet.
eyeing the Lava Spur Boots initially, but
Okay.
the bauble, as you mentioned.
So Bauble would trigger the Quarry Steelcutter. You would be able to make a token here and trigger the prowess on the Shadow Speared Monk, which is now currently sitting at a 3/3.
Right. So
this is 5 damage potentially coming in. I imagine if you don't think you have lethal, probably just attacking with the Shadowed Spear creature.
right. Looking at that top card, you have full information.
It's like, do you just scoop off the top card?
That looked like a lava dart
And I
to
think
me.
so, and that would be lethal, right? I mean, if you attack with the Monk token, that puts you up to 7, but a Lava Dart with Flickshot Show-Off is
Lethal.
is exactly 7 damage.
Right. And there's no timing you have where you can Tormod's Crypt it without your opponent taking advantage of that.
Oh, but another spell here.
That's another Embry, I think.
Oh, that does not trigger a prowess.
Right.
So that's just to have an extra thing in play. And you don't have the mana to move the Corey Steelcutter. So if that was a Lava Dart, and there is no opportunity for Joseph to utilize that Tormod's Crypt to try to snipe the Lava Dart that goes into the graveyard.
Well, the second Emery is another untapped creature, so in theory is able to block both of those.
Right, but isn't the
Lava
flyer...
Dart is 2 damage, right?
The Lava Dart is 2 damage, and the Slickshot Show-Off would have 5 power.
Yeah.
So that would be 7 damage.
It in and of itself is lethal.
Right. So if you don't have any reach creatures here, and if Joseph doesn't find anything here...
That was Lava Dart. We saw it right.
And at this point, you just kind of go for it here if you're Brett, right? You're
Yeah,
just like, all right.
You see Brett really adjusts his position after that draw. Lava Dart your face.
Yeah, it even has the ability to move the Corey Steelcutter onto the Slickshot Show-Off if you wanted. Oh,
Lava Dart a Monk.
okay. Just getting blockers out of the way.
Yeah.
I think there's, like, you could do this any amount of ways to go for the win, right?
Right.
Because this means that your ground creatures will then get through.
Right. Even if you block the Swift Spear with Emery, you're still taking 5 from the Show-Off and
Right.
3 from the other
And there's all these
creatures.
prowess triggers.
And prowess, yeah.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, at least 5 from the flyer, so this is lethal.
Yeah.
What a Lava Dart off the top. So big there for Brett.
The worst part of Mishra's Bauble is knowing that Lava Dart is coming and having to play throughout that turn. Just
Does he see it? Does he see it?
you have to maximize your outs, right?
Right.
But just knowing that, assuming Brett doesn't mess up horribly,
Yeah.
you are going to a game 3 and there's nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, so it definitely does feel like a very, very close matchup here between the two decks. Now Joseph once again on the play. And if he just repeats what he did game 1, he'll probably be sitting at 10-1-1.
Yes. It's been still fantastic draws from him, just a little bit too slow. We saw the power of Slickshot Show-Off there, really showing why it is just such a massive threat, because so quickly it gets out of hand.
Yeah, he is playing 4 copies of Unholy Heat along with a Lightning Bolt, so he does have plenty of interaction, just couldn't find one for the Slickshot Show-Off.
All right. Well, as the players shuffle up for Game 3, what I can tell you is about our next SCG Con, and that is SCG Con Atlanta, kicking off 2026, January 9th through the 11th, featuring the main event, and what a main event it is. Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, is going to be our standard main event at SCG Con Atlanta. If you're not able to make it in person, which we would love to have you there in person, you can find all the coverage at SCG Coverage on YouTube. But for more information, you can go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon to find out more, and we will hopefully see you there at Spotlight, the Avatar. So, Game 3. Looks like a keep for Joseph. Looks like a mulligan for Brett.
And I noticed the Force of Negation actually in here for Joseph Puglisi out of the sideboard here. So that is Joe respecting the existence of Meltdown in Brett's sideboard.
All right, so I see a Tormod's Crypt, the Force, what looks to be an Unholy Heat, but I'm not certain, a Flame of Anor.
So a slower hand.
Right. This hand is not explosive at all.
All right.
There's an Urza Saga and 2 other lands, but no Moxen whatsoever.
Okay, we'll see what happens when the Isn't Metalcraft deck tries to play a fair game.
Brett has the Meltdown, and it is not great against this hand.
No? Hey, but if you go, hey, I will trade a dead Meltdown in my hand and you not having all of those artifacts, like it's close,
It's
right?
close.
Yeah.
I do think this game, as it currently stands,
He would have liked the artifacts in play, for sure.
Yeah, it's looking like Joseph is going to play Urza's Saga and have that try to take over the game. Brett will have the Meltdown, and Joseph will likely have the Force of Negation. So a bit of an early script developing. We'll see how things play out as the Unholy Heat, a great answer to the first turn Dragon's Rage Chandler.
Yeah, so very, very big there to just draw your interactive spells, slow things down because you have to favor Joe if the games do get to the late game.
So, back we go Brett Klein's way. 2 mana for Joseph. And we know that more reactive hand doesn't want to play Urza's Saga until he's able to make both constructs.
And Corey Steelcutter, is there a free spell in
Or a
Brett's
Metallic
hand?
Rebuke. I think I see it.
Oh,
yeah.
that is a Metallic Rebuke. Okay, so is it control on the draw here, right? Force of Negation. And Brett still running out the bobble here, trying to find some action here to put pressure. I would like to surveil that to your graveyard.
Yeah, can you bin that, please? Kindly. So, Corey Steelcutter, the draw, Urza's Saga, the first play. Is there a double spell here for Joseph? I do believe he has the blue card in Flame of Anor to discard, or exile, excuse me, to the Force of Negation. But the question is, does he have any sort of double spell setup for the Corey Steelcutter? The answer, which is no.
Which is why he didn't run it out this turn.
Right. So now, reactive hands from both players, because Brett's hand is a preordain he's about to fire off, but also a Violent Urge, as well as a copy of Unholy Heat. So not really presenting much pressure. Does find a Dragon's Rage Chandler now, and the Meltdown, of course, in that hand.
Right, and he will happily run this out here. He just wants any kind of pressure here to get things going, and that's a land as well. So it looks like he will have Delirium here, although, of course, there is a Tormod's Crypt sitting on Joseph's side of the battlefield.
So just Urge, Meltdown, and Unholy Heat in the hand for Brett now, which means this Dragon's Rage Chandler is the last bastion of pressure before Izzet Prowess is living off the top.
Yes.
All right, so I believe we are back Brett's way. And this is an end-step Flame of Anor.
Wow.
Just saying, I want you to have no creatures whatsoever when I start deploying these constructs.
I am ready to play some Urza's Saga control here. Does that leave Joseph with a second blue card with Force of Negation?
I think I saw a second copy of Flame of Anor in the hand.
Okay.
I'm not 100%, but it does look like there are at least blue cards in the hand. So from Joseph's position, what we know of his hand and what we know of Brett's hand, things look pretty good right now.
Yeah. Joseph's on the...
That's the worst possible draw. A second... Okay, that was a surveil, so that's
off
gone.
Thundering
That's
Falls.
gone.
That's off Thundering
All right,
Falls.
land is not great, but...
Yeah, land is not great, so there is now no more pressure. All 3 of the threats that Brett played, Joseph has dealt with here. So now we're playing a very reactive game. Joseph sitting at a healthy 19 life here. And it looks like we're popping a Fiery Islet here to try to find something.
Right, you can't... Another fetch land.
And another land.
You can't afford to put the shields or the pressure down for this long against an Urza's Saga. You know you have this Meltdown, but you still have to be somewhat worried.
Yeah, and this can... I feel like it just lined up so beautifully here for Joseph here, right? Because it's just like, all right, he had 3 threats, I killed them all, and now he's out of action, and I can still lean on this Urza's Saga to try to close things out and just put a lot of pressure on whatever removal Brett could have. Because, I mean, like that Force of Negation will come in and will be very, very important here.
Right. This is the type of game where Force of Negation shines. What you don't want to be happening in Joseph's seat is you're facing down pressure, you're holding this dead card that doesn't answer anything, and your opponent is able to just continue playing spells that don't matter if you counter them while the Slick Shot Show-Off is beating you down.
Right.
So now Joseph has crafted essentially the perfect game, and this is the final nail in the coffin is when Brett goes for this meltdown and it meets a Force of Negation, Shadow Spear on a construct, as it so often does, ends the game.
Now, Joseph did not play a land here for the turn and pass. And if you're on Brett's side, you got to go for it, right? So here you go, all right, coast is clear.
No Metallic Rebuke.
Yeah, no Metallic Rebuke. You have to have Force of Negation. Would you even bring that in? I will go for a meltdown for 1 here to try to clear the entire board. If it resolves, I mean, if you're on Brett's side, you have to think, okay, well, I mean, we're basically even.
Yeah, we've got a game. You have a few more cards than me. I have more lands, a lot more lands.
Another land. And yeah, I think Brett just kind of has to run this out. And if you have Force, you have Force. And if you do, this is going to be a really, really tough spot here for Brett Klein.
Yeah, this is the type of game where you are really, really wishing that you had more than one Thundering Falls in your deck. It's not often you wish that,
right,
but
yeah.
This is the type of game where you're like, God, give me another Thundering Falls.
It's tough because most decks do play multiple copies, but in this one, you really want to curve out, and you can't afford to have too many tap lands in your deck.
Every tap land is such a massive cost.
All right, so that's the one meltdown. So if you're a Joe now, you can play all the artifacts you want, and you don't have to worry about another meltdown coming down here.
Yeah, you're under no threat. You are feeling relatively confident. Of course, an Unholy Heat would still answer this construct right now because either it's a 2-2 by sacrificing the Tormod's Crypt, or it's Delirium.
Yeah, so, but this, the equip immediately resolves, so now that construct is safe to a top-decked Unholy Heat here, and Joseph is now sitting at a healthy 23 life.
Right. It feels like with the meltdown gone, it is a very uphill battle now for Brett Klein.
Yeah, because that construct is currently a 4-4.
Right.
Yeah, so not even a Lightning Bolt gets it done here.
Right. Unholy Heat no longer does it because once you sacrifice the Tormod's Crypt and their Heat deals 2, your creature is a 3.
Does he not have a Stomping Ground to get? I don't know if he brought in the Pick Your Poison, but he just went and got another Steam Vents there.
He does have a Stomping Ground in his deck. I don't see it in the graveyard.
Okay. It's possible he just didn't bring in the Pick Your Poison.
Right.
Yeah.
It's possible he didn't bring it in. It's possible that this is more frustration searching than anything.
Right. Yep.
And you're just trying to get a land out of your deck. You can't surveil, so that's out of your consideration now. Mutagenic Growth was the draw, so another dead card. Even the first creature drawn now isn't really a threat anymore. So Brett Klein feeling the walls closing in here.
Yeah, I mean, this has still just been a very impressive showing from Joseph's side here, where, and he's done it, he actually did it in the previous Is It Prowess matchup where he didn't get the explosive start, right? He kind of had more of a controlling start here, and it was still good enough. You have so much power, and the plan B of either Urza Saga or Quantum Riddler is still very robust and still allows you to win matchups without having the starts where you put 6 permanents in play turn 1.
Right, we were joking that he's had it every time. Mishra's Bauble not going to do it here. We were joking that he's had it every time, but in reality, so far we've seen every element of this deck except for the Quantum Riddler aspect really show what it's capable of. We've seen the explosive starts, we've seen the Saga starts, we've seen the Corey Steelcutter lines. So all the dynamic aspects that go into this deck is why we're seeing Joseph win games from any situation, really.
It's just so funny. When you just look at this deck, you're like, huh, I took the best elements of 4 different decks and I put it all into one. And it's working out so far.
Right. It is wild to think about. I would love to see Joseph continue succeeding with this deck. It is a blast to watch. The gameplay is exciting and fun and interesting. And that's going to be the game, more or less. You get to get another look, but really...
It's not going to help, yeah.
I would have looked at my own card, but you know... Dragon's Rage Chandler is the draw, and that means Joseph Puglisi is your winner, moving up to 10-1-1 with his Is It Metalcraft deck.
Yeah, I'm just truly shocked at just the different ways that this deck can win, right? It's not just the affinity starts. We've seen, in the previous matchup, he won by getting a ton of value off of Emery. In this case, it was with Urza Saga. We all know how powerful Urza Saga can be, but it's not necessarily in all the decks, and Joseph found the perfect home to put that into your deck, put that really crazy explosive start you can get from the artifact decks, but also that mid to late game grind engine with all those other blue cards.
Right, we are far removed from the era of Urza's Saga dominance where it was defining Modern and it was every deck and you were angling to beat it no matter who you are, and now it's found its homes in certain decks, and this deck just looks to be one of the best Urza Saga's decks in the format.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see. I mean, you mentioned 6 copies of this deck out of 8 made it into day 2. I'm really curious to see kind of, after everything's said and done, how this deck's performing, because it has looked very impressive so far.
Yeah, as we saw Joseph, I believe he is sort of the leader of the contingent bringing the deck together, but there were some very good players working on this. I believe Jesse Hampton was part of this group, and it was taking place, I believe, in one of the Team Handshake Discords. So it's not like Joseph brewed this on his own without players of name. This is a group of skilled players working on this deck.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, so we have more Magic to bring you here from round 12. So we are going into another feature match that is going to be between Justin Tejeda at the top of your screen on Domain Zoo versus Mason Bonadonna on Amulet Titan. Mason, of course, top 8ing Pro Tour Edge of Eternities with this Amulet Titan deck, and once again in good position here with a 9-2 record currently.
Yeah, and this matchup's simply just going to be kind of a racing situation. How quick of a start can Justin get here before Mason gets to combo off with the very, very powerful Amulet Titan deck, depending on the pilot, right? This is one of the most pilot-dependent decks that we've ever seen.
Right. And Mason, at least given history, is a competent and confident pilot. He knows his lines, he knows what he's doing, he is set up for success, and obviously he's an Amulet Titan player, so he feels confident in every matchup because they have no bad matchups, so this is just going to be a walk in the park.
I mean, he probably dreams about the various Amulet lines,
right,
you know, while he's sleeping.
Just wakes up in a cold sweat because he missed one mana generation off something. And now, I will say, talking about the best Urza Saga's decks in the format, Amulet Titan is certainly up there. For a while, it was the only Urza Saga deck that was prominently featured in the format still. Just the fact that this land gives you a use for your additional mana, gives you an additional win condition, but also goes and finds your Amulet of Vigor. Just felt like it did everything for the deck.
It does exactly what you mean. It does absolutely everything you want. Finding Amulet is one of the most important cards in the matchup. It just makes it so much easier to kind of accomplish what you're trying to do. And basically by playing 4 copies of the land, you have now 8 copies of this card in your deck. That just adds an extra level of redundancy, along with 4 copies of Malevolent Rumble, which seems to be kind of the staple now moving forward with this list.
Okay, so Malevolent Rumble was the first play of the game. Unfortunately for Justin on Domain Zoo, didn't have a ley line, doesn't have that big explosive start that we have seen from the deck. No turn 2 Territorial Kavu, but there is the 1-2 punch that we see typically from Domain Zoo decks, Indotha Triome into Steam Vents. So now Domain is online, and he has access to cards like Leyline Binding or the Doorkeeper Thrall now.
So now if he has something like a Flage, that would be an incredible turn 3 play here, because it would just enter the battlefield and not go to the graveyard.
And Arena of Glory being exerted, so this is a hasty Flage.
So we talked about how this is a racing situation. The pressure is now on. Mason could just be dead next turn.
Right. So can Mason win this turn with an Amulet of Vigor here? Now, one big issue that Mason has is Doorkeeper Thrall is turning off Primeval Titan's Enter the Battlefield ability.
Yes. So now you can't necessarily rely on that, and you would like to find a way to try to put a bunch of lands into the graveyard and maybe just try to generate a bunch of mana using the Aftermath Analyst combo. But Mason now playing a Spelunking here. Doesn't look like he will have the ability to go off this turn. And
Right.
Mason's life total is not at 20, correct? It has to be lower because he used the Flage
Yes.
to kill the token and then get in for 7 points of damage. So at least Mason should at least be at 13 life.
Right, and I believe if I'm getting a blurry look at his life pad, it does look to be 13.
Okay.
But
So this is 10 damage coming in.
right, and
Oh, and he had a lightning bolt.
shown. That's the game. We're not here.
Arena of Glory. All right.
Look, it's a one-of inclusion in most of these Domain Zoo decks, and you
That's
can
why
see
you do
why. Yeah, there's 2 here in Justin's deck, and from a position where he looked like he had nothing to end of turn Thrall into Arena'd Flage, and the game completely changed.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of his combo, and that allowed him to win on turn 4. Mason probably just needed one more turn there to try to put something together, but just couldn't quite get there in time.
Okay, so looking at the sideboards, you know the drill. Starting off with Justin, what are you bringing in?
Yeah, taking a look here, I could see perhaps Consigned to Memory be something that you'd be interested in. It is an answer to the amulet. Wear and Tear certainly would be a card because I feel like the name of the game is to just deal with the amulets. Also, Wear and Tear can kill Urza Saga, so being able to just get Urza Saga early would also be quite strong. And could also see potentially Teferi coming in. I mean, the question is, what is Justin going to take out, right? Like, how good is Lightning Bolt? All it does is basically 3 damage to the face, right? Do you think you need that as a way to race, or would you like to just bring in more ways to actually interact and stop what your opponent's trying to do? Ashiok Dream Render is an interesting card. It does stop, I believe, Scape Shift, right?
Yep.
Because you can't shuffle your library, and it's when you activate the Ashiok, it completely removes all the cards out of your opponent's graveyard, so you can't necessarily lean on Aftermath Analyst to bring a ton of lands back from the graveyard.
Right, taking a look at Mason's deck, Ashiok turns off Primeval Titan Searching, it turns off Green Sun Zenith, Scape Shift, Summoner's Pact. So is there an argument for this Ashiok? Is it fast enough? Is it too slow? We'll see as Justin decides. Now on the other side for Mason, what is he considering?
Yeah, for Mason's side, I mean, Dismember makes a lot of sense here, right? Because Dismember is just a way to answer potentially a turn 2 5/5 Territorial Kavu, also answers the Scion, right? So I think that's going to be a very, very important card to bring in. There is Lithomantic Barrage. That one's a little bit more sketchy because it only targets blue or white cards. So the only thing you could really get is, I guess, a Doorkeeper Thrall. So probably not going to be looking to bring that one in. The other copy of Odawara also makes a lot of sense, especially if you think your opponent's going to bring in Ashiok. It is really difficult to deal with Ashiok if it's actually on the battlefield. Right. So that could be a free way, a land that allows you to deal with something like Ashiok. And on top of that, I mean, maybe that is an argument to like consider bringing in one copy of Lithomantic Barrage as a way to actually kill the Ashiok once it's in play.
Right, that's what I was thinking, is whether you have to bring in Barrage because of how cold you may find yourself against Ashiok. So that'll be interesting. Now, as the players sideboard up for Game 2, I'm going to ask you if you want to know more about what is coming up at SCG Cons, because we have the schedule for 2026. As I mentioned before, we kick things off with Atlanta January 9th through the 11th, 2026, but there is a whole slew of other events. Milwaukee in the Midwest, February 20th to the 22nd, Richmond, March 6th through the 18th, going to the nation's capital, Washington, D.C., May 29th through the 31st. But Paul, what are we most excited for?
Team Limited, baby. Las Vegas, June 26th to 28th. I will be involved in that event 100% somehow, some way. Maybe we can get the Limited Resources boys together and team up there. Maybe I'll be in the booth. I don't know, but that is certainly the event that I'm most excited about. But this schedule looks awesome. It looks like there are several months where you have 2 events a year, so you can kind of pick and choose. Do you want to go to all of them? There's a bunch of stuff on the West Coast and also a bunch of stuff on the East Coast.
Well, if you want to see that team up happen at Marshall LR on Twitter if you want to convince him. And if you want more information on the 2026 SCG Con schedule, well, you can go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon for all the details. What I want to know is who's going to win this feature match. And it looks like a mulligan to 5 from Justin with Mason on the play. So the start says it is in Mason's favor.
Yeah. But, you know, it doesn't take a lot of cards here for this Domain Zoo deck to actually get it done, right?
Paul, what is that land?
Why would you ask me something like this?
I don't know. I'm hoping you have some idea.
It is from Edge of Eternities.
Yep, it is a Galaxy land.
And I'm going to guess Crumbling Vestige. That is my guess.
Okay.
But a lot of the lands from Edge of Eternities look the same.
Okay.
So we'll go with that for now.
All right.
It could be a Mirror Pool.
Sure. I believe you.
But it is a land that taps for colorless mana, and that's the important thing.
Okay. That is important. Urza Saga, the follow-up. Just a Arid Mesa from Justin for turn 1. So, again, not that the Domain Zoo deck is known for its turn 1 plays,
right,
but no Ragavan here and no Leyline. This was a mulligan to 5 from Justin after all, so expect it to be a slower start.
Right. Justin getting the Indatha Triumph, which is kind of more the stock version. That's usually the Triumph that a lot of these Domain Zoo decks play, into something like a Steam Vents would be ideal. And he has Domain, right? So mulligan to 5, but does he have a turn 2 Territorial Kavu? And he does. That is a 2-mana 5/5.
That is a dead creature.
That is a dead 2-mana 5/5.
Right. So, pressure relieved once more. Urza Saga ticks up. First Amulet of Vigor in hand alongside a Crumbling Vestige. All right.
That is big.
Amulet number 1, Vestige. Makes a mana untaps.
So there's presumably a green mana in the mana pool, maybe into, oh no, blue mana to cast Stock up here.
All right.
All right.
That is one of the cards that came in out of the sideboard, I believe. Not in the main deck.
And if Justin does have an answer for this Amulet of Vigor, well, guess what? There is an Urza Saga that can go fetch a second copy.
And there's also a second copy in the stock up here, so could take that redundantly. But I also see an Aftermath Analyst, so interesting choice for what Mason wants to pick. Now, you know, you are the Amulet expert on the team this weekend, so I want to ask you, what is the Amulet approach to redundancies? What point are you picking a second Amulet here, knowing you have a third available with Urza Saga, versus letting it go?
I think, at least in this spot, you probably want to take the third one because of the existence of Wear Tear. If Justin has a Wear Tear here and just kills both the enchantment and the artifact, that's a huge blowout. And then all of a sudden you have no amulets. So I think getting the quote-unquote third one is important here.
Now, Mason is moving extremely fast because Justin tapped out for another Kavu and passed the turn.
Yeah.
So
Coast is clear here, folks. That is 2 Amulet Vigors in play. Grulturf, he is playing extremely fast. He's saying, you are dead. I mean, he looks so confident here.
Right. Well, okay, so there was a Green Sun Zenith. That's the Aftermath Analyst. Primeval Titan is able to get the Shifting Woodland, right? And then that's the combo. You have everything at that point with double Amulet.
And I do like the fact, I mean, you know, we can't hear them playing, but Justin seems to be having a fantastic time. These guys have been chattering the entire time. Justin fully aware of how this deck functions. Nice to see that he doesn't go, hey, can you show me how this works?
Right.
And Mason just going, look, 2 Amulets, prime time, you lose.
And in Justin's position, if we're talking realistically, he won game 1 pretty handily.
Right.
He mulliganed to 5. He had probably already written that game off.
Yeah.
So in his mind, he was like, the sooner we get through this, the sooner I can get to the game where I have a chance at actually closing out
I would
the match.
like to save all of my mental energy for game 3 on the play.
Right. Very underrated concept, the one of mental energy in the game of Magic the Gathering, but one that especially in these long tournaments, when you get to round 12 of the weekend, and that's assuming neither player played an LCQ on the Friday or side events. This is a lot of Magic, and at this high level, when you're a bit more focused, trying to not be loose and just keep your ability up, it drains you.
I 100% agree with you, Monty. I honestly, maybe I'm too old. I can't handle it anymore. It is like to show up at a 9-round tournament just takes so much mental stamina. By round 5 or 6, I would probably just be gassed and be super tired. I would probably pay some, and if you are somebody susceptible to that, you know, sleeve up some plains and some mountains, maybe play some Boros Energy, might be something to do instead of playing something like Amulet Titan for 16 rounds.
Simplify it for yourself. And you know what else is simple? Well, it is Avatar: The Last Airbender. The newest set of Magic the Gathering is now available on StarCityGames.com. So if you want to harness the power of the elements, singles and sealed product for Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Bender are available now at StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA. And one of those cards that is making a big splash in the Golgari Yawgmoth deck this weekend is, of course, that Badger Mole Cub, but a lot of sweet cards in this set, and it's been a blast to play so far in Limited, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a fantastic card. I'm also excited to see what the card can do in Standard. Green looks like it needs a little bit of help, and this has been a huge, huge addition to all kinds of various green shells. Card seems awesome.
All right, so pick up those singles as we go into Game 3. Justin kicks things off. No ley line. Turn 1 Thundering Falls puts the Thrall in the graveyard. For Mason, another undecipherable land into Amulet of Vigor.
I think that one's Crumbling Vestige.
Okay.
I'm going to go with that one.
That one? Okay.
He played an Amulet of Vigor off of that one, so. All right, this tells me Justin likely has
I think
a
that's
Doorkeeper
Cavern of
Thrall.
Souls.
Oh,
Maybe. I don't know.
you know what? It's a land that taps for a minute. All right. So Mason has access to 3 mana here, can either cast Stock Up or Spelunking, and going for the Stock Up. Now, on Justin's side, he's going, well, if I have a Stubborn Denial, do I want to fire it off?
He has a Wear.
He does have a Wear. He could use that to just fire it off on the Amulet here if he wants. Okay.
Wear has taken the Amulet of Vigor.
But this is no pressure. Needs to get the Amulet off, and now Mason just needs to figure out what to find here. Urza Saga would mean another Amulet of Vigor.
All right, so I'm getting a brief glimpse at Justin's hand. I see an Arena of Glory, another Doorkeeper Thrall, a Consign to Memory, and 2 cards that I'm not getting a great look at. So, not the best hand, no real aggression. Of course, Doorkeeper Thrall can slow things down into a potential Flage off the top, would be nice. But as things stand, it is a very passive hand from Justin.
Doorkeeper Thrall does do some work in terms of slowing down Mason from actually winning the game with something like a Primeval Titan. But there you go. Spelunking doing a nice Amulet of Vigor impersonation here.
Right. So, Spelunking coming down. I think just an explanation from Mason and a confirmation from the judge here of exactly how this would work.
Oh, maybe if Justin has something like a Consign or something, because you draw the card and then you can put a land from your hand into play.
Right. Also, perhaps has another copy of Wear Tear available, and it's what time do I need to tear the Spelunking, etc.
Right. And the Simic Growth Chamber does come into play untapped because of Spelunking.
Right.
2 men available, and yeah, this is an excellent start here for Mason.
And Mason has that Lithomantic Barrage we mentioned in hand, so Ashiok, should it come down, is answered, as well as that Doorkeeper Thrall.
Right, just needs to find a red source here to deal with the Doorkeeper Thrall.
All right, Wooded Foothills, the follow-up, and here comes Justin for 1 point of damage.
Just 1. No hasty Flage this time.
No hasty Flage. Does have the Arena of Glory in hand, if I'm not mistaken, but of course does need the Flage for it, and expecting to go fetching here instead.
Now, if you're on Mason's side, curious to see if you think this is a reasonable time to try to get something going, or do you still just try to continue developing your hand because you're at such a high life total?
Right. Well, getting a look at his hand, there is a copy of Green Sun Zenith as well as Summoner's Pact, a Boseiju, the Crumbling Vestige that we saw him pick up the previous turn, and that gives you red mana to Lithomantic Barrage, the Doorkeeper Thrall. I believe Justin has a backup in hand that I saw,
right.
So no real reason to fight over this in any way.
Right, and also I believe it's uncounterable as well, so it's really hard to actually try to find a way to save it.
Okay, so Lightning Bolt, the last card I hadn't seen previously in the hand.
Green Sun Zenith for 2, it looks like. Perhaps. Oh, okay. Wonder if he's getting an Arboreal Grazer.
Aftermath Analyst.
Aftermath Analyst, excuse me.
All right, so doesn't get the mill from that, so the graveyard doesn't get stocked up.
And there's no lands currently in graveyard. But of course, if Mason does have something like Escape Shift, all of a sudden, that is kind of the 1-2 punch with Aftermath Analyst.
Right. So Analyst by itself right now, not the most threatening.
It is not.
But the possibility is there.
Right. And Mason still seemingly with plenty of time, unless Justin can just top deck
Flage.
a Flage after surveilling with that Wooded Foothills.
Right, because I believe his hand right now is Arena of Glory, Consigned to Memory, and a Lightning Bolt. So is essentially top decking here in terms of pressure.
Right.
Does have more Surveil lands in the deck, I believe. No, actually. The only Surveil land in Justin's deck is the Thundering Falls that is already in play, I believe.
Okay.
So not getting any help from the Wooded Foothills.
Got it.
Other than,
thinning out
minor thinning.
Yeah. And he's still going to do it, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
So Flage is the best draw, but what else is Justin looking for in the spot?
Mason has so many resources here, so Flage seems to be probably just the best thing that he can find here. But of course, just any threat at this point is going to be irrelevant. You can't just lean on this Doorkeeper Thrall to actually be enough to take it down. So, any combination of Territorial Kavu or Scion of Draco would be quite nice. Of course, Ashiok Dreamrender would be a very, very good draw, especially given that Mason's already fired off the Lithomantic Barrage. You don't know if you brought 1 or 2 in, but seeing 1 in the graveyard makes you feel pretty good about that as well.
Yeah, this is the type of position where you could definitely see Ashiok take over the game if Mason isn't able to deal with it quickly. And at the moment, we see multiple search effects in Mason's hand, but not really able to do that is exerting Scion of Draco.
That's a hasty Scion of Draco. Now this is now 5 damage coming in, and Doorkeeper Thrall will have Vigilance.
Yeah. So a clock, not the fastest clock, but a clock.
Yeah, and this might make Mason try to get something going on the following turn. He has access to a ton of mana. Aftermath Analyst is in play with this Spelunking.
All right, back we go Mason's way.
Is this the time to pull the trigger?
Hand is Boseiju, I believe Bojukabog, as well as the Summoner's Pact, which he is now firing off.
And as you alluded to earlier, there is a Doorkeeper Thrall in play. So if you cast Summoner's Pact and get Primeval Titan, it would not be able to search up some lands, but it's still a 6/6 Trampler.
Right.
Still very big.
I believe he is a mana short right now, correct?
Yeah, I'm assuming he has a land in hand.
Right, he has multiple
6
between
cards.
Boseiju, Shifting Woodland, and the Bojukabog, I believe I saw.
All right, and he is just running this out. Remember, he does need to be able to pay for the pack next turn, so some of that mana tied up. But he's like, all right, well, I got to get something going. You have 5 power and flyers coming in, so I will play out this Primeval Titan. Look, it doesn't stop the attack trigger.
Right, and notably, Mason is not at 19, I believe. This was the second attack for 5, so he's down to 9.
Right.
And Justin still has that Consigned to Memory in hand, so in theory, he could counter the Primeval Titan trigger with the Consign just to ensure that Mason isn't able to develop further here.
Right, and remember, Arena of Glory online again next turn, so if Justin can top deck another Scion or another big flyer, he could close out the game next turn.
Yeah, that could be lethal. So here comes the Primeval Titan attack. There's the Consign.
Yeah.
Slow you down.
All right, still taking 6.
Down to 11 for Justin now.
Now, is that does Mason have a Boseiju?
A Boseiju, an Amulet, one card I cannot make out on the far left,
Okay.
and a Bojuka Bog is what I see.
All right, sure.
There's
All
the
right.
bog, graveyard gone.
All right, so no Flage escape shenanigans if that ever ends up being a thing.
Right. And representing Boseiju still, there's Amulet.
Okay, so would be able to get a trigger off next turn. Mason's still sitting at 9, so this is not a lethal attack. But Justin has some pretty explosive draws with that Arena of Glory in play.
And we know he still has a Lightning Bolt in hand as well, so
Oh, yeah.
even another Lightning Bolt would potentially do it.
Now, Flage would, of course, be the absolutely ideal card to draw here.
I think that was a land drawn.
Okay.
I
Attack
think
for
you have to
5.
Boseiju the Scion.
Yeah,
You
the
can't
Boseiju the
risk losing
Scion.
to double Lightning Bolts.
Right, because the other consideration was maybe Besieging the Arena, but
Right.
that's before you draw for the turn.
Right.
All right, so, I mean, this destroys the clock,
Right.
Cuts it down. So now you go from 9 to 8 here if the Boseiju resolves.
Justin taking the time to think.
All right. And you'll
Goodbye,
use that.
Scion.
Get a land. Go down to 8 life here. And next turn is going to be big here for Mason. I mean, he has access to 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 mana. There's Aftermath Analyst with Shifting Woodland in play. Right, there's Boseiju also in the graveyard,
Right.
which is very, very important here if you want to get some loops going with the Aftermath Analyst as well. And Mason can also attack with the Primeval Titan, get some Lotus Fields, put some sacrifice some lands, get those into the graveyard, utilize the Aftermath Analyst, and then all of a sudden you have access to a ton of mana.
Right. It feels like we are very close to, if not at the point where Mason closes out this game.
Yes.
There is that Lightning Bolt in hand from Justin. So could fire that off, I believe, on the Aftermath Analyst to get it off the board, but the Shifting Woodland is there. The question is, will Mason have enough mana
Right.
to do everything?
Right, and Mason already has Delirium, I believe, so the Shifting Woodland is online.
Right. And with
Yeah.
Primeval Titan attacking and getting Lotus Fields, that should be more than enough.
Right, and with the Spelunkings in play here, those Lotus Fields would be untapped. Well, you also have the Amulet of Vigor, so you can do it any number of ways here. But there is another consign here
Okay.
from Justin to stop the Primeval Titan trigger from happening here. This is still an attack for 6, by the way.
Yep.
And again, Mason really doesn't have, Justin doesn't have a whole lot of pressure here outside of the Doorkeeper Thrall.
Yes. Now, with Mason at 8,
Flage off the top. Would that get it done? Almost. Well, with the Lightning Bolt, yes.
yes.
Oh,
All right,
stock
stock
up.
up.
Okay, so Justin has draws here.
Justin has outs.
Justin has outs. A Flage off the top with that Arena of Glory. You would get the Flage in play, attack with it, target the Aftermath Analyst, hit for 7, then use Lightning Bolt to close out the game, if he can find the Flage.
Right. I believe Mason found another Boseiju, if I'm not mistaken. So if he has access to a land drop for the turn to make mana, he could Boseiju the Arena of Glory and take that off the table, because that shrinks down Justin's outs considerably. Right
Absolutely,
now,
it does.
Lightning Bolt into just a another Scion of Draco would be enough, right?
Yeah, we would also have to look at how many cards Justin has, because if he does have 7 mana in play. So if you have the mana to just play Flage, and then, oh, I guess it wouldn't go into the graveyard because of the Doorkeeper Thrall. So that wouldn't work.
All right, so Mason thinking through all the ways that he could lose this game. He feels like he is in a very good position right now, but not commanding. That's Gruul Turf, picks up Bojuka Bog. That allows for Boseiju. Do you fire it off here on Arena of Glory?
It feels like you do here, right? Because you have to just think about what Justin can draw off the top. And I feel like it kind of starts with Arena of Glory.
Well, Mason says go. Justin fetches with the Arid Mesa. Steam Vents the Find.
All right.
If we go to Justin's main phase, it is too late for Beseiju to have the impact. Of course, we don't know Mason's full hand. There's one card that I cannot make out.
Because he played a stock up, right? So he can have a variety of different relevant spells here.
Right. There is a card in his hand that I just do not know what it is.
Like, would a Dismember do something? Not really.
No.
Because you would have to take so much damage to
Right.
cast it. Is that a Flage?
No, it was the second Arena of Glory, I think.
So close. Just a Primeval Titan attack in of itself
Is good.
is going to be good enough here to close things out. And now he can't even attack.
Says go. And even with the Doorkeeper Thrall, this is still lethal, I believe. But now all roads should lead to a victory.
Yeah, and now Mason goes, okay, finally. You have delayed it long enough, but I finally get to resolve a Primeval Titan trigger here.
Yeah.
That is a Lotus Field.
From Justin's point of view, he could, in theory, try to live by lightning bolting the Aftermath Analyst, but by waiting this long for the Primeval Titan to trigger, now the Analyst is going to have the full fodder in the graveyard to sacrifice in response.
And choosing to get an Urza's Cave here, it looks like.
Yep.
Along with a Lotus Field here, and Mason will have access to a ton of mana, and Justin concedes here as well. He's basically just dead to the Primeval Titan attack.
Right.
Yeah.
Just incredible stuff from both players. Mason showing exactly why he understood the matchup, but Domain Zoo putting up a decent fight.
Yeah, and it just really came down. With Domain Zoo, you kind of need to have a combination of busted, extremely busted stat monsters that you play on turn 2. 2 mana, 5/5 Scion Draco with a little bit of disruption. And if you don't have the pressure, well, this is the last deck you want to give time. Right. And in this case, Mason just eventually was able to close things out with that prime time.
Congratulations to Mason Bonadonna. We have more Magic coming to you from the Regional Championship on the other side of this break with Corey and Jim. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to SGCon Las Vegas, the U.S. Regional Championship. Corey,
Yo.
Hunter Davis, Corey Baumeister.
Hey, hey.
We got round 13 coming. We are getting into the absolute thick of this tournament.
Yes.
And we have Pro Tour slots to give out and much more. Let's jump right into the standings and see what players are currently cruising.
Yeah, absolutely. With 3 rounds left, players are really starting to paint the picture of the top 8. This is the second page. We'll get the first one going. And, yeah, the players at the top are going to be kind of already starting to play win-and-ins, you know, at 11-1 here for 4 players. The line is usually 11-2-1. Now, this tournament is a little bit larger, so that could be a little bit different. So, absolutely no person locked yet with 3 rounds left to go. I mean, that's a tournament in Vegas for you. I've played a few tournaments here. They're always gigantic, and they always are very difficult to top 8.
Yeah, very, very exciting. We got Ryan and Ryan right at the top of the standings, right where we left off.
That is right where we left off.
So, really, really cool to see a bunch of great players. We got a lot of great magic for you. So, hopping over to our deck list here, we got a great feature match between Andrew Salino playing Affinity, Kappa Cannoneer and friends.
Yep.
Talk to me about Affinity.
Yeah, the go-to Affinity stuff, we'll pull that list up here on the screen. This is really the Shuhei Nakamura list. It looks almost identical. Some of the sideboard changes are different, but you're trying to hustle out Kappa Cannoneer as soon as turn 1. I'm still yet to see it. I haven't seen the turn 1 yet on coverage. Maybe
a little foreshadowing.
If it's ever going to happen, it's going to happen in Vegas, right? Right?
That is true.
So yeah, this is the deck. I really like this version that plays the 4 Fiery Islets. I think redraws in those scenarios are really great. You have 3 Rebukes for some counterplay, 3 Engineered Explosive, which is just a 0 mana artifact, but you can also blow it up for 0 to blow away all the munitions tokens that weapons manufacturing brings. Once again, the hot tech from Pro Tour Edge of Eternity from Shuhei Nakamura, who finished just outside of the top 8. Deck's good.
Yeah, we saw that a month ago in Houston.
Yeah.
Great effect in the feature match area. Really, really cool stuff. So, going to be playing against Kobe, who is playing a little Brute Scale action. We got Gruul Brute Scale. I think we've all seen on camera. Not exactly like a top-tier deck, but one of the players in the metagame for sure.
That's the great thing about Modern right now. We're going to look at the metagame here maybe a little bit after this deck list, but when you have the most played deck being 17% or so, there's a lot of tier 1 decks in Modern right now, you know, maybe more than we've seen in a long time. You know, there's no S tier deck that is really far and away better than anything else. So yeah, Gruul Brood Scale, very strong deck, really only playing red for the Unholy Heats plus some more removal in the sideboard. But this is just trying to assemble the combo of Basking Brood Scale, Blade of the Blood Chief, mixed with either Kozilek's Command or your Glaring Fleshraker to just win the game straight out, and then you always have the bailout of playing Emrakul, the Promised End.
Not a bad bailout.
Not a bad one, yeah.
13-13. So our players are getting ready. They're getting all shuffled up and set up in our feature match area. Let's take a second look at our metagame. So our conversion here from day 1 to day 2. Our day 2 metagame, Boros Energy has to be the big winner.
Has to be the big winner. I think the big 3 was Jeskai up top, Boros second, Amulet third.
Correct.
So Amulet's kind of still maintaining. Boros shot up. I mean, we had one player that was undefeated going into day 2, and then we had, I think, like 3 or 4 other players on that top standings page playing Boros Energy. So, you know, this deck had a horrendous Pro Tour a couple months ago. It is back. It is extremely strong once again, proving itself. And other big takeaways, I think Belcher went up. Simic Birthing Ritual had a nice day, as well as Esper Gorios looks to have had a nice one. And I think the biggest, I would say, loser of the weekend so far, Jeskai Blink. Maybe a flash in the pan. I still don't think so. I mean, I think the deck is incredible, but it did not have a great weekend.
Definitely was the target coming in.
Yeah, it was.
Won the last event. You know, was a breakout deck there. Now taking its spot on the top. It's a little bit different at the top than it is when you're an underdog. So.
Oh yes.
And this shows just a great format in general. We see the cyclical nature of Boros Energy a few months ago. Was not doing very well, and now it's back. And things haven't changed too much. It's just the natural ebbs and flow of the metagame, which is really, really good and healthy to see.
Yeah, and I think the biggest winner is this Is It Metalcraft as well. Like, sure, it's at the bottom there, and you're like, well, that's not very good. Only 6 players in. There were 6 players, which is incredible, and a couple of them were doing extremely, extremely well. So that Is It Metalcraft, Mox Opal, Emery, Tameo Shell. Like you've been saying, I'm levitating when I see that deck. It's incredible.
He does float in the booth, folks. I know you can't see it when the games are on, but he will hover up. So let's get down to our feature match area and get the camera off Corey and get the camera onto our players and see what's going on. All right, we got Andrew on top playing Is It Affinity, Kobe on the bottom, Gruul Brood Scale. Got to be on 6 cards. A little mulligan here from Kobe. These are very powerful, proactive decks. Mulligans, I think the right card's more important than the quantity of cards.
I would think so as well, and I think the biggest aspect of this matchup is these metallic rebukes for counterspells from Andrew. That is going to be gigantic. Of course, the play is really big here as well. Even on the mulligan, you got to like whoever's on the play. And if Kobe just has the blade into basking Brood Scale, you're just going to want to go for it because, well, there's no removal from the Affinity side in the main deck. No Galvanic Blast, anything like that.
Yeah, very, very light interaction, mostly on both sides, honestly. An Unholy Heat here, a Buke there. But for the most part, these decks will be trying to do their thing. Kobe doing the thing, playing a Blade on turn number 1. And now it's Andrew's turn. We get to see, do we see a turn 1 Capaneer?
I don't think we do, but this hand is good. But it really looked like Andrew is going to have to play a bunch of artifacts out, but also has Pinnacle Emissary. So if he had a blue land to start, was going to really kind of pop off. But it looks, I saw like Memnite, Mox Opal, Bauble, but no blue to play the Emissary first, which is a little disappointing.
Yeah, definitely a wide range of outcomes with opening hands as far as things you want to play first. You want to hold things for a turn to weapons manufacturing or whatever else. So
yeah, it's all about timing, that's for sure.
Big puzzle. So we're going to see an Aether Spellbomb, a Mishra's Bauble, and Mox Opal. All right. Affinity style, just dump your whole hand on turn 1.
Exactly. Oh, I do love Urza Saga Mox Opal decks, but, they just haven't been amazing. They've been good. They've been solid, but everybody kind of thought when Mox Opal got unbanned, it was going to completely break the format, and it did for a little bit. But now that Underworld Breach is gone, it is very fair. So props to the design team for kind of letting that one be unleashed. I think it's a nice, fair, good card in Modern right now after, everybody's favorite card got taken away from us.
Everyone's favorite, correct?
Everyone's.
Yes, everyone.
I pulled everyone.
Yep,
I
exactly.
pulled every single Magic player, and it's confirmed.
Yeah. The Magic players Corey knows are not biased at all. So
I just kept looking in the mirror, and I just kept asking that same guy, and he kept saying yes.
Got to Corey Rape's mirror. So we see that Warped Emissary come down. Here's a Memnite. Here's a Drone token. Emissary in the Warp Zone. Just a casual 7 permanents here on turn 1.
It would have been so many. It would have been 3 more permanents if that Urza Saga was a blue land instead.
Yep.
And there's another Urza Saga in hand from Andrew, so, a little awkward. You're still never mulliganing this hand, but it could have been a lot better. But with Andrew being able to start making constructs next turn and go get, Lava Spore boots after that and start throwing constructs, Andrew's going to have a nice turn 3, turn 4 kill.
It's interesting. Andrew flashed a Mox Opal in hand.
Yeah.
Could have played the additional Mox, got another token off the Emissary, had a mana up for the Aether Spellbomb. Holding back. What's he holding back for?
Yeah, just for a little bit more of a burst with mana, it looks like. Let's say if Andrew were to top deck a Metallic Rebuke next turn, being able to play Urza Saga number 2, make a construct, then play another Opal and say go, is just a much better use than just getting one extra 1/1 flyer. So I like that from Andrew.
Sounds good. So we're going to see a Kozilek's command. This is going to exile the Drone token, scry, and draw. So not exactly an explosive play from Kobe here on turn 2, kind of keeping the artifact count down, which can be very relevant against its Affinity decks, where you lightning bolt an Ornithopter or whatever from back in the day. And why would you do that? Well, you just want to keep their critical mass off the board.
Yes, absolutely. But I'm with you. That felt like a... you can sorcery speed it because Kobe is playing around, of course, a Metallic Rebuke, which this is open deck list. But, yeah, I'm with you. I would have made a spawn there.
Okay. Well, here we go. So we got Emissary number 2 coming out of the Warp Zone. And now Urza Saga, Chapter 2. Probably going to make it a construct here. We're going to see a Pithing Needle. So the 1 of Needle, usually a Saga target, just going to be naturally drawn. Those decks of 1-ofs,
Yeah.
They'll get you.
That was very interesting. So I still didn't love this play from Andrew, as now we're not making a construct. So Andrew is valuing 2 drones over 1 construct. That's what Andrew is saying with this play. And I don't think that's the exchange that you want here. As a construct, and then you go get a boots, that's much more damage than a couple of drones. So I personally would have just made a construct and then Pithing Needled the blade. You definitely Pithing Needle the blade, but...
A Spellbomb is up, so a little utility there, but
yeah.
Just going to say go with the kind of a meager force here. Just a couple drones and a Memnite, but of course, many more constructs can be on the way. Going back Kobe's way, Windswept Heath is the play. We've got Eldrazi Temple in play, Grove of the Burn Willows. So 4 mana for Eldrazi's. Saw a little, preordain action last turn, a little scry and draw. What will that lead us into? Ooh, that's not. Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, Pithing Needle is doing some overtime here. That's for sure.
Yeah. That was one of the weaker turns we've seen in this tournament, unfortunately. Kobe.
Wow, in the whole tournament. Way to really throw Kobe under the bus here.
It's not Kobe's fault. It's the classic, your opponent needles a card, you draw it immediately. So that's tough, but not a lot of pressure on Andrew's side, realistically. At 19 life, Kobe's got plenty of time to put things together.
Yep.
Now, again, these constructs will start getting big and getting a little frisky in the next few turns, but all right, so Chapter 3.
Yeah, I would still assume that Andrew can win next turn with making a construct here, making a construct at his draw step next turn, and then getting the boots and putting that construct up, or giving it haste. That should be enough to get it done, but we're definitely not going to have lethal this turn.
All right, Springleaf Drum for a little extra mana. Get those drones working overtime. Mana floating from the Saga on the way out. That's what that dice is there. Just kind of hanging out on the table.
Poor Drum lost so much credibility in Modern once Mox Opal came around. It was the flashy toy in the spotlight, and then Mox Opal really put it into the shade.
Yeah, just a one-off here, but a cool one.
Yeah, if you already have Mox Opal in play, it is a Mox Opal, most of the time. So that's what it's usually saying. And with these players, both of them at 10-2, we have 3 rounds left. This is a scenario where they cannot lose anymore. This is a spot where they have to win those last 2 rounds and hope they could draw, but not even a guarantee. These players still might be in a spot where they have to 3-0 into the top 8.
All right, so here's that construct. Now the board looking a little more threatening. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8 artifacts in play. Here come the drones and the Memnite. Kind of chunk in for 3. And then we're going to see the new construct, tap mana with that drum, and play an Emery.
All right.
Milling over Memnite. Bobble, pretty good one. Explosives, and what was the window card? Is it a Tormod's Crypt?
Tormod's Crypt, yeah. Okay, a solid utility.
Yeah, kind of a variety pack, right?
Yeah, exactly. And what really it does is increase your construct by 2 total damage, as we're going to have another construct that is going to be coming in. So what we're probably going to see next turn from Andrew is Andrew has the ability to tap one of these drones or a Memnite, plus the Mox Opal. Actually, now that I'm saying that, we are 1 mana short. Okay, the Emery can bring back a Mox Opal from the yard, so we're going to see the drum and the drone tap, make another construct. Emery returns Mox Opal. The Urza Saga fetches up the boots, and that should represent lethal from Andrew's side.
All right, so Kobe got to do something here. Going to give Andrew a point of life off Grove of the Burn Willows, and we're going to see an Ice Tail Explorer, which is a good Magic card in this particular spot. You're usually better in grindy games. This is more of a I'm going to die game. But we see Ghost Quarter. We've seen this combo before.
Oh, it's huge here because now there's no Lava Spur boots.
No boots, no extra construct. We got a basic here in this Affinity deck. Yes, we do. We've got two islands, actually.
Yeah, that was huge. The Ghost Quarters here was gigantic. I mean, the battlefield is already a little threatening. This construct is gigantic. The Spell Bomb represents bounce Ice Tail Explorer now and bounce at every turn. Emery's going to keep bringing that back, and I wouldn't be too shocked to see Andrew use that new island that he was just given to then bounce Ice Tail and just make Kobe replay it, if anything.
So what's Kobe doing about this Pithing Needle? What's the plan here?
So with the Pithing Needle, there is a Haywire Mite, and you have Urza Saga to search up that Haywire Mite, as well as 1 Beseiju. But outside of that, you just cannot combo. So one of those 2 cards will be needed, and with 3 Urza Sagas, there's essentially 5 outs for it.
Okay. Going back Andrew's way. Board looks a lot worse than that Saga counting down. It's a nice island, though, to be fair.
It is. Little surprised that Andrew didn't use the blue mana there to get that Spell Bomb back. Or to bounce the Ice Tail Explorer.
All right, so I mean, Ice still can't block the drones. It would be a chump block on the Karnstruck, so it's basically just a blocker for the 1 Mem Knight, which might want to be used for mana also.
Yeah, it was mostly just to make Kobe re-spend the mana and then just use Emery to rebuy Spellbomb. As you don't have anything too amazing to get in the yard right now, you can get a Bauble to start getting some card advantage going, but...
All right, so Andrew's going to figure out how to play with a lot of options. Emery represents every artifact in the graveyard. Going to figure out how to try and close this thing out in a great spot, of course.
Yes.
You know, needles on the blades. You know, Kobe has definitely missed a step. You know, missed a step or two on a turn here, just not having proper plays and, you know, being a little stuck on these 2 blades. But trying to seal the deal before things get a little weird. And those emissaries still are in the warp zone. They are in as part of the equation.
Yeah, absolutely. So you can do that. So you could play an Emissary, flashback a Mox Opal, and then you have Spellbomb available as well as some insulation. Yeah, at this point, if you didn't bounce it, just attack. It's not going to be lethal by any means. And you can set up a end-step Spellbomb, one of your permanents, untap, bring Spellbomb back, and finish things off if you're Andrew.
All right, so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 power Construct, 2 flying drones. Kobe at 15. It's a pretty significant attack.
Yeah. These constructs get very swole in this Affinity build.
So now the question is, do you want to just chump block now because you're being given the opportunity to and not put yourself in a spot where Spellbomb will remove it? Kobe says, no, I'm just going to take the damage and go down to 5 life.
I like that as well. Might as well keep your good card. Maybe getting 2 land drops can get you closer to Emrakul. We only have 3 types in the yard, plus 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9 guaranteed mana right now, so something like a Rumble, though, can go a long way.
Even the mill and the Explorer, you know, just a couple mills.
That's true.
That can head up, so you can, you know, hit the proper types here and there. Emrakul could be coming to the party.
And I thought I saw it from Kobe when he flashed it early, and I think he only has one card in hand, which it's not great. Drawing that second blade instead of a Rumble or something could easily be game-breaking.
All right, so going to follow up here. Tapping 3. Andrew thinking it through. Again, big match. We are late in the tournament. This is a match you cannot afford to lose if you want to make the top 8.
Yeah, this is where people go from yesterday we saw a lot of lighthearted energy. This is game time.
Yep.
You know, this is no more, you know, Mr. Nice Guy. You are playing some Magic, and you can make it to the Pro Tour here with a win or 2. Like we're talking about, you know, players making it into the top 8. You have to go 3-0 from this position. But these players might just have to win one more round to be locked for top 32.
Yep.
You know, so depending on where everybody's, you know, goals are faced, this might be the win-and-in match for what these players care about the most.
Yeah, this is a PTQ Finals that gives you 2 shots at top 8ing an RC.
Yeah.
It's a big match.
That is a big match.
All right, so we're going back Kobe's way. Ice Explorer is available, so we could see lands played out of the graveyard. We could see 2 land drops and also the mills off of the Ice Tills Explorer's ability. And Kobe's going to think it through.
And the nice thing about the Windswept Heath here instead of the Ghost Quarters, the Ghost Quarters not going to do anything against the mana base from Andrew, so that's not the biggest deal, but the Windswept Heath puts 2 cards into the yard and then puts a land back. So, you know, if you flip over a bunch of lands, it's not going to help because that's not increasing your types to Delirium for your Emrakul count. But if you start hitting, you know, some creatures, some artifacts, stuff like that, you really could get there based on just 2 fetch lands alone.
Now, Emrakul has some sort of protection effect, but does not stop the Aether Spellbomb, correct?
It does not, yeah.
So even if we saw Emrakul here, we could just see you bounce the Emrakul. Andrew could, Kobe could take Andrew's turn.
Yeah.
What can Toby do to Andrew with no Emrakul and play to block?
Engineered explosives for 0, Jim. How do you like that one?
That's a pretty good one. That's not too shabby.
Yeah, and Andrew could just, you know, accidentally misclick and pop that for 0 right away, and unfortunately would lose all his drones, his Construct, his Mem Knights, his Mox Opal, and yeah, and then you could bring back a Aether Spellbomb and bounce your own Emery.
Ooh.
Yeah. Emrakul turns are literally my favorite because it's just how can I butcher a turn as best as possible. It's a fun puzzle to flip the script instead of I would need to play this turn the best I can. I need to play this turn as poorly as I can.
We just taught Corey to play normal.
Honestly, that when that card got printed, it was a joke in our testing team house, me, Brad, and BBD. It's like he calls over BBD calls over to Brad, and he's just like, "Hey, how do I play this turn?" Brad just yells back, "Just play like you normally do, bud."
Sounds great. So here we go. Start on the Ice Till. So we're going to see lands out of the graveyard, mill triggers on the Ice Till Explore. And Ancient Stirrings is the mill, so now there is instant, kindred, sorcery, land in the graveyard.
About to be another type, and then Windswept Heath can come back again. And yeah, we just played a second Temple as well. So actually, this was the second land drop, right?
So we have 2, 4, 8 mana, and then Emrakul currently costs. The fingers are out. We're counting in the booth.
I believe we have 12. Oh, so if we haven't played our land, then we got it, right? So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm just counting 12.
Not enough. So Andrew takes down game number 1. Tough game for Kobe. You know, drawing the second blade right after it gets naturally needled. And it's a tough one, but we got a lot more magic to play here. So Kobe's going to go to the sideboard.
If Kobe had, I think Kobe could have got one creature into the yard. If he would have attacked and Andrew made a not ideal block there, I think we would have had 13. But, you know, Andrew's not blocking there at 24.
That's a very suspect attack.
Exactly.
All right, so Kobe's going to go to the sideboard and see 1 Cavern of Souls, 2 Damping Sphere, 2 Fire Magic, 1 Graph Digger's Cage, 1 Nature's Claim, 1 Pick Your Poison, 1 Pithy Needle, 2 Thief of Existence, a Thought-Knot Seer, an Unholy Heat, a Veil of Summer, and a Vexing Bauble. What's Kobe going for?
Okay, so I like the Nature's Claim. I think I like Pick Your Poison. It's a little narrow. Maybe not Pick Your Poison. Fire Magic looks quite strong. And then Vexing Bauble. Vexing Bauble is really good against these Affinity decks, especially if you're on the play, and that would bring Kobe up to 2 Vexing Baubles. If you can ever draw one of those naturally against Affinity, sometimes it's just GG. And even getting it slow, aka off Urza Saga, is sometimes good enough. So I'm bringing in those 4 for sure. Maybe Thief of Existence as well is not the worst. I can see that one as well.
All right, and then on Andrew's side, we got 1 Ashiok, 1 Blood Moon, 4 Consign, 1 Emery, 2 Force Negation, 2 Galvanic Blast, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Vandal Blast, 1 Whip Flare.
Okay, so from this side, I don't love a lot of these cards. You're going to bring in the Consigns. Now, there is usually a bunch of Cavern of Souls here in the Brood Scales list, or at least some, but yeah, actually not any.
Yeah,
wow.
that's
Okay.
surprising, yeah.
Okay. The Consigns are incredible then. There's a lot of, pull with those because most of the time there is 3 or 4. So you can usually counter the trigger from a lot of these cards. But with that not being the case, the 4 Consigns are unbelievably strong. And you probably want the Galvanic Blast as well to be able to break up the Basking Broodscale combo. And outside of that, I'd bring in the Emery too. Feels like a main deck card to me anyways, but Emery seems pretty strong as well.
All right, sounds great. So we'll get down to our players in just a moment, but real fast, I want to remind you all about our 2 wonderful sponsors that are helping to bring you paper competitive Magic right here on this broadcast with us. We're here too. We got Beckett. Beckett's been around forever. I can still recall as a kid being 8 years old, my Beckett price guide, looking up to see how much my Frank Thomas rookie card was, or if I had one, my imaginary Frank Thomas rookie card, and they are still the best in the business for grading your cards, having them slabs so you can see, I got a 9.5, maybe an Emery foil showcase, something or other, really, really cool stuff.
Is that, those were the only high grades you got when you were a kid, right?
Yeah, I don't know why we need to bring that up right now, Dad. Jeez. And then we got Dragon Shield over here. And as Corey mentioned yesterday, it was also my first sleeve brand too, my first PTQ. I sleeved my deck. And, first sleeves are a little slick. Dropped it all over the floor at my first PTQ.
Yes.
Top 8 of that one, though.
Oh, baby.
So Dragon Shields are great. Been in the business forever. And huge thanks to both of them for sponsoring us in this broadcast. And Kenny Kieran using paper magic and keeping things going. It's good stuff.
Yeah, that's nice. That's an omen that you're going to be a great professional player. As if you first just drop the deck
Just
and
all
top
over the
8.
floor, yep.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yep. And I felt it was like my first PTQ at neutral ground. I didn't know anyone. I just took the train in and was like, oh, this sounds fun. I'll try this, Drop my cards all over the floor at the land station. I'm just like, I want to go home. 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 But Thankfully, I stayed.
And then after the top 8, you're like, I want to do that again forever.
Correct.
Always.
And here we are.
Yep.
I was almost 15, 20, 30. I don't know how long it's been. So many years later.
I know. I started doing the math, and I'm like, I played my first Pro Tour. It's almost been 20 years ago. 17 years ago, Jim.
Mine was 20 years ago.
Was it?
It'll be next year.
In 05 or?
It was 06.
06, okay.
Honolulu 06, yep.
Mine was Hollywood 08, so we were close.
Yep. Old man Jim and Corey in the booth. I'm just flying this PTQ. I drop my cards everywhere.
Back in my day, I took the train uphill both ways to my PTQs.
How did you know it was uphill both ways?
I just knew.
Have you ridden the LIR before? Or?
I am very, very familiar with that train system. Absolutely, yes.
Cool. All right, so our players are getting all ready. Let's see if we can get maybe a little look in at one of our other matches. We had a bunch of great matches going on here.
Yeah.
A lot of high intensity. You know, we are at we're at the point of the tournament where things get really, really serious. So we're going to peek in on Alan Wu. We've seen Alan a lot this weekend so far. Now at 10-2. So now Alan is on the edge. Really don't want to take that extra loss against Reed, who's a 9-2-1. You still don't want to lose if you're Reed, but you could maybe lose. Just don't lose.
No, I don't think you can. I think it is a win. Same scenario for both players. They need to win all 3. Alan might be able to draw. But one thing I want to walk you through is this Ascendancy deck is really cool. So this is definitely, outside of Tier 1 looking in, but this is a Mox Opal deck that's still a combo deck. So this is, if you squint hard enough, you see the remnants of Breach in this deck. But it is a much harder combo card than Underworld Breach, just harder to cast. Jeskai Ascendancy being 3 colors is really difficult. And then you need Emery to be untapped. And you bring back a 0-drop, you untap Emery over and over and over again, and you keep bringing back Baubles over and over, and then Emery is eventually infinitely large. You clear out the blockers, and then you win the game. So it's a tricky combo, but it still has a lot of the elements from the Is It Metalcraft decks and Is It Affinity built within it as well.
I feel like we've not yet found the true extent of Mox Opal's power in Modern yet.
Yeah.
This is a good sign of that. So
Agreed.
Let's get back to our main match here. Kobe going to start off with the Stomping Ground on the play, take a shock, and turn 1. Just going to pass the turn.
Okay.
Maybe a little Unholy Heat action.
Or Nature's Claim for like an Urza Saga. That would be a juicy target.
Definitely, warning bells for Andrew. Just,
Yeah.
You know what? I'll just play Mono Blue Control. Island go. Your turn.
Yeah, not going to start with an Urza Saga there, in the face of just leaving up 2 damage. But also, I don't think players do that enough in this matchup where your life total does kind of matter. It's not trivial, but the bluff like that, it can definitely work.
I do want to peek at Kobe's hand.
Yeah,
I want to see what's in there.
I think I saw Nature's Claim.
All right, sure. That's the thing, though, where, one of those things where you get in a spot like that, and you think to myself, wow, I have the Nature's Claim. But if I didn't, this would have been a really good bluff.
Exactly.
And it's hard to think about those things, in the moment because that's what, that's like the highest level of Magic,
Yes.
So Andrew, you're going to go into turn number 2. Now, this is a deck that does sometimes want to just hold back for a turn and then completely unload all at once. You don't want to nickel and dime out a few things here or there when you have cards like Manufacturing and Pinnacle Emissary, which can really go nuts. So here we go. There's that Emissary.
Time to pop off, it would seem. And yeah, even if Nature's Claim was here, being able to blow up an Emissary, still pretty solid. It's going to go away anyways, but you would only get 1 drone out of it, which can be very relevant.
All right, so Bauble drone, Spellbomb drone. Is there a Mox Opal to go with this?
That would be great. Mox Opal with a Rebuke or something would be the dream, but still, a very solid turn, a very measured turn 2 there.
Yeah, it could have been, a Kappa Cannoneer interaction, but just a modest 2 drones.
Yep.
And we're going back Kobe's way. Warp Zone. All right, Urza Saga of Kobe's Zone. Kobe's getting in on that Urza Saga action.
Definitely
one of the best cards in the format, right?
Oh, yeah, has to be. It's a card that is banned in certain formats older than this, so it is well and truly one of the best cards in Modern right now. Riddler is up there as well, but it's hard to deny the power of this powerful land.
All right, so a hugely telling play here, sacrificing the Eldrazi and then tapping the Saga and 1 land to exile the Spellbomb, leaving up the Grove of the Burn Willows for the full range of removal, be it Nature's Claim or Unholy Heat, and saying go to Andrew. So Kobe is telling a story, and so far that story has been very consistent.
Yeah, absolutely. Thief of Existence is nice here, getting that Spellbomb exiled. But, let's float a green before that Blood Moon, I would say.
Ooh, so interesting here where half the cards that Kobe was representing being Unholy Heat, this is a great play against. The other half, not so good. So
Yeah.
float the green, and the claim will take care of the Blood Moon. These drones will get in. And if Andrew doesn't have too much else going on here, that's not great.
No, not great at all, because now the constructs get to start moving around. You know, we don't have the Lava Spur boots, that kind of thing. So the constructs don't get crazy on Kobe's side, but I mean, 2 constructs plus fetching up a blade, that's a pretty quick clock. You got 9 damage right there.
All right, so the Eldrazi will get into the red zone, deal 3 damage, and then we'll see Kobe pass the turn with the Saga up and additional mana for other potential interaction, going back Andrew's way. And Andrew has some work to do here. Not exactly the assortment of things we usually see in play from an Affinity deck. So 2 drones go into combat, 2 damage dealt.
Yeah, that Blood Moon may have been like Andrew's big hope there, as it would have permanently stuck that Urza Saga at 1. You know, for anybody who hasn't realized the Blood Moon Urza Saga change that recently went into action, where it doesn't just straight kill it based on state-based actions anymore, it freezes it essentially at whatever chapter it's on. So if you play Blood Moon now, I mean, that would be a huge advantage for Kobe, as you can make constructs forever. But if you freeze it on number 1, well, it's just a mountain. It'll never make constructs. So with that Blood Moon gone, 2 constructs being able to be represented is very huge.
Ooh, instead we're going to see a end-step command. Now there is a bunch of mana open for Andrew. There's the consign. Goodbye command. So
hated that play, Jim.
So yeah, I can feel you in the booth here next to me. So
hated it. You're playing into so many spells by playing a spell, and you're not getting got by anything if you make a construct. Just use the value of your card, and then once that value is gone, then cast your spells. You distract them with what you have that is going to resolve for free, even if it's the second best play. And then while they're pointing all their removal and their attention at those things, then you kill them with the command. You know, so did not love that.
So I totally feel the vibes that you're saying, but it looks like Kobe here is not interested in the construct plan at all. So looks like we're going to see a floating of a mana on Chapter 3 and going to go get an artifact. And it looks like Kobe's saying, you know what, I don't want to play this kind of game. Maybe looking for the combo or something else.
Andrew has another consign, so Andrew is thinking about consigning the trigger here. And, you know, the one thing that does kind of get Kobe, there's a nice little play that you can do when you think your opponent has a consign, is you can go upkeep, make a construct, and then go to your draw step, and then Saga will search. It separates the triggers.
Got it.
So you don't get replicated where you lose the construct and the search.
Pretty clever, honestly.
Yeah.
So, and it's kind of like, if you're Kobe, what else can Andrew have? Andrew had like 4 cards in the hand at the start of all that. They can't be permanents, you know,
exactly.
Spells. So we'll see Fleshbreakers. So they just clear the way for Fleshbreakers. So no search on Saga.
They could be Kappa Cannoneer, because we can count to 5 right now with our permanents. We can't count to 6.
You can count to 5. I'll try.
That's right. Okay.
I'll try to do my best.
Those low grades in school. That's right. Okay.
Yeah, so
I was right there with you, buddy.
Yes. Maybe together we can count to 5.
Yeah, I think so. All
right. So tapping 3, untapping 3, and Andrew really got to find some sort of a clock here. This is looking like a limited game right now.
It really is.
And, you know, the Emissary is still in the Warp Zone. We're going to see a Bobble pre-Emissary, so we're going to see Cannoneer. So here's Big Kappa Cannoneer. Going to pop up to a 5-power, 5/5, Ward 4. It is currently unblockable. That is not relevant, but for future turns can certainly be.
And we have one way to make it unblockable next turn. That Emissary out of the Warp Zone will be a nice follow-up. And yeah, now things are a little dangerous.
All right, so back Kobe's way. And Kobe, no Eldrazi Temples here, just working on these regular old lands. We're going to see another Thief saying goodbye to the Bobble.
Nice.
All right, Bobble out of here. Eldrazi in here. Take some damage from Fleshraker. And now attacking, not really on the table. That's a pretty big Cannoneer.
Yeah, I don't think attacking is going to really be on the table here for Andrew either, though. I mean, that being said, this is a 2-turn clock with Kappa. So you just think, am I going to die on the crackback if I attack in here for 8? And the answer is probably not. So I could see an attack here with all 3. But if Andrew doesn't have another artifact in hand, I would have loved to see him hold that Mox Opal to give it unblockable for next turn.
All right, so here comes Kappa. Big Kappa's unblockable, 8 power, 2 drones as well. That's 10 damage. Kobe down all the way to 6.
Oh.
Uh-oh. It wasn't 6. It was less than that. And there's a Galvanic Blast, and that's it.
Wow.
That was out of nowhere. From 2 drones to you are dead. Andrew takes it down. Now 11-2. Might have just locked up a Pro Tour slot.
Might have, yeah.
And then on a great path here to hopefully make top 8. And to hopefully, get top 8 and get that Worlds invite. Some big time money. And great stuff.
That game looked like it was really in Kobe's control. When you just pass with 3 mana, all you have is a couple of drones. It looked really good for him. But man, Kappa Cannoneer flips games so quickly.
Now, how would that
Heck of a
matchup
card.
usually go, do you think? I thought that was a very odd set of games.
Yeah.
Who do you think is usually favored there?
I do think Affinity. I think it's very close. I think whoever wins the die roll is probably slightly favored.
Okay.
But I would put a little bit advantage to the Brood Scale deck, I would think, just because you can go over the top of it. You can combo pretty easily. But, the Pithing Needle was gigantic the first game, and we just didn't have a lot of lands that were, supercharging Kobe's draws. It was a lot of the Stomping Grounds, the Groves. You need the Temples, you need the other Urza Saga, those kind of things. So
Eldrazi Temple always the end-all, be-all for those Eldrazi decks.
It really is,
Absolutely. So we're going to our backup match here. We're going to see Heath Butler playing Amulet Titan against Steve Stillman, who's playing Boros, our deck of the tournament.
Yeah.
Let's jump right in. We see Steve on the bottom, Boros Energy at 10-2. Boros Energy, our breakout deck of the event. Heath on top playing Amulet Titan, also 10-2. So these players, once again, same spot. Really want to get a dub here. Make sure to keep those top 8 dreams alive and maybe lock up the Pro Tour. I think, is Steve already qualified for the Pro Tour, do you know? Or?
Steve should be already qualified for the Pro Tour with this deck. Edge of Eternities, he was the highest placing Boros Energy player. Not that Boros Energy did that great. I think he took around 48th, 50th place, but that was still enough for a requeue. So, yes, Steve should still be joining us, and incredible Magic player. Really, really nice guy as well.
I think we're a little backwards here on our overlay here. Apologize for that. We have Steve. We have Steve on top, who's playing Boros, and we have Heath in the bottom playing Amulet.
Yep.
Great start. Unfortunately, we can't swap those names for you, so we'll just try and keep you updated on that one. But Heath in the bottom with a great start here. Amulet, Spelunking, Ursa Saga, looking pretty good. Who's favored here?
Definitely Amulet.
Yep.
This is another one of those. This is kind of why Boros had such a bad Pro Tour at Edge of Eternities. Amulet, Belcher, Neoform, they prey on the poor little kitty cats as, Boros just cannot win fast enough and doesn't interact in a profitable way, at least game number 1. There's Blood Moons. There's a total of 3 Blood Moons from Steve's side, which is going to be excellent at, giving yourself a good chance against Amulet. But a skilled Amulet player should be advantaged here.
Yeah, and Heath, of course, crushed him in tournament so far at 10-2. About to untap with a whole lot of potential.
Yeah.
And a little bit of a judge confusion here. Hopefully that cat didn't get lost in the mix,
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't think you can miss that trigger, but maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just triggered. You can miss it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that is not a way to flip your Ajani. You can't, forget my cat. Oh, a cat died, so my Ajani flips, right? That does not work. So, bit of a bummer here.
Okay,
all
right.
I was surprised. I was a little, I'll keep saying it like it is, I guess, but I'm surprised this would happen here. So.
Yeah, after I just hype up Steve Stillman and forgot the cat there, that would have been brutal. So thanks, Steve, for getting our back there.
Yep. All right, so we see Ajani, we see a cat, but we also see a really good board for Heath. Rumble is going to be the first play. Looks like a Woodland's going to go there. We see a Grazer, Green Suns, and can't catch that last one there going to the graveyard.
I think that's another Rumble.
Okay. So there's a Eldrazi token.
That's big game. I was going to say Steve's biggest card here would just be Plains Blood Moon, but with having that Besage You in hand, you can at least float the mana and deal with it straight away. Or your bailout is make a 2/2 construct. We didn't see many constructs made from the Gruul Brood Scale side, as they're not that great. They're even worse from the Amulet side. Urza Saga is just the fetcher of Amulet.
I mean, right here, make it 2/2 blockers doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's not horrendous.
Yeah.
It does have text, but it's not great.
Right. And you see Heath having the Besage You up, being ready for Blood Moon. These Amulet players who know what they're doing, they really know what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
They're ready for every angle of attack. They've seen it all from all the hate cards. And, this draw from Steve here is not particularly aggressive. So here comes the cat. And again, Ajani staying home as a threat of Urza Saga making it 2/2.
Yep.
He's keeping it, Johnny. Brave warrior, Johnny. Just going to cower back at home.
Oh, how the mighty have fallen.
All right, so we got a fetch line crack for Steve. Once again, a reminder the names are flipped here. You should be able to figure it out, I would imagine, with the deck names as well. Here's Basic Planes. And what is Steve's next play? What is the follow-up here? Needs to apply some more pressure, needs to interact, needs to do something.
Yeah.
Because, you know, a 2-1 and a 1-2, that's great and all, but Heath can do some pretty crazy stuff next turn.
Everything is the same except Thraben Charm, Blood Moon, and Static Prison. Those are the only cards that have text, as they either kill Amulet, kill the Saga, or Blood Moon would do something, but we know it won't. It looks like instead we have 2 Goblin Bombardments in hand, a card you'd love to double up on, right?
Yeah, a little bit of diminishing returns there. We are going to see, it does, you know, of course, combo with the Johnny, so that cat might be going somewhere, I'd imagine, to the Eldrazi spawn.
I would think so, too. Anything to shut down the mana a little bit, even if it probably doesn't matter. I mean, losing the spawn here, if Heath does have the draw, another bounce land Amulet, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so that Saga will get Amulet number 2, and it really is. Heath is all ready to rock and roll next turn. So Johnny, make cat take some damage, and that's probably going to be it.
That being said, a flip to Johnny with Goblin Bombardment and Ocelot Pride, this does represent maybe possible to lethal next turn. You got to do some things, but like Bombardment, a Johnny, and Ocelot already on the table is scary. It's very scary. It's not as scary as Urza Saga on 2 with Amulet already in play, but still pretty scary.
All right, so Heath deciding what's going to happen on the end step here. And 16 to 16 are our life totals. These players' tendency here. There's going to be a Construct. All right, so Construct comes down. We're going to drop and see an Urza Saga tap for mana and go away. And
Whoa,
Corey,
no Construct?
Corey, what do you think? What's going to get got here?
I think this is just going to be GG here. So what Heath is showing here is I have a Titan. I'm going to get Teleria West. I'm going to transmute that for an Aftermath Analyst. I have the Shifting Woodlands to then Aftermath Analyst over and over. I would assume that's what Heath is saying, but
yes.
Revealing those cards is just saying, hey, you are indeed dead. I can go for it if you want.
Skipping a few steps here, yes.
Yeah.
So Saga gets Amulet. Woodland comes in tapped. Triggers untaps. So we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's the cost of a Titan.
Yep.
Here comes the Titan. Amulets are there. Steve's saying, hey, this is an important match. You can do it.
Yeah.
I'll sit here and watch. It's no problem. So gonna go get a Lotus Field and a Mirror Pool. Goodbye, Mirror Pool. No.
Yeah. So Titan with 2 amulets is GG. Scapeshift with 4 lands and an amulet is GG. So this is the line that Heath will be winning, but you know this is exactly what you should do in this position if you're Steve. Check the proficiency of your opponent. Like, learn how they're doing it. This is one of the toughest decks.
It's hot. It's hot.
Yeah.
Heath's flying right now.
Oh, yeah.
So Mirror Pool comes in, copies the Titan. Got on the Lotus Field, copies a Mirror Pool, copies a Titan. Those lands are going away. Here's the Analyst. Here's the loop. And, yeah, I think that if you were saying, how proficient are you with this deck? The answer was extremely.
Very, yes. And now if I'm Steve, I'm just like, okay, won't be getting any free wins from my opponent not knowing how the deck works in this match, as Heath made that look beautiful.
Yeah, going to be a tough one. So let's hop on over to our sideboards here. And, frankly, Steve has a lot of work to do. So Steve's got 1 Blood Moon, 2 Celestial Purge, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 3 High Noon, 1 Meltdown, 1 Surgical, 1 Legend of Roku, 1 Vexing Bauble, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Wrath of the Skies. What's Steve got to do to get these next 2 games?
What was that 3 of again?
High Noon.
Okay, thank you. Yes, so if I am Steve, I'm going to be bringing in absolutely anything that has any text as far as interacting with Amulet. So I am going to be bringing in the Wear Tears, being able to nab Urza Saga, shatter the Amulet, or God forbid you get both with the melding mode. Blood Moon is going to be excellent. I even consider Wrath of the Skies, like Wrath of the Skies to be able to deal with Amulet and the Saga might just be good enough, even though it's not amazing. So those are the main ones I'm bringing in. Legend of Roku, obviously very cool. I could see that coming in. It's one of those cards where it's just, a flex slot. If you really need it to bring in 1 card, it's going to draw 3 cards for 4 mana. It's the new Showdown of the Skald, basically, from the newest set, Avatar: The Last Airbender.
So, and then on Heath's side, I'm sorry, I saw Steve wanted to see Skyline Cascade, so I wanted to see it too. Before we look at the sideboard, we'll just read Skyline Cascade here. So this is a land enters tapped, and when it enters, target creature opponent controls doesn't untap during a controller's next untap step.
Okay.
So cute little utility land here. So we see Pachuca Pod, Collector Oop, 3 Dismember, 1 Fire Spout, 3 Force of Vigor, 1 Ice Toe Explorer, 1 6, 1 Skyline Cascade, 2 Stock Up, and 1 Vexing Bobble. What's Heath doing?
Not a lot in this that you really, really need, so that does tell me, hey, this is a good matchup. As I was saying earlier, Fire Spouts, I like the Dismembers. You could bring in the Stock Ups as well. The one thing I am super loose on is I never ever know what to side out from these Amulet decks. Like, you know, if I read the good book of Dom Harvey's, you know, Amulet, I'm sure I would know exactly. But, like, the Vexing Bobble seems pretty terrible. Having 2 Aftermath Analysts in the main is very telling. You know, of course, it is a phenomenal card. I would imagine you could take out one of those. But, yeah, removal is what I'm going to be wanting to bring in up against this Boros Energy deck.
Any thoughts to the utility of Analyst just blocking? It's a blocker for Ragavan. It's a blocker for Ocelot Pride.
It's not bad for that aspect, but the problem is if you play Aftermath Analyst as a blocker and then it dies, you've lost out on your 6 mana I win card. So, yeah, in a pinch, you definitely do it when you're on the draw, and maybe it's bait. You know, if your opponent Thraben Charms that instead of Thraben Charming your Urza Saga or whatever, you feel pretty good.
Okay, so let's let these players look at these open deck lists and figure out how best to sideboard. Steve certainly up against it in a tough matchup, in a match where you really can't afford to lose if you want to make top 8. But let's take a look
But no pressure.
no pressure at all. At this stage of the tournament, no pressure.
Yeah.
Everyone's just playing. Everyone's just having fun. So
Absolutely.
while we wait for them, we're going to remind you that if you have Magic cards you're not thrilled with, and there's Magic cards that you want, what should you do, Corey?
You should definitely sell your cards to Star City Games because they have really good prices, very fair. It's a 30% trade-in bonus. If you just want to get some store credit, you can, of course, take the cash and run as well. You can mail them all in. They handle all your cards with care. I go into the back end of Star City Games all the time to film Commander Versus. There's so many people that are working on pricing out cards, you know, putting cards into the website. A lot of amazing people that take a lot of care into their job, always working hard to give you the best possible rate. So if you are interested in that service, of course, you can also go to the booth at any one of our, 12 tournaments here in 2026. You can sell your cards there. You'll get a great rate, and you can get that trade-in bonus as well. So sellyourcards.com or sellyourcards.starcitygames.com or use that QR code to get more information.
Sellyourcards.com might also be a website, but we make no advocation. Don't go there.
Yeah.
Come to our site instead.
There we go.
And if you want, you can just get in the car and drive to Vegas here. The booth's going to be open for the next, I don't know, 6 hours, 7 hours?
Yeah.
So if you're not too far away, if you're somewhere on the West Coast, come on down and come say hi.
Yeah, East Coast, start driving a little faster, but,
Yep.
You should make it.
All right. So, once again, we have Steve Stillman on the top playing Boros Energy, Heath Butler on the bottom playing Amulet Titan. Steve is down a game. So a little graphic mix up, no problems here. We'll keep you updated. So Steve's got to win 2 to try and not fall down to 10 and 3. And we're going to see just an elegant parlor. This is not a good start. Not only is it the parlor, there's also the all-powerful Arboreal Razor, which loves to block a Ragavan.
The undeniable, if you will.
Yep.
And, this is such a big tournament. We've seen a lot of, X4s get into the Pro Tour. I wouldn't be shocked if X3 is the line to be guaranteed. So I bet these players have to 2-1 into the Pro Tour and probably 3-0 into the top 8 to guarantee for both of those metrics. There might be a little leeway if you got good breakers from either side. But
Oh, my.
Oh, that's what you want from your aggressive deck, right?
Steve's draw is... It's horrendous. I'm
Yeah.
not going to try and softball it for y'all. Double tap land is the exact opposite of what you want to see here. Going back Heath's way, we see a rumble.
Steve usually does a post-tournament report, and I've heard a lot of sound bites from us in the booth, and I just can't wait to watch this back where you just say, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Steve Stillman's draw is horrendous. I can hear it already.
We got to tell it like it is, unfortunately. So I can only assume there was a mulligan that while we were doing our little ad spiel we missed, because I couldn't fathom keeping this hand on 7 cards.
Tell us how you actually really feel about this, though.
I'm just saying. So we see it.
I mean, if this is a Blood Moon, this is still defensible. If it's Plains Blood Moon, you can see it. It's your best card. There's a chance that Heath can't get out of it. You know, I mean, it's the best card against Amulet, so maybe that is some silver lining. But I'm with you. This team's way too slow. But
all right, let's see if Steve can prove me wrong. Yes,
Yep.
Steve's a fantastic player, Pro Tour regular. So, fetch land. We see basic planes at step 1. Is Blood Moon step number 2? There are 3 total Blood Moons in the list, so there are a lot of them, and it presents a significant roadblock for Heath. And here it comes. All right, there it is. Steve says, Jim, shut up in the booth. I know what I'm doing. I say, sorry, Steve, I apologize. There's your Blood Moon, and we see Gruul Turf and Otawara just looking very mountainy.
now we'll see if it's enough. I mean, of course, Blood Moon is awesome. It was just a 3-mana Stone Rain, plus it prevents any other shenanigans. Hasty Titans, Mirror, Pool, Copying, Infinite Titans, Otawara's bouncing all your permanents, Boseju's destroying all your lands. It shuts down all of those things, but needless to say, Heath can just go Forest, Boseju, and, like, you know, we're on our way. Oh. Well,
there's a Boseju.
I mean, there's a Boseju. It looks like a mountain to me, though.
Yeah, I'm seeing red as well. So the problem is, as you see very, very often, you know, when you have the disruption piece and don't have the clock, these decks are very powerful. They do a pretty good job of kind of weaseling their way out, and there you go, weaseling their way out of these situations. And Force of Vigor is the play. And when is this being cast?
It's Steve's end step. Steve did absolutely nothing here.
Okay.
Yikes.
Yikes indeed.
Yikes, yikes, yikes. So we'll see. I mean, 2 amulets. I don't know how many more cards Heath has in hand, but they are kind of just ready to go.
Oh, and the wear tear, all the interaction.
And Steve only has 1 card in hand, so it had to have been a heavy mulligan, right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Nothing else makes sense.
Right. All right, so trying to battle through. 1 amulet's gone. The Blood Moon is gone. That's not a trade you want to make, I don't think. Steve trying to figure out what else is going to be the case here.
All interaction, and like the Galvanic doesn't even do anything here. Amulet with 4 lands in play. You only need Bounce Land Titan anyways, so
oh boy.
Steve did the best that he could, and it was nowhere near good enough.
Yeah, that's tough. Yeah, it must have been a bunch of mulligans for sure.
It was, but I mean, like, look, Steve didn't have a creature. It was all interaction. I'm a little shocked that Galvanic Discharge is in the deck.
Me too.
Yeah, but outside of that, even if it was an Ocelot Pride, great. You have the great joy of dying with a 1/1 lifelinker in play. So it was a Blood Moon and a dream. The House of Cards fell, and looks like Steve's hope of being in the elimination matches are going to fall as well. But hey, getting an extra Pro Tour slot by winning the last 2, still definitely within his range. But not a great feature match for Steve here for sure, as nothing went his way.
Yeah, unfortunately. And, you know, it is kind of like the combo decks do have a fail rate.
Yes.
So if you're on 4 or 5 cards and you've got, all right, I got a Blood Moon. That's a plan.
Yeah.
That is definitely a plan. You know, I think would you rather on a 5-card hand, would you rather have like 1-drop, 2-drop, and 3 lands, or Blood Moon and like a wear tear? You know, like
yeah.
Maybe I guess 1-drop, 2-drops maybe is enough. But like say it was 2 2-drops. So not a good curve. It's a few random creatures or 1 Blood Moon.
I would rather have the Blood Moon.
Yeah, I can see that as well. So there's the handshake. Unfortunate for Steve. Heath moving on to 11-2 in a great spot to make a run for the top 8.
Yeah.
And some really crisp play also.
Really crispy play from Heath. You know, ideally, Heath is, depending on the tiebreakers, they easily could be playing a win and in next round, try to shake hands in that last round. And, I mean, the combination of a good draw, serious proficiency with the deck, and just everything kind of lining up, that was an easy match, and Heath made it look really good.
Yeah, Amulet players are a special breed.
Yeah.
And you can just see it, too. Amulet players, like you levitate when there's a Riddler. Amulet players are levitating when they're like, I'm going to do a loop, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this.
Whenever they add 6 mana to their pool, like, yes.
So, really, really good stuff. So, we're all done here in round number 13. Round 14 is coming up, if my math is correct. And we got a bunch more Magic for you. Win and ins, Pro Tour invites. This is it, folks. This is what makes competitive Magic the absolute best. Let's do it. No, thanks. Let's go. Hello and welcome back to Las Vegas SCG Con for the Regional Championship. I'm Drew Davis. That's Corey Baumeister, and we are here to bring you round 14. We are getting into the penultimate round of the tournament.
Yeah.
This is where things get really, really serious. Win and ins are happening. Pro Tour dreams are being made. And some hearts are being broken.
That is true.
That's
And
always the...
that's the trade-off.
Yeah.
Yep, and I think this is the round where we see our first true win and in. There are 2 players above the rest, so the winner of them can more than likely lose into that last round, so that is going to be a very, very big deal.
Sounds great. So let's waste no time and look right at the standings, see where our players are at as we enter this ultimate phase of the tournament. And take a look. So we got Nathan Goldberg at the top. Amulet Titan, our lone undefeated player at 12-1. Does that lock things up?
You know, I don't think so. Like, I think if you lose twice from here, you're in a rough spot. So if Nathan can't be in a position where he'd just be like, all right, concede this round and then hope for the best. Maybe try to go for a draw, but playing up against Joseph there, Joseph can't draw. So I would imagine they have to play. The winner will be in no matter what, as they could lose the next round. And then all of the 11-2s, basically every single match of those, whoever wins, can likely draw. As far as my quick math goes, there'll be about 7 players with that 12-2 record or better. Things can really get dicey in that last round, so it's not going to be a guaranteed draw in that last round. So players got to win this round, and then you start looking at the tiebreakers after that.
And we do also have a lot of players here at 10-2-1, which throws the math up as well, whereas a player like Liam has phenomenal tiebreakers, and they go win-win. Now the players you might draw in the next round are also might be in trouble too. So
exactly.
A lot of variables here, as always, never a sure thing. Your goal is just to win your matches and have be a good thing. So check out page number 2 here. Check out players you are maybe not necessarily in the pure hunt for top 8, but are in the hunt for those Pro Tour slots. The top 32 players will qualify for the Pro Tour. For some players, maybe their first Pro Tour. Some players, maybe to return, but there's nothing like it.
Yeah, exactly. So this page right now, if the tournament were to end right now, these would be our Pro Tour players. But, of course, they're going to have to do some winning. There could be even some shenanigans here where if these 10-3 players win, there could be some shaking hands with some of the better breakers just to get into that Pro Tour slot. As, you know, I mean, we both competed on the Pro Tour for a very long time. Like you said, there is nothing like it, whether it's your first or your 100th. It's always a special feeling whenever that draft gets fired off right in the morning.
Ooh,
and the hush falls over the room. It is really, really a beautiful thing. So a lot of great players here, you know, that want to get back to the Pro Tours. Looks like Alan Wu there at 10-3. Normally, being in that position where you can lock up Pro Tour is pretty good, but it seemed like his day has collapsed a little bit.
Unfortunately, we saw him on camera a lot. Great player. But we have a great match for you. Our number 1 and number 2. These are the 2 highest placing players in the entire tournament.
Yep.
We have Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan and Joseph Pugsley on Is It Metalcraft. This Is It Metalcraft deck is kind of a talk of a tournament. Like we were saying in the earlier, there were 6 players who played it. They all made day 2. And this is like Corey Baumeister's dream deck. The Steel Cutter, Moxes, Riddler, talk to me here and try and keep yourself under control.
I'm going to try. I mean, if that Corey Steel Cutter was a breach, other than that, that's the only other way this deck could be any more for me. This deck's really awesome, though. I mean, it is really combining the aspects of what these Is It or Jeskai, Mox, Opal kind of fair decks could be, but Riddler was never really in the equation. And Riddler just makes so much sense. You dump your hand so fast that this is one of the decks that can probably abuse it the absolute best at, just play all your 0-mana artifacts, Quantum Riddler up a few cards, and really you're off to the races. So really cool deck. Joseph's been making it look very, very good all weekend. And our first win in up against, well, a deck that is not necessarily exactly my type of deck, but it is Amulet Titan. It is a fantastic deck as well. And Nathan of the Guilt Leaf on Magic Online, I'm sure you've lost to that person, as I have as well. An Amulet Master pacing the field at X and 1 could probably double draw in from here if Nathan had the opponents to draw with. So for Nathan to not be in the elimination rounds, it would be some really bad luck. Number 1, lose here, and number 2, not find someone to draw with next round. So would be brutal, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, and very straightforward. Like this is just a no nonsense. I'm going to kill you list.
Yeah, I mean we see the one spicy card here from Final Fantasy. That's just a 5th amulet in a hat, really. You know that you can actually tutor up off your Green Sun Zenith and stuff like that.
Maybe a mask.
Okay, all right,
Yeah,
touche. It is a 5th amulet in a mask.
All right, so let's pop down here. Let's send one of our players off to the top 8. Let's go down, check it out. All right, feature match area. This is where dreams are made. These last 2 rounds are always the most exciting until the top 8, of course.
Yes.
Where we send these players to top 8. Fancy sleeves here for Nathan. These secret layer prize card sleeves. Getting 75 of those is not easy.
Oh, really? You can't just buy those?
I don't think so. This is the sleeve you get your like Pro Tour like promos in usually, or prize cards and stuff. So.
Huh.
I believe. I could be wrong, but works out pretty well here with the turn 1 amulet. And then immediately Joseph with the Consigned to take care of that. Does Consigned have any proactive elements in this Affinity deck, or is this just a one-of interactive spell, right?
So it is a one-of in the deck, which is already amazing because it's the only way that you can counter Amulet on turn 1. Excuse me, there's a strict Serenade as well. But there is one proactive element where you can just counter the warp ability from Quantum Riddler. Yep. But outside of that, no, this is a one-of disruptive element, and one of disruptive elements gets better in an open deckless tournament, and even better when you try it when you're on the play up against Amulet. That is amazing.
Yeah, no way Nathan can not play an Amulet there. It's just impossible. So
yeah.
You got to have the soul read of all soul reads. So going back Joseph's way, great start for him. And what I really like about this deck, too, is that this deck is playing Riddler. It's playing Riddler very fairly.
Yes.
There really isn't any scam element or philia. It's just like, I'm going to empty my hand and then play Riddler the way Riddler was intended to be played.
It's fair in that sense, but it is one of the most unfair Riddler decks in the sense that it dumps your hand the fastest and gives you that opportunity to draw 2 cards off the Riddler in a variety of ways. Really ahead of the curve. Bobble with the Riddler in play is really excellent. Tameo with these Max McVitie clues, it's excellent. And just dumping your hand, like I was saying, extremely fast makes it even better. So it is very fair, but also unfair.
All right, so we see Wandering Minstrel from Nathan. This is a Amulet proxy. Over Joseph's way, we see Urza Saga, a Max McVitie clue token, a Tormod script, a Tameo. Maybe more interaction here. There are Metallic Rebukes, there's Flame of Anor. So looking to be a more interactive hand.
Yep, and I did see from Joseph we have a Metallic Rebuke here at some point. And with 2 mana available, it feels like this is a juicy target for it. As you can tap these, and then you can still crack the clue. Clue is templated where you can still sacrifice them when they're tapped. Something we're learning from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Yep.
Waterbend those clues and sacrifice them at end step has been working nice in that format. And looks good here. And wow, the land wasn't played before the Rebuke, and that could have, been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, so...
Oh, I guess it was off the Grazer. Never mind. My fault.
So Grazer comes in, plays a Mirror Pool. We're going to see, once again, man, Tameo has never gotten through a Grazer, just so you know. He gets blocked.
Never.
He gets blocked every time. So make that clue. Tameo gets in, and both players kind of posturing and setting up here. Nothing too crazy just yet. We're going to see a Mox Opal. And now a tap of 3. Tapping the Saga for not a Construct. Instead, we're going to see...
Yeah, and also not sacrificing the clue at end step was pretty telling, but what an incredible Flame of Anor. Being able to destroy an amulet, not in the way that you would think, and also draw some cards to then tick up Tameo, which can then tick down to get a counter spell for the Titan that's going to be on curve the next turn from Nathan. So everything coming up Pugsley.
Yeah, and this deck looks very similar to the Affinity deck we just saw. A lot of the same cards, very different gameplay.
Much more interaction.
Yep.
Much more interaction for these Titan matchups. A lot more counter spells, a lot more removals. It plays like a mid-range deck and an Affinity deck jammed together.
All right.
Which is usually bad. You don't want to mix anything with Affinity because Affinity has to do the one thing, but this particular version looks really good to me.
Yeah, more so using the really good cards in Affinity and then skipping out on the Mem Knights and the more junky cards.
Wait, you said we were using the good cards, and then you put Mem Knight into a different category.
It's true. I like Mem Knight also, Okay. A little Mem Knight Shyamalan, but all right, so.
What a twist.
We got Nathan. Nathan's all set here on turn number 4, figuring out what to do now that the Amulet's gone, the Wandering Minstrel's gone. These lands are coming in tapped. That's not what Nathan wants to see. So Urza Saga comes down. Little Urza Saga mirror match. There's a lot of those in this format, and they definitely don't always look the same because there's a lot of Urza Saga decks. going back Joseph's way, we're going to see the saga go up to Chapter 3. And what is it going to be here as far as making mana, making a construct, and then what is the target going to be to get? So a lot of options. Both players posturing here, a bunch of mana open, and getting into that Urza Saga mid-game.
The kind of face-up play that I'm seeing is make a construct, down-tick Tamiyo, get a Metallic Rebuke, so that you can have a little bit of pressure, plus have a mana leak available for a potential Titan. But looks like Joseph can do better than that, and I mean, that play is already good. So now the construct wouldn't have been gigantic, and I mean, this looks amazing. So just getting this looks very, very strong to be able to deal with Urza's Saga, prevent a Titan from even coming down this turn. So, okay, I like it.
All right, so more reactive play. The Saga finds a Haywire Might. That can take care of the Urza Saga. And now we see a Corey Steel Cutter.
I'm back.
And, of course, the Might was not cast. It was just put into play. So Bobble is spell number 2. Here's a Monk. And now we see an actual threat on Joseph's side. Interaction meets threat, usually a good place to be. However, that Sloth standing tall.
I think we saw this yesterday, Joseph, up against a Titan player where, you know, he got a little fortunate to be able to take it down, but an Arboreal Grazer just soaked up like 15 damage from these monks, and this looks to be the same.
We have seen an alarming amount of successful Arboreal Grazer blocks in this tournament.
Exactly.
Like,
I mean, what's the best one drop? Tamiyo? Pfft,
yeah, get out of here.
it's Grazer. It always has been.
Yeah. All right, so we got Bobble. We got the Steel Cutter. We've got a mana available. And not even going to try to attack. Just going to say go.
I would have liked to see. I mean, to be fair, there's not a lot of instant speed ways to trigger the prowess, so I get it. And
What's the downside? You can balance your range a bit, you know, where you kind of don't attack this turn, and then when you attack with a what would be a non-successful attack later, it looks like you might have something, you know. So
yeah, you're right. You're right. There's no way. Well, yeah, you could give a creature haste with the battle. No, I'm not even going to entertain this what if, but you're right. It should have been an attack. We'll go scold Joseph Lager.
Well, I'm saying, no, I think actually not attacking is reasonable. Like,
oh, okay.
Like my balance range comment was not facetious. Like, you just don't attack when you wouldn't have an attack, and then attack when you air quotes would later. So you're just saying I'm not going to attack every time. So when I do attack, there's some reason behind it.
All right.
You know,
I see your flex.
It's pretty thin, but and now
Meanwhile, while all that's happening, though, this game looks to be in a commanding position because I see a couple blue cards in Joseph's hand. Looks like at least one counterspell, and Tamiyo is fresh to pop off the ultimate next turn, and it's going to look devastating.
All right. Oh, Pro Tour.
A stamped? How lucky to get that in draft. Come on.
Pro Tour stamp Tamiyo. Really flexing. Here's a Monk number 2.
Have you ever had that much luck in your life?
No.
Me neither.
Nope. All right, so prowess triggers, Mox Amber. Dice are denoting the prowess triggers on each of the monks. So we have 2 3/3 monks, which are adequately sized to handle the Sloth menace. Shrug. Take 3. Take 6, sorry.
Yeah. Sloth. You can't just throw that premium creature away.
Right. All right, so Nathan's got to do something here. Nathan's been really well dealt with. I mean, everything that Nathan's put into play so far has gone away in a great exchange for Joseph. And we're just going to see an old-fashioned Titan. No Amulet in play. And there's the Rebuke, and that is it. That is the game. Wow. A dominating game from Joseph here, just picking Nathan apart.
That is someone who has played enough Magic against a Tamiyo Ultimate to know to save some time. Good on you, Nathan Goldberg. That game was truly over, but some people make you play that one out. I like it.
All right, so for our number 1 seed, Nathan here, 12-1, wants to keep that loss column in as a 1 if possible. Nathan's sideboard is 1 Beseju, 1 Oof, 3 Dismember, 1 Dozan, the Falling Leaf. Look it up, folks. 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Ice Tail Explorer, 1 Insidious Fungus, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Odawara, 1 6, 1 Tireless Tracker, and 2 Vexing Bobble.
So I like Collector Oof. That looks excellent. Insidious Fungus destroys artifacts and enchantment. That one looks good. Tireless Tracker is one of my favorite cards ever, but I don't want to bring that one in. As well as the Dismembers for Tamiyo and Emery is extremely good. Force of Vigor looks good. Vexing Bobble looks good. Beseju looks good. Oh my goodness. Nathan has a heck of a sideboard that is mostly geared for Affinity, but it gets a lot of splash damage here. And then, of course, we have Dose and the Fallen Leaf on the screen. Players can only play spells during their own turns. Honestly, I'm probably bringing that one in too. Like, that's preventing all the consigns, all that kind of stuff. I don't know if I've ever seen that card in a sideboard, Jim, but it looks nice.
City of Solitude on a dude.
I don't even know what that is.
City of Solitude on the screen. That's the same effect as an old enchantment. But and then we got John Joseph's side, we got 2 Blood Moon. Those are probably coming in. 2 Consign, 2 Fire Magic, 3 Force Negation, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Strix Serenade, and 1 Vexing Bauble.
So I love the 2 Blood Moons. The Strix Serenade looks awesome. The consigns are always so iffy for me because, like, number 1, they counter Amulet. Great. But if you're on the draw, you can't do that, like we saw Joseph do in game number 1, which easily could have won him that game. It can counter the Amulet trigger, but if you don't have a way to remove it after that, then it just gets to eat on the following turn. You can counter the Urza Saga chapter going to 3 to counter an Urza Saga, but it doesn't stop the scape shift lines really that effectively. So I'm still bringing them in because there's probably enough dead cards you don't want, but Consign is not the best anti-amulet card. It's a little situational, but still good enough to bring in though, Jim.
Pretty poor against Dozan the Falling Leaf.
It's really poor against Dose and the Fallen Leaf.
All right, so these players that get sideboarded up here is open deck list. They'll take their time. This is a very important match, one of the biggest of the entire tournament so far. We'll get them in a second, though, and we're going to take you a moment here to talk to you about the newsletter. And, folks, I've been on this newsletter for over a decade now, and I am not really a newsletter guy. And they'll tell you all about all the events that are coming up, the various SCG cons, sales, news. They got it all.
Yeah, nope, newsletter's great. I've been subscribed for a very long time as well. And I think the biggest aspect for me was just always, hey, there's tournaments coming up that are 2-3 months away or so where you want to buy your flights where they're the cheapest. The newsletter keeps you in the know. So starcitygames.com/newsletter to sign up today.
Sounds great. So back down to our feature match area, and we're getting all shuffled up here. If we got a second, we could take maybe another look in at one of the other matches. We have a lot of big matches going on here, a lot of players who are up against the wall. Let's see what our other players are up to.
I got to love the Max McVitie clue as well. That brings me back to the Tireless Tracker Bant Company days, right about when he won the tournament to get that clue made. But, oh, my, we got some stuff going on here.
Ooh. Sorry, Titan, you're just a Colossal Dreadmaw. Heath.
Don't say just a Colossal Dreadmaw,
that's
okay?
You're right.
Put some respect.
Respect on the name. So, unfortunately for Heath, looks to be down a game against Nathan, and this Colossal Dreadmaw is a great card, don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
But Ashiok, there's even an Ashiok in play, too. So
oh, God.
There's just everything.
It polar opposites of what we saw Heath do to Steve Stillman last round. Nathan is repaying the favor, it seems. But, hey, the one surefire way to deal with Ashiok is to attack with your Colossal Dreadmaw at the Ashiok. That can still be a nice way to deal with it if there's no... never mind. Game's over.
There's a Flage, so no actual...
well, it's still another 6/6 blocker.
Yes, so
yeah,
that's a body. Not a lot of kill spells in this Amulet deck, but we'll pop back to our main match here. We see a Beseju and an Insidious
Fungus.
All right,
there are fungus among us.
What a fun guy.
Yeah, super cool at parties.
All right, so we get Fungus on the screen there for all those non-standard players. A little Duskmourn uncommon, a little Disenchant action, a little Explore action too.
It does it all. You can explore, you can destroy artifacts, enchantments, or, of course, you can block the 1/2.
Look at that, Joseph posturing. I would block. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
So here comes Tamio. That's Stamp Tamio once again flexing. Max McVitie clue. Max McVitie, an invitational champion back in the day on the old SG tour.
Absolutely.
Love those tokens. I never got a token.
I won. I'm the forever invitational champion. I won the last one, and I got a treasure. That was still my number 1 tournament of my career. So that was a good memory.
It is a cool token.
Yeah.
All right, so we see Shockland coming down, and here's the Corey Stokecutter. Unfortunately, no 0 drop. So that being said, though, I think having the pressure is pretty important. To have the pressure, and then the counter spells to kind of turn things around. Unless we see turn 3 Dozan the Falling Leaf, Nathan.
Then it's over.
Right on cue.
I mean, Insidious Fungus can just clean up this Steel Cutter, but maybe that's not the number 1 reason to do that. But, ooh, 6.
Yeah, so kind of an offering, right? You're saying, I got a cutter with no value. Do you want to kill it and spend your turn on that? Nathan says, nope. I'll just play 6. No problem here.
Hey, Jim, I got a question for you. What comes after 6?
Anyway, little ambient background noise for you all to kind of take a second and forget what just happened. And we're going to be fetching a Scalding Tarn for Joseph. Going to find land number 3.
I was just thinking, what do you think the follow-up is after you play a 6? Like, I mean, it's probably Spelunking, or
Maybe.
that's ideal, right?
You tell me.
I mean, we're gonna find out. I was asking for your speculation. It was kind of rude to ignore, but whatever.
Corey, we're a team. We got to work together here.
Okay, of course,
All right?
of course. I got you.
So we see clue number 2. Unfortunately, not a second Max McVitie, but that's okay. And then we see Flame of Anor taking down the 6.
Oh, my
Thank God that's out of
God.
here. And Flame of Anor taking down the 6, flipping to Tameo. Flame of Anor plus Tameo is pretty busted.
Flame of Anor and Tameo won game 1, and it looks poised to do the same. I mean, that combination is incredible. Didn't even have a 0 drop to make it even better with the Corey Steelcutter, but man, Tameo protects itself against the Insidious Fungus here, so it can't even start ticking it down. And I was right, it was Spelunking.
You were when all is said and done, Corey, you were right. It
Thank
was
you.
Spelunking.
That's my favorite kind of right.
All right, Spelunking comes in, a card is drawn. 2 land drops possible for Nathan, and some work to do indeed. Because if Joseph gets to untap here, there's a whole host of interaction. So Nathan's got to really navigate through here. It's just a Vesuva. And is that just a pass also?
It looks like it. I'm not sure.
No,
Oh,
all right, we're good.
wow.
Oh, all right, so Legend Rule Beseiju. That ain't pretty.
Ugh.
Here's Aftermath Analyst. Going to mill over an Urza Saga. That is 3 lands, so 4 lands in the graveyard for just a natural Analyst activation, kind of the old-fashioned way. And then we're going to go back Joseph's way, but Flame Manor can come back and take that out if necessary, right?
The Aftermath Analyst, absolutely. Not the best use of it, as it is just a 3-mana removal spell. But yeah, the Analyst is pretty threatening right now. Even bringing back only 4 lands, I mean, that's still enough. Those lands are untapped. It does some great work. But Nathan does only have 2 cards in hand, so you kind of need that. Plus a Titan, or of course, Scapeshift looks extremely good in this spot as well.
All right, so back Joseph's way, an absolute fistful of blue cards. Here's a Scalding Tarn. And now needs to apply a bit of pressure. Honestly, there's so much interaction in Joseph's deck. Like, the usual paradigm of, like, I need, interaction plus threats. Almost taking more of a pure control role here.
Yeah, you do pivot to a control deck in this matchup. I wouldn't even be shocked if, like, the Quantum Riddlers get taken out in this matchup, because you're just not dumping your hand as fast, and you want to be holding up interaction all the time. So
Corey, take that back.
All right, I take it back. They're left in. You might have even brought in a 4th.
All right, so just thinking it through.
All right, there's a Riddler in hand. I'll shut up. Actually, there's 2 in hand. Well, folks, that's it for me. I'll see y'all at the next trip in Atlanta, all right?
Corey's sad that he's wrong, but happy this Riddler's in hand.
You know what? I am torn. Yeah.
All right, so crack the fetch. And you're going to see what's next for Joseph here, looking to be in a commanding position, trying to lock up his top 8 slot and get things all ready. Joseph, no stranger to doing very well in these tournaments. Gonna shuffle up. Nathan looking on. Not thrilled. Not really, he's still a lot to play for, so still rolling. Game ain't over yet.
Yeah, it actually still looks pretty close. The Analyst is scary. If that goes away, I think pretty large advantage to Joseph, but absolutely not over. We need to get rid of the Analyst and have a counterspell for backup. Then we're truly cooking.
Oh, boy.
Is this a Lightning Bolt?
Unholy Heat, maybe? Bolt? A couple options. There's a Heat.
Okay. Heat is not Delirious, though.
Okay. So
you can bring it back with Tameo. It's, the sad Lightning Bolt, the Lightning Bolt at home, if you will. But now the Insidious Fungus can take down the Tameo if Tameo doesn't block, or, if there's a dismember from Nathan. So losing both Tameos to 1 dismember here could actually be a little devastating.
So could have flashback the Flame Venor, use that instead, but then you would lose the Tameo on the flip, right?
You actually, I believe it is a May, but I could be wrong. Actually, no, I think it is not a May.
Yeah, so
I've just always done it if I could, so
right.
It's
right. So even though that looks better than like reusing this Unholy Heat twice, could Flame Venor draw. Losing Tameo is pretty rough, so kind of a little bit
Yeah.
of a minefield to walk around when you have 2 Tamios in play, but you don't want to draw those extra cards.
Yeah.
You just love drawing cards so much, but
If you had any artifact to blow up, like, of course you'd want to do that. You maybe even consider blowing up your own clue so you don't have to lose a Tameo. But then again, flipping your Tameo there after 1 Tameo goes to 1 is not so bad, because the Tameo on 1, it takes a while for it to be a relevant permanent again, a couple turns.
is it time for a little solitude? Get into a little city here of being all alone with no spells to play, but only on your turn. Is it time for the leaf to fall? Nope, Tyrus Tracker time.
Is that signed by
That's
you?
signed by me.
Yes! Oh, man, what a moment. What a moment.
I would have been hard-pressed to imagine a card there that would have made me happier than a Dose in the Falling Leaf. A signed Jim Davis Tyrus Tracker is way, way up there.
I can't believe Nathan just let you deface his beautiful tireless tracker like that. My God.
Now I'm levitating in the booth.
I mean, as you should. The first time someone used a signed token of me, I'm like, well, I've made it. I called my mom immediately. But that's some good stuff, Jim. I like that. That's nice.
Are you aware of the good word? Tyrus Tracker is the best card ever printed.
I mean, I do not deny that. Thanks to my brother Brad Nelson and the sweet tireless tracker decks he built, I made a lot of money off that beautiful 3-drop.
Me too.
Yes.
All right, so Tyrus Tracker gonna get that. Clue,
Get
that counter.
that tireless tracker off the screen.
We need a signed
Get the
Jim
correct
Davis,
one.
a signed Jim Davis tracker on the side over there. Right.
Yeah, we need it to be digitally signed.
Let me get a marker. I'll fix the screen.
Yes. Okay. Get some Photoshop in there.
All right, so here comes Tameo. Gonna make clue number 3.
You got a nice signature too. Mine looks like a child scribbled on cards.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I have a confession to make. It's not my real signature.
It's not.
Like how I sign it, check. It's just, it's just gibberish. So I have like a signature that I sign cards with.
Okay.
When I sign things. So
Gotcha.
I'm a fraud.
No, that's all right. I do take a little more time when I sign a card. Otherwise, it's just a C and a scribble.
All right, so here's the Riddler. Drawing cards. You know, be careful. One more card draw, flip the Tameo.
God, that is just another nice piece of interaction, though. I didn't even think about that. You get down to 1 card, you got a Tameo in play, 2 mana to draw to, and flip Tameo. Just when you think Riddler couldn't get any better.
All right, Corey's levitating.
There we go. Yep.
I'm back down in my chair, but
You had your moment.
all right. So we're gonna see a consign on the trigger to put the Riddler into play. So a little scam action. Tracker's a deal here, and a kind of a grindy game like this. You know, putting lands in play, drawing cards, maybe extra land drops. Not bad.
No, it's very good. When you need to be able to find both lands and spells in this amulet deck, Tireless Tracker is the ideal card for such a thing.
All right, so Saga comes down, cracks the clue immediately. Counter goes up to 2 on the Tireless Tracker. And Nathan, this game is getting a little messy here. A lot of stuff in play.
Yeah, but Joseph is definitely amassing this defensive stance. And with all these clues, Joseph is just really never going to run out of steam. It's just how much interaction does Joseph have? And with him, air quotes, throwing away a consign there, you got to think he's got a good amount of interaction. It's not throwing away. You get to keep a 4/6, but, you know, consign on that Urza Saga, for instance, would be a real thing.
All right, so we see Lotus Field come down, sack some lands, make a clue, sack the clue. Tracker now up to a 6/5. That's big enough to rumble with the Riddler.
But it's not big enough to survive a Flame of Anor, deal 5, draw 2 next turn. You get rid of 1 Tameo, you flip the other one. That's a juicy, juicy turn for Joseph that's face up right now.
All right, so Nathan working it through. Lotus
Not
Field.
even your signature could save it from Flame of Anor here.
Lotus Field's untapped. Mirror Pool is untapped. We're going to see an end step clue and draw. So going back Joseph's way. Joseph has all the tools. Can he lock up this top 8 slot? Up a game, round 14. SGCon Las Vegas, the regional championship, our last regional championship of the year here in the United States. And I believe this is the last weekend for RC's overall. Is that true? There are a few other ones happening across the world.
I would assume. I mean, Worlds is in 2 weekends.
Yep.
And it's Thanksgiving. I guess Thanksgiving is not a worldwide holiday. But, you know, I mean, if you are qualifying next weekend and then you go straight to Seattle, that seems a little rough. So.
That's pretty rough, yeah.
It's already rough enough.
Yep.
Like, oh, you qualify with Modern, Learn Standard, and Limited immediately.
All right, so we got a tricky little play here from Nathan. So we see...
Yeah,
we see the flame. We see the flame manure targeting the tracker. sacrificing the Insidious Fungus, putting a land into play, getting another clue, and now Tracker goes up to 6 toughness, surviving the flame. Mega heads up play there from Nathan.
That was mega heads up. Nice play here. And I mean, Nathan is a phenomenal player. You know, maybe haven't seen as much like paper success as much as online, but I mean, Nathan the Gilt Leaf, you see plenty of times in Moxes, top 8s of a lot of challenges, stuff like that. A very well-respected name in the digital client.
All right, so now things are looking a little different. Now this Tracker is getting really big, and Izzet is not too good at removing an extremely large toughness creature. We see a Saga come down, Saga on both sides. Here's an Emery, and Joseph's definitely doing the thing. Riddler's in play, Tamiyo's in play, Emery's in play, Cutter's in play, Clues are in play, Saga's in play, all this stuff. But Nathan is really swinging the pendulum back with this huge tireless Tracker.
Yeah, I mean, the one-of just looked incredibly good here. I was shocked if it was even going to come in, but, I mean, how bad is a one-of when you have that utility with a bunch of green Sun Zeniths, and it looks incredible here.
All right, so another Monk. Sammy the Sloth here is standing strong. Grazer. Boreal Grazer, let me tell you.
Unbeatable.
That's a card.
Unbeatable. Now we have Flame of Anor to do some work, but it, of course, does not just deal with the tireless Tracker straight away, so this might just be a very dead Grazer.
All right, so here's Flame of Anor, and we're going to see... So takes out the Grazer.
Draws 2.
And then maybe going to be... I mean, the Tracker does have 5 damage on it, right?
It does not now. That was the Flame of Anor that we got back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I had the choice of like, so Joseph had the choice. Do I Flame of Anor the Tracker and then try to find another damage spell and hope, which seems far too risky, or make this play, get some value, flip the Tamiyo, and represent doing again next turn? I like that, but Tireless Tracker is just going to keep popping off.
All right, so we're going to see a big attack. Oh, here come the Monks, and here comes the Riddler.
I mean, this is leaving your Tamiyo defenseless up against this gigantic Tireless Tracker.
Emery can jump in, you know. It's not the best blocker of all time, you know, but Emery probably more valuable than the that's close.
Yeah, I mean, if you attack Tamiyo and there's no other option, I would value the flip Tamiyo already for sure. Just because, well, I mean, I guess we do have 6 toughness, so on Holy Heat, next turn, as long as there's a land from Nathan, is going to be out of range again.
Also possible to see 2 spells on Nathan's turn for a Corey Steelcutter token, maybe.
Yeah.
So a lot of
Not
options
very
here.
likely, but yeah, definitely possible.
Yeah, definitely a spot where Nathan would probably want to consider attacking before playing any spells into counter spells being the most likely card to cast on Nathan's turn.
Yes, absolutely.
All right, so going back to Nathan's way, this game has gotten really interesting.
And I see at least 1 Rebuke and at least 1 Consign from Joseph. I think he has 5 cards in hand, and they're all blue, so, I mean, that's what you want at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and Nathan is falling to 7. The Riddler is still in play and quite large. The Steel Cutter looms. The Cutter could always just go onto the Riddler as well, you know, if you need to get a little damage in that way. But, so Nathan going to tap this Lotus Field and start things off with the Falling Leaf.
The only thing that would have made that better is if that was also signed by you.
that is true. So, going to Rebuke on a Leap, tapping 2 Clues. So now there is mana up for Nathan, but of course, will there be enough mana to cast the spell that Dozan is trying to force through?
Yeah, and that's the thing is this is saying like, hey, if you don't use it, you lose it type thing because, well, you're not going to be able to cast any more spells. And it could also prevent the activation of an Urza Saga to make a construct here, that type of thing. And like you were saying, could represent a double spell. Like if we have another Rebuke here, second Rebuke to counter Dosen and get a Corey Steelcutter that blocks Tireless Tracker is a blowout.
Yeah. And this is weird because, like, you would think you'd want to play Dozen before combat.
Oh, I think it's happening, Jim.
To protect you against, you know, being able to have your Tracker not get through, but this is going to work out perfectly. So, tap it 3 more. We have a second Rebuke.
Oh, man, this is the sickest Rebuke.
So, Page to the first one. Here is Rebuke number 2. So, on Dozan, now there's only 2 mana left. Dozan's out of here. That's been countered. The Cutter triggers. Here's a Monk. Now there's a blocker for Tamiyo, and things are looking fantastic for Joseph to punch that ticket into the top 8.
Jim, you are so right. That Tireless Tracker needed to attack first, as like losing Emery versus losing Monk number 3 is so brutal here. Incredible play here from Joseph.
The monk has a name. That's Frankie the Monk, all right?
Frankie the Monk, okay.
Let's have some respect for.
Sorry,
these aren't
sorry.
just random monks. They're people.
Okay, my bad, my bad.
All right.
All right.
Frankie's going under the bus right now, but you know, he is a person.
Okay.
He didn't go to monk school for no reason. He didn't go to the Corey Steelcutter University, you know. So, and there it is. Joseph takes it down in dramatic fashion. Phenomenally played game, and just deck looks awesome. I don't know what to say. It just looks really, really good.
I need to play this deck immediately when I get home. I may be streaming this for hours on end. It looks incredibly fun. Joseph has made it just look so very good as well. And that is that's the leader of the tournament right now, and more than likely someone who can just absolutely draw or lose their way in. But for Nathan fans out there, Nathan can probably draw as well. So we likely will see both of them in the top 8.
Yeah, and honestly, Nathan played that game really well.
Yeah.
Nathan was very, very behind, got the tracker going, really kind of clawed back into it. You know, was a little too far behind, wasn't able to close the deal, but really, really good stuff. So, fantastic match for our number 1 table. We got some more Magic for you. We'll see what our backup match is as we go into the. This is it. Penultimate round, you know. We can see we can send some more players out. I love seeing these last few rounds, you know.
They're the best.
There's a lot of heartbreakers.
Yes.
You know, and for every player who wins that match to go to the Pro Tour, there's a player who lost the match and is not going to the Pro Tour.
That's true. That is true.
Just awesome stuff.
The 4 matches that we have in the feature match area are the top 4 tables. So a lot of these are essentially win-and-ins as well. So, I mean, some of the other matchups, we have Amulet versus Zoo, Esper Blink. That's kind of a dark horse here up against Grow Brood-Scale. And then Amulet versus Is It Affinity. So looks like Amulet down the stretch here is doing quite well.
Yeah, and that's
with 4 decks in contention.
That's what we're going to see right now. So we're going to see Devin playing Amulet Titan against Andrew Salino playing Affinity. So kind of a similar matchup, but not. A lot of the same cards in the decks, but a much different strategy on the Is It Affinity side versus this Is It. What do we call it? Is it Metalcraft?
Is it Metalcraft is the name we're going for. But yeah, I mean, it's a new deck, so it is. It kind of popped up in the European RC first, well, because of course they're ahead in the time zone, and it did quite well at that regional championship. It's doing quite well here in the States as well. And yeah, like I said, it's everything I want to be doing in Modern, so I'm a fan.
All right, so let's pop down to our feature match area and try and get these players all ready to rock and roll. We're going to have Devin on the top playing Amulet Titan. We've got Andrew on the bottom playing Is It Affinity, and Andrew winning that all-important die roll to kick things off.
Absolutely. Yeah, that is huge. I think this matchup favors Amulet, maybe even with Andrew winning the die roll. So I think winning the die roll here is very, very big game.
I think this is definitely contingent on how explosive is Andrew's draw.
Yes.
You know, is there going to be an insane turn 1 or turn 2 here?
Oh, my God, it could happen. Is there Kappa? No!
We're not dead yet.
Yeah, if you want to look before you play the turn 1 Kappa, sure.
No, we're not dead yet.
I think we're dead, Jim.
Oh, man, I had my Viva Las Vegas spiel ready to go. I was going to start dancing around in the booth.
Let's hear it. No, we don't want you to waste it.
We'll save it. We'll save it for a more opportune time. So a great start, to be sure, but
an even better start here from Devin. Yeah. Oh, never mind. Oh my goodness.
All right. So the turn 1 3 tokens and Rebuke Your Amulet is about as good as it gets on Andrew's side. So Earth Saga Amulet for Devin gets countered back Andrew's way. Andrew's got Closet Gix, 3 tokens.
Back in my day, I played 3 mana for Spectral Procession and 3 tokens, and I liked it. Okay.
That card was sweet.
Now you get it for free.
All right, so once again, that wonderful island entering play. And now we get to see a Pinnacle Emissary, which can be a little slow at times, but turn 2 on the play after a devastating interactive spell is fantastic. So Andrew, after a great start here, again, both these players are 11-2. A win keeps them in live for top 8. A loss might not be too good. So here's a Rumble from Devin.
Yeah, I think a loss, you need to be one of the players that for sure wins next round, of course, and then you have to be probably one of the 1 players that's going to get in at most. Right. It might not even be that.
Right. I agree. We're looking at, from 0 to 2 players who are at 12-3 making.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a Rumble. Card selected was off screen. Looks like a land. Is a Lotus Field, I think.
I did not get a good look at it.
I believe it was Lotus Field. There were 2 Lotus Fields in the pile. So
that's big.
Lotus Field to hand.
Lotus Field next turn represents Titan off what's on the battlefield already without any disruption.
Yes, that is a textless Urza Saga for all you folks who wonder why that card has no words on it.
I mean, it's a very straightforward, easy card, so don't need text on that one to explain it.
Totally fair. So we see the Emissary and 3 drones coming in for 6. Eldrazi just hanging out.
It's chilling.
And there's an Explosives on 1.
Big game.
That's pretty cool. So usually played as a 0-mana artifact in this deck to kind of just dump your stuff. Also interactive. This is a way to deal with the Amulet.
Yeah, deal with the Amulet. Unfortunately, there will be no time when you can deal with it before it's going to get the untap trigger from Lotus Field. So Prime Time still on the menu, but Prime Time will resolve, and you won't get the untap mana is what Andrew is representing right now.
All right, so Saga's going off. A search is made. Once again, that dice saying the 1 mana floating. You not tap that Saga on the way out usually. And we've got where okay, the Amulet's in play. Sorry, it like kind of faded into my what we get? What's going on here? So Amulet's in play. Got that fancy alt art Amulet kind of fading into the background here.
Yeah, I don't, normally I am I like the original art, but the one in the battlefield I kind of like.
Okay, sweet. All right, so now what is the next step? The Amulet is there. There's a lot of mana up for Andrew also. We got 3 mana available. The Explosives, of course, face up on the table, but we could also have counterspell, interaction, things like that.
Yeah, and here's the problem with Lotus Field. If you play Lotus Field and you get your Titan rebuked, you have to sack your only 2 lands, you lose your spawn, and you lose your Amulet. So Devin will have no permanence if you go for this line and there is a rebuke, and then you blow up the E. Now, if there's not, you'll still only have 2 lands in play, but you'll also have the best Colossal Dreadmaw in the format.
All right, Devin really thinking this one true. High pressure matches. This is where honestly, this is where Magic players are made. This is where, we see players who, ascend to Pro Tour calibers. This is it. Forget all the Amulet stuff. I'm casting a Boreal Grazer.
I mean, if I'm Andrew, I'm letting that Grazer resolve, and with the ability on the stack, kaboom! Goodbye Grazer, goodbye Amulet.
All right, well, Andrew agrees. So the Grazer ETB trigger giving a priority window to take out that Amulet before a land comes in. So Explosives goes away, Amulet and Grazer goes away, an unbelievable 2-for-1. The 2 best cards in the Amulet deck are gone.
Yeah, and now it's not so bad, though. You get land drop 1, and you can at least just play the fair Lotus Field here. And, oh, God.
We've had first Amulet, yes. What about second Amulet?
This is the third.
You've had third. All right. So, yeah, phenomenal. Nothing else floating right now, though. 1 land drop still to come, however.
And it can be a Lotus Field. So, I mean, something like a Ice Till Explorer here would just be bananas. But didn't even play the Lotus Field. So what that says to me is I need these 2 manas, and then I'm going to play Lotus Field next turn and play Titan. And can Andrew have the 3rd turn of disruption for Titan? Usually these Titan decks cannot be the 3rd, and this will be no exception.
All right. So Devin down to 4 life points. Here's Emery, mill 4. Shadow Spear, Emissary, Kappa, land. Definitely a solid variety pack in there, and saying go once again.
That's, oh, sorry to interrupt you, Jim, but that's got to be telling that you do have another piece of disruption. Otherwise, you start by just sacking the Fire Islet, try to dig for that. So that's a sign of strength if I'm looking across from Andrew.
Strong agree, yeah. Emery not really relevant in this game state as far as like winning the game next turn, so that mana better spent to draw a card and find an interactive piece. So Andrew's showing strength. What can Devin do to try and get out of this?
I mean, you can't do anything besides go for it. Because even the Lotus Field into Titan, that's not lethal from this position. 1 Titan, 1 Amulet. Like, you can do some good stuff. You could maybe, like, get a bounce land, beside you, blow up one of the flyers and block. I think you're still dead to that, too. So I think this will be a tricky game for Devin to win, even if Andrew is on an island in hand.
All right, Devin got to work it through. Amulet players are a special breed. They've got parts of their brain that I do not have.
Yes.
Gotta get those gears turning.
Yeah, they say us as humans, use only 40% of our brain or 50% of our brain?
It's like 10% or something.
Yeah.
Lesser number, yeah.
Amulet, they use 95.
Yep.
Studies have been done.
All right, looks like Sinking to Stupor is the card, and that's going to do it for game number 1.
Oh, God.
Andrew flashes it. Devin says, all right, let's try game 2. So great draw from Andrew there. Pressure, interaction. Didn't have turn 1 Kappa.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, though, what Andrew's draw was, for any of you, poker players out there, that was pocket aces. That was the nuts. That draw could not have been any better. It was Andrew on the play. Everything about that was coming up Millhouse here.
I think it was Kings.
It was Kings?
Aces is the Kappa. Aces is turn 1 Kappa and all the interaction also.
All right. We'll give you that one.
So
we'll give you that one.
Just Kings, not too bad,
Not bad.
So, looking over on Devin's sideboard has 1 Bajuka Bog, 1 Beseju Who Endures, 1 Oof, 2 Dismember, 2 Fire Spout, 3 Force of Vigor, 1 Green Sun Zenith, 1 Ice Till Explorer, 1 Odawara, 1 6, and 1 Tireless Tracker. What's Devin doing here?
I mean, if that Tireless Tracker is signed by Jim Davis, you got to get that one in here. But outside of that, I'll probably leave that one in the board. Collector Oof is excellent because with all the Green Sun Zeniths, you have more access to it. That being said, I'd bring in the 3rd Green Sun Zenith from the sideboard as well. Fire Sprout looks excellent to me. And the 3 Force of Vigors is so good. Dismember can be okay. Dismember is very good against the last version that plays Tameo and Emery, where you can break up that combination. But in this one, where you're just kind of killing Memnites, and it is still good against their Emrys. Outside of that, it's a lot worse, so I could see leaving that one. And then I'm bringing in that Beseju as well.
All right, on Andrew's side, we have 1 Ashiok Dream Render, 2 Blood Moon. Good start. 4 Consign of Memory, 1 Emery Lurker of a Lock, 2 Force Negation, 2 Galvanic Blast, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Vandal Blast, 1 Whip Flare.
It kind of got worse from that good start, but yeah, definitely bringing in Ashiok and the Blood Moons. The Consigns, I kind of made my points about them. The last match here, I think they're still probably coming in. But the problem with this Affinity deck versus the other is it Metalcraft deck, is you can't over sideboard in this Affinity deck because your deck completely falls apart. Kappa is not as good when you got a bunch of counter spells and a bunch of consigns, so this Affinity deck is a lot more limited in the amount of cards you can bring in. I almost always try to put like a soft 4 to 5 card lock when I'm playing Affinity, because otherwise your deck doesn't function the way it should. So I'm bringing in the 3 obvious cards and then maybe 2 to 3 consigns, whatever amount I need. Some of my less than ideal stuff outside of the deck, maybe like the Shadow Sphere. You don't want that one, stuff like that.
Yeah, there's a very, very heavy burden on any non-artifact card in an Affinity deck for sure.
Yes.
So these players shuffling up, they get ready for a huge game number 2. While we're waiting, we'll tell you about a sale that's happening this weekend on StarCityGames.com. 10% off all of your Magic Commander set singles. There's a lot of Commander singles out there.
Yeah.
A lot. Like a lot.
I'm wondering how we narrow them down. What are these old standard cards? Commander singles? Is just everything 10% off? I don't know. You're going to have to check the website to find out.
I would assume any card printed in any Commander product. Like Obelisk Giver was a standard card, but it starts in Commander decks as well. So if it's in a Commander product, it's most likely 10% off. While supplies last, of course, and that is for this weekend. Hop on over to StarCityGames.com. Check out the sale.
I mean, this is a good time. If you want to build a new Avatar The Last Airbender Commander deck, might as well do it when it's 10% off, huh?
It's good idea. Or Cube.
Or a Cube, yeah, absolutely.
Or anything else. Have some fun.
Yeah.
Obelisk Giver is a fun card. I like that card.
I don't even know what it does.
6-mana artifact, convoke, name a creature type, double anthem.
Okay.
I like to name Goblin.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, get out of your comfort zone a little bit?
Yep.
Wow, you're really expanding your mind. You should try Amulet.
So, not that big. So, Devin, basic Forest, go. A little bit of a light start here. And then Andrew says, I'm going to go turn 1 Islet into Emissary, looking for a big, huge turn again.
This is why Affinity is like playable right now, is just this play. Just being able to, never mind.
To get blown out by Force of Vigor.
That is correct. But I'm saying Emissary and Mox Opal turns on Mox Opal alone. That is so nice. But yeah, what a beating.
All right, so we see that was a removing the token and the Emissary itself, response to the Opal, so no mana there.
And that was so you don't get Metallic Rebuke. That would have been a nightmare.
Yep, so Force of Vigor looking really, really great. Here's a Rumble. So big time slowdown for Andrew. Devin now on the play. Got a lot to work with.
Remember how Andrew was doing kickflips on Devin last game?
Yeah.
It's flipped. This is looking like an amazing draw from Devin outside of Amulet on turn 1.
Yeah, the kickflip, the board slipped out, a little face plant.
A little bit. How I skateboard.
Yeah, get up, dust yourself off, and see what you can do, and try it again. Here's an Emissary again on turn 2. And let's see what this one's capable of. How about a Mishra's Bauble? A drone. I'd be pretty sad if Andrew actually had the turn 1 Kappa and got broken off of it.
Oh, for sure, for sure. We would have been robbed of this.
Yeah, getting your aces cracked.
Yeah.
All right, well,
Yeah.
Kappa Cannoneer is available here. Nope. We're just going to see the old Warp Haste combo. Is it Edge of Eternity's draft, Corey?
I love it. I love it. I mean, the boots are so incredible. It's low-key one of the best cards in these Urza Saga decks.
All right, so Emissary gets in for 4. Mishra's Bauble takes a peek. We got a draw for both players here on the start of Devin's turn. And we're going back Devin's way and trying to figure out how to work all this amulet stuff out. Shields are down for Andrew. All right, bounce Vestige, bounce land, and Beseiju on Urza Saga. So a little more of a tempered play here. You know, not using Beseiju to break it like a lock piece, just saying, hey, Urza Saga's a good card. Let's slow this down a little bit and see if we can't play a bit of a longer game.
Yeah, Devin's playing Amulet Control this game, it looks like.
Search up that super nice island.
Okay, big turn. You got to get some pressure going from Andrew. Just a lot of disruption here is not enough. That warped Emissary is not so terrible. Oh, but you know what's a lot better? Yeah, how about a hasty Kappa?
Yeah, definitely tap that boots and not that land.
Yes, I would recommend that.
All right, so
Bang.
Kappa's in, get a counter, unblockable, equip haste, tack for 6. Pretty good. That's the clock this Affinity deck wants. Kappa Cannoneer is the card that makes this deck tick.
What do you know? Kings are back. King Kappa here is ready to go.
All right, so going back Devin's way. But once again, Andrew is totally tapped out. The shields are down. The world is Devin's oyster. If he can find an amulet and some cool stuff to do with it.
He's pretty far away from doing anything. This is the problem when you have this disruptive of a draw, is if things still slip through and Andrew's still able to have the turn 4 or 5 Kappa with a bunch of pressure, you feel like, dang it, how did this slip away, you know?
Yeah, a lot of cards were spent on answering the things Andrew has. 2 cards for Force, the Beseiju. So just going to be Crumbling Vestige, Make a Mana Burn, and say go.
Yeah, because you just don't deal with Kappa. Like, oh, you don't deal with a second one. Wait a minute, you got to be tapped there. The fake out here from Andrew.
Yeah, but, you know,
I think this is just lethal.
It's a big match, you know. Trying to get yourself in the top 8 here.
This is just lethal.
They are both unblockable. But we're going to say, hold on, hold that combat step. Force of Vigor once again. And Force of Vigor is going to be hard cast this time. Goodbye Boots, so no haste. And then goodbye something else, not a Kappa Cannoneer. Ward 4 would counter the entire spell.
Yeah.
The boots will go away. Don't want to do that. So we're going to see a drone go away. So the boots are gone. They're no longer made for walk-in, just act for 6. So Devin buys one more turn. But again, spending cards on interacting, not winning. Going to start with Spelunking. This has got to be a pretty good turn for Devin.
It's got to be like Lotus Field, Ottawa. That is definitely not enough.
There's the handshake. Andrew takes the W. Devin unfortunately falls to 11-3. Andrew up to 12-2 and looking to be in a great spot for a win in the next round, 2 of the top 8.
Yeah, absolutely. And a big round here for all the Mox Opal and Urza Saga fans out there as they did some nice work up against those Amulet decks. So still a decent amount of Amulet in the hunt. You know, I mean, hey, a lot of people either love or hate Amulet, and I think it's pretty split.
Yeah, it's some people also just don't really get it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. Hey, we're learning.
Yeah, we're trying our best here. So that's going to conclude round number 14 here. Phenomenal round. We got round 15 coming up, and
winning in round.
Dreams will be made, yep. So players will be locking up for top 8. You'll see us back in the top 8 with Paul Monty back on, which is great stuff. So don't go nowhere. Get some popcorn, sit your butts down, and we'll see you in a little bit.
Welcome back, everybody, to coverage of the U.S. Regional Championship happening here at SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty Devuti. I am joined once again by Paul Chion. And Paul, we're back and we are in the thick of it. This is the last round of Swiss. This is where, for many players in the field, their goals get decided whether they make the top 32 and get that Pro Tour invite or not. But for a select few at the top, their eyes are on bigger ambitions. Their top 32 is already more or less guaranteed, and it's all about that top 8 playing for those World Championship invites and, of course, the $20,000 up top.
Yeah, so much on the line here. And for several folks, they have already kind of drawn their way into the top 8, but we still have a handful of matches where people still do need to play for one of the few remaining slots for the top 8.
Yeah, so you mentioned that. Let's take a look at our standings, actually, and we'll give you an exact idea of what's happening here. So what I can tell you for sure at the moment is Joseph Puglisi and Andrew Solano have drawn. We think, barring anything weird happening, they should be in the top 8. Gabriel Clark and Ryan Mullins have also drawn. Again, same stipulation, likely in. Nathan Kierner and Joe Nguyen, same story, they've drawn, should be in. So that's 6 slots more or less decided. Now is when things get interesting. 7 and 8, Nathan Goldberg versus Paul Green. They are playing it out. The winner goes to 13 and 2, jumps all the draws. So that is a clean win and in, where the winner is as close to guaranteed as top 8 as you can get. Then we get into the 11 2-1s. Liam Edelson and Reed Johnston, they are playing it out. The winner moves up to 12 2-1 alongside all the draws that happen in the top tables. They will likely be our 8th player in the top 8. Now, the only person that could play spoiler to all this would be May French, sitting there at 11 2-1, but she got paired down against Heath Butler, and they have drawn. So essentially, we're looking at clean results.
Yeah, so basically we are looking at 2 clean win-ins for the top 8. If you look at May's record, you would think, oh, well, she might have a chance here if she chose to play it out and win, go up to 12 2-1 and join kind of that scrum. But May's tiebreakers are very bad. We're talking about 5% worse than the next person, which is it's possible, but it's extremely unlikely within one round in the course of a 15-round tournament. So May choosing to kind of play it safe, get the draw, lock in that top 32 to qualify for the next Pro Tour. But at least for us, that means we do have 2 clean win-ins for the top 8.
Right, so our eyes will all be on Nathan Goldberg against Paul Green and Liam Edelson against Reed, and those are going to be the matches that decide who rounds out our top 8. So this is round 15. This is the round that decides it all, and for us, we get to start with Paul Green on Is It Affinity against Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan. So talk to me about the matchup now.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be kind of a classic race situation. The Amulet Titan deck is going to just try its best to kind of keep its life total afloat, maybe utilize some Boseijus as interaction against some of the Affinity deck's aggressive starts, and then just try to do its thing. Now, the Affinity deck really doesn't have a whole lot of ways to interact with what the Amulet deck's trying to do outside of a handful of Metallic Rebuke. So I think it's going to be a race. We did see in the previous round, Is It Affinity had a fast enough start to beat the Amulet Titan deck. Can it do it again? Right,
and key cards in the main deck here, is it just the clock, or is anything like engineered explosives coming into play potentially?
Yeah, I mean, there's engineered explosives, which you can potentially play for 1. That is a way to disrupt the Amulet if Amulet does enter the battlefield. But I think primarily what Paul's trying to do, because actually looking at the deck, there is no main deck copies here of Metallic Rebuke that I can see.
Nope.
So it's looking to really get that Kappa Cannoneer in play as quickly as possible, put as much pressure before the Amulet deck can get set up.
Okay, so speed is the name of the game here for Paul Green. On the other side, we are looking, of course, at Nathan Goldberg's Amulet Titan list. Amulet, a deck that we've seen all over the place this weekend, doing quite well. And this deck looks pretty stock, except for maybe that one copy of the Wandering Minstrel that stands out to me, Paul.
Yeah, that's a really interesting card. It is just another way to make sure that all of your bounce lands enter untapped, so it effectively kind of acts as another spelunking type effect. Additionally, it is a card that you can search out with Green Sun Zenith or Summoner's Pact, so having one in there gives you a little bit of flexibility in just trying to find that type of effect if you want.
Okay, so who do you give the edge to?
Who's going first? I mean, that's an easy answer, of course, but I do think the Affinity deck, you know, does look quite nice, but it has such a wide range in terms of just how explosive its draws are. So depending, I think, you know, we'll kind of see how it plays out. I do think it can be kind of close. One really important card that Nathan Goldberg has in his sideboard is a singular copy of Collector Roof. That is an incredible, incredible card in this particular matchup.
Okay. Now, looking back at the Affinity list for a moment, the match isn't quite ready yet, so we are working on getting down there. But while we do, I want to draw your attention to 2 copies of Claws of Gix here in the Affinity deck. What is this card? What purpose is this serving in the Affinity list?
So it does act as a sacrifice outlet, and I believe this version of the list, just taking a look here, this version of the list plays 4 copies of Weapons Manufacturing. So some decks play 2, right? This deck is playing 4 copies, meaning when you get that in play, all your artifacts generate additional mine tokens, and by having the Claws of Gix in play, all of a sudden you kind of get to do your pseudo Goblin Bombardment imitation and use that as a way to kind of close out the games and gives your deck a lot of reach, which it might not have access to before.
Okay, well that's theory, but to put 2 more players into the top 8, we need to play Magic. So let's go down to the feature match area for round 15 and see who is going to lock up their spot in the top 8. On the top of your screen, Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan. On the bottom, Paul Green on Is It Affinity. And your first question gets answered here, Paul. It is going to be your fellow Paul on the play.
Paul on the play, always a good feeling. Nothing to play on turn 1, though, so this tells me that Paul probably kept a hand that has Weapons Manufacturing and wanted to basically wait until turn 2 before deploying all the cheap artifacts that he might have in his deck. But on the other side, Nathan, of course, with the optimal start, turn 1 Amulet of Vigor. Not a ton of ways to deal with that card, especially game 1.
Okay, so you started with turn 1, no massive explosive play. How does that change the game plan for the Affinity player? Does it?
Yeah. I mean, it of course just depends on the complexion of his hand, but look at this. Weapons Manufacturing in play here. So Paul choosing kind of a slightly different angle of attack. You know, we've seen kind of starts like this where you go, oh, the Affinity deck has nothing. And then out of nowhere, it just generates 6, 7 permanents in play. So we'll see how this kind of fleshes out.
Well, speaking of out of nowhere, turn 2 following up that Amulet of Vigor was Arboreal Grazer into a bounce land, picking up Teleria West and immediately transmuting it to find a Summoner's Pact. So Nathan Goldberg well on his way to having potentially with a Lotus Field, turn 3 Primeval Titan with Amulet of Vigor in play.
Yeah, ideal start here from the Amulet side and 0 pressure here from Paul Green. And as we mentioned, doesn't even have access to any counter magic in the main deck outside of a couple of copies of Sink into Stupor.
Okay, so as we go back Paul's way, let's see whether this is the time to be aggressive and try to make the most of this Weapons Manufacturing, or if he deems that he needs to be more passive and stay back, leaving up something like a Sink into Stupor in the spot.
Yeah, it's just so tough because once you start getting to the point where you're playing the role of the defensive player against Amulet, the Amulet decks just can be very, very patient, right? Just because it has access to just so many avenues of developing your mana. So that is just not the kind of place you want to be as the Affinity player.
All right, so Paul deep in the tank. You see him shaking his head, likely because this game isn't quite going according to plan. I would say that the Weapons Manufacturing line is typically the B plan for this as an Affinity deck, giving you a way to go later into the game. But later into the game isn't really where Amulet Titan likes to exist. They're trying to close out the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, although this is kind of that 1-2 punch here, Weapons Manufacturing plus Engineered Explosives, if you can get enough artifacts in play, let's say, I'm just going to throw out number 10, right?
Okay.
If you get 10 artifacts, 10 mind tokens onto the battlefield, you can sack the engineered explosives to deal 20 damage to Nathan.
Why did you pick that number?
It felt like a good one.
Yeah, just vibes?
Yeah.
All right, just checking.
So 2 munitions tokens in play now. We do have Metalcraft here. And yeah, it looks like the engineered explosives was cast for 1 to remove, of course, the Amulet of Vigor here.
Right, so the Amulet and the Arboreal Grazer for bonus value go to the graveyard. The follow-up is a copy of Aether Spellbomb. So now Paul feels at least somewhat safe that there's no Primeval Titan coming, there's no explosiveness, you've stopped the board pressure from Nathan, and now maybe you have enough time bought for yourself, as I do see a copy of Kappa Cannoneer in the hand for Paul to start turning the game in your direction before Nathan puts everything together.
This does feel like a very, very important turn for Paul to get something going, put some amount of pressure. Nathan's getting dangerously close to just hard casting Primeval Titan just with the lands that he has.
Right. Fortunately, you know that there is a Summoner's Pact in hand for Nathan, so he has the Primeval Titan in theory, but the bigger question is, how is he going to cast it? Because at the moment, that's only for a 5th with any land, but they're not coming into play untapped thanks to Amulet of Vigor being gone.
Yeah, if Nathan can find another Amulet off the top, Urza Saga at this point feels like it would be a little bit too slow here, so Nathan does need to find, maybe like an Arboreal Grazer, right? Just to kind of act as a speed bump and also just put more mana into the battlefield.
Okay, so Kappa Cannoneer came down. It is a 6/6 thanks to the munitions token made by Weapons Manufacturing.
Yeah, every time an artifact enters the battlefield, now Kappa Cannoneer will get 2 counters on it with the Weapons Manufacturing. So we're looking at potentially just straight up a 2-turn clock here from Paul if he just plays 1 or 2 more artifacts.
All right, so Crumbling Vestige into a Green Sun Zenith for 2. This is the Wandering Minstrel that you mentioned. This is the Amulet effect that you can effectively tutor for. So that's the card that Nathan goes and finds. It's more or less setting up to try to go off next turn. We do know Paul has the Aether Spellbomb to stop that. So how are you approaching this from Nathan's seat?
Yeah, I mean, if you're in Nathan's seat, you already know that with the Kappa Cannoneer in play, you basically more or less have 2 turns. So you're really going to be trying to go off next turn here. He is keeping up Simic Growth Chamber, and this is a deck that does keep up multiple copies of Boseiju in the main. So there is a very good chance that Nathan might be holding that in his hand here.
Right. What is your Boseiju target of choice, considering you can't really go after Kappa Cannoneer?
Yeah, I mean, it's really tough because do you just kill a Weapons Manufacturing in response to just prevent more tokens from being generated? Or do you just kind of hold off on it and, the Kappa Cannoneer is not even a good option, right? And here's the thing, too, because if Paul randomly has another Engineered Explosives, we're getting dangerously close to potentially just it being game over this turn potentially.
Right. So, starting things off with an Urza Saga, and then it is going to be Mox Opal warping a Pinnacle Emissary.
Oh, and Nathan says okay here, so probably does not have Boseiju here. We're going to see a ton of artifacts here. We have at least 5, and another Kappa Cannoneer here. So this is 100% going to be a 2-turn clock. The question really just becomes, can Paul somehow find a way to close it out this turn rather?
Right. There is the Aether Spellbomb to, again, slow things down from Nathan by bouncing the Wandering Minstrel.
I mean, it's an 11-11 right now? Jeez. I mean, he went from nothing to an 11-11 within 1 turn cycle.
Right. The power of Kappa Cannoneer, the reason that Affinity has been rising in popularity is just its consistency at putting out this card. Of course, the Mox Opal unbanning was the key that led to all of this, but now you're seeing what the Kappa Cannoneer can do.
Now Paul basically just has one very important decision here. What do I do with this Aether Spellbomb? Do I just hold it in play? Or do I just fire it off on the Wandering Minstrel? If Nathan wants to play it again, it at least taxes him for 2 of the mana that he can have next turn.
Right. What is your biggest worry if you're Paul? Is it that Nathan can redeploy the Wandering Minstrel and then go Scape Shift, and that's what you're playing around?
Yeah, something along those lines, or perhaps, you know, if I mean, the worst case scenario is if Nathan can somehow go Amulet of Vigor into land into Scape Shift, right? Because that would give Nathan a very, very high chance of being able to win this turn.
All right, so while we wait for Nathan to see what he's working with, we are cleaning up the board a bit. Now, Paul, of course, has the option available to him should Nathan go for something like Primeval Titan or Scape Shift to Ether Spellbomb in response. This is the power of having the Spellbomb on the board against a creature form rather than something more annoying like Spelunking or Amulet of Vigor.
Yeah, there's the nice flexibility of the Minstrel is the fact that you can search for it, but of course it is highly susceptible to interaction.
All right, well, Nathan Goldberg going to start the turn off. Considering.
Would love an Amulet here if he has one in hand.
Right.
Because, like you mentioned, I'm not sure that a Primeval Titan by itself would work. Because if you just bounce the Minstrel in response, you just have nothing left. All you have is a 6/6 in play, and of course these Kappa Cannoneers will likely be unblockable next turn. In fact, it will be unblockable because you can just cast the Pinnacle Emissary that's warped.
Right, you know you have the guarantee of unblockability and the guarantee of lethal if you get to your turn. So the question is, can Nathan do anything? Red-green, one of them floating.
Okay. Grazer? Okay. Boseiju on the Spellbomb, forcing Paul to use it here. Paul will oblige. I don't think there's a whole lot of value in just cycling for a card here, so I imagine he's probably going to just fire it off on the Minstrel to try and slow Nathan down.
Right. Of course, Boseiju's channel is one cheaper thanks to the legendary creature in play.
So 1 mana still floating, 1 red.
Yep. Wandering Minstrel is back, red still floating.
Yeah, could also
Lotus
be
Field.
Okay. Wow, is Nathan gonna be able to find a line here? Because with the Wandering Minstrel in play, I imagine is that a Lotus? I imagine 2 lands are being sacrificed, right?
Yes, that is a Lotus Field. It is field plus Simic Growth Chamber being sacrificed. 4 mana Escape Shift.
Escape Shift. Okay, but only 2 lands available.
Yep, had to sacrifice 2 to the Lotus Field.
Right.
1 red mana floating.
So can't really get, okay. Gets 2 lands.
I still think it's Cavern of Souls, but I have no idea.
Well, there's 6 mana floating now. Now if you can find, he does have Summoner's Pack, so Summoner's Pack for Aftermath Analyst, and I think Nathan might have turned this around and might be able to actually win this turn, which is actually just ridiculous.
That's unbelievable.
Through an Ether Spellbomb. All right, 5 mana, Aftermath Analyst. Mills 3 cards, and now, I mean, Nathan effectively has access to a ton of mana here.
Right. And he did use the Summoner's Pact, right?
He did.
So, talk me through this. Does he have a way? Right, he can pick up Teleria West,
transmute for another Summoner's Pact, get Primeval Titan, if that's what you need to actually close out the game. Shifting Woodland would be a very important land to go get if you can, because that would allow you to effectively generate infinite mana with Aftermath Analyst in the graveyard.
Right.
But we are 12-2. If you're an Amulet player sitting here at 12-2, this will be academic.
Yeah, and Nathan is now moving as if it's academic.
He's like, don't worry, I know what I'm supposed to do here. Just got to kind of go through the motions here and explain to you what's going to happen. Everything being sacrificed to the Lotus Field. Prime time in hand here.
Yep.
So that will get likely a Shifting Woodland. And now with infinite mana too, you can basically Boseiju Paul's entire team and have the mana to pay for the ward.
Right, and that's going to be all it takes for Nathan Goldberg in a game where we went from Paul Green being head and hands to then being way ahead presenting lethal, Nathan being head and hands, and then winning the game.
That's just not right, Monty. I mean, we were looking at a board with just a Wandering Minstrel and 3 lands in play. Through a disruption element that was in play, and Nathan still found a line to win that turn.
Yeah, finding the Beseiju on the Ether Spellbomb and then being able to follow things up was incredible. So, game 1 to Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan. Now is when things get a bit more interesting. We're headed to the sideboard. Paul, tell me about Nathan's sideboard here.
Yeah, Nathan's sideboard here, he will almost certainly be bringing in that additional copy of Beseiju out of the sideboard as a very, very good interactive element for this matchup. Collector Oof should be a very, very strong card as well to kind of shut down Mox Opals and what have you for that side. And then taking a look, especially on the play, Vexing Bauble could also be something that you can consider to bring in to basically shut off all of the 0-mana spells that Paul could be. Excuse me, Nathan's going to be on the draw, so maybe it won't be as effective. Could still see him bringing that in because, of course, even if you play a turn 1, it'll brick all of Paul's future draws on 0-mana spells.
Right, so that's Nathan's side. Swapping over to Paul's side, what are you looking at?
Well, I don't know that. I'm guessing that that's probably not a Cactuar in his sideboard.
It's a Cactuar.
Oh my goodness. Well, he's not going to bring that one in probably.
Okay.
But that is ridiculous. That is insane that there is just a random Cactuar in the sideboard. Maybe there's a reason for it. I don't know. But for this particular matchup here, I can see, for example, Consigned to Memory being boarded in as a way to slow down Primeval Titan triggers and also as a way to counter Amulet of Vigor, and then additionally, Harbinger of the Seas could be an interesting one because that's effectively kind of a, the blue blood moon effect that basically shuts down all of the bounce lands and the Lotus Fields.
Right. Now, I do have a wish list item, and this goes specifically to Nick here in our behind the scenes. If Paul wins this event and you do an interview with him, do not ask about the Cactuar. Don't give any information to those at home. I just want people to start net decking this with the Cactuar without having any idea what it's for.
A lot of players do this, and you know what? Credit to them. I know famously Guillaume Matignon did this at the World Championship. He had a 15 sideboard slot, and it was just a completely random card, and he put it in there specifically for the reason if he wins the World Championship, everybody will copy his deck and also play this unplayable card in their sideboard. Don't play Cactuar in your Affinity sideboard, folks.
Well, you heard this from one Paul, but another Paul says maybe you should.
I mean, if Paul ends up winning, you have to listen to the Paul that wins, right?
The superior Paul.
The superior Paul, I suppose.
All right, so while the players finish shuffling up for game 2, I'm going to ask you at home, does this look fun? Would you like to be playing Magic? Well, we have SCG Con Atlanta kicking things off next year, January 9th through the 11th in Atlanta, featuring the main event, Magic Spotlight, the Avatar, a standard format open tournament. Anyone can register, so if you're looking at this and getting the craving to play some high-level Magic, SCG Con Atlanta is where you can find Spotlight, the Avatar. And if you're not able to make it, well, you can find all coverage on YouTube at SCG Coverage. For more details, go to StarCityGames.com/SCGCon, and hopefully we will see you there. But right now, we have a match in front of us. This match is for top 8, and Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan is up a game.
Yeah, and winning a game in extremely impressive fashion there, too. Back against the wall. It looks like basically all hope is lost, especially given that he didn't have the amulet and he had a creature that you could kill with the Spellbomb. So big props to Nathan for finding that line here, but Paul still finds himself on the play. Did have a bit of a slower hand in that first game. Had a turn to weapons manufacturing and not too much to follow up. Going to be looking for something a little more aggressive this time around.
All right, so I see a Thoughtcast, an Urza Saga. I believe Engineered Explosive. I think I saw one of the Harbinger of the Seas from the sideboard, and it is a keep, so he's happy with it.
Yeah, I'm not sure how explosive the hand was, but Harbinger of the Seas is certainly a very powerful card. And one card I did not mention in Nathan's sideboard was Dismember. Given the Harbinger of the Seas, would not be surprised to see him also bring in the Dismembers for that specific card.
Right, just a colorless answer to the Harbinger. So Nathan is mulliganing. Amulet is a deck that mulligans quite a bit, and generally fairly aggressively, because as we saw the previous game, it doesn't actually take that many resources for the deck to do its thing. So you can mulligan, especially when you get to look at 7 cards and bottom your choice. So Nathan going to use that to his advantage. Now, one thing I didn't really get a good look at in Paul's hand is his mana situation. I don't really know what he has access to or what turn we're expecting this Harbinger of the Seas to come down.
Yeah, if you have something quick, if you have a Springleaf Drum Draw, for example, or if you have a Mox Opal, ideally you can get that thing down on turn 2 to really kind of slow down what Nathan's trying to do.
All right, Nathan thinking about the hand. Is it a keep? Looks like it, as one card is headed to the bottom. And we will get a look at what Paul Green is working with in this game 2. Here we go, Sink into Stupor as a land.
Okay. I wonder if that's an indication of maybe perhaps lack of good number of lands in hand. Oh, and look at this, running out the Mishra's Bauble there, knowing that Nathan likely has Vexing Bauble out of the sideboard and playing it out.
Right, so explosives on 1 comes down. That is the first check, quote unquote, on Amulet of Vigor. Now you can sacrifice this bauble as we expect. Paul is looking for some more cards. We know there's a Harbinger of the Seas, but he has to get to it.
Right.
I think the card on top of Nathan's deck was a blue-green land of some kind, maybe a Breeding Pool or Simic Growth Chamber. More likely Simic Growth Chamber, and we'll see what Paul's follow-up is, as it's just an Urza Saga pass.
Wow, just nothing to play here. Could be representing Metallic Rebuke. We did see that in the sideboard. Has the ability to cast that here. And Nathan going, you know what? I know your explosives on 1, but I'm still going to run it out of here and force you to use the explosives. Now, if you're on Paul's side, you go, if I have Rebuke, do I just fire off the Rebuke still and be happy that I had the explosives in play? It feels like that's what he's considering here.
Right, and I think I would, personally. If you have this Harbinger of the Seas, you're just looking to slow your opponent down, right? The big question is, can you even cast the Harbinger?
Okay.
There's a Simic Growth Chamber. Untasked picks up what I believe was the Mirror Pool.
Ooh, now you have to use explosives here. Collector Oof naturally drawn here from Nathan.
Yeah.
Wow. That card is super strong in this matchup.
So back we go Paul's way. Urza Saga ticks up, and this is where the problems are if you can't resolve this Harbinger right now.
Yeah, activated abilities of artifacts cannot be activated here. It is Stony Silence in creature form. Now, Urza Saga, you can still use it to make tokens if Paul has land number 3.
Right, which is the big question.
Oh, no.
You do not want your tournament run to end like this.
That is brutal.
And Aftermath Analyst, the follow-up.
I mean, if you stumble here, this is going to be really, really tough. Although that is 3 amulets.
Yeah, but
is that,
you're about to lose your Saga.
Right. You're just going to be able to float for a colorless mana. Maybe, I mean, the thing is, you could try to get mana with Mox Opal, but with that Collector Oof in play, that wouldn't even work.
Doesn't do anything.
Yeah.
So now Paul is down to essentially 1 mana, facing the biggest threat in Nathan's deck on the battlefield.
I mean, we talk about good plan Bs. Is this like a plan C? Aftermath Analyst, Collector Oof beatdowns? I mean, it might get the job done here, depending on Paul's hand.
Yeah, that's the power of these more or less I win the game sideboard cards. We talked about how they've fallen somewhat out of favor as Modern has evolved into a more dynamic format. And in fairness, this version of Visit Affinity can certainly beat a Stony Silence significantly more than past versions could, because you're not playing artifact lands as your mana base anymore. You have activated abilities, but a lot of them are coming out of Mox Opal, one Spring Leaf Drum, Mishra's Bauble, and some equipment. The bigger issue is Paul is stumbling.
Yeah. Hey, here's the thing. I mean, you could just win the game by casting Kappa Cannoneers and making a bunch of constructs. So
Right.
Collector Roof, while an effective card, it is not the end-all, be-all like it would have been in older versions of Affinity.
Right, your Arcbound Ravager shut down.
Right.
Your Cranial Plating can't be equipped. Your lands can't be tapped for mana. Good luck.
That being said, Pithing Needle here, I'm assuming it's naming Aftermath Analyst.
It looks like Paul's still thinking about what to name. But
Could name Boseiju.
yeah, looks like, it is going to be the analyst name. So just ensuring that things don't get further out of hand in a situation that is quite out of hand already.
Yeah, this is a rough spot to be here for Paul. Was he able to find a land here? Desperately needs to get something going here.
And here's the question is, are you bringing in Galvanic Blast out of the sideboard against Amulet to not get oofed? Are you bringing in Whip Flare? Like, now that it's on the battlefield, it hasn't been countered. Does Paul have any out post-board to get rid of it?
Yeah, I could see making an argument to bringing in Galvanic Blast, because if you do get an aggressive start, you can still go to the face with it, right? So, and just given how effective of a card the Oof is in the matchup, especially against the deck that's also playing 4 copies of Green Sun Zenith, that's basically 5 Collector Oofs.
Okay. Now,
Where did this come from, by the way? I was looking at you, Monty, and then I turned back to the screen, and I think,
it's like a magic trick, yeah.
Okay.
So what happened was Paul was able to go Lava Spur Boots off of the floating mana from Urza's Saga, then 3 free artifacts, Thoughtcast with the 4 artifacts on the battlefield, draw
gosh.
2 cards, sink it to super as an untapped blue land, Kappa Cannoneer off of your 5 artifacts, and suddenly we have a game.
And now he's going, yeah, nice Collector Roof. I got this 5/5 Kappa Cannoneer. If I just continue running out some artifacts, I might be able to get it done.
I think the more we focus on one player being completely out of it, the more likely they are to just win the game.
Right, because look, Paul didn't play anything. Clearly he has spells.
Right.
Right?
He was thinking. It wasn't
Yeah.
like he was just passing the turn.
That being said, Nathan still has access to, spelunking in play with an Aftermath Analyst. If he can get Scape Shift going, that would be quite strong, especially with that Aftermath Analyst.
Still needs to find an answer to the Pithing Needle.
Oh, that's right. The Pithing Needle is naming the Aftermath Analyst.
All right,
Okay.
Lotus Field.
Lotus
Untap.
Field.
Sacrifice.
So that's the land for turn.
Do you have a Boseiju? Okay. So Spelunking put the Lotus Field into play. Second Lotus
That's what it
Field.
was. Yeah.
Here we go.
All
Summoner's
right.
Pact.
6 green mana floating as well.
Not
Primeval
anymore.
Titan. Primeval Titan in play, and Paul Green is completely tapped out here.
F6'd,
Yep.
as we say. Handwear Battlements, Gruul Turf.
All right.
Primeval Titan gets haste.
2 more lands here for Nathan Goldberg. And gets the Boseiju to bounce the Boseiju so that you could use that on the Pithing Needle to then be able to turn on your Aftermath Analyst potentially.
Right. And still has the mana currently to pay for Summoner's Pact, which
Right.
is pretty important here.
But doesn't have the kill on the spot here. But at the same time, I mean, Nathan's sitting at 20 life here, so it's not like he's going to die on this turn.
Look, if Paul Green wins the game here, one, I don't know what Magic is anymore. Wow. Actually, I just realized if he finds a lad to just play Harbinger and turn both those lads to islands, he could just win the game by Nathan not being able to pay for
You are
Pact.
absolutely
But
correct.
he didn't hit it.
Didn't hit the untapped land. Oh, man.
It was right there.
That was the out for sure.
Wow.
Does trigger the Kappa Cannoneer here, but chooses not to attack, keeping the Kappa Cannoneer back to block Primeval Titan. Not a winning line, probably his only line. But now if you're Nathan Goldberg, you're loving life right now.
Right, you get to go end step, cycle Boseiju, Paul doesn't get the land to play the Harbinger that you could have been worried about.
Right.
And then upkeep with the pack trigger on the sacrifice Aftermath Analyst, and everything goes done.
So now Paul will be able to get a land here. Imagine if Nathan made a misstep in sequencing and just fired off that Boseiju on his turn. Last turn, right? Because then that would have set up
Just lost the game on the spot.
The Harbinger play that you outlined.
All right, so he does just pay with the Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah, but that is more than okay, especially given that the Primeval Titan will be able to get in here. So now you can get Lotus Field, put more lands into your graveyard, and then utilize the Aftermath Analyst to get everything back.
Right, so uses Consign.
Okay.
And blocks.
And
Trade.
blocks. All right. So Paul has no board.
Yeah, but Harbinger's coming.
Harbinger is certainly coming. Okay.
Dismember.
Dismember also coming.
Yep.
All right.
Game, set, and match, I believe.
I mean, at this point, you do have the Aftermath Analyst that has the ability to get all those lands back out of the graveyard here.
There's the
There's the
last
Shifting
piece.
Woodland. There it is.
I was going to say there's no Teleria West to be able to start transmuting to find another Primeval Titan, but as things stand, you have everything else.
Yeah, and Nathan at this point just trying to kind of explain which loop he's going to demonstrate here after the Aftermath Analyst is activated here, because at this point he's going to have all the mana in the world, and with the Shifting Woodland, basically he will have access to infinite mana.
Right. So with the Shifting Woodland here, I guess the last step of the loop here for Nathan is, if he needs more to do, just copy a Primeval Titan, give it haste, find Teleria West and whatever else you need.
Then there's the Cactuar. Look at that.
I need to know why.
Yeah, I believe it was I don't know the story. I'm sure we'll find out at some point. I will say Paul certainly made it more of a game than I would have expected given the start with the Kappa Cannoneer. Like you said, could have been one land short from potentially winning the game there on the spot there. But man, this Amulet deck in the hands of a capable pilot feels almost unstoppable.
It really does feel like, if your opponent knows what they're doing, this deck is just outrageously strong.
I mean, you just look at, basically, you look at a bunch of board states that just look completely impossible, highly improbable. You go, okay, well, there's no way they're going to win from this spot. Like, I got removal, you got 5 lands, you're good. And they still just manage to find a way. I feel like if the game goes to turn 5, Amulet always has a chance to win out of nowhere.
It is fascinating how long the Amulet deck has been legal in Modern, and purely being top tier, but purely being kept in check by a skill check. It is purely the players, the collective community, and Wizards saying, it's probably fine. Nobody can play this deck at problematic numbers.
Yeah, if you put the time in, go for it, make it happen, because it takes lots and lots of hours. And I feel like every year, something else, some other land gets printed that you add to the deck that just makes the deck even more difficult to play, because there's just more things to search for, more decisions to make. But as you can see, the top players know exactly what to do at every instance.
Yeah, back when I was playing Amulet, we were trying to give double strike to Primeval Titan.
Oh yeah,
those were the days.
No, I was just playing scape shift decks. I was just getting Valakuts and Mountains. I do not have the capability for something like this.
All right, well, that was one of our all-important potential win-and-ins, but we have another one for you, so let's go down to the feature match area and see the match between Liam Edelson on Boros Energy and Paul Reed Johnston on what?
Jeskai Ascendancy. Wow.
What year is it?
Yeah, this is wild.
Yeah, this one snuck up on you and I. We were looking at the standings and just wondering, we haven't seen the name, I haven't seen the name Jeskai Ascendancy in like a decade, but just where did Reed come from? What does this list even look like?
He must have won every single match today is kind of my guess here. All right, and but I am curious because, Ascendancy certainly, I played a fair share of Modern matches to test for the Pro Tour and what have you, but this was definitely not on the radar.
Okay, so starting with Liam's side, he went turn 1 Ragavan. Reed did have a Tamiyo as a blocker, but Liam was able to dispatch that using Galvanic Discharge, get the attack in, make a treasure, exiling the Scalding Tarn, so no real value gained from Ragavan, but of course the treasure is still there. And now we are on Reed Johnston's turn, and as with all problematic decks, it starts with a Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, Corey Steelcutter into Mishra's Bauble here allows you to generate some tokens, and presumably with something like a Jeskai Ascendancy, you can really combo off here. But you can also just kind of win games by utilizing your Legend package and also the value that you get from Corey Steelcutter.
Okay, so Corey Steelcutter and Monk Token on defense. Back we go Liam Edelson's way.
Yeah. Now, if you're on Liam's side, now keep in mind, by the way, Liam, the Boros Energy decks do play Thraben Charm, which usually you kind of use as a removal spell, but in a pinch, it's also something that you can use to target Jeskai Ascendancy.
2 copies main deck of the Thraben Charm here for Liam's build of Boros Energy, so certainly has outs to stop the combo. But what is the current game plan? There is an Arena of Glory on the battlefield, and Blood Moon the play.
Interesting, trying to shut it, because Jeskai Ascendancy is going to be a lot harder to cast now that the Blood Moon's in play.
Yeah, a pair of mountains now for Reed Johnston.
And
does play a basic island, but no basic plains. Going to need Mox Opal.
Okay, well, that gets it done, right? And there's a basic island in the deck as well. But yeah, if you're playing a deck with Mox Opal, certainly the Blood Moon will not hamper you too much here.
Okay, so Tamiyo the follow-up. That's going to trigger Corey Steelcutter. Another monk enters the battlefield.
Okay, and it looks like we're moving it and giving Tamiyo haste so that we can generate a clue as well. So the ground properly mucked up here. The Ragavan should not be able to get in here. And meanwhile, the Tamiyo just generating consistent card advantage here for Reed Johnston.
Right. You do see the pieces start to come together for Reed. And Boros Energy, not a deck that has that much in terms of pushing through if you don't have a Guide of Souls or something like Flage already established. So as these Monk tokens start going wider, it is going to be harder for Liam to gain control of the board and push attacks through until he's able to find something like Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, if he can go Seasoned Pyromancer into Goblin Bombardment, that would be huge, right? Oh, 2 mana here? What's going on?
Thraben Charm.
Okay, sure. Thraben Charm. And how many? Oh, discarding 1 card to draw 2. No tokens made because he discarded an Arena of Glory.
Right.
But got the Tamiyo off the battlefield, and now Reed will be looking for more action here with that Mishra's Bauble.
All right, back we go Reed's way. What is the draw? Metalcraft still online thanks to Corey Steelcutter as well as that clue token.
That is a Mishra's Bauble. You have to imagine Reed has another spell here, and that is an Emery.
All right, Steelcutter triggers again. A 3rd monk token being made.
It's kind of interesting. I know they're different decks, but this does look eerily similar to Joseph Puglisi's deck.
I was just thinking, that Metalcraft, by far my favorite deck of the weekend in terms of everything we've seen. I'm very excited to see it in the top 8.
Right.
But right now, I am feeling some vibes of the same core idea of just artifacts, but with a slightly different payoff.
Right. So now Emery does have haste, so you can utilize the Emery here to play Bauble again out of the graveyard to generate card advantage.
Right, and then next turn you could potentially use Mox Opal and then get another Mox Opal from your graveyard to create the 2 colors of mana you need for Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yeah. And we're kind of looking at a spot here where Reed doesn't even look like he needs a Jeskai Ascendancy, right? We're just creating an army of prowess tokens with that Corey Steelcutter, and with all the cards you get from the Emery, I mean, Reed could probably just kind of play a prowess deck, play the role of a prowess deck, at least in this game.
Right, and for Liam, with I believe 1, maybe 2 cards in hand, it does feel like he's quite a ways away from actually getting this game under control.
Yeah, I imagine something like a Johnny plus a Goblin Bombardment. That would be a nice 1-2 punch here to try to clean up the board, get the Emery off the battlefield, and also just make a big army yourself. So that's kind of what Liam's going to be looking for here.
Right, and some of the explosive elements of the deck, like Arena of Glory, are now shut down because of your own Blood Moon.
Right.
So you are slowing down, and that really plays into Reed's hands.
Yeah. Liam only has access to the 1 white mana here. All the other lands on the right only tap for red mana.
Okay, so back we go Liam's way, and as you've mentioned, the pressure is very much on. What can he do here?
Maybe a Flage to at least kill the Emery to slow down that card advantage engine.
That would be a start.
Does have 3 cards in the graveyard. So we just need 2 more to be able to escape it. Oh, and a white source.
And a white source.
And the white source.
Ragavan would love to break through at some point and just create a treasure.
Yeah, I do not think that's happening anytime soon, unless we get a Guide of Souls going.
All right, step 1, Guide of Souls.
Okay. But that was it, and the Emery did not die here. Now Reed's going to draw 3 cards for his turn with double bobble triggers.
Yep. And Jeskai Ascendancy is officially castable.
Yep.
So Reed is pretty close to starting to do what this deck does.
Right. All right.
Yep. Targets the Mox Opal.
Okay. Are we going to see the combo? All right. I imagine that was tapped for red or white mana. Prowess triggers on all the monks.
All right. Jeskai Ascendancy cast. Corey Steelcutter triggers.
I mean, this just has to be game.
Right. So
Yeah.
Emery plus Jeskai Ascendancy, every time you cast a bauble, it untaps, or Mox Opal.
Right.
So you have infinite mana.
Yeah, and as you can see, Reed is kind of explaining the combo to Liam, saying, I basically get to go infinite, and my army is going to be gigantic.
And that's all it takes.
Wow. What an impressive showing.
Yeah, that was great stuff. That game just felt like domination, and you didn't even have to do that much. You just played Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, it's just Liam's hand looked like it was a little bit too reactive as well. Just couldn't get anything. Outside of the Ragavan, just, we've seen the Boros energy decks come out with really aggressive starts, a lot of it involving Voice of Victory, ways to make tokens, and Goblin Bombardment. That's what he's going to be looking for here.
Yeah. I think the fact that you saw Liam start with a Ragavan, get a hit in, and then still fall so far behind is very much indicative of the power of the Jeskai Ascendancy deck, but also the weakness of his draw. So going to the sideboard, Paul, talk to me through Boros.
Wow, Liam does have a lot of fantastic cards here for the matchup. 2 copies of High Noon. I want you to pay attention to that. You cannot play more than 1 spell each turn. Very, very good against Jeskai Ascendancy and Corey Steelcutter. I imagine the Meltdown's also going to be coming in as a way to kind of interact with all the different artifacts that Reed has in his deck. Wear and Tear, also a card that you can see bringing in. So Liam has a lot of good answers here to fight the way that Reed wants to kind of play these matches out.
Okay, so a lot of good answers for Liam. What help does Reed get in the sideboard?
Well, we're going to be looking for more cheap interaction to prevent Liam from running away with the game with cards like Ocelot, Pride, and Ragavan. So I imagine the Lightning Bolt and the 3 copies of Unholy Heat are the first things that Reed's going to be looking to bring in. Potentially also bringing in just maybe he wants that extra mountain as well. Just if he feels like he needs more mana for some more mana fixing. Flage, also just a totally fine removal effect, right? You play it, gain some life, and then in the late game, you can also just escape it for value.
Do you have to consider something like Haywire Might in this spot specifically for High Noon?
I mean, you are playing Urza's Saga, so it feels like it's not a big cost, and Haywire Might also deals with Goblin Bombardment. So I can also see Reed looking to bring that card in just as a way to answer those enchantments. Now remember, this is open deck list. They have access to each other's deck list. He's going to see the High Noon, and he goes, well, I'm going to need to find an answer for that. And of course, Haywire Might is a very clean answer to that enchantment.
Clean answer indeed. Well, we'll give our players some peace while they finish sideboarding. This is a win and in for them. We expect it to be a clean win and in. We'll see how things shake out. But while they finish sideboarding, I'm going to give you more information about what 2026 looks like for SCG cons, because we are kicking things off in Atlanta January 9th to the 11th. But then we have 11 total events listed here. We've got Dallas September 4th through the 6th, Baltimore September 11th through the 13th, Cincinnati May 15th to the 17th. But Paul Chion, what are we both looking forward to?
Well, it's right here. It's going to be in Las Vegas. We're going to have a team-limited Grand Prix on June 26th to June 28th. I've already circled it on my calendar. I am super excited to have a team-limited event represented here at SCG Con.
Team Limited comes to SCG Con. Do not miss it. Mark your calendars for any of these events that you are excited for. And of course, for more information, you can always go to starcitygames.com/SCGCon to get that information. We hope to see you in 2026. But right now, we have one more spot to determine in our top 8, and it starts with this Arid Mesa from Liam Edelson.
Yeah, Liam, of course, always wants to get off to a very, very quick start. Should be expecting one of the 12 one-drops to come into play here. Which one will it be?
Right. Do we have the best one in Ragavan? Do we have the great one in Ocelot Pride? Or I was going to say, do we have maybe the least exciting one in Guide of Souls?
Yeah. Well, maybe he's got Guide of Souls, and then he's got the Ocelot Pride to follow it up, just to kind of protect it a little bit.
The combo wombo, as you would.
There you go.
All right, Fiery Islet kicking things off for Reed Johnston, and a very conspicuous pass.
Yeah, you have to be thinking Unholy Heat here if the first land your opponent leads out with is Fiery Islet, and it was Lightning Bolt, sure.
Yeah, the one of Lightning Bolt coming out of the sideboard. Very much indicative that those 3 Unholy Heats have come in as well, as you mentioned, and the follow-up is just going to be a second Guide of Souls pass from Liam. We've seen double Guide of Souls hands previously from Boros Energy, and last time it was not good enough to get the job done.
Absolutely, and Corey Steelcutter into more free spells here.
The Dream.
The first 2/2 being created here by Reed Johnston.
And I think if you're in Reed's seat, you are certainly the defensive player.
Yeah, and Metalcraft not quite turned on yet, so the Mox Opal will not be able to be tapped for mana here. I'm wondering if Liam has something like a Galvanic Discharge. Would he just be interested in just clearing the way here, just killing the Monk token?
Yeah, imagine if Corey Steelcutter made artifacts.
Look, the Corey Steelcutter is good enough. Doesn't need any more help. Artifacts? Oh my God!
Just imagine, though.
I mean,
I'm just.
Why
I'm
would
just
I want
spitballing.
to? Why would I want to imagine those things? I mean, then I guess you would see it played in Affinity too, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that would be great.
I think Affinity is doing just fine.
Galvanic Discharge, as you mentioned, going to come out, leave Liam with an energy floating. So one step closer to getting a Guide of Souls activation online. Needs 2 more energy. Very much doable with something like an Ajani here immediately.
Yeah, Johnny, Seasoned Pyromancer, anything along those lines to really get some pressure going here and just put a 3/4 Guide of Souls in play, which would allow Liam to also play around the removal effects that Reed brought in out of the board, cards like the Lightning Bolt and Unholy Heat.
All right, Plains Fetched. Is this Blood Moon? Nope. Seasoned Pyromancer.
All right, want to discard at least one spell here to be able to have enough energy to give Guide of Souls flying. And that is a Galvanic Discharge and I believe a land?
It may have just been a Galvanic Discharge.
Okay, sure.
I think we
well,
may be
you have to discard 2 cards.
Right, but unless he was down to just 1 card.
Oh, is he already down to 1 card?
It looks like
Okay.
just those 2 cards in the hand now.
Okay, fair enough. All right, Guide of Souls to the sky. 3/4 flyer now. Much more difficult for Reed to dispatch. I'm going to take a look here. Don't even think there are just not a lot of ways to kill a 4 toughness creature in Reed Johnson's list unless he gets Delirium.
Right. Either has to bounce it using a card like Refraction Helix, Ether Spellbomb, or Sink into Stupor, or you have to get Delirium online for Unholy Heat. So back we go Reed Johnson's way, or as the saga ticks up to Chapter 2. And the question is, how does Reed kick things off?
Looks like a Haywire might, because now Metalcraft has been turned on, and now we're going to be looking to play a 3-mana spell, and that is Jeskai Ascendancy here. So 3 creatures in play, but Reed is completely tapped out here, so if Liam does have some answer for the Ascendancy, he can fire it off. Something like a Wear and Tear would be very strong here.
Oh, Wear Tear, just get rid of Corey Steelcutter plus Jeskai Ascendancy.
Yes.
Beautiful stuff. So, Marsh Flat's the first play. We believe Liam has 2 cards left in hand. We don't know what they are. They were freshly drawn the previous turn.
Right. Or, of course, could also just have like a Thraben Charm, something along those lines as well.
Elegant Parlor, the fetch, going to get some Surveil action going.
Yeah, and is he doing this on his main phase?
Sure looks like it.
Okay, so main phase fetch Surveil.
I saw a Goblin Bombardment in hand. I don't know what the other card is.
All right, Arena of Glory into the yard.
You'll want to get the Bombardment down and get rid of this Haywire Might while you can.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you get the bombardment going. You can fire that off on Haywire Might. Reed would gain 2 life here.
Yep. Up to 16.
Get some nice attacks in here for 5. Reed does have the ability to just try to trade with the Pyromancer, which Liam, you know, if he has land number 5, totally fine with.
Yep.
And is that it?
Looks like that's it.
Okay.
1 card left for Liam, and Reed is untapping with a Jeskai Ascendancy and Urza's Saga going off.
To Chapter 3 with that Corey Steelcutter in play as well. So Reed potentially set up for a very big turn here. Now, do you want to just go ahead and make a construct? It would just be a 3/3. Excuse me, it would be a 4/4 because you can search out an artifact here as well.
Right.
Ooh. Is this an upkeep? Because the Saga is currently not going to Chapter 3 just yet.
This might be pure past the veil on upkeep. Which, of course, for those at home who are not familiar with the card from Duskmourn, 4 mana, discard your hand, then draw X cards where X is the number of card types among cards in your graveyard.
Money, I'm definitely not looking up the card right now.
No, absolutely not,
No,
Paul. Don't worry.
it's not,
I was saying that only for the viewers and nobody else. Yeah. You and I, of course, as experts of the game and Modern, very well familiar with Pure Past the Veil.
All right. So did make a construct here.
Yeah, that's the wrong permanent being sacrificed.
What, was he looking to get another Mox Opal? That's
there
okay,
we go.
That's what it was. Sure.
All right, so there is a mana currently floating, I believe.
Alexander Leichman to the RC station, please. Alexander Leichman to the RC station, please.
Thinking about it some more.
All right, so Reed is, I believe, completely tapped out. Does he have a mana floating? I guess 1 from the Mox Opal.
Right.
And then not really in a position to go off here. I suppose what happens if Reed plays something like an Emery? So you have 1 mana floating, you play the Emery. Okay, getting the Ether Spellbomb here, just trying to maybe slow things down, bounce the Guide of Souls there that's in play.
Right. I think if Reed had an Emery, we would probably see him opt to not go for the construct line and try to just Corey Steelcutter it and go off. But there's a lot to ask there.
Another Saga.
Yeah, using the floating blue mana to bounce the Guide of Souls.
All right, so just plan B once again, right? Just trying to win off the constructs. Corey Steelcutter, Jeskai Ascendancy, still a very, very powerful card, even when you're not comboing off. As long as you're playing spells, you get to loot and pump your entire team.
All right, so back we go Liam's way. Guide of Souls and 2 cards in hand. There's the 5th land you mentioned, so Seasoned Pyromancer out of the graveyard is now able to be activated, but that feels like a desperation play against this board.
Yeah, something like a Flage would be very nice, just to make just so that you can set up for the escape on the following turn while also dealing with the construct that's in play.
Right. So starting things off with a fetch from the Flooded Strand, and both players just confirming that they have the right life totals down.
Right.
As there has been a lot of up and down between Guide of Souls, fetch lands, and the Ilk.
Yeah, trying to think about what other good draws could come here from Liam Edelson. I suppose High Noon would be somewhat annoying, but it wouldn't be the end of the world, especially because Reed's game plan here can simply just be to make a bunch of constructs off the Urza Saga.
Right. I think right now Liam feels incentivized to get a clock going.
Yeah, and Reed also recognized that, and that is why he went and searched out the Aether Spellbomb.
Right, because the initial plan was, of course, replace Mox Opal,
right.
but then changed his mind and went for something different here in order to be the aggressor now.
Right. Keep your life total pretty high. Try to take over the game with the Urza Sagas and that Jeskai Ascendancy that's in play.
All right,
okay.
So Fetch got an Elegant Parlor. That put an Arid Mesa into the graveyard. Guide of Souls came back down, and Liam Edison has one card to work with.
Yeah. And the reason, okay, so this makes sense, of course. The reason why he went for the main phase fetch before doing anything is you do have the chance to surveil Flage into the graveyard.
Right, and had more than enough cards to escape it if that was the case. So giving himself that out before playing the Guide of Souls.
Right. So curious what Reed's working with here. All right, there is that Peer Past the Veil that you mentioned. Oh, Oculus. This is a card out of the sideboard here. Reed saying, look, if you're going to spend a lot of resources here to kind of disrupt my combo, I'm just going to win with a bunch of 3-mana 5/5 flyers.
Right, and next turn, I believe Reed can present lethal through most things coming out of Liam with this Abhorrent Oculus, as well as another Urza Saga and this Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, this is brutal. This is a really, really tough spot here for Liam Edelson. I'm trying to construct draws here for Liam that can get him out of this. I mean, there is a Wrath of the Skies, I think, in his sideboard. I don't know that he would have brought it in, but if he did and he draws it, it would be good here.
Plan B's, Plan C's, Paul. That is what it has been about all weekend long. We see these decks that come with powerful main strategies. I want to explode onto the board. I want to go fast. I want to have combo finishes. But at the end, it is about Plan B's and Plan C's when your opponent begins sideboarding to try to beat you.
And Reed Johnson here on the cusp of picking up the final top 8 slot here for SCG Con Las Vegas.
All right, Ragavan the play, not dashed. Guide of Souls triggers. 2 creatures on the battlefield.
That is just too small ball for what's going on right now.
Liam doing the math.
Yeah. I mean, if Reed just casts one spell, it's probably just over.
Right.
Liam just trying to figure out what he can do here. It's main phase. So this is 4 tokens in play. This does give you 3 energy, so you can attack with Guide of Souls, make it into a 3/4, hope Reed blocks, and then ship a couple of elementals to finish off the Abhorrent Oculus. I'm grasping at straws here. I'm trying to find something that Liam can do here, but I just think he's far, far too behind on board here.
Right, and unfortunately, Liam knows that he's presented perfect information now to Reed. He's played out his hand, he's tapped out, played the land, so these are the resources I have, and at this point it is purely mathematical. If you're in Reed's position, you have all the different variables you can work with, so what is Reed calculating here?
Yeah, he's just trying to figure out like how is it possible for me to actually get in for a lethal attack. You have the Oculus, which is a guaranteed 5 points of damage. You can search for something because Urza Saga will be going to Chapter 3. The question is, does he have something that he can search for that can ensure that he wins the game on the spot? It seems very likely that he'll be able to. But of course, it'll just depend on what he looks to get here. And Haywire Might, nice little backup card here to prevent the Goblin Bombardment shenanigans from Liam Edelson's side of the battlefield here.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you get the Haywire Might and just get rid of the bombardment, forcing the hand here from Liam to make any sacrifices that he's looking to do, that would be enough.
And this is a Manifest token and a Giant Construct and an Oculus getting in. 5/5 Construct currently.
All right, Elemental going to block the Manifest.
Passing priority here, and this is 9 damage coming in.
Reed can play any spell here potentially to trigger the Ascendancy as well.
He can. I mean, any instant would get it done. Probably doesn't need it right now, but if he had it, he would win the game.
Right. So Liam down to 1. And just a pass. Doesn't even need it.
Yeah. But what can Liam even draw from this point?
Right. You'd have to assume it starts with something like Flage, but that's not good enough. Did you bring in Wrath of the Skies? That feels like the only potential thing.
Right. Yeah, and the Haywire might even kind of pad your life total a little bit too, gaining you 2 life while also dealing with that bombardment that's in play.
Right, Liam doing all the math, but we know that as soon as Liam presents something to be added to the board, this Haywire Might is going to go after that Goblin Bombardment.
Yeah, if Liam doesn't have a removal spell, all Reed needs to do is attack with the Oculus. There are no flyers on the other side, and that would punch his ticket into the top 8.
It does really feel like Boros Energy continues to get got by these alternate game plans that decks like Jeskai Ascendancy and the Affinity, Metalcraft, different Izzet decks have brought here this weekend.
Yeah. I mean, all these decks just provide different angles of attack. I don't know how Liam necessarily sideboarded for these post-board games. I don't know if he was ready for the Abhorrent Oculus.
Right, Sink into Super being cast triggers Jeskai Ascendancy if Reed remembers.
Right, and all of his creatures will be able to untap here for additional blocks if he wants.
Right, which there are no additional attacks.
Right.
Doesn't look like it's going to matter here.
Okay. Does have the ability to loot, but I don't think Reed has any more cards in hand. No, he does.
Ocelot Pride drawn. That will give you the City's Blessing, I suppose.
Okay, that actually makes things kind of interesting. City's Blessing, 2 tokens with a bombardment. But is that still enough? Is the Oculus still just going to win the game here for Reed Johnston?
All right, let's find out. That Ragavan is in... is it in hand, or did he sacrifice it?
All right.
Does the math, feels it's not enough. Handshake extended, and it is Reed Johnston, we believe, punching his ticket into the final spot of our top 8, Paul.
I didn't even know there was a Jeskai Ascendancy deck in the field. And all of a sudden, we see it in the last round, and he now very, very likely sneaks into the top 8. And man, how impressive is this? We see a Jeskai Ascendancy deck making it into the top 8. We see an Izzet Artifacts Prowess Joseph Puglisi special there, also making it. So it's just incredible to see the diversity in the format and the fact that people can sometimes even bring, dare I say, pet decks and still do well in a 1,400 field tournament is just awesome to see.
Right, and then of course Amulet continues to be a ever-looming presence in the modern format, punching its way into the top 8. It is really impressive to see the diversity of the metagame and the fact that people can continue iterating on these known and unknown archetypes to great success here.
Yeah, and I've also just been really impressed with all the kind of backup plans that a lot of these decks have to bring. You look at the Jeskai Ascendancy deck and you go, okay, well, I see what it's trying to do, but you can also win with the Prowess stuff. And then somehow there's an additional backup plan beyond that with the Abhorrent Oculuses in the sideboard that was able to allow Reed to kind of take down that match. So again, Modern just feels like it's just the format to play. There's just so much to do depending on what you want to do. You can play Amulet, not for me, but for some other people. You can play the Izzet stuff. Somebody. Trust me, there's plenty of people that are going to play Amulet who think that they know what they're doing. That's going to depress the win rate for all the other Amulet players who are going to be very happy that that happens so that it still remains legal in Modern.
Right. There's a reason Amulet players are just dying to put out sideboard guides and how to play our deck because the more Amulet players they are, the longer the deck may be legal.
Exactly.
All right, so as we round out our top 8 numbers and we work towards getting people a bracket and the standings, let's just talk about what we really saw this weekend because we've seen 15 rounds of Modern now. We've seen Jeskai Blink come into the weekend as the highest number represented archetype, right? kind of underperformed.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of the story, at least for the weekend for this specific tournament, where kind of coming in, everybody knew that Jeskai Blink was kind of the deck to beat. How are we going to approach that matchup? And a lot of people's answers was, hey, you know what? Boros Energy. That might be the answer. We have at least 2 copies of it that drew into the top 8 here. We've seen tons of Boros Energy do well, and it became kind of the deck of the tournament because it's the one that had the highest percentage of conversions into the second day. So Jeskai Blink not quite doing as well, but again, this format always shifts. Next week it can be completely something different again. You go, all right, well, everybody's playing Boros again. What should I do? Well, I'm going to combo. Well, if I'm going to combo, what do I want to do? Maybe I'll play Jeskai Blink again. So it's just, again, it's very, very cyclical. But the story of this event, I think, is Jeskai Blink a little bit underperforming, Boros Energy doing well, and then, of course, all of these blue-red iterations, whether it be Affinity, whether it be Prowess, or whatever other thing you cook up from the home can have success.
Right. I think that's going to be the big question for me after this weekend is if people have figured out that the Izzet X archetypes with some kind of dynamic, diverse backup plan is the right place to be, and that beats both Blink and Energy, then how do you go about beating those decks?
Yeah, it's just tough because when you are playing these blue-red shells, part of what's making these decks so explosive is you get to play 4, 8, 12 free artifacts in your deck, right? They all kind of cycle. You can either push heavy into the artifacts so that you can play cards like Mox Opal, but Mishra's Bauble is just a card that's showing up in basically every Izzet deck because it just kind of does everything you want, and it also just pushes cards like Kori Steelcutter to completely taking over the format. Kori Steelcutter goes from something that looks, all right, it's like an okay card, you can maybe generate some value, to all of a sudden you have a deck with 12 0-mana artifacts, so you're just guaranteed to get something, and then the moment you generate 2 tokens off Kori Steelcutter, that can kind of win the game by itself.
Right. It does look like it is quickly becoming one of the defining cards of the modern format, but let's see if it defined this tournament because we have our top 8 for you. Let us take a look. In first seed, Nathan Goldberg on Amulet Titan, going to be facing Reed Johnston, the 8th seed with Jeskai Ascendancy. Continuing on the same side of the bracket, Ryan Mullins on Boros Energy faces Gabriel Clark in the mirror on Boros Energy. Moving down to the bottom half, Andrew Solano, your 3rd seed with Izzet Affinity, will be facing off against Nathan Kierner, who we saw earlier in the feature match area on Domain Zoo. And then there's Joseph Puglisi, the 2nd seed with Izzet Metalcraft, facing off against Joe Nguyen on Esper Blink. So Blink still represented in the top 8 here, coming in at 7th seed. Paul, looking at the top 8, 7 different archetypes. Talk me through this.
Yeah, I mean, this is just completely ridiculous here. And the only repeat that we see is Boros Energy, but they're playing each other. I feel like they kind of would have liked to avoid each other and just kind of see each other in other brackets, but this is just a testament to the diversity that exists in this format. Now, admittedly, there is a lot of Izzet variations that you see here. I am super, super curious what that 1 versus 8 matchup is going to look like here. Can't tell you that I've tested that matchup, Amulet Titan versus Jeskai Ascendancy. Very excited to see what happens.
Oh, you don't have 100 reps in that?
No, you know what? Sorry, that one I just, you have to prioritize certain things.
Right.
And that one was something
that wasn't a good use of your time?
Yeah, I didn't think Ascendancy was going to make it, but hey, look, who's the fool now?
Yeah, no, fair enough. Looking at this bracket, do you think there's a clear favorite other than Amulet Titan, which has no bad matchups, so it's going to win the tournament?
No, I really don't. I think it's just going to be very, very close. I think, Nathan has demonstrated a mastery of the Amulet Titan deck in the matches that we've seen. He's won games from very, very difficult spots here. So, given that he's very, very competent with that deck, I would probably just choose the good Amulet pilot in the dark when trying to figure out kind of the advantages in the matchup, because you have the Boros Energy Mirror. Of course, that's going to be a little bit random. If Amulet Titan wins, I think it's going to have an edge against the Boros Energy deck. And then kind of moving down to the lower part of the bracket, I think Izzet Affinity and Domain Zoo is going to be quite close. And then, again, Izzet Metalcraft versus Esper Blink. That's probably also a fairly close matchup.
Okay, so that's a look at our top 8. That is, of course, where the tournament is going to be going from here we have 3 more rounds to essentially be played. The top 2 players are going to be getting World Championship invites. That is the big prize remaining, and of course $20,000 up top. So still a lot to play for. But one of the things that's been decided at this point is Pro Tour invites. The top 32 of this tournament have secured Pro Tour invites for Pro Tour Richmond at the start of next year. So that is a big sigh of relief. And if we can take a look at the standings and see some of the names that made it into that top 32, maybe just outside of our top 8.
Yeah, as you can see, well, there were a bunch of Jeskai Blink decks, but they were just short. Alfonso Concha, 12-3, another Jeskai Blink deck, Brian Rockenbach, also 12-3, and then at rank 15, you see another Jeskai Blink deck. So they were still around, they just weren't able to squeak their way into the top 8. A little bit of an unfortunate result there for Ryan Bellami as we were following him. He was 11-0. Lost the 3 straight matches in a row and then had to draw because he wouldn't be able to make the top 8, but drew still, of course, into a qualification into Richmond.
Right, ultimately a bit disappointing to not convert the 11-0 start into a top 8 finish, but all things considered, you've hit what most people's goal is for the tournament, which is get that Pro Tour invite. May French drawing with Heath Butler in the final round. She locks up her Pro Tour invite. Now as we go to the second page of standings, these are 17th through 32nd. These are the other players that were able to get their Pro Tour invite, including Alan Wu there in 17th. Any other names that stand out to you?
Taking a look here, we did get to watch kind of Ivan Espinosa in the feature matches earlier yesterday, so he manages to get there with Esper Gorio, and wow, it was difficult. Just looking at this, it was super difficult to qualify for the Pro Tour. I mean, take a look. Top 32, 11, 3-1. I mean, I'm assuming it's not a clean cut. There were probably some number of 11 3-1s that were unfortunate and were not able to get the qualification. This was a tough field. 1,400 people playing in this event.
Yeah, 11-3-1 is a very strong record,
Absolutely.
and this was a very tough field. So massive congratulations to all the players that were able to get the job done here. And looking at the second page of standings, it's not a different metagame, but it does look quite different because we have 3 Brute Scale decks, multiple Esper Gorios, and it does feel like a decent amount of representation from archetypes that we didn't see on our first page.
Yeah, and we do still see all of these Jeskai Blink decks. It's just interesting because, you know, when you even a tournament as big as this, right? The sample size is a thing. When you see a bunch of Jeskai Blink decks still in the top 32, so you know, don't look at the results from this and go, wow, Jeskai Blink deck, it might not be playable anymore. It's still certainly an extremely powerful deck and one of the top choices in Modern.
Yeah, it definitely, just because we say it underperformed, that's not to say it's a bad deck.
Right.
It's relative to the metagame share that it had coming into the weekend. If it put up terrible numbers,
right,
that would be one thing. But just because, oh, you have 7 copies in the top 32, that's not bad.
Right.
It's just statistically, by the numbers, you would expect that to maybe be a little higher, and that's what we say when what we mean when we say it underperformed.
Exactly.
All right. So, with that said, are we going to be able to take a quick break before we go to the top 8, or are we going right into the action? Yes, we are going to take a quick break, and on the other side, we will have the top 8 of Regional Championship coming to you from SCG Con Las Vegas. Don't go anywhere as we show you some shots from the crowd. Welcome back, everyone, where it is time for the top 8 here at the Regional Championship from SCG Con Las Vegas. My name is Monty DeVuti, joined as always this weekend by Paul Chian, and it has been a great tournament so far.
Oh yeah, the matches have been absolutely incredible. Some awesome come from behind victories, plan Bs, plan Cs, plan Ds coming to fruition to victories, and now we are into the top 8. Super excited about the matchups that we have.
Now let's remind you one more time what our top 8 bracket looks like, and we will talk you through what we are going to be bringing you. So, first through 8th seed, but most importantly, 7 different archetypes. The only repeat being the Boros Energy Mirror that we see between Ryan Mullins and Gabriel Clark. That is going to be the second match that we watched today, Paul. But first, we're going to be kicking things off by our favorite deck of the top 8, perhaps. Joseph Puglisi on the Is It Metalcraft deck, going up against Joe Nguyen on Esper Blink. So that is where we are going to turn our attentions. That is going to be our first match, and we are going to start by taking a look at those deck lists if we can, and just talking through what we expect to see from the matchup, what you expect to be the focal points here from both players. We'll get those deck lists up for you as soon as we can. But Paul, while we get those up, start by talking to me about Joe Nguyen's list.
Yeah, so Joe Nguyen actually playing Esper Blink here instead of we've seen a lot of Esper Goryo's Vengeance, but this is kind of the more mid-range version of the deck that's playing Philia instead of trying to combo off with Overlord of the Baelmerk and Orcish Bowmaster, which is, an extremely powerful card that's we just kind of haven't seen a whole lot of, but 2 copies here from Joe. But, it has, if you're playing the Esper colors, you're definitely going to be having, of course, the Psychic Frog, Quantum Riddler, Ephemerate combination, along with Philia, Teferi, and lots of hand disruption in Thoughtseize. And, I have to say, this deck actually looks quite strong against what we're going to potentially see here. But this is just, the other flavor of mid-range that you can choose to play. You can either play, of course, Jeskai, but this was kind of the original iteration in Esper Blink, and Joe having a lot of success with this deck. One card that I want you to kind of look at, we do see a little bit of the sideboard there on the bottom that's going to come into play, and it's probably the most important card in this matchup here, is those 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies you see in the sideboard. If you resolve that, that will basically decimate Joseph Puglisi's entire board.
Yeah, so something to keep an eye out for post-sideboard. But in Game 1, there's still a lot of tools for Joe Nguyen to work with. One I want to highlight is a certain Enchanter there, sitting at the bottom of the list. Being able to destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls on entering, and then start blinking that with something like an Ephemerate could be pretty good. But we'll have to find out. So let's take a look at the opponent's deck list. That's Joseph Puglisi. This is the Is It Metalcraft deck that we have fallen in love with. Paul, talk to me about this one in the matchup specifically.
Yeah, so Joseph, especially in Game 1, is going to want to get off to a fairly quick start here. We've seen Joseph play 6 permanents on turn 1. Would like to get that going. This deck is extremely explosive, capable of putting, Emery in play with a Mox Opal and a Mox Amber, and then, of course, you can also turbocharge Urza Saga. This is the deck that can take advantage of an Urza Saga on turn 1 because it has 7 Moxen in its deck. You can actually start activating Urza Saga as early as turn 2 with those Moxen.
Okay, well, that is the deck list, but it is time to see the magic. It is top 8 time here from the Regional Championship, and there are 2 World Championship invites as well as $20,000 up top. And in order to figure out who is vying for those spots, it's time to watch some magic. Let's go right into it. Now, excuse me, we do have the wrong names on the screen, but we are watching the right players.
Right.
So we will be watching Joseph Puglisi at the top of your screen on this Is It Metalcraft deck. On the bottom, Joe Nguyen on Esper Blink. And because Joseph Puglisi is the 2nd seed, he is on the play for this matchup.
And not an explosive start here from Puglisi, and a turn 1 Thoughtseize here from Nguyen.
All right, double Mox Opal, double Unholy Heat, Strict Serenade, Consigned to Memory.
Yeah, not the strongest hand, right? Not a whole lot of pressure, highly reactive here. Only one artifact, right, with the Mox Opal. You have a pair of Unholy Heats and the Strict Serenade, but I mean, this is going to take some developing here from Puglisi to actually get something going.
Right, this is vastly different from any of the hands we've seen from Puglisi up to this point. It is not explosive. It doesn't have that B plan of Corey Steelcutter to start getting incremental advantage. It is just reactive.
Yeah, this is kind of a rough hand here. And I suppose Puglisi chose to keep the hand primarily because he has interaction, and maybe he thinks it's quite important to find. Oh, and finds a Scalding Tarn here off the top, which is a very, very big draw. Joseph now has access to red mana to be able to deploy Unholy Heats if Joe decides to play something like an Orcish Bowmasters or a Philia.
Now, I'm not certain, but I do think that card in the graveyard might be Joseph's one copy of Preordain. So it's possible that he fired off that turn one, saw the land on top and kept it there as a bit of hidden information, presenting this hand to Joe with any potential thought seizes and making Joe make that decision without knowing that there is a potential second land coming.
Yeah, it is unclear what he did with the Preordain, but that is certainly possible.
Right. So we go back Joe Nguyen's way. It is going to be a Marsh Flat sacrifice, getting a second land, and Overlord of the Balemark is impended.
Enters the battlefield here, and what will Joseph choose to do? And chooses to consign to memory the trigger here, so will not be milling himself, and will not be able to get something back from the graveyard. But you know what? Joe's fine with that, right?
Yeah.
Joe's like, well, guess what? In a few turns, this is going to be a threat that you have to answer.
All right, so I got a brief glimpse at Joe Nguyen's hand. Two cards that I did make out. There's a copy of Solitude, and more importantly, I would say there is a copy of Witch Enchanter already. So those are removal, should he need it, and more importantly, repeatable artifact removal in the form of the Witch Enchanter, should we get there, while also having a third land available to you.
Yeah, sometimes a card like the Witch Enchanter can be quite slow, especially given how explosive we've seen Joseph's deck's capable of, but against this hand, that Witch Enchanter will be very powerful.
Right, so it was an end of turn fetch from the Scalding Tarn, got a Thundering Falls. That surveilled an Odawara into the graveyard. But now there's an Urza Saga, so Joseph's hand, for the most part, continues to be known information. We know that there's two copies of Mox Opal as well as two copies of Unholy Heat there. The Strict Serenade was the discard from the Thoughtseize, and the Consigned to Memory has already been used. So if there's only 4 cards in Joseph's hand, Joe Nguyen has perfect information right now.
Absolutely. So, you know, if Joe's got a small creature to play, likely not going to choose to deploy it, something like, for example, the Felia that's in the deck, but does have Thoughtseize. Now, again, like you mentioned, perfect information. You can take one of the Unholy Heats. I imagine you're not going to take a redundant copy of Mox Opal here.
Right, so Witch Enchanter being deployed as a tapped land here, and just a pass. Overlord of the Balemark ticks down to 3, the ever-impending clock, as if that becomes a creature, that's going to be big trouble for Joseph Puglisi, but that's still quite a few turns away, and at the moment, no sight of anything like a Philia to represent that blink.
And another Scalding Tarn gets played here by Joseph Puglisi, so again, perfect information. What can Joe do with that perfect information?
All right, we do know that there is a Solitude in hand. 2 cards that we haven't gotten a great look at. This is going to be a pass. Overlord impends down, Scalding Tarn fetch, and likely we're going to see an Urza Saga activation.
Yeah, there are 2 cards that are particularly difficult for Joseph to deal with from when playing against the Esper Blink deck, but Joe Nguyen hasn't found either. I'm looking at cards like the Quantum Riddler and Psychic Frog. Those are both cards that are very difficult to deal with, but Joe hasn't found one yet.
Right, with this Overlord of the Balemark now on 2, there is a question from Joseph of what he's going to be searching up with this Urza Saga. Do you feel pressured to get something reactive like a preemptive Ether Spellbomb down onto the battlefield, or are you relying on the remaining copy of Unholy Heat in your hand to get the job done?
Yeah, we're going to have to see, does Joseph have Delirium?
Right.
Right, we see an instant, we see a land, and there is a sorcery, but I don't currently see a creature or an artifact in the graveyard.
Right. Urza's Saga is going to go to the graveyard here, and that will be an enchantment.
That would be an enchantment.
So that's your fourth type, in theory.
So if you want to just lean on the Unholy Heat to deal with the Overlord. But the thing is, there's plenty of things in this deck that you want to Unholy Heat. So, you know, if you do want to just make sure that you have more interactive spells, you could choose to just go ahead and get the Spell Bomb.
All right, here comes a window for Joe Nguyen. A second construct has been made. He's responding, well, responding to the Urza Saga trigger that is still on the stack in order to fetch a Meticulous Archive. That's a flooded strand being surveilled into the graveyard, and then says go right ahead.
Now we'll see what Joseph chooses to get here. Metalcraft online here for the Mox Opal, so does have the mana to cast the Unholy Heat in his hand.
Many times in the past, it's been Lava Spur Boots in this situation in order to just present the fastest clock.
Oh,
this time, it's a Haywire Might.
Right, and that is a better answer to Overlord of the Baelmerk, as it is an enchantment.
It absolutely is. So Haywire Might joins the board. And you see Joe Nguyen just, the toolbox of answers that this Metalcraft deck has access to with Urza's Saga, just making the land look even better than it already is.
Right. I mean, Joe's had a reasonable hand in terms of disruption, but hasn't really been putting on a lot of pressure here. And has just been utilizing a bunch of one-for-one cards here. Oh, does have Fatal Push, though, for one of the constructs.
All right, so it was a Fiery Islet joining the board. The one construct that could attack did get in, but met with a Fatal Push. So Joseph down to 2 cards with a draw here, and I believe they are Solitude Ephemerate and the card that was just drawn. So
okay. Yeah, Joe would have really just liked an untapped land just to be able to run out of Solitude here. But has another Overlord of the Baelmerk, and this one will be resolving. Can Joe find a nice creature here to get back? There is an Orcish Bowmasters.
All right, that's a find.
That is a nice one. You can use that to potentially target the Haywire Might, although even if he does, we all know the Haywire Might will be looking to deal with that Overlord of the Baelmerk that will go down to 1 impending.
Right, so we'll see what Joseph wants to do here on not quite the end step, and says, yeah, go for it.
All right. I still got a turn before I need to use this Haywire Might.
Right.
I want to get in for more damage, especially because you can get in for the 1 and you can get in with the construct here as well. Although, given that he knows about the Orcish Bowmasters, might not be interested in attacking with the Haywire Might.
Right, the Bowmasters is known information. The Solitude and the Ephemerate in hand are not. Those are cards that only we know as we have seen the hand. So something that is in the back of Joseph's mind, but ultimately not something that you are actively aware of. So here comes Emery. 4 cards is the mill.
But there is no Corey Steelcutter on the battlefield here, so won't be able to activate this Emery immediately. We know about the second Mox Opal in Joseph's hand, along with, I believe, Unholy Heat?
Yes.
Right, as the last card.
So Unholy Heat plus Mox Opal, the hand from Joseph Puglisi. Here comes Orcish Bowmasters.
Oh, and in response to Bowmasters, Puglisi now deciding whether or not he wants to utilize this Haywire Might here to deal with Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Yeah, might be thinking about the Fiery Islet in play, wanting to sacrifice that to get more information before the Bowmasters resolves.
There is a disaster scenario that's lurking here for Puglisi. If Joe turns the Overlord of the Baelmerk into a creature and then Joseph chooses to activate the Haywire Might to kill it, Joe Nguyen does have an Ephemerate to be able to save it and get some additional value.
Right. I would expect Joseph is not going to walk into that one, given how well we've seen him play this weekend. But of course, in a situation like this, there's so many different elements of the game that you have to be aware of that maybe something like that falls through the cracks. So, starting things off, Solitude Ephemerate, Emrygon.
Emrygon, that is Joseph's only source of card advantage here. Joe Nguyen does know all the cards in Joseph's hand.
And 2 mana, Quantum Riddler was the draw for the turn.
And he will go ahead and use the Unholy Heat here. Joseph does have Delirium, so, I mean, Joe's still going to draw 2 cards here.
Only one, right?
Excuse me, it's not in play. Right.
Right, so now that the Riddler is gone, only 1 drawn for Joe Nguyen, which is somewhat decent. 3rd Overlord.
Goodness, this is so much value. Does he find something here? All right, does
Gets
get
the
the Quantum Riddler back. Yeah, and this is just so much value. How do you grind through all of this? Joseph is running on fumes. Doesn't really have anything else going on from his hand.
Yeah, and this construct is tiny. We don't even have Metalcraft online if you're on Joseph Puglisi's side now.
Yeah, it's a 2-2.
It's a 2-2 with the one card in hand that we knew about previously, Mox Opal. Did draw another one off Fiery Islet, but that's one card that we don't know about. And what is one card going to do here unless it's Quantum Riddler?
Yeah.
With a Bowmasters on the
With
battlefield.
the Bowmasters on the battlefield, 2 Overlord of the Baelmerks as well. So much going on here for Joe Nguyen. Oh, that was a good draw. Wow.
All right.
Joe, it's like, okay.
Yeah,
all
Joe's
right.
like, I know about that
Good
Mox
beats.
Opal.
Yeah.
You have one card.
Nice top deck, sir.
Yeah. I mean, look, one good top deck deserves another.
Sure.
That Quantum Riddler from Joe the previous turn really made the game interesting.
Yeah, Joe has so many good draws here. I'm curious, what would be Joseph Puglisi's best draw? Emery would be solid, right, just to kind of get things going.
Right.
Okay, and again, we're now 2 turns away from one more Overlord of the Baelmerk being turned into a creature.
Okay. So, what is the draw? Emery!
That is okay. That's what he wanted here.
That's what you called.
1 mana Emery here. Get some stuff in the graveyard. I don't think Joe has a removal spell for that Emery.
Not that we know of, at least.
Okay.
Overlord's 2 turns away from being able to attack.
Right. Did you get a glimpse of what Joe's last card was?
I have not.
Okay. Because he exiled the Ephemerate to cast the Solitude, and we
Right.
knew about that previously.
Whatever card it is, it was drawn the previous turn, and I haven't seen it yet.
And it's probably not a land.
Probably. Joe getting a good look at what this Emery is able to do. Haywire Might pulled up right to the front, as that is going to stop these Overlords, which are the main thing Joe has going for him right now.
Yeah.
If Joseph starts looping this Haywire Might and answering these Overlords, Joe Nguyen doesn't have much to work with.
A tapped Hallowed Fountain here. Oh, man.
That's not a sign of
That
strength.
is an unanswered Emery here, and now Joseph can start using the Emery here to just start eating away at the Overlord of the Baelmerks.
And Ursa
There's a
Saga.
Wow, back-to-back here.
I was going to say the previous turn, other than Emery, maybe Saga would be
Sure.
the best draw, but it might be too slow. But if you're turning off these Overlord timings,
Right.
time is no longer an issue.
Wow. Big sequence of draws here from Puglisi.
Incredible top decks, and Joe knows these are top decks because
Oh, yeah.
he knows that last card is a Mox Opal.
I mean, and keep in mind, by the way, even the Metallic Rebuke, we're
Right.
talking about back-to-back-to-back here.
Right. So, Joe Nguyen going to ask a question away from the table. Joseph Puglisi just going to sit down. We'll see if we can take a live look in at one of our other tables while this judge call happens. All right, so we're going to check in on table D. I can't tell you who's sitting there, but we're going to find out in just a moment. Please bear with us.
It looks like Joe got the answer for whatever question he had here.
All right, well, no
Okay.
need then. So, here we go. Joe Nguyen got his answer, untapping, drawing.
Really wants to find an answer for this Emery.
2 cards to work with now.
Fatal Push, Solitude.
One big thing you mentioned that Joseph Puglisi needs to not run into is a potential ephemerate by allowing... That's Teferi, I believe.
That is a Teferi Time Raveler that does enter the battlefield. Now, you could use this to actually bounce the Emery, right? Because then you wouldn't be able to activate it next turn.
Right, and I think you have to.
Yeah?
So
Okay.
Step 1.
Draw a
draw.
card. All right, and now we're probably going to be trying to set up to just protect the Teferi if you can. We know that 1 Haywire Might is reserved for the 5/5 Overlord of the Baelmerk that will be turned into a creature at the end of this turn.
Right. If Joe attacks here, Joseph probably goes block with the Haywire Might activate.
Right.
So, what does Joe Nguyen want to do? 2 cards that we don't know about in hand. One of them feels like a blank.
Yeah, one of them feels like a blank. As expected, Joseph does use the Haywire Might there, but there is still one more Overlord of the Bailmer coming into play here at the end of Joe Nguyen's turn.
Right. Urza Saga Online able to make a construct now.
And Joseph still has the Emery that was bounced to hand.
Right.
The construct currently sitting at a 2-2, but can be turned into a 3-3 if you do choose to make another construct off the Saga.
Right.
So could maybe just attack with the construct here, attack the Teferi rather, and kind of force a block from the 1/1 token on Joe's side.
Yeah, you do want to get this Teferi off the board if possible.
Right.
Your life total is not an issue. Joe Nguyen's life total is at 10, so you're not pressuring it for lethal quite yet. Next turn, perhaps.
Yeah. I think he's done most of that damage to himself.
Yeah. Multiple Thoughtseize being cast, as well as these shock lands and the fetch lands. They do add up over time.
Absolutely.
All right, so Joseph Puglisi has to weigh some sequencing here. Could cast the Emery, but it, you could also just represent more mana. Of course, getting the Emery onto the battlefield does feel like a priority, considering that Overlord is a turn away.
It does feel like Joseph could have possibly drawn another action spell here, given how much time he's thinking here.
Here's that attack you mentioned, Teferi being put under pressure.
Yeah, and I imagine this token is just going to get in front to preserve that Teferi here.
Joe Nguyen could ephemerate Bowmasters.
If he had it.
Right, in theory, to ping plus grow the army. And that would have signified a trade, perhaps.
All right, 3 mana here, tapping the Urza Saga. Are we just making a construct here?
Yeah, I assume so.
Because by making the construct, that does turn on the Mox Opal.
Right, you give yourself an additional mana to work with.
Okay.
That is the ephemeral. Okay,
oh,
a backup Bowmaster. Okay,
a backup Bowmaster's great timing here from Joe.
All right, so
2 Bowmasters on the battlefield now.
And an Ephemerate in hand, most importantly.
Okay, does have an Ephemerate in hand.
Right, because previously what we were looking at was Emery will come down, then Joseph has to untap to use Emery to answer the Overlord. Now, Overlord is going to become a creature, and then Ephemerate can protect it. So the entire tide of things has just shifted.
Yeah, and just huge out of Joe Nguyen here. Doesn't really have a particularly strong attack here. Unless he is interested in just trying to see if Joseph will block with the Emery, and then you can Ephemerate the Bowmasters to try to get that off the battlefield.
Right. Joseph not interested in that particular trade, considering he is at a very healthy life total.
Is this a frog?
It's a frog.
It's a frog, and man, these creatures are building up here. This is a mountain for Joseph Puglisi to deal with here.
Right, and Joseph is praying that that card in Joe Nguyen's hand is not an Ephemerate. We know that it is.
Right.
Certainly not out of it yet. Does have an Urza Saga here that is able to go fetching, as well as create another construct if he has the mana to work with, which he should.
This Urza Saga is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting here. Just, there's 5 problematic creatures on Joe Nguyen's side of the battlefield here.
Yeah, there is an interesting question of whether Joseph will play around the possibility of something like Ephemerate by going to get Tormod's Crypt with Emery and trying to limit the graveyard for this Overlord, because it feels like if Overlord gets back a Quantum Riddler from here, there's no coming back for you, right? We'll see.
There's not a ton of options, right? There's Lava Spur Boots. There is Ether Spellbomb, and then there is, as you mentioned, Tormod's Crypt.
Well, I think the Crypt is already in the graveyard, so you would have to bring it back with Emery.
Oh, I thought you were talking about fetching for the Crypt.
No. I was saying bringing Crypt back rather than something like Haywire Might with the Emery. More risky. Lava Spur boosts the find. We'll see what Joseph is going for here.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. Like, Joe's on 1 card. You have to know for sure he's got the Ephemerate. I feel like, I mean, I think that's an interesting line, but
Right,
Also,
you might
just
be leveling yourself.
Yeah, just getting the Haywire Bite just certainly makes a lot of sense. But is he going to...
Corey Steel
Steel
Cutter.
Cutter, sure.
Okay.
Okay. But what is this? Is this enough to perhaps remove the Teferi?
Tameo, Trigger Steel Cutter.
Okay.
Going wide.
Going wide, but Joe has plenty of blockers here. Both the Overlord of the Baelmerk and the Psychic Frog should be able to... Oh, excuse me, the Psychic Frog. Actually, Joe doesn't have a ton of cards in hand here.
Okay, so there's the second Mox Opal. Yeah.
Okay. So how many artifacts are we looking at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 artifacts in play? So the construct is currently sitting at a 5/5.
And a 6/5 with the Lava Spur boots.
Right. And Joe is sitting at 10. Now, he does have some chump blocks available if he wants with those Bowmasters that are also in play.
Right, and we know that he still has that Ephemerate in hand. So Joseph playing in an aggressive way rather than trying to be reactive with a card like Haywire Might.
Yeah, just trying to close out the game here as quickly as possible, knowing that if Joe continues to get advantages here with that Teferi that's on the board, with Overlord of the Baelmerk and Psychic Frog, it's just going to be a mountain of cards to handle.
So, no cards being drawn. Joseph Puglisi just going for pure aggression. And this is the best line against what Joe Nguyen is presenting here.
Yeah. I mean, Joe, like you mentioned, still has access to this Ephemerate, so you can still get a lot of value here. As long as you don't block one of the Tramplers, you block something, then you Ephemerate the Overlord of the Baelmerk, and then you can also just toss an Oakish Bowmasters, which doesn't really do a whole lot anyways, and kind of play that way. Oh, it looks like he just is interested in eating the Corey Steel Cutter here. Nope. Reconsidering things.
Yeah, taking the time to think about it. Not as simple as it seems, because you don't have a lethal attack going the other way. All of this value is meaningless if you die, so your life total needs to be considered here.
Yeah. The issue is there's no blocks here on the constructs that Joe has that would actually kill the constructs, right? Unless you are happy with a trade with the Overlord of the Baelmerk, which you're not in the market for.
Right. That Overlord of the Baelmerk is representing a decent chunk of your way back into this game.
Absolutely. All right. So 2 chump blocks, eats a token here. And will Joe fire off the Ephemerate? And he will get some value.
There it is. 4 mils. Gets Ophelia. Can play that here.
Can play that here. That is big. That can just start eating the constructs here.
Yep.
Wow. Great hit here from Joe Nguyen.
Is he just representing a potential lethal by using Ophelia to get rid of the blocker? Opts not to.
Puglisi's at 17. That would be pretty tough, unless he has a ton of cards in hand.
Yeah, I was thinking with the Quantum Riddler potentially to start things off into the Psychic Frog.
Right.
But does take off the Overlord as a potential attacker by ephemerating it.
Yeah, and does have the Riddler here. Going to be able to draw 2 cards here.
All right.
Okay. We're just trying to figure out what's going on here. Oh, didn't draw for turn. Right.
Because that was all upkeep.
Yep. Still only has 1 card in hand, so you do find the 2 cards here off the Riddler. Teferi going up here. Joe just needs to kind of stave things off here. He almost has this, right? He's up so many cards. The Ophelia is going to at least eat one of the constructs here. How aggressive do you want to be? Because you only get value off Overlord of the Baelmerk when you actually attack with it. Although I believe it was blinked this turn, right?
It was blinked this turn,
so it can't even
can't attack with it. But does find another Ephemerate for this Quantum Riddler.
Oh,
so,
jeez.
We're approaching a territory where I don't think Joseph Puglisi can come back into this game anymore.
Yeah. Yeah, particularly if you do Ephemerate this Quantum Riddler.
I think you have to block the frog here.
What is the token that he's holding right now? Oh, that's the Tameo.
That's the Tameo.
Got it.
feels like if Joe Nguyen can draw 2 cards off a Frog,
All right.
there's no coming back.
Yeah, and Joe might be okay here, just discarding some cards here to the Frog to kill the Tameo, and happily does.
Yeah, Thoughtseize, Witch Enchanter, discards.
Okay, and so the last card in hand is
Ephemerate.
the Ephemerate. Oh,
Yeah.
jeez. So Joseph will take 2 damage here. Has a tremendous board advantage. Teferi in play 2, and now you get to cast Ephemerate on the Quantum Riddler to draw 2 more cards.
Ephemerate is exiled for rebound.
It should be.
It should be.
Not in the graveyard.
Yeah.
And
Second
another
Quantum
one.
Riddler, 2 more
Oh,
cards.
so many cards. Oh, 3 cards, excuse me,
Right.
because there's 2 Riddlers in play.
Oh my goodness. And there you go. There's the Ephemerate. I don't think there's any coming back
This
now.
is just way, way too many cards.
Yeah.
And we don't, Joe could have easily have just drawn Fatal Push or Solitude here as well.
Absolutely. So Joseph Puglisi draws for the turn, taking a look at everything he has to work with Emery. Does have a Haywire Might, but now there's a whole bevy of threats
Yeah.
between the Psychic Frog, the Philia to answer your card stress, and multiple Quantum Riddlers.
Yeah, multiple Riddlers, Overlord of the Baelmerk, Teferi in play here too. This is just going to be way, way too much. I mean, Joseph's deck did everything it could to help him claw back into a decent position here. But once we blinked the Overlord of the Baelmerk to find the Philia, I feel like that was enough here to kind of close things out for this game here for Joe Nguyen.
All right, well, all the Bowmasters are gone, so Quantum Riddler from Joseph Puglisi. We've talked about the B plan and the C plan. Maybe that's the beginning of this. I don't see it, but you have to start somewhere. So
Yeah.
Quantum Riddler draws a pair of fresh cards.
Now, note that is currently warped.
Yep.
Now, I mean, there is the line here. I don't know if Joseph could find maybe Unholy Heat to deal with the Riddler, but you could move the Corey Steelcutter onto the Quantum Riddler if there's somehow a weird line where you can actually deal 10 damage to Joe this turn.
Right. We'll see. Joe Nguyen has so many fresh cards available now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, three blockers here with a handful of cards.
What a back and forth game this has been.
Oh, yeah.
I will note, you do see that timer on the screen, but it is ticking up because the top 8 is untimed. It is purely a matter of players need to be playing at a reasonable pace, but otherwise, we keep going until we find a winner.
Yeah, this has been a very, very grindy game 1 here so far. 2 mana. All right, we are seeing the Steelcutter being moved. Also, you also have the Lava Spur Boots, which also gives haste, so you can choose to move that if you want instead.
Right. Do you care about the trample? Are you moving both of them just to make your Riddler challenge their Riddler with 6 power in order to be able to attack Teferi?
Yeah. It does look like Joe has enough of a life total buffer here where it's not going to be super important. Now, this does have 6 power. Right, so the Quantum Riddler does have 6 power, so if Joe chooses to block, he would lose his Quantum Riddler here.
Right. Now, has not left any green mana up, so Haywire Might is off the table for the time being.
Right. Okay. Still has an active Emery, and we are attacking with the warped Quantum Riddler. Joe doing a lot of math here. Remember that construct also in play with a bunch of artifacts in play.
I count 5?
5, so it would be a 5/5. Okay.
Right. Riddler blocks Riddler.
And Joe just goes, hey, look, that's fine. I do not want to go down to 4.
Right.
I have plenty of cards at my disposal here. That Quantum Riddler will be going away at the end of this turn.
Right. Tormod's Crypt?
Yeah, I mean, Joe's graveyard is completely stacked here.
And notably, one thing to be aware of is Overlord of the Baelmerk is not an optional mill. So as the game goes on, there has to be some concern coming out from Joe Nguyen that if he's not able to put on enough of a clock, he could get decked out in theory.
Yeah, you're going to see him probably be a little more mindful of that and maybe choose not to attack with Overlord of the Baelmerk or target something else with the Ephemerates.
Right. Going to bobble himself is Joseph Puglisi. Passes the turn.
Okay, and Joe is fetching here with the Marsh Flats, likely getting a Surveil land here. Because I don't think I've seen, has he played one yet? That might be a Meticulous Archive there.
There is a Meticulous Archive on the battlefield.
But of course, with all the self-milling, he might have also just milled some of the Surveil lands in the
Right,
deck.
there is a very hefty graveyard.
Yes.
And Overlord did mill quite a few cards. Deck doesn't look that big.
Right.
That Riddler does join Joe's Riddler in the Warp Zone, though slightly off screen here.
So now there is that Ephemerate here. Will Joe choose to use it again to target the Overlord of the Baelmerk?
All right. So Joseph currently is confirming where does the Ephemerate go on the stack relative to my card draw from Mishra's Bauble.
Right, because Joseph's deck does play Metallic Rebuke, which could be very, very relevant.
Right.
Oh, and a main phase Solitude. But remember, Teferi's on the battlefield, so counterspells don't even actually do anything. And now, I mean, the most threatening permanent that was on play on the other side, Emery, has now been dealt with.
All right, so.
Oh, jeez. Ephemerate on Solitude here, just systematically removing every single creature on Joseph Puglisi's side of the battlefield. Remember, Ophelia hasn't even attacked yet.
Right, that's going to target the construct, and that's
Right.
going to be 0 creatures left for Joseph Puglisi.
And this should do it here.
2 lands, backup Ophelia in the hand for Joe Nguyen.
Solitude can't attack.
Correct?
All right, and this is an attack for 5.
Overlord of the Baelmerk no longer
No
attacking.
longer attack. You know what? I have enough cards here. I'm good.
Yeah.
Pitch some cards here to Psychic Frog. Shorten the clock here. Doesn't need that extra land. Flooded Tribe might not even have a fetchable land at this point.
All right, so 6 damage coming across. Joseph down to 11, card drawn from Psychic Frog.
So puts him on a 2-turn clock. Now Teferi hasn't been utilized yet. Can tick it up here to 4.
Yes, and that's the choice. No board wipes from Joseph Puglisi in the main deck. What is he going to do, Paul?
Think about what he wants to do for Game 2.
Okay.
This
all
game is over.
All right, we're calling it done. So here comes Joseph Puglisi, untap, draw for turn. Is there anything that he can piece together, or are we looking at Game 2?
Yeah.
Or is the Saga the play?
A little bit. Probably not going to matter here, especially against the Ophelia that's in play. All right, that Cameo can give it haste, I suppose.
Yeah.
Make a treasure.
5 mana.
A clue.
Quantum Riddler from the Void.
Okay, that allows you to flip the Tameo. Now, Joe probably has some kind of interactive spell. Maybe doesn't. Because so now you draw the 2 cards, and that would trigger the Tameo, and Tameo would flip here.
Right. We know Joe's hand is a Flooded Strand, a Ophelia, and 1 unknown card. So not a guarantee that has anything that does things here.
The question here is a flip Tameo even enough on this board?
That is a very good question, Paul. You tell me.
Because, I mean, Joseph's sitting here at 11 life. We have a Teferi that we can use to kind of get things out of the way if you need. And Psychic Frog's representing a lot of damage. And, you know, Joe can choose to attack with Overlord of the Baelmerk to get in for 4 points of damage as well.
Right. So Tameo could return an Unholy Heat from the graveyard?
That would be on the next turn, though, because right now
it's gone up already.
Yeah, it starts at 2, goes up to 4, so all of Joe's creatures on the next attack will have 1 less power, but it does feel like Joe might still have enough here to close things out.
Right.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, plus 4 from the Overlord, that's 10, 1 from the Psychic Frog. As long as he can just remove the 2 creatures in play, he should be able to get in for lethal. Now, Teferi will handle one of the creatures, and Felia will handle the other one.
Yeah, so is that lethal with the Tameo Shrink?
Yeah, so 2 from Solitude, 1 from Felia, at least 3 from the Psychic Frog, 4 from the Overlord of the Baelmerk, and then you can discard a card to the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, and I think Joseph doing the math here that Quantum Riddler is going face.
He's like, whatever, I take it.
I was going to say Quantum Riddler going to Teferi would be the same as leaving it back as a blocker,
right.
But it has gone face. So Joe Nguyen down to 4, and I believe we're all done here, but we'll see.
All right, Joseph's plan of maybe he doesn't attack me with Overlord of the Baelmerk.
Yeah.
I think Joe's going to attack with Overlord.
You think
of the
so?
I have a good feeling.
Your years of Magic the Gathering experience have led you to making this decision.
Many years.
Very old.
Extremely old.
All right, so Joe Nguyen, you've been presented with all of the information. Your opponent is tapped out. Will you turn everything sideways? Tameo shrinks. Overlord triggers.
Finds a Solitude.
Solitude drawn.
Sure, and then now you can just pitch to the Psychic Frog, and that should be game one here for Joe Nguyen.
Joseph is going to check, are you passing? Joe's like, uh-uh.
There's a Teferi in play. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah, and that's going to be lethal coming across from Joe Nguyen in an incredibly back-and-forth game, able to get the job done by the slimmest of margins to survive earlier on, and then snowball the game out of control.
Yeah, and game one was really the game that Joseph Puglisi wanted to win, because I don't think it gets better for him after sideboard. Look at Joe Nguyen's sideboard here, right? We're looking at triple Consign to Memory, which is just going to be a pretty good card in the matchup here. 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies, really? I mean, that card just completely obliterates the board. And if he wants, he can also bring in 2 copies of High Noon if he wants to slow down Puglisi and the Corey Steelcutter. So, and of course, the 1 copy of Clarion Conqueror, also very, very annoying. So Joe Nguyen has tons of options here, all highly impactful sideboard cards in this matchup.
Yeah, and you just played a nearly 40-minute game 1. After a weekend of exhausting Magic, Modern is a very cool format, but the games are complicated. The games go long, the games are back and forth, and there's a lot of decisions to make. So fatigue is relevant as well here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, let's take a look at what Puglisi might have here. At this point, do you go, well, this ain't great for me? Is it time to just try to cheese my opponent out with some Blood Moons?
Moon
right?
him out.
Yeah.
When in doubt,
moon him out, right? Because if you have a Blood Moon in play, it might be difficult for Joe Nguyen to actually get 2 white sources in play for Wrath of the Skies.
Right. Looking at Joe Nguyen's deck, there's 1 of each basic. Is there something to make treasures that would allow you to have access to more white mana?
I mean, in the Esper colors, I can't see anything right now here, so that might be a pretty tough thing. So I think Blood Moon might be kind of Joseph's desperation plan here to try to just, it's like, look, this matchup stinks. This is not the deck that I was expecting to play against coming into this event. Are you really playing 3 copies of Wrath of the Skies? Why is there a Clarion Conqueror in your sideboard as well? Come on, man. And so, like you mentioned, as the Hail Mary, play a bunch of artifacts, get some Moxen into the battlefield, get that Blood Moon in play turn 2. Maybe that'll be enough to slow Joe Nguyen down.
Yeah, Joseph Puglisi has been feasting on all the Izzet Prowess and Affinity decks that are a little less able to keep up with his game plan, has been feasting on Boros Energy, but you make it to the top 8, and Modern's going to do what Modern does, because the 7th seed Esper Blink deck shows up and is like, hey, I counter your deck, what's up?
Yeah, look, when you play a Modern event like this, where you're going to play 15 rounds, you're just every now and then just going to be playing against something completely random that you didn't expect, and you go, oh, yeah, I guess that's a bad matchup. And then you take your loss and you move on, right? But it's just, what's going to give me the best chance of succeeding and making it to the top 8? I mean, Joseph had an amazing, amazing run here so far. Still has a shot, right? Not out of it. I do think those Blood Moons can be an effective card in this matchup.
Well, before there's any moving on, we do have to give the players some time to finish sideboarding. And that means I'm going to tell you about Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender, because the set is out and you can order now. Harness the power of the elements. Singles and sealed product for Magic the Gathering Avatar: The Last Airbender are available now at starcitygames.com/MTG-TLA. If you are looking to get in on the action from Magic the Gathering's latest set, Star City Games has you covered. So, Avatar: The Last Airbender available to order, but for the players, they have a match of Modern to win.
Yes. This Joseph Puglisi with his back against the wall now. He's been kind of breezing through the future match area, almost winning every single game 1 that we've seen. So this is going to be unfamiliar territory, at least in the future match area here for Puglisi.
Yeah, and it was unfamiliar territory for us as well. When we saw the opening sequence from Puglisi, it looked very different from all of the games that we had seen up to this point. It was very reactive. It didn't have all of the hallmark moxes and fast mana that we have seen from Puglisi in the past, instead just opting to be more of the control deck. And it was almost working out until it wasn't.
Right, and that's the thing. This isn't like, you know, we compare it to Affinity in some sense because it does play some of the cheap artifacts. But remember, this deck has a lot of spells. It's got a good amount of creatures as well. It isn't able to put a million artifacts in play all the time. And we've seen a couple of hands at this point where Joseph's hand is a bunch of interactive spells and maybe an Emery. And when you don't have the hands that have access to Opal plus Mox Amber plus Legendary Creature, yeah, I mean, he's going to have to play more of a fair game plan.
All right, well, as you said, Joseph Puglisi has his back against the wall. This, in my opinion, might be his toughest matchup in the room. I'm not overly familiar with the deck, but when we were looking at these deck lists, this just looks like a nightmare for him.
Yeah, Wrath of the Skies is an extremely effective card in this matchup, and it wouldn't shock me as well if, because of the existence of Wrath of the Skies, Joseph Puglisi would bring in a Force of Negation out of the sideboard. We already saw him boarded in against the Is It Prowess opponent that did have the one copy of Meltdown. He only had to dodge one Meltdown in that matchup. Now there's 3 Wrath of the Skies that he needs to fight through.
Yeah, so something to very much worry about, but has to start by playing some Magic as the players are almost done shuffling up for Game 2. For Joe Nguyen, coming in as the 7th seed, you see the matchup in front of you and you just feel ecstatic.
You're like, well, I haven't seen this deck before, but it feels like a good matchup. So you know what? I'm pretty happy.
Yeah, you're just looking at card for card and you're like, yeah, I feel pretty good here.
Yeah.
So, Joseph Puglisi back on the play here for Game 2. 7 cards for each player. Let's see if we have some keepers. Quantum Riddler, Wrath of the Skies, as you mentioned, Island, Thoughtseize, Flooded Strand, Swamp, and a Solitude.
Is that an island, I think? The third card from the right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
So, 3 lands, 4 spells, Dream Hand.
Right. 1 white source short, I think, of casting Wrath of the Skies, it seems.
Right.
Okay.
But has Thoughtseize coming out, and most importantly, has all of his basics if he just fetches for planes with that Flooded Strand.
If you get every basic outside of Wrath of the Skies, you can basically cast everything else, right?
Right. So, Thoughtseize is going to start things off for Joe Nguyen. Joseph Puglisi responds by fetching a Thundering Fall. So we're going surveilling, as many players have before and will continue to do so in the modern format.
Yeah. Yeah, I am interested on the sequencing here. I wonder what kind of advantages you get for fetching immediately with the Thoughtseize.
Right. What is Joseph doing where this information would not benefit him more after seeing what card Joe is taking?
Exactly, because Joe will make the decision on what to take here. Oh, okay. I suppose there was a Force of Negation here, so he was planning on doing that anyways.
So those are out of the sideboard. 3 copies of Force of Negation, something that Puglisi has brought in.
Yeah, and, you know, these free counters are powerful. They are effective, but, you know, if you do it too often against a mid-range deck where everything is basically kind of a built-in 2-for-1, you're going to fall behind.
Yeah, we saw Puglisi bring in the Force of Negations against Boros Energy when the worry was just a singleton copy of Meltdown. So it does stand to reason against a deck with 3 Wrath of the Skies that you're bringing them in.
Yep.
But as you mentioned, Esper Blink is not Boros Energy. They are also attacking your hand. So a 2-for-1 like Force of Negation has a much more significant cost in this matchup.
Right. Now, Joseph can try to win this game just through Corey Steelcutter activations here. There is a Tamiya, which is now turned on. The Mox Amber that you see on the right side of the screen. Joe, not sure if he does have the second white source, would like to fetch Flooded Strand, get a Surveil Land, try to find white source number 2 to be able to clear out the entire board.
Right, because right now, in addition to that Fatal Push, there's 2 copies of Solitude in the hand.
Right.
So this is almost certainly going to be a Surveil Land in order to try to find that other white mana, as you mentioned.
Right. And heads up play here, using that Fatal Push while Puglisi makes this attack to shut off the mana from the Mox Amber for the second main phase.
Right. Meticulous Archive, likely the find.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Although, is that a shadowy backstreet? Okay.
All right. Black, white now available, and we'll see what the surveil is for Joe Nguyen.
Right. With an island, I believe, as the other land in hand, right?
Yes, island in hand, alongside 2 copies of Solitude, a Wrath of the Skies, and a Quantum Riddler.
That was so fast. That had to have been a white source.
It was Ophelia.
Okay, that's also very, very strong.
Pretty
It's Corey
strong.
Steelcutter.
Yep. Also pretty strong with a Quantum Riddler in hand. Next turn, you
Ophelia, very
off.
strong in the deck.
Ophelia, strong card. Who knew?
News at 11.
Yep.
All right, Ophelia in play. Does Joseph Puglisi have Unholy Heat or Lightning Bolt here to deal with this?
Could also be representing something like a Metallic Rebuke. Would want to use that on the Quantum Riddler or Overlord follow-up if that is there. But as things stand, Ophelia on a near empty board, just representing a threat to this Monk token. Not ideal, but you can handle this.
Right, and this is kind of an interesting situation here. If you're Joe, oh, never mind. Has a removal spell, doesn't matter, but you have to consider, do I want to just kill the Monk token, or do I want to blink something that I play on my turn?
Right. So, we see 2 Solitude. There's the Quantum Riddler.
Okay.
Does Joseph have a Metallic Rebuke?
Yeah, if he has it, he would counter. He would be able to counter it, and then also trigger the Corey Steelcutter.
Yeah, the very rare opponent's
Oh,
turn Corey Steelcutter activation.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so tempting here, right? Yeah, consigning the trigger here.
The draw trigger.
Yeah, that would give Puglisi another token here.
Yep. So he's getting the token queued up. It's up to Joe Nguyen whether he's responding or not. To the Warp Zone.
Okay.
Oh, a beautiful RK Post Warp token, I believe.
All right. So Puglisi can get in for some damage. That's at least 3 damage now. This is 5. Does Puglisi have another card to play here? What is that?
Blood Moon, I think.
Blood Moon?
That looks like Blood Moon to me.
I see a moon.
There's no white mana available now.
Wow, and now Joe Nguyen can't cast Wrath of the Skies here. Not even close.
It's just impossible.
Right.
There's no double planes in the deck.
I know.
That
is huge.
Wow. Quantum Riddler can't be cast.
And we're looking at a possible lethal attack next turn here now. What can Joe play? Now, Joe does have Solitude. Right? So could be able to deal with one of the cards here, and exiles Wrath of the Skies. Oof.
All right, so 1 token dealt with. Hand is another Wrath, another Solitude.
Right, so can use that to deal with one more creature here. Now Joe just wants to find, Orcish Bowmaster, Psychic Frog, anything he can cast. No more white spells, please.
Found Ephemerate. How about the
That's a white spell. That counts.
Oh, my goodness.
All right,
Blood Moon, you
3.
highlighted it in the sideboarding. Time to get cheesy.
Yeah, look, do what you got to do to win.
All right, draw was Witch Enchanter, I think. That's not going to give you white mana.
Right, you can just kind of play. Now you don't have to take the damage now.
Nope.
All right, now down to 2. Wow, the Blood Moon plan going to work here, possibly?
Yeah, you see Joe desperately holding this Solitude, trying to find a plains for this Ephemerate,
wow.
but no plains found. Had to fetch the Surveil land in order to give himself the best chance of finding a white source. Instead, ended up with 0 white sources post-Blood Moon.
Yeah, and you also have to think about the decision. Joe actually did choose to keep Felia on top, right? I wonder if it might have been better to just try and find another white source there instead. Very, very close because Felia, of course, looking very strong on that board.
Right, with the Quantum Riddler, it was looking very tempting, but that's how it goes when you keep more disruptible lines. Ultimately, Joe Nguyen had access to that Wrath of the Skies, so if he could get to that point, it would have been great, but the top of the deck not cooperating, and that means we are all tied up, Paul, going to Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things to think about there, because if you expect a Blood Moon, you could have fetched a Plains.
Right.
That would have given you access to white, black, and blue mana, and then at this, at that late point in the game, you could have actually evoked the Solitude and then ephemerated it, right? To at least try to keep the thing intact. But I totally get the idea of getting the Surveil land to try to make sure you hit your second white source.
Right. With Wrath of the Skies in hand and looking like, if I can cast this, it's going to be the Haymaker.
Right.
The thinking to try to set up for 2 white sources is very valid.
Absolutely.
It's just, if things go exactly as they did,
Right.
things
Yeah.
get sketchy.
All right.
All right.
The Blood Moon plan worked once. Less of a chance to work on the draw and also when you win a game with it, right?
Yep.
But sometimes you have opening hands where you just don't have the fetches and you still have to keep, right? If you have 2 shock lands and a surveil land with interactive spells, you're still keeping.
So while the players finish shuffling up for Game 3, I will take a moment to thank our sponsors. Beckett and Dragon Shield sponsor and help bring you SCG Con. Massive thank you to them. You can buy Dragon Shield products on StarCityGames.com, but it is thanks to their contributions that the SCG Con continues to exist, both for players and the viewers at home. So thank you, Beckett, and thank you, Dragon Shield. Paul, we're going to Game 3. And one thing that Joseph Puglisi has to breathe a sigh of relief is he got through a game where he didn't face Clarion Conqueror, he didn't face any High Noons, he didn't have to face the Wrath of the Skies. None of these sideboard haymakers that essentially form a minefield from Joe Nguyen in these post-board games were present. Can Puglisi get away with it again?
I mean, it's certainly possible. And, I mean, we don't know how long Joseph had that Blood Moon. But remember, turn 1. Thoughtseize was Force of Negation, so I feel like he could have even had it in the opening hand and was waiting for the right opportunity to deploy it, and man, it paid off.
All right, so taking a look at Joe Nguyen's hand, Philia, Ephemerate, Swamp, Psychic Frog, Bog Trawler.
That's a mulligan.
Yeah, that was 2 mono black lands. And Joseph Puglisi says, keep. All right.
All right. Look, this goes to show you don't just give up, even if a matchup looks horrible. You still got to play the games. Variance still exists.
Look, Magic is about the games being played.
Absolutely.
And look, we talk about worst matchup in the top 8, right? We talk about the worst matchup you could possibly face. That's not like an 80-20 matchup.
No, not at all.
That's not what we're going to see.
Yeah. And look, Joe's mulliganing down, but his deck is very, very capable of winning on a mulligan to 6, especially when you look at cards like the Quantum Riddler, which certainly don't mind you mulliganing down because you will be empty-handed fairly quickly.
Right. So, as we take a look at the 6 from Joe Nguyen, looks like it's a keep. I see Plains, March Flats, Thoughtseize, Quantum Riddler, Psychic Frog, and a Flooded Strand.
All right, so
pretty good hand.
This is a pretty Blood Moon proof hand here from Joe Nguyen. And yeah, I mean, turn 2 Psychic Frog certainly going to be quite strong here. And
it's a mulligan to 5.
Oh my goodness, I actually did not.
Yeah.
Did not see that. Ooh, this is...
So Marsh Flats, Swamp, lets you Thoughtseize turn 1. Then Flooded Strand Island lets you Psychic Frog turn 2.
So is he just all in on Psychic Frog here?
There's a Quantum Riddler as backup, so not entirely, but if you get disrupted twice, that's a big problem.
Sure. 3 cards in hand, so, I mean, talk about the perfect 5-card hand, though, right?
Yeah. This is the type of hand that can win on 5 on the play.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see a Mystical Dispute. Might want to look to take that
Oh,
here,
it's gone. It's
right?
so gone.
Yeah, because the rest of the hand is 2 Tamios and a Mox Amber.
Right.
Alternatively, if you want to take a little bit of a gamble, you could take the Mox Amber and hope that Joseph Puglisi just plays out a Tameo turn 1, and then all of a sudden the coast is cleared for you to resolve the Psychic Frog.
Yeah, I think that is the big question mark here, but it does feel like you're leaving yourself exposed to a potential top deck there. So Dispute feels like the safe way when you've really identified your avenue to victory here.
Yeah, absolutely. But Joseph still with a great start here. I mean, just being able to go turn 1, land a Mox Amber Tameo, quite strong here.
Right. And more importantly for Joe, has perfect information. So if Joseph plays something like a Mox Opal as well, you're not representing anything because you have full information about the remaining cards in hand.
Right. Also, Joe's not in a position to play around anything, given the mold of 5, so he's just jamming.
Yeah. Island, Tameo, no Mox Amber.
All right. waiting for a potential Corey Steelcutter off the top to double spell.
Right. You are representing that you do not have another Mystical Dispute.
Right. Okay, Flooded Strand here, fetching what I
Gotta
believe
be
will
an
likely be
island.
basic island here.
Yep. You have a second Psychic Frog in hand, I saw, as well as a Quantum Riddler.
Right.
This is the dream mulligan for Joe Nguyen.
Right. So is that 2 cards in hand for Joe?
2 cards in hand for Joe. A full grip for Joseph Puglisi.
Probably wants to tap your lands to
Yeah.
cast your spells. That would be good. Yes.
Mox Amber
Okay.
starting things off from Puglisi.
And Tamio can certainly get in. Now, Joe does have the ability to pitch both cards out of the hand and then exile 3 cards out of the graveyard to give the Psychic Frog flying to trade with the Tamio. Probably not going to do that, obviously, given that what we know in his hand. But that's something that Joseph Puglisi has to consider.
Well, Puglisi is attacking.
Yep.
So, step 1, get the clue and say, yeah, you're not going to do that.
Right.
Step 2,
1 mana here.
Emery.
Emery. Okay.
Trigger. Unholy
All right.
Heat, Force of Negation, Scalding Tarn, Mox Amber.
Mox Amber into the graveyard here with the Emery. Might look to just crack the clue here.
2 mana to work with. Goes fetching.
Perhaps a basic land here.
Yeah,
Yep.
there's the mountain. And Puglisi thinking that if Joe goes land Quantum Riddler here, suddenly the game is just even again. If
Right.
not, you're behind.
Well, yeah, and even if Joe just draws a spell and wants to find something, he can just pitch a card to Psychic Frog
Right.
and then run out the Quantum Riddler.
Right. So,
But yes, land would be nice. A white source.
that's an Ephemerate, I think.
Okay, that could certainly be a card that you discard, given that you don't have white mana right now. So maybe you discard the Ephemerate, right?
It's
And then-
Wrath of the Skies.
Oh, it's
okay.
Wrath of the Skies. And then you run out the Quantum Riddler, draw 2 cards,
Yeah.
get back your cards. Joe definitely wants to find land number 3 here.
Puglisi nods. 2 cards drawn.
I
One
see a
is Solitude. I think the other was Ephemerate. I may have called it a bit too early, but can't get a great glimpse at it.
Now remember, Psychic Frog can also attack. With that Quantum Riddler in play, Joe can grow it even further, draw 2 more cards with that Psychic Frog.
Yeah, you are essentially sifting through cards and flying, making sure that you can't even present the option
Look at
of an Emery
this.
block. Psychic Frog Solitude being discarded.
4, 5, and it is really hard for Joseph Puglisi to actually deal with the Psychic Frog once it gets to 7 toughness, right? Because at that point, you can't even use the Unholy Heat to get rid of it.
All right, so Ephemerate was the card in hand. Another Quantum Riddler picked up. Don't know what that last card is, but
Wow.
it's not a land.
Wow, drew 4 cards and wasn't able to find a land here.
So that is the saving grace for Joseph Puglisi, is Joe Nguyen is still bottlenecked on mana. It's about the only saving grace because everything else looks really bad for you right now. Your Emery package is not good. You don't have Ether Spellbomb to work with. The only
would be
card
great.
that would be pretty great.
Yeah.
The only card in your graveyard right now is a duplicate copy of Mox Amber.
Now, you do have the ability to find an extra card here by attacking with the Tamio. Get that clue, crack the clue. Maybe with that, you can find something here.
All right, nod of the head from Puglisi. Counting as mana, including with the duplicate Mox Amber, able to generate an additional mana.
Right, with the Amber in the graveyard and attacking first.
Step 1, make a clue. Step 2, question mark.
Yeah, this feels like a very, very big turn here for Puglisi. If he can find an answer for the Psychic Frog, not many answers, of course, but if he can find the Ether Spellbomb, would be huge.
Right. Ether Spellbomb would be the best draw by a considerable margin.
Yes.
So, step 1, likely sacking that clue as you mentioned.
Right. Yeah, 2 mana here, can get back the Mox Amber out of the graveyard, cracking the clue here first.
Yep.
What can you find? That's 1 draw. Tamio will not flip just yet.
Right. Low raise of the eyebrows from Puglisi.
Mm-hmm.
Was it interesting? Is it a Mox Opal?
it's a mana source. Going to look to play the Amber out of the graveyard. Sure.
Yep. Cast it.
Yep. And then it looked like Joseph at least had a land to play here. So 2 mana available right now.
Here comes.
Blood Moon wouldn't be all that effective here, right? There's
Nope.
just an island and swamp in play.
Yep. Second
Okay.
island.
Oh, it doesn't have the ability to tap for red anyways.
Right.
Is this a Quantum Riddler maybe? 2 mana?
That would flip Tamio. It's a duplicate Emery.
It's a duplicate Emery. Okay.
Fueling the graveyard.
That is a Blood Moon.
Odawar, Ether Spellbomb.
Okay.
Strict Serenade.
So now, I mean, if you're Joe Nguyen, you need to find a way to get that Emery off the battlefield.
Right. I believe that was a pass from Puglisi.
Okay.
Surgical Extraction hit the spell bomb, it looks like.
Wow, look at that. And actually firing it off end of turn so it can't get Force of Negation if Joe chose to cast it on his turn.
All right.
Okay.
Very heads up play. Ether Spellbomb was the dream. We get a good look at the hand. Duplicate Tamio, Unholy Heat, Consigned to Memory, and a Thundering Falls, I think.
Yeah, so does not have the ability to cast the Unholy Heat. You can consign the draw trigger, right?
Right.
So that is something that you can do. You are taking some amount of damage here.
Taking a good look at the deck.
Right, we know that there's only one copy of Ether Spellbomb, but you just get a good sense for what kind of cards Joseph can draw moving forward.
Right, this is Joe getting full information about Puglisi's sideboarding here.
Right. Okay.
Surgical Extraction on Ether Spellbomb.
Wow, big.
Might be the deciding factor
It sure
of this
can.
top 8 match.
Right, what other artifacts are there even in the graveyard, right? That's just the Mox Amber.
Yep.
I imagine we are going to try to continue drawing cards here with the Psychic Frog. Ooh.
Hallowed Fountain.
Hallowed Fountain.
That's a white source. That enables the Ephemerate.
Untapped here.
Yep. So, Quantum Riddler with 1 card left.
Oh my goodness.
Joseph does not counter the draw trigger with Consign.
You can do a lot of damage here, Mani, with this Psychic Frog this turn.
Oh, you sure can. You can discard a card and then ephemerate the Quantum Riddler.
No blocks.
Felia down.
Okay.
Grow the Frog.
5 damage.
Thoughtseize down. Grow the Frog. Ephemerate. Consign the draw trigger.
Sure.
Okay.
But this is 6 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, the consign has the consign trigger, excuse me, the card draw trigger will be countered here, but now Ephemerate on Quantum Riddler.
Yeah, shields are down. Last card for Joe Nguyen. Ephemerate the Riddler.
Ooh.
Draw 2 more.
Remember, that's rebounded.
Yeah,
the
it's
Ephemerate
rebounded.
is rebounded. You still get to draw more cards if you want.
Yeah,
there you
he's
go.
on top of it. Back we go. Puglisi has a turn window, and the Ether Spellbomb is gone.
And now the Tamio just can't even make a good attack here unless you just want to make a chump attack just to draw a card off the clue here.
Unholy Heat was in the hand.
Right, okay. So that can deal with the Riddler. I am mad. Joseph has to have Delirium here.
Right.
Okay.
So, goodbye, Riddler.
Sure.
Step 1 of who knows how many.
And remember, you have a backup Tamio to block the Psychic Frog if you think Joe has a lethal attack.
Right. 2 mana.
Yeah.
Sacrifice the clue.
Sack the clue. We might see the backup Tamio being played here.
Yeah, would love to flip the first Tamio if possible before playing the backup.
There's just not a ton of ways to actually draw cards, right? There's 1 Preordain, I think.
Right. And 3 Quantum Riddlers, but you have to find it and the mana. And we knew Joseph was pretty far away from that previously. Thundering Falls. Into the yard. That's a bauble.
Okay.
That's something for Emery to get back.
Sure, but you
it
don't
doesn't draw the card this turn.
It draws the card on Joe's turn.
See what you're working with.
Okay, and you have to play the backup Tamio here to live.
Yep.
So now Joe, does he just need a removal spell here? Ephemerate, of course, is not going to be targeting anything here. We are not blinking that Psychic Frog.
Nope. Draw for the turn. And for Joseph, draw off of Bauble.
Right. Did he miss it?
Nope.
Okay. Why would I even question that? Come on. Let's be real here.
3 cards for Joe Nguyen.
Okay, 2 mana. Another Quantum Riddler, maybe?
That would be absolute disaster. Overlord of the Bellmerk.
Okay. Likely to find something to get back. Okay, there's
Finds
a fella.
Ophelia.
Yeah, you can't get back Overlord
There's
of the
also a
Bellmerk.
Quantum Riddler.
Right?
Probably getting that back.
Well, does Joe have another land here to play?
Right. We don't know. So far, the previous turns indicate no.
All right, so gets the Ophelia back, will attack with the frog, and I imagine Joseph just needs to block here.
Fastest block in the West. Joe Nguyen taking his time, knows that he's in a dominating position here. Solitude, and that's why you get the white card back.
This is not quite lethal, though, right? This is 6 and 1 card in hand, so that's 7 damage potentially here for Joe Nguyen.
Yep, facing off at potential 9 life, so 6 comes across.
Down to
Draws
3.
a card.
What can he find? There is a
Polluted
land
Delta.
here. So that gets him, Joe, 1 step closer to just hard casting that Quantum Riddler that has been warped there on the right.
Yep.
And it looks like might even have an additional follow-up here.
Godless Shrine Shock.
Oh, that's not a good sign. Another Psychic Frog, maybe?
Yeah. The best case scenario for Joseph Puglisi is this is an Overlord. Because
sure. Yeah.
That doesn't do anything. Oh, it is.
Oh, there it is. Okay. I mean, but it still gets something back. But yes, I know. Yeah. Okay, well.
You have perfect information.
Sure.
Solitude probably coming back here.
Now, yeah, and remember, Joseph did draw an extra card off that bauble, so has some live draws here. Is there a way to... Is there a Corey Steelcutter kill here somewhere, potentially? I mean, Joe Nguyen is at 8 life.
Is that one copy of Lightning Bolt still in the deck? There's so many questions I have about the permutations of this game.
Yeah.
3 mana.
Blood Moon?
That's not doing anything.
No, it's definitely not doing anything.
Flame of Anor.
So that's 5 damage. It's currently a 6/7.
With a wizard on the battlefield. It's 5 damage, draw 2.
So could try to find an Unholy Heat here to finish off the Psychic Frog.
Right.
Oh, and does he find it? Does he have it? I mean, it feels like it, right?
If this gets heated, we have a game. Oh, Lightning Bolt is in the deck.
That is a Lightning Bolt, and Psychic Frog is dead here. Okay, now Emery is going to start getting some value here, and Joseph is not dead. He is still fighting for a slot into the semifinals here, but Joe still also has access to lots of resources here. If he has land number 5, can play the Quantum Riddler, and we do have a pair of
Urza's Saga.
Ooh.
This game is getting real.
All right.
Draw for the turn from Joe Nguyen.
Can he find just land number 5 to slam Quantum Riddler here?
And yes,
there it is.
Strand.
That's going to get planes. That's getting a basic planes 100%.
Down to 7. Hardcast the Riddler, or can warp the one that I believe he has in his hand that he picked up from the Overlord the previous turn if he wants to have more mana to work with.
Yeah.
Risky.
It is risky, but you know, at the same time, just playing a 4/6, forcing your opponent to have the answer, that's a lethal attacker next turn.
So, we'll see what Joe is choosing to do here. His planes is in the graveyard. He milled it.
So then does he need to get a shock land here and go down to 5?
There's no land that he can fetch that comes into play untapped.
Does he have no more shock lands to fetch?
Wait, well, at least not without shocking, but taking a look at his list.
Okay, so he did
Watery
have a land to
Grave,
get.
but it costs life.
Oh, no, it absolutely does, but at this, he can still play something
He can
this
still
turn.
play a Quantum Riddler.
Right.
All right. But 5 life now. Quantum Riddler from Mystical Dispute.
Oh, are you kidding me right now?
Oh, my God. Puglisi.
Oh, my gosh. Joe's now at 5 life here.
Does he have haste?
There's Lava Spur Boots and Corey Steelcutter. Can he?
Corey Steelcutter.
Okay. Now you can get something back from the yard. Is this enough?
Duplicate Mox Amber. Currently 2 artifacts. Construct makes 3. Corey Steel Cutter on it is 4.
Right, you can make a construct and give it haste by getting a Mox back from the graveyard.
Right, but the Monk would not have haste if you cast the second spell.
If you move over the Corey Steel Cutter onto the construct, yes.
So you need one more artifact for lethal.
What a sequence of draws. Oh my goodness. Joseph Puglisi.
And look, we have to say, even if it's not lethal, Joe Nguyen doesn't have lethal back. He's Hellbent, 2 Overlords that are both on 3.
3 turns
and
away.
And a Quantum Riddler in the Warp, which you have to cast for 5 mana using your entire turn.
It's going to be far too slow here, right?
It's going to be too slow.
Wow, Flame of Anor. Did the Flame of Anor draw Joseph Puglisi into Unholy Heat?
Unbelievable right now.
Unreal.
Mishra's Bauble triggers the Corey Steel Cutter. Joseph
2/2
Puglisi
token.
is determined he doesn't have lethal this turn,
Right.
so going for the value line.
Attack you for 2, make a construct, still have the Mishra's Bauble here. That sets you up for a lethal attack.
Look
on
at the
next
card.
turn.
Perfect information.
Solitude is something Joe would be interested in here if he can find it.
Quantum Riddler is the hard
okay.
cast.
Needs to find some cheap interaction here.
Needs Solitude.
Doesn't look particularly happy with the draws here off the Quantum Riddler.
Tapped land.
Oh my goodness here.
Is Joseph Puglisi on the verge of winning his worst matchup?
This is absolutely insane. Remember, we're going to see a construct here end of turn. We're going to see another construct. You can get Lava Spur Boots as well to give haste.
If you come back from this matchup, you have to imagine it's his regional championship to
I
lose.
mean, yeah, this was probably the matchup you wanted to face the least. And now he is on the verge of coming back from what seemed like an impossible game here.
Joe Nguyen mulliganed to 5 and had the best possible 5 that you can imagine. Turn 1 Thoughtseize, make the way for a Psychic Frog that was unanswered.
Joseph had to chump block with the Tameo. That's how behind it looked like he was going into the last few turns of this game.
If you're Joe Nguyen, you were wondering where this went wrong. You felt like you were in perfect control. Surgical Extraction on Ether Spellbomb looked like it was paving the way for your quarterfinal victory.
God, Flame of Anor into Unholy Heat, and then also the Mystical Dispute to counter the Quantum Riddler. He drew everything he needed here to come back.
Joseph Puglisi just making sure that he is going through all the motions correctly. You do not want to mess up at this moment.
Absolutely not.
Mox Opal now. There we
All
go.
right.
2 prowess triggers on that monk. A fresh monk made. I don't even think he made a construct this turn.
It
I
did
think he
not.
just floated a mana.
He just wanted all the mana here this turn instead.
Fiery Islet being sacked with the floating mana.
Okay.
I mean, this is just lethal on the board, right? You don't need to do anything.
Yeah, the construct is currently a lethal attack by itself. And yeah, Joe's at 3 here.
Yeah.
Now, does Joe have something like Solitude here to try and stay alive here? If he did have it, he could use it on the construct. Blocked. Oh!
There's
and
the
there you have it.
handshake. Joseph Puglisi, as your second seed, is going to win the match over Joe Nguyen in what looked to be a very tough matchup. You see him pointing to the Ether Spellbomb, saying, this was the key. You exiled this and made life so hard for me.
Yeah, and Joe, I mean, if you look at the other side, Joe didn't really make that many mistakes in that game, right? He played to the, he mulliganed to 5, gave himself the best position to win, heads up play using that Surgical Extraction at the end of his opponent's turn so you don't get forced negation, using that to get the Ether Spellbomb, basically one attack away from winning that game. But Puglisi continued to fight. Flame of Anor, 5 damage, draw 2 cards, find Unholy Heat, find Mystical Dispute to counter the Quantum Riddler to come back. What an incredible game.
That was fantastic Magic the Gathering from both players. A truly exciting quarterfinals. And the only quarterfinals that we are going to watch. But that's it for Paul and I here. There are still 2 rounds to come, the semifinals and the all-important finals. Corey and Jim will be bringing you the rest of the action for today. So we bid you goodbye, but on the other side, they'll reveal who else is in the semifinals. Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome back to SGCon Las Vegas, the regional championship. We've got 2 rounds left. We've got 4 players, and this is kind of the big one. So,
yes,
of course, usually you think about a tournament, you want to have a trophy. You want to win the tournament. That is all well and good. Don't get me wrong. That's awesome. But the semifinals match is the most important match we can have. It is the match where you send 2 players to the World Championship.
Yeah, these players are playing for a ton of money here for this pay jump. That is all fine and good, but making it to the World Championship, having that experience that, you have had multiple times, and there's nothing like it, right?
It's pretty nice.
It is pretty nice, but the min payment at these World Championships are usually extremely high as well, so you get to tack on that dollar and that equity, so gigantic match.
Also just the intangibles.
Yeah.
Playing in the Magic World Championship. You say I'm playing in an RC or a big event. Cool. Your parents, maybe your grandparents or whatever.
Yeah.
Your grandma at Thanksgiving is like, okay, cool. You say I'm playing in the World Championship of something, and it always elicits a much more exciting response.
Especially if you say, I won the World Championship of something, and be like, oh, that's nice. How much did you win? $100,000. So, yeah, I mean, the ceiling on this match is through the absolute roof.
Yeah, so we have 2 fantastic matches all lined up. We are going to be watching the match of Puglisi and Solano.
Yep.
We got our bracket here. Is it Metalcraft?
Yeah.
Versus is it Affinity? So 2 somewhat similar decks. And then up top we have Nathan Goldberg, Amulet Titan, and Ryan Mullins, Boros Energy.
Yeah, and that's the match we're going to be starting with. So we're going to be peeking in, of course, on this Is It Mirror match, but we're going to be starting with our leader here, Nathan Goldberg here, absolutely pacing the field. And the almost train wreck scenario happened the last time we were in the booth. Nathan had to play down, had to play that last round, ended up winning. That's why he's the #1 seed. And Ryan Mullins, Burnt Taco 77, has also been playing amazing. So going to be really fun to watch that match unfold.
Yes, and we've seen Amulet Titan versus Boros a few times.
Yes.
It's a matchup that should probably favor Amulet. But Boros Energy really had a major resurgence in this event. Really cruising through. Just saw a mirror in the last round as well. So let's look it over on our deck list here and look at the Amulet Titan deck from Goldberg. And what do we see here as far as anything spicy, anything different?
Nothing too crazy. We have that Simic amulet here there on the bottom row. That is a little bit different. There's 2 analysts, which maybe isn't completely stock, but otherwise, this is just a very stock amulet deck played by one of the best to do it. Nathan Goldberg has really been making this look amazing. I watched his match on the back tables and kind of won a little handily here, so going to be exciting to watch it go.
And then on Ryan Mullins' side, of course, Boros Energy, had a bit of a wild ride these last few months. Did poorly at the Pro Tour, not kind of coming back, did really, really well this weekend. And what do you see from Ryan's deck?
Pretty much stock as well. We have the 2 Blood Moons and the 3rd Blood Moon in the sideboard. That's going to be very important in this matchup, especially for game #1. That's kind of going to be his main out there to be able to stop Nathan from doing his thing. But other than that, 2 of the best decks in the format. #1 as far as conversion rate with Boros Energy, and then #3 as far as Amulet Titan was concerned for day 2 metagame. So 2 of the best decks, 2 of the best players representing these decks, and it's going to be very fun to watch.
All right, so let's up down to the feature match area and send one of these players to the World Championship right here, right now. All right, so we do have Nathan Goldberg on the top playing Amulet Titan. He is the 1 seed, so he is going to be on the play, and that is a pretty big deal in a matchup like this. Ryan Mullins on the bottom, Boros Energy. Let's kick things off with the Forest and the old Sloth, the Arboreal Grazer, coming down, and a goal of already rot form. Grazer's huge here.
Grazer is huge. Just having a ramp is huge as well. Of course, you would rather have Amulet as your 1-drop to start, but, you can always play that on turn #2 to get it going. So, fantastic start from both players.
All right, we see Sacred Foundry and Guide of Souls. Almost, the 3rd 1-drop a lot of the time, but against a blocker, probably the best of the 3.
Yes.
So we see Spelunking on turn #2 off that Rot Farm and a Forest. So things coming together well for Nathan.
Yeah, kind of the ideal start. Now we're getting that 4th land into play, Nathan deciding exactly what he wants to do. But outside of that, next turn, we are ready to go. This is 4 mana in play, so with 1 more bounce land, turn 3, bread and butter, Titan, good to go.
Yeah, and this is a matchup where if both decks do their thing, absent a Blood Moon from Ryan's side, There's not much that Ryan can do, right? It's just pure speed.
It really is. It's the die roll for game one, because the best thing Ryan can do is get that turn 3 Blood Moon down. Now, Ryan could have Ragavan to boost that out on turn 2, but Nathan's best thing we can be doing is kind of doing the thing on turn 3. So the play is just so huge here, but hey, Nathan earned it by being the #1 seed.
Yep, love that aspect of the Swiss events where you can draw in, sure, but when you have to play down, you get the reward of being the 1 seed.
Yes.
So here's Oslo Pride, gain some life, get some energy, and here is another follow-up 1-drop in Ragavan, and Boreal Grazer standing tall as usual.
Yeah, always good. And I mean, the triple 1-drop is kind of the best thing you can be doing from these Boros Energy decks. But the thing is, it might all just not matter here as Nathan can just take it down here with the right kind of draws.
All right, so if you're Ryan right now, you're taking a second, you're crossing your fingers, you're saying go, and now it's Nathan's turn.
Yeah.
The runway is set. The go lights are on. Does Nathan have the Titan and the land to go with it? We're going to find out. Nope, just a forest. So only 5 mana available. You have a Rot Farm and a Vesuva copying Rot Farm in play. And just a pass of a turn. Okay.
Definitely not ideal. So now Ryan has a couple things. Ryan is really not going to be ending the game this turn. This is a great start, but Boros Energy is not this turn 3, turn 4 deck. It wins, it has great interaction, and it has longevity with Flage and Arena of Glory. But now it is a Blood Moon check. And if Ryan were to be able to land that and Nathan doesn't have Beseju, I mean, that's basically GG already.
All right, so you see an attack of all the creatures. Ragavan becomes an angel, gets up in the air, and the Grazer's not going to chump block the Ragavan, just going to block the Guide of Souls, so we'll live to fight another day. Damage done. Ragavan triggers. We'll see the top card is an Otawara, so no good on that one, just a treasure. And now it's time for a Blood Moon check. I could check also the number of permanents in play for a little City's Blessing action.
Yep, and looks like we are going to be heading up to 9, so going to be 1 short unless Ryan does play something. And it is a little nice because you would get the extra treasure and then the 2 cats as well. But still, the main thing Ryan is hoping for here is the Red Moon.
All right, so now Nathan does have 5 mana available, possible interaction up, Beseju, and so on and so forth, but we're just going to see nothing. We're going to see end step, cat come in, energy, and a life. Says go with 4 mana available, going back Nathan's way.
Feels like it could be a Thraben Charm. Thraben Charm to either deal with a Titan in response to it getting haste could be a big deal, or Thraben Charm exile the graveyard in response to the Aftermath Analyst being sacrificed, so that card's duality is pretty nice. So that could easily be in Ryan's hand. We shall see.
Yeah, pretty odd to see both players just pass on their turn 3 or 4, turn 3, sorry, with a bunch of mana up and just saying go in a very productive matchup. But here we are. So now it's Nathan's turn. And Nathan needs to both have a Titan or big things to do and also have the way to play around things. But just another Sloth.
The late game Sloth is usually not as good. But, of course, we see Nathan doing some math here. And I believe that is the Lotus Field.
I think it's an Echoing Depths.
Okay.
Echoing Deeps.
Yep, you're right.
All right.
I was watching his last match, and his Lotus Fields kind of have that similar Edge of Eternity style look, so that will be a little confusing.
So that was just a land played naturally, a no land off the Grazer. So we have 4 cards in hand for Nathan. No lands, presumably. Could be a bounce land saving for a bigger untap turn. Presumably no Titan either, because that would probably be in play. So the number of possible cards in Nathan's hand are limited. They're going down here. And then Ryan's board is not limiting. It is exploding exponentially with all of these creatures.
Yeah, because Titan is the kind of deck in this matchup. You don't just be like, well, maybe I'll play around Thraben Charm to do something else. No, you play the Titan because no matter what, you get the value. And if it dies, it sets you up for a future Titan or a future Scapeshift, which will just win the game.
All right, so back Ryan's way. Looks like Ryan is still thinking on the end step here.
Big think, and we were just watching Ryan's quarterfinal match. We were right behind him, and he made a play that was just incredible. I was thinking, I like to live vicariously through the players, think, okay, in this spot, this is what I would have done. Ryan made a play I absolutely would not have done, and I would have lost the game because of it, 100%. Ryan is a master with this Boros Energy deck.
That's why they keep you in the booth here at me, Corey.
100%, yes. Or I'd at least be out of the top 8 going to get dinner right now instead of in the top 4.
All right, so Surveil looks like it's staying on top. Okay, so going to keep that card from the end step parlor. And now we're going back Ryan's way. Good number of cards in hand. A lot of mana available. We got the treasure, the lands. City's blessed. And now, what's the next step?
We are going to get some doubles here, but honestly, these two Grazers are doing some nice work. And the way Nathan was blocking by not blocking the Regavan last turn means that he's trying to settle in for a long game a little bit and is trying to soak up all the juice out of this Grazer. So this time deems it valuable to get rid of the Regavan. No double treasure this time. It does prevent not one, but two treasures now.
All right, so we see blocks. 3 damage gets through. Nothing creature-wise before combat, or as a pride, whatever. Probably means that no jump. You play 2 things first, use the energy to jump on the things. Only 1 creature, the Oslo Pride. However, that's going to be a lot of tokens.
How many, Jim?
You tell me, Corey.
I think it's 6. I think it's 6, but I'm not sure. I think the first one puts in 2, and then the second one would put in 6. Oh, come on.
I hope it's like 50.
Yeah, yeah, just wrong. Hooray! All right, all right.
All right.
Now, when you get 3, then I just absolutely cannot count that high.
All right, so, and now there are a lot of bodies in play. Nathan's at 11, and with this many bodies in play, 11 is not looking that safe. Also, all the energy can power up the Guide of Souls, so we're going back Nathan's way, and it's time to do something, Nathan, if you want to keep that #1 seed going and take yourself to the World Championship.
Yeah, it's exactly lethal right now. So you block the Regavan, you take 11, so you're right. This has to be the turn.
All right, so Nathan's going to work it out. Definitely, the last turn or so, not super great. So speaks to a weak hand. We're not exactly sure. We're going to find out.
Yeah, and this tournament does feed for the World Championship into World Championship in 2026. So going to be among a few of the first players to be qualified for that event. So you got to wait for your Worlds for a while, but it is better than having to go play Worlds in 2 weeks. That's tough for your prep, that's for sure.
Yeah, get home, book a flight, and figure out, okay, standard, limited.
Limited, yeah.
Those aren't modern. Okay. It is fun watching players who qualify through one means or another, oh, I won my limited RCQ, and now I'm here playing modern, or vice versa. So,
yes.
All right, this is where you want to start. We got the amulet. We got a Crumbling Vestige, going to make a red mana. And we've got, all right, I mean, this looks pretty good. There's Titan.
So this looks to me like maybe Nathan is trying to think, is there any way I can play around Thraben Charm here? And adding the red mana signifies to me that we are going to be seeing the hasty land, the Hanwar Battlements, and just trying to do it. And if Ryan has the Thraben Charm, I would imagine this is going to be enough disruption when you mix it with this much pressure that Ryan will still be able to take this down, but we shall see.
All right, so picking up those 2 lands. You are correct. Hanwar Battlements and a Lotus Field. So a little mana explosion, an attempt to make this Titan hasty. If that's successful, Nathan's probably going to be looking pretty good to take down game #1 here. So here we go. Give the Titan haste and move to combat. Find out. Ryan, what do you got for me?
Okay, adding some more mana with the Lotus Field. We're going to sacrifice some lands, as you usually do. Get rid of the Lotus Field, plus the Echoing Deep.
Okay, so we're going to go for an Telerio West here off of those lands. Getting Summoner's Pact.
And that looks to be a Thraben Charm.
So we got a Charm off camera here.
And that's the thing. Nathan would, it was a Charm. Because what Nathan was setting up there was attack with Titan, give yourself some untapped mana, ideally 6 mana, so then you Summoner's Pact for Aftermath Analyst, you bring back a bunch of lands, and hope that you can kind of combo off there. But even then, it was a stretch to see if Nathan was going to actually be able to take it down. So a nice win here for Ryan for game #1, for sure.
Yeah, I like the pause a lot, too, where you have Titan, you're kind of rolled up, but really understanding what needs to be played around, and also understanding, hey, you know what? I looked, couldn't find a way to play around it, so best chance to go for it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, doing what you got to do. So Nathan now here is down a game. Nathan's sideboard includes a Beseju, a Collector Oof, 3 Dismember, that 1 Dozan the Falling Leaf, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Ice to Explore, 1 Insidious Fungus, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Odawara, 1 6, 1 Tracker, and 2 Vexing Bauble. What's Nathan up to?
I'm probably bringing in the Boseiju to have more answers to Blood Moon. That's the biggest threat. You're probably bringing in Force of Vigors for that same reason. It has some splash damage as well up against the Goblin Bombardment to be able to sacrifice some creatures. That's always a tricky permanent. And then the Dismembers. You don't care if you lose 4 life if you deal with an Oscillate Pride, as look how out of hand that game got if you could just deal with one of those. Tireless Tracker, I didn't think we would bring it in, but Nathan brought it in before, so we'll probably see that one again. And that's about all I like from that side.
All right, and then on Ryan's side, 1 game from the World Championship. Ryan's got 1 Blood Moon, 2 Celestial Purge, 3 Deafening Silence, 1 Ghost Vacuum, 1 Meltdown, 1 Surgical Extraction, 1 Legend of Roku. We saw that card kind of go off in that Boros Mirror.
Yes, we did.
That was pretty cool.
My goodness.
1 Vexing Bauble, 2 Wear Tear, 2 Wrath of the Skies.
So I love the Blood Moons, of course, and the Wear Tears, anything that can deal with Amulet, Spelunking, or Urza Sagas. You can get frisky with Surgical if you really think your matchup is bad enough. Try to, get a Titan in the graveyard after it was flipped over with the Analyst or something like that. I wouldn't bring it in, but it's definitely an option. And then Wrath of the Skies is an option as well if you really just want to try to clean up Amulets. I think I would probably not bring that in as well. So just the Wear Tears and the Blood Moons if I was on the Boros side.
All right, sounds good. So these players are they're in no rush here. They're going to look over the sideboards. They're going to plan things out. So while waiting for them, we're going to take a second and look at what you want to do when you want to get some more Magic cards. Well, you can spend some cash. That's fine too. But you can sell the cards you don't want. All right, and we can get a 30% bonus trading credit. So you sell your cards, you take the cash, that's fine too, but you take your trading credit and you kind of bank up a little bankroll. Next time you're at an event or you're online shopping, you say, put it on my tab.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe you played Jeskai Blink and you're like, I didn't do well with that. I'm going to trade that deck in. I am going to go get Is It Metalcraft, or you know what, get back to Boros Energy and see what's up.
All right, so let's take a little I think we're all ready to go here, actually. We were thinking about taking a little peek into the other match, but I think we might just get into this game here. They're already drawing their hands. So let's get into game number 2. And Ryan really broke serve there.
Yes, that was huge.
Yeah, not only is it a pretty hard game 1, it was on the draw, too. So a monumental breaking of serve. And now Ryan's got to win 1 of these 2 more games to go to Worlds, and Nathan's got some work to do.
Got some work to do, but in a good matchup. I still wouldn't say this is like advantage Nathan by any means, because, of course, when you're already down a game, that's going to be difficult. But, it can't be too far off. Nathan has definitely advantaged this game on the play, and we will see.
All right, so no 1-drop from either player. I think it definitely favors Nathan. And going back Nathan's way, Shifting Woodland is the play. And we see a Green Sun Zenith, X equals 0. Going to go get a Dryad Arbor. And that is a creature that is vulnerable to a possible removal spell. So if Ryan didn't have a 1-drop but has a Galvanic Discharge, something like that, could take this out. So little Llanowar Elves proxy here.
It really is, yeah. Yeah, the duality of Green Sun Zenith, when you do play that 1 Dryad Arbor, I think is awesome. You can get that, Grazer, Analyst, Primetime, or you can even get an Amulet essentially with the Wandering Minstrel.
All right, so now on Ryan's end step here, we saw a Mirror Pool was the land as well. So a little bit of an awkward land draw for Nathan, but has a little bit extra mana, and now Ryan thinking about the end step. Now, you would think it would just be a Surveil land most of the time. So Ryan possibly thinking about an interactive spell here. Could Ryan be wanting to Surveil and then maybe discharge on Ryan's turn? I imagine if there's a 2-drop in play, you don't want to do that. So just going to go for the Surveil land.
That's what I was curious about, like maybe if you do have discharge, but I would be even shocked if it's still in the deck. That's one of the cards I would think you get out of there pretty quickly, as well as maybe like Static Prison. But, games like this, when you can just destroy a land for 1 mana Stone Rain is still pretty good.
That does sound pretty nice.
Yes.
So we got a shuffle here from Ryan. Then we're going to see a Surveil as Ryan tries to piece together some aggression and to try and take down this powerful ramp deck before things get out of hand. Just a Flooded Strand goes to the bin. Over to turn 2 for Ryan, draws a card. Now we'll see. Ryan needs to establish a board presence. So last game, it was a little slow to get going, but once that ball does start rolling, it rolls down the hill really fast.
Oh, yeah. And the triple 1-drop draw is about as good as it gets, but it just really shows the power of Grazer, how much damage it really did soak up there,
Yep.
The 2 Grazers kind of bought exactly 1 extra turn. But yeah, Ryan needs pressure, but you also just have to think what is coming next from Nathan. And Ryan has taken his time throughout this tournament, very calculated, and he has played such clean Magic. Same with Nathan. I have been insanely impressed with both of these two players all day.
No surprise these two players are here in the semifinals playing for that world slot. So here's a Johnny. Going to come with a little cat buddy and going to pass the turn back. Now we're going Nathan's way. Going to draw a card. Got a few things to put together here. Looking for an amulet, some sort of untap effect. That'll do it. Spelunking. Okay. So Spelunking comes in, draw a card. Now 2 more lands to play. Going to be a Simic Growth Chamber, float blue-green.
Okay.
And bounce the chamber itself.
Okay, that's very telling.
Let's do it again. So now 4 mana, 2 blue, 2 green, floating.
That is very telling to me that I do not have another bounce land. And Scape Shift for 3 lands.
Okay, is 3 enough?
It
must be.
4 is usually that line.
Yeah.
That's kind of the book. You have an amulet or a spelunking and 4 lands, you can usually get it done. Or 2 amulets and a Titan gets it done. So 3?
Yeah, I thought it was 4. I thought 4.
I thought it was 4 too.
So,
but I mean, if we look at it, you can get double Lotus Field, so that's 6 mana. So no matter what, a Titan is ready to go, and that does look like 2 Lotus Fields, a Crumbling Vestige. So this is 8 mana, and all the lands are going to be going away. So.
All right. Wow. Yes. Fireworks here in game number 2. Johnny looking on like, hey, am I ever going to do anything here? Here's a Titan coming in. So there's some mana floating.
And just look at the proficiency with Nathan.
Yeah.
Like, this looks complicated. This isn't what the book says. Like, hey, you have 4, you win. Like, this is Nathan who's been goofing around with this deck for a long time. And just look how crispy he is playing this. I've been so impressed.
Yeah. Just knowing all the weird lines is the mark of a master.
Yes.
Oh, man. All right, so here comes Titan. Get right back in that deck. And this is the kind of point where if you're Ryan, there really is no coming back. Boros is a powerful deck. It's inherently a fair deck.
Yes.
It is just, the creatures are really good. The spells are really good, but they are just creatures and removal spells. And this is a massive advantage.
Yeah, like your best card is Blood Moon, and then, okay, great, Blood Moon's down, but hey, you got 2 Colossal Dreadmaws. Still a good card coming at you.
All right, so it is the game is not going to end. Nathan's going to pass the turn, going to go back Ryan's way. And now Ryan has a solid task ahead of him.
Well said, to say the least. But you got to think, like, if Ryan was clearly thinking about turn 2. Should I play this? Should I play that? And, like, the only thing that he could have possibly had that could have interacted favorably there is, like, okay, you wear tear the Spelunking, and maybe he had it. Maybe he had it and that was the piece of interaction, but he's like, you probably can't combo off next turn, or have something like double Galvanic Discharge to play in response to giving one of them haste. Very unlikely things that you could have had at the 2 mana slot anyways from Ryan.
Yeah, and the opportunity cost of not playing your threat, not getting on the board.
Yeah, like that's playing to not lose, not playing to win. And that's a common lesson we learn pretty quickly as competitive Magic players.
All right, Ryan, so what do you got for us here? Can you pull out a miracle here in game number 2 and punch your ticket to the World Championship? Are we looking at a game 3 where Ryan will be on the play, which is pretty big?
Yeah, Ryan stole back the play, so that is gigantic.
All right, so going to think it through. Nathan, looks like Nathan's feeling pretty good here. Definitely, you can see, even though feeling pretty good. All right, so there you go. So not enough to overcome the 2 Titans, and Nathan takes game number 2 in pretty impressive fashion.
Yes.
That was quite awesome. And again, when an Amulet player can surprise 2 casters who've been watching Amulet literally all weekend, they know exactly what they're doing.
They absolutely do.
Not going off air quotes on 3 lands, but going off enough to do the things that were needed to be done to win the game. So sideboarding for game number 3 here for all the marbles. I can't imagine too much would change.
I don't think so. This is very much I bring in these cards for this matchup. It's not a play-draw type matchup. We saw, like, Ryan Mullins just played a absolute heater of a Boros mid-range mirror match. That's a matchup where you can have some play-draw configurations. Not really in this one. You have your good cards, and you have your bad cards in the matchup.
All right, yeah, players are shuffling. They're not going back to the sideboards. They know what's up. So
Yeah.
while they shuffle, we'll take a look here at our newsletter. If you want to keep yourself informed of all the great things going on, whether they are events, new set releases, sales, you got it all on the Star City Games newsletter, starcitygames.com/newsletter. I've been on this thing for over a decade, honestly, at this point. Really long time. And I'm a pretty anti-spam person. You get like maybe 2 emails a week, and they're always very informative. So make sure you sign up and do not miss out.
All right. Well, as these players already got their hands. They are speed running. They got some flights to catch.
Yep.
They're ready to go. So.
All right. So Ryan says we got a mulligan here. Well, Ryan is mulliganing. Take a little look maybe at the other match, and I think they're also sideboarding too. So they say, you know what? We'll take a little break right now. Try and get an update on what's going on in that match. All right. Try and get a little information on what that other match is happening. They are sideboarding after game number 1. We'll try and get you updated on who is going on there. We got Puglisi versus Solano. Is it Metalcraft versus is it Affinity on the other side of the bracket? They are also playing for a world slot. They're also playing to go into the finals and battle against Nathan or Ryan.
Yeah, and that one's going to be really exciting. Joseph has the number 2 seat, so is on the play in that one. And Joseph did end up taking down game 1. And I think the biggest thing about that matchup, the biggest question mark, is how can Joseph handle Kappa? Because if you can get to a mana advantage, you can actually kill Kappa in this deck. There are 2 Flame of Anors. So, I mean, getting to 7 mana is not that unheard of with this deck that plays Mox Opal, Drums, Mox Ambers. It can actually do it. So I would actually think that that matchup does favor Joseph, and with Joseph on the play and playing extremely tight Magic, I could see that one going his way.
Yeah, Joseph playing great, and the deck looks awesome. Definitely the big breakout. It's not a big breakout. It's a small breakout because there only were 6 players. They all made day 2. Now 1 in top 8.
I've already sold most of my collection in for store credit to buy that Joseph deck because it is exactly what I want to be doing.
All right. Unfortunately, what Ryan does not want to be doing here is going to 5. So Ryan taking a mulligan here. And Ryan will be on the play, so I think that's really, really important. I think you'd rather be on the play with 5 good cards than on the draw with 7 cards. Honestly, realistically. So
either way, you saw Ryan kind of look up there. I've been in that situation in one of these type of Magic. I've never played a match, with this much on the line for a world championship. I've played the ones where they were pro tours, but you kind of feel that feeling, like you look up, like really, now is the time that you're going to do this. So
yeah, but you can't do that. You gotta push it out of your head and play.
So I want to ask you something, because I have truly never experienced the small field world championship. How do you approach it compared to a pro tour when it's that small field? Like, is it really different to prepare for?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
You kind of can just look at the field and be like, okay, we can actually make a prediction here, not based on the general metagame, but players' tendencies.
Oh.
Like for players' champs that I played in, those are 16-player fields. I know that Tom Ross is here. I know that Brad's going to play. Brad's going to play some really good tacked out mid-range deck. Tom's going to play an aggro deck, So it's definitely really, really cool to see the field and kind of go from there. It's a really awesome experience. We're at mid-size worlds now. They're about 100 players. So a bit of a hybrid of that style and then a standard Pro Tour style. But it's just awesome.
Is 150, is that range where you're still individually trying to figure out what players are playing? Is that a little too much?
I think it's more Pro Tour-esque. Although
sure,
you can expect the field to be a little more polarized. If 2 teams play a deck, that's a huge part of the field.
That's true. Yeah, no kidding. That's like 20-30%.
Right.
Yeah.
So here we are, game number 3. One of these players is going to Worlds, and we're going to send one of them at the conclusion of this game. Ryan's in the play on a mulligan to 5. Going to try and come back here. It's a tough matchup. Obviously, being down 2 cards is not ideal. The 4 seed against the 1 seed. Guide of Souls is a start off Sacred Foundry, and we are going Nathan's way. And is it a Grazer or an Amulet? Both look pretty good. It's a Grazer. And a Saga.
Okay.
So pretty powerful being able to get 2 lands and the Saga going immediately on turn 1, so we can see Chapter 3 as soon as possible. Yep,
and Saga is a little bit vulnerable. That's one of the cards that Ryan actually favorably interacts with. You have these Wear Tears. You have Wrath of the Skies if that's something you're bringing in. Wrath of the Skies is a little awkward because it does hurt you, but Wrath for 0, when you don't have a bunch of cats, it can just be 2 mana Stone Rain at times if Ryan really needs to take out some other cards in the matchup.
All right, so back Ryan's way. How is Ryan going to develop? We haven't seen a Blood Moon yet. There are 3 total copies in the list, which is a huge tool in the matchup.
Yeah, but the way it's timed out here is if you want Blood Moon on turn 3, and if that really does happen on turn 3, maybe it's not incredibly relevant, but Nathan would have that Saga stuck on Chapter 2, and you get to make constructs forever with the way the new interaction with Blood Moon works with Urza Saga.
Look, Guide of Souls chump check here saying, our Boreal Grazer, are you awake? Boreal Grazer says, yes, I am. I'm always on duty. I always stand tall. So makes the block. Nathan at 20. Saga number 2, and we'll see a Spelunking coming down. So Nathan's draw looking pretty good. Now, it looked good in game 1. Didn't really pan out.
Bounce land to pick up the Boseiju and insulate yourself from Blood Moon is what Nathan really wants right now. It kind of shuts down the effectiveness of Blood Moon a little bit. But also, if it's your only bounce land, it can be risky, but does have it, and now it's face up. So if Ryan's whole plan was Blood Moon, throw it out the window. It's no longer valid.
Go find a new plan.
Yes.
So the question is, if Ryan has the Blood Moon, do you just skip on it and keep developing your board?
I would think so. Yeah, I would absolutely think so. One thing I did catch a glimpse of there is Ryan Mullins was shuffling and put a Vexing Bauble into play. So that is really telling of like, hey, I need to get some cards in my deck that just do anything. And even though that only shuts down a couple of packs, 2 Summoners packs, good enough.
Yep.
It also cycles for 2, I guess.
All right, better than some random 3-drop that probably won't have any effect on the game.
Seasoned Pyromancer, I'm looking at you, absolutely.
I wasn't going to call him out by name. I was trying to save his feelings. But, yep, Seasoned Pyromancer, it is you. Sorry.
Kind of could be Flage, too. Honestly, either one of them is like, okay, nothing too special.
Yep. So we see a Surveil. And Ryan going to think it through. So far, Nathan is threatening a lot. There's a lot going on here. Has the good answer, has the setup, has the Spelunking, has an Amulet on the way. And under no real duress. Boreal Grazer holding the fort, 20 life, a bunch of cards in hand, fanning him out, saying, I got 5. 5 cards is the number that I have. Ryan, what do you have? Maybe a subtle dig at the mulligan to 5?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. I mean, you might be reading too much into this, but it also could be a subtle dig for sure.
Subconscious,
And this Ragavan, like, it is a card. When you mulligan to 5, that's the kind of card I want. But, man, the natural predator of Ragavan, Young Wolf and our Boreal Grazer, and not being able to gain a mana advantage, or even when you mulligan and you're down a couple cards, hitting a Titan or something relevant off the Amulet side can be a big deal.
Yeah, and there is also the corner case of hitting random 1-of lands that are important for the combo, which is pretty real. You hit the Hand War Battlements or some other kind of cute 1-of land, the Mirror Pool. It can really muck things up in a very bizarre way.
Absolutely, yeah. The 1-of Mirror Pool, the Battlements, the Vesuva. I mean, the Shifting Woodlands is probably the biggest one. Yep. That can all be very, very bad.
All right, so Ryan's going to think over this scry, and we're not going to blame him. There's a lot on the line here.
Yeah, no kidding. This is not the spot where after you've played tight Magic all day that you're like, okay, it's time to rush through. Of course, though, this is untimed, but it does not mean you can think forever. So at some point, judges will step in. So you got to be keeping that in mind. And Galvanic Discharge left in, but put to the graveyard.
Yeah, I honestly don't hate leaving a discharge.
Yeah.
Grazer's been so impactful in all of these games. Just, again, better than some random 3-drop, better than Flage. So we're going to see a combat here. Ragavan's coming in. Going to get blocked by the Grazer, which was not discharged. 1 single point of damage off Guide of Souls. Post-combat, we see the Vexing Bauble that you mentioned.
Probably didn't want to draw that one, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, so pretty thin value here, only really turning off the 2 Summoners packs, and now it's Nathan. It's go time. Nathan has crushed this tournament so far. Number 1 seed going all the way through, and now we're looking at a Saga, floating the mana, getting an Amulet. And if you're Ryan, you got to take a breath, and just hope things don't really go Nathan's way.
Yeah, and Nathan's moving fast. I've seen this speed of things before, and it can only mean one thing. And Ryan having only 1 mana available, Wear Tear would have already been cast, so you can basically mentally cross that off. And Scape Shift with 3 lands. I've seen this before. How about you?
Yeah, 3 lands is probably the new 4.
Yeah.
So here's Scape Shift. Ryan can't feel too good about this, so Scape Shift is there. Now, does this bauble muck up any possible, Scape Shift for Teleria line to go get the Analyst off a Pact?
It does mess up that. It absolutely does. So this is telling to me that, well, hey, we have something else besides that. So, but all that being said, we do know the Boseiju is still in hand from Nathan, so Nathan can always Boseiju the bauble at any point before you cast Summoner's Pact. But hey, this is also the spot. We've seen it before. I mean, I'm not even going to mention the Pro Tour, but I think you'll all remember it, where you got the game and you act a little too fast. Maybe you walk into this Vexing Bauble, and once it's on the stack and the counter ability is on the stack, no takes these back twos.
Yep, so Nathan got to think it through. Again, definitely a good spot to pause, especially when you're playing Amulet. You have 14,000 bajillion things to think through. So the lands are sacked. Got to go get 3. Talking it through. Ryan hopeful that this is not the end of his tournament. If it is, queue for the Pro Tour. A lot of money, a great payday, a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, I mean, it sucked because losing a match of this caliber, you don't walk away feeling good. You walk away a little dejected, and you wake up the next morning feeling good.
Right.
That's usually how it works, you know, and you go have some good dinner. You get all the texts from your friends and family congratulating you. You know, you get your buddies at dinners that are boosting you up, and then you're like, oh, yeah, this is awesome.
Yeah, so thinking it through. Now, I want folks to just take a second and just look at Ryan, look at Nathan right now. It's hard to put yourself into these matches that are for such high stakes.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
If you're usually used to playing on Arena or playing your FNMs or your local RCQs, you know, it's really hard to quantify how much weight there is on this match, you know, and on a match like this. So both players, I love the human side of having the cams on, being able to see each player, how they react. Nathan's slowed down here. Usually we see Amio players kind of just, I'm used to doing all this stuff. I'm doing my thing. But Nathan's kind of taking a moment to pause.
Yeah, and you got judges around you. You got Nick Miller behind you. You got all your friends at the rail. And outside of that, silence. There is nobody else there. So there is nobody else in the hall. So it gets very, very...
Ooh. All right, so we're taking a second here. Yeah, might have a slight tech issue. There's thinking, and then there's actually being frozen in time. So we'll take a second and see what the deal is.
Yeah, I didn't even notice that, but you're right. It doesn't look like Nathan's hand is moving there.
I caught Nathan's hand. You know, I'm in the zone.
Yeah.
I'm like, this is a heavy match with what's going on here. I'm really thinking things through, and I see the hand hasn't moved in about 30 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know, thinking is one thing. Usually when you think, you're a little fidgety. So we'll see.
We thought Nathan was just like really slowing down. He was probably just absolutely popping off. But yeah, I mean, I think our producers were really just picking the best time to leave us all on a cliffhanger. So we'll be jumping right back into it. But it really did look like Nathan was doing it. You know, I mean, if you look at the players' camps, they were very much still thinking. It didn't look like, you know, I mean, we didn't see a handshake, anything like that. So we will keep it paused at that point, and then we will jump right back down when we can, Jim.
Man, these big matches, I just love big matches. You know,
Yeah.
like I've played a lot of big matches in my career.
Yeah.
You know, I've watched a lot of matches. You know, you watch your friends play big matches. You know, and there's just like you just feel alive.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, it really is like, and you can't really mentally prepare for it. You know, a lot of times you see a player, they say, like, you know, how do you take the next step to a top 8 or go to the Pro Tour, you know, and they say, I top 8'd my first RCQ, I was really, really nervous, I played really bad and I lost. It's like, well, your next one will be a little bit easier.
Yeah.
You know, because you can't really prepare for it. It's really, really hard to quantify. So you kind of thing where you make your first top 8, you're really nervous, you lose. Then you get second top 8, all right, this is a little more comfortable here, you know.
Yeah.
And you kind of go through, okay, now you won your RCQ, now you're at the RC. Pretty nervous, you go 2-4 and have a great time. The next one you feel more comfortable, and so on and so forth.
My first one, I'll still, you know, remember the moment. My local card store in Fargo, North Dakota. It was the state championship. You know, the first one that I like went deep in. I made it to the finals, and there's like maybe 16 people at the store left, and I'm so nervous, I'm shaking. Like I'm like this shaking, and I just asked, like I was like, hey, do you mind if we just like ask everybody to go? I remember asking this question, and now looking back, I'm like, come on, Corey. But I was like, do you mind if we just have everyone like not watch my match? You know, I'm 14, I'm 15 or something. And the guy across from me, Matt Cerati, I'll always remember it. He'll just be like, hey, you're going to have to get used to it, kid. This is going to happen a lot. And, you know, I was playing a Fiery Justice Kavu, what was it, Kavu Predator, whenever you gain life. Ooh, Call of the Herd. It was the Garrick Wild speaker, where you down tick to make a 3-3. I ended up winning up against Fairies in the finals, and I mean, I won like 2 boxes, you know, but we drove back, me, Brad, the rest of our car, drove the 2 hours back home. And I mean, a smile didn't leave my face for days.
Levitating.
Oh, I was totally levitating. But then you're right. The next time it did get a little easier.
Yeah, and that's the thing, too, where, like, that's a good example of the stakes. The stakes don't matter as much as the actual, like, the stakes, you know?
Yeah.
Where, you know, they're playing for a lot of money down there. Don't get me wrong.
Yes.
But playing for A, a trophy, and then B, an invite to maybe it's a Pro Tour or World Championship, there is no tangible monetary value on that.
No,
you know,
no.
Your first Pro Tour, your first Worlds, that is, people can't take that from you.
No,
you have
absolutely not.
Have that forever, you know, and I love the stories here from local stores where, you know, oh, that's Joe. You know, he played at 1PT 5 years ago. And, like, that was 5 years ago. They're still talking about it.
For sure.
It's so
And
awesome.
they just want to get back, you know? I mean, like, I've been casting the Pro Tours ever since, you know, 2021 or so. But, you know, the last one I played, Richmond, for that PT for Oko. It sounds like we're ready, though, as well. So forget what I'm saying. Let's jump on back down. But, yeah, that was the last Pro Tour I played was Oko, where it was like 67%.
Oh, I remember.
Not my favorite Pro Tour, that's for sure. But you know, even that Pro Tour, I did very medium. I maybe 10-6, maybe 9-7. But still a great experience.
All right. Well, I think we have things sorted out. Let's pop back down and hopefully we can get back in right where we left off. And so our players are getting ready to rock and roll, and we see that the cards are in the graveyard. We've got 2 green floating. Saga.
Okay. So it looks like we have progressed a little bit more, but hey, this match is live. So, you know, there was no pausing it to go back. So something is happening right now.
Oh yeah, there's been Lotus Fields and stuff too. We apologize, folks. We're gonna try to piece it together for y'all.
Yeah.
3 cards in hand. I mean, is Nathan just saying go here?
I mean, I doubt it, but I would assume this is in response to like an analyst activation was just sacked and that's on the stack. But we're going to find out.
Well, I mean, could the sacking of Bobble accomplish? There are no free spells in Ryan's deck, correct?
Yes, correct. It is.
I'm sorry. There's 1 surgical extraction on the board.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay, that would be unbelievable, but hey, it would make sense. But yeah, what do you hit?
I believe those are Lotus Fields in there.
They are, yep.
So
can't hit those. They're hexproof, though.
Corey, that's not how that works. So yeah, we got a nice tense spot here. We'll check to see if the camera froze again. As our players are really thinking through.
Yeah, thank you for being patient with us. Of course, y'all, that is not a great time to pause. Sometimes technology just doesn't agree with us. So apologies for that, but thank you so much for sticking with us and being a part of this experience with all of us.
All right, so we see a judge looking over too. I mean,
it is surgical. Okay.
Wow. So we said no free interaction. We were wrong. Here's a surgical. Now, the question is, what do you target with the surgical? What can break things up? So we're going to find out right now. The target is Lotus
Fields.
Nailed
okay.
It.
Oh, my. If Ryan were to win this game where Nathan, I'm guessing, is popping off. Okay, so there's the analyst. So what is happening, I'm very sure, is there's 2 mana floating. Analyst has been sacked. The ability to bring back your lands is on the stack. If that's not what's happening, I don't know what's going on, y'all.
Right, and this is huge because this is going to really hamstring the amount of mana that can be made from all these lands coming in.
And there they are.
All right, so lands are all coming back.
You cannot do the Aftermath Analyst loop without Lotus Fields, though. I'm no Dom Harvey, I'm no Canister, but I'm gonna definitively say that is a little too difficult to do, just because you don't lose the rest of your land. You know, you need your lands to go to the graveyard to come back to keep funneling in mana. You know.
All right, so we've got a really interesting spot here. The case copy of Surgical Extraction. Was it found off the Bobble? I sure hope so. We're in Vegas for a reason.
We're going to say it was.
Oh, I guess the Bobble has to be sacked anyway because you can't cast Surgical.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
We'll say it was. So, all right. So, we got Lance. We got mana floating. Nathan, now what? Now, the good news for Nathan is Nathan is at 19, and Ryan's board is not particularly threatening. So, there is time to kind of piece this back together. But
and I think Nathan did show his hand. I think there's at least a Green Sun Zenith, which looks incredible because that is a Titan.
All right, looks like that is the case. 7 mana. That is the magic number for Green Sun for Titan. Make it 8.
Yeah, a gentleman's 8.
All right, so 1 red makes sense. So float the red.
Okay.
Gonna go get a Titan.
And that is going to get Hanwar Battlement with the red floating.
All right, so there's the battlements. So, gonna give his Titan haste. This is still looking really, really good for Nathan. This is certainly the road less traveled, not the way you want to get there necessarily, but Nathan's gonna be all set up. Ryan looking on. We didn't think Ryan had any interaction before. Now Ryan definitely has no interaction, so kind of a helpless feeling.
It's literally impossible to cast any more spell from Ryan's Mullins right now.
All right, here's a Titan. It's getting to the red zone. Not the last time for the weekend. Grow Chamber, Otawara.
Okay, Otawara can get bounced here. Okay, T-West is going to get bounced instead. Now T-West is kind of back online because the Vexing Bauble had to go.
All right, so we have our report from the other match. Puglisi has won, going to Worlds, and that Metalcraft deck looks amazing. We'll see it in the finals in just a little bit. Very excited to see that. But Nathan and Ryan, what do you got for us? We got a turn pass here.
Okay.
So Ryan gets another turn. Will it be the last turn for Ryan of his tournament? It has been a phenomenal run. Ryan get a cut. Here's that deck is all cut and ready to go on Nathan's side. And Nathan's got a Titan, a bunch of lands, Amulet versus a Guide of Souls and a Ragavan.
Yeah, and you got to think, like, what if you take the Lotus Field? What does that do, you know? Or what if you take a different land? But, I mean, it seemed like Lotus Field was the best to take off Surgical. I guess the other thought is you take Primeval Titan, right? Because there's a Prime Time in the yard. But
then the Analyst Loop still goes, right? Like,
I mean, but you don't get infinite Titans without any Titans, right?
That is true, I suppose.
So, I mean, I haven't read the good book to know when you don't have Titans, but you still have Aftermath Analysts, you can do
That's
X, Y, or Z. But
chapter 94, subsection 5, paragraphs 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, I got to the chapter before.
Yep, so you should read a little bit longer.
Okay.
All right, so Ryan's playing on. You are not giving up at this point. You've come this far. World's Invite still looms. Even if it's a 1% chance, Ryan's going to go for it. So, going to tap a land and fire in a second Ragavan for a Legend Rule. This will get an energy and a life. And here's an Oscillate Pride. Gain another life. So that is 3 energy.
That one is better than second, redundant Ragavan, I will tell you that. But, man, if that is all we got now, it's what do we go to the skies? We're going to see these constructs. They can both be active, and then you can give one of them haste. So, and that's without doing any of the shenanigans, Like just more Titans, more haste.
Amulet is definitely the deck of shenanigans.
Oh, I mean, actually, as I say that, Shifting Woodlands, as long as we have Delirium, it can turn into a Titan, and you can attack for 12.
Ryan's working it through, taking it all in. 3 energy available. Can send one of these 2 creatures into the air, Guide of Souls or Ragavan. The Grazer, of course, has reach. Why wouldn't it?
Yeah.
And just going to end the turn and make a cat. So this is not where Ryan wants to be. Passing the turn back to Nathan. This might be the last turn Ryan sees this tournament. Nathan looking to punch that ticket to the World Championship with his trusty Amulet Titan deck, master of a deck. Taking some very interesting paths, the non-traditional game paths this game, and showing a true mastery of being able to not only just follow the lines like the book says, but be able to go off the path and really be creative and find the right things to do. And Nathan's going to piece it all together. Things look great for Nathan here. You don't want to screw this one up.
No, you definitely do not. This is where you slow down just a little bit. You're heading to the World Championship. Just don't do something silly. And you should be all good to go. So here is prime time to be able to get some more lands. And, yeah, you got to just – how weird of a feeling where you're like, I'm going to make it to the World Championship that I'm going to play in 13 months.
All right, so here's another Titan. Got to give it haste. Vestige, make some mana. We got a third Titan here. Shifting Woodland says, I want to get into the action too. Oh, never mind, just kidding.
It looks like Mirror Pool first. Mirror Pool wants to get into the action.
All right, so use that mana. Titan players love this one trick. Copy that Titan. That's another Titan. That's more lands. Again, Ryan soaking it all in here. He's had a phenomenal tournament, played really, really well. Here come the Titans. Going to add it up. There's the handshake. And Nathan, the #1 seed, is going to the World Championship. Amulet Titan Mastery on Display. That was awesome. Dom's had to write some new chapters in that book he's got there about the Amulet Titan because those were things I haven't seen before.
Yeah, you know, I actually think Nathan might be writing his own book after that. That was impressive. And did you see just the calm demeanor off Nathan after that? It's like, yeah, I just went to the World Championship, but the job isn't finished.
Yep.
I love that. Just calm, cool, collected in a very stressful spot. Big congratulations to Nathan.
Yeah, great stuff. So we've got Nathan going to World Championship. We also have Joseph Puglisi going to the World Championship as well. We're going to see them battle it out in the finals. There's still $10,000 on the line.
Yes.
There's still trophies on the line. There's still the glory of saying, hey, I'm an RC champion. I won the tournament too. So we have much more to check out here and crown a champion. So don't go nowhere. We'll see you for that in a little bit. Hello, folks. Welcome back one last time to beautiful Las Vegas here at SCG. It's the regional championships. We're going into the finals. Jim Davis, Corey Baumeister. We got one match left. These two players are going to the World Championship, but there's still a trophy. There's still a lot of money on the line and still a big match to go.
A lot of people, some people remember second place, but everyone remembers someone who takes down a tournament. So this is a huge match. They're both going to be a little shoulders down, I think, now that they're going to the World Championship in 2026. But everyone wants to win a tournament once you get to the finals.
Absolutely, yes. So Pro Tour slot is great. Worlds is great. Want to come out with a trophy. And
yes.
Let's take a look at our bracket real fast, see how we got here. We see number 1 seed and number 2 seed. So Nathan Goldberg, Amulet Titan, Joseph Puglisi, is it Metalcraft? We saw a great top 8.
Yes.
Realistically, a bunch of great decks. Jeskai Ascendancy, Reed Johnson was a really, really cool deck. Any other cool decks that jumped out at you here?
There are plenty of cool decks that jumps out here, but I really got to talk about this insane story here. So does anyone remember in Houston a month ago, the person who took second to Vinny? I mean, I just said nobody remembers, but there is a big story here because it was the man by the name of John Puglisi. And believe it or not, yes, there is relation there. John and Joseph are brothers. John took second to Vinny and is going to the World Championship. And he told me as he was walking to the match, and he's like, I'm not even the best of the brothers. And he says, my brother's better. And now Joseph is going to be joining him at the World Championship. I thought the brothers thing, I kind of thought that was me and Brad's thing, but whatever. The Puglisis are the new brothers here. I think that story is just incredible. Being able to go to the World Championship with your brother and to, make it to the finals of back-to-back tournaments like that is just insane to me. Huge congratulations to their whole family.
It's like a Marvel, post-credit scene.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you think I'm good? Wait till you see my brother.
Coming soon.
All right, so let's look at these deck lists one last time. Nathan Goldberg, Amulet Titan. Number 1 seed through the whole tournament. We've seen it a bunch of times already, but one last look through it. This masterpiece of an Amulet Titan deck. Wandering Minstrel is the only really super spicy card. Otherwise, all business.
The stock of the stock there, and that's really all there is to say about Amulet. But the other deck.
Yeah. Okay. Joseph Puglisi here. Is it Metalcraft? It's kind of a talk of a tournament, honestly, where only 6 players played this deck in the tournament. You said it did well last weekend, correct?
Yes. Well, it did well in the European RC that was going on simultaneously to us. Yeah.
About 12 hours ahead of us into the future.
Exactly.
And so 6 players played it. They all made day 2. And of course, Joseph now is here in the finals. An interesting hybridization of Affinity, of kind of the Breach leftovers. And what else is going on here?
Yeah, just a lot of really cool stuff. The synergies that you look, the more and more I keep looking at the deck, the more and more I see really cool stuff that works out. So Quantum Riddler, of course, being the new edition. There was a lot of these Corey Steelcutter Emery decks that were playing the 3-4, the Jeskai 3-4, I forget, Narset of the Wayfinder, where however many cards you played, you draw cards at the end. All that kind of stuff was just a little bit too cute, but adding Riddler really makes a lot of sense. Wow, 8 players total, 6 made day 2 with this deck. I mean, that is absolutely incredible. So maybe not all 6, but that is still a very good conversion rate. But this deck is really cool, really exciting, and it's kind of the new Mox Opal deck, the new hotness at least.
All right, so the new hotness versus the very old hotness.
So old.
Amulet has been around literally forever. A lot of various faces on it, but still here, still kicking prime time. Let's get down to prime time right here in the feature match. The finals of the regional championship starts right now. And here we go once again. Nathan Goldberg on the top, our number 1 seed. All smiles. Both these players, all smiles. Nice handshake beforehand. They know they're going to Worlds. They're going to Worlds together. Kind of a bond you share when you have 2 players like this. You're going to Worlds. You're in a finals. It feels great. So
I wouldn't know.
Nathan on the play. There's going to be a forest and then a pass. So a little bit of a tame turn 1. Joseph on the bottom. Is it Metalcraft? Steam Vents.
And wow, I didn't get to watch all of the first quarterfinals match with Joseph Puglisi, but wow, it just looked absolutely incredible. I watched the end, and that looked like a really tough matchup for Joseph. So for him to be here in the finals is really telling. Seeing that heavy play shirt as well, he's on one of the better teams here on the Pro Tour of Heavy Play Cosmos.
All right, so Urza Saga, and we're going to see. In turn 2, Corey Steelcutter. Is there a 0? Yes, there is. A lot of 0s in the deck. So Mox Opal comes down, makes that Monk token, and going to get things rocking and rolling here. Mana Acceleration, Attackers, And a very tame start for Nathan. Just Forest, Urza's Cave.
Yeah, and I gotta say, I mean, before we see the cards and stuff like this looks pretty decent for Joseph. But outside of that, this matchup, I would think, is just about as bad as Titan and Boros Energy. Maybe even worse, as there is no Blood Moons, there's no effect like that, but there is counter magic. That is kind of the trade-off. Something like a Metallic Rebuke can be very timely up against the Titan deck. So actually, I take that back. This is still probably better than Boros, because counter spells versus just relying on 2 Blood Moons, that's not really that ideal.
Yeah, we saw Joseph play against Titan earlier in the tournament and won pretty amazingly. You know, really took a kind of a control role, kind of picked things apart, looked really good. So we're gonna go back Joseph's way. We're gonna see a Haywire Might on the Spelunking. Spelunking did put an extra land in play, so a little value. Drew a card. We see Beseju untapped. And now Urza's Saga's ticking up. Emery's getting ready to go here.
That is interesting to not do that post-combat and get in some damage. So must be trying to, okay, bring it back. That makes a lot of sense.
All right, so looking for second spell here. And maybe not. Just prowess. Nope, not that either. So, okay.
Okay, it makes less sense now, but that's okay.
Okay, so
I think that was a head nod. I was like, I missed a point. I think that's the what it looks like Joseph was saying there.
it's a fun battle here, too, that you don't really see very often in tournaments where these players, it's so easy to be like, I did it. I won. I'm going to the World Championship. There's still Magic to play.
Yes.
You know, so it's almost like, it's not like it's fatigue. It's almost like the come down of being able to be like, okay, well, I got to keep playing. You know, there's no real, release of tension yet.
I mean, that's the couple, top eights I've made as far as like GPs. That's that initial feeling. Making the top 8 of one of those large events, it feels very, very good. But then you get to the top 8 and you're like, oh, yes, I'm not finished yet. You got to keep it going.
Yep. All right. So we have this Emery Haywire Might loop established, eating another Spelunking.
So good.
Another card drawn for Nathan, and another extra land can be played. But going to be pretty hard to keep an Amulet or Spelunking on the table with the Might. That being said, there's the one copy of the Wandering Minstrel, which is a creature-based version of that effect that cannot be hit by the Might.
Yeah. And, I mean, you can still, if you're Nathan, just hard cast some Primeval Titans here, but I believe the Spelunking trigger would be on the stack, so could play 1 or 2 lands, decides to play 0 instead, and man, this kind of like soft lock that Joseph has Nathan in right now is looking really nice.
All right, so lock looks good, not a lot of pressure yet. Here's Saga, going to Chapter 3. We're going to see a decision of a Construct or a Mana. Going to be a Construct before that Saga goes away.
And the Boots is already in the yard, so we're not searching up that one. That one's always great to be able to speed things up. Now, you can do that with the Emery if you want, but I would assume we can get a couple different things. You can get some Mox Amber for some extra mana. You can get Aether Spellbomb to insulate yourself from the Titan creature itself, but goes for the extra mana. That leads me to believe that, yep, your favorite little Might is coming back once again.
Just a little guy.
Just a little guy.
Ah, a little bug.
Just a little bug. I mean, that card is so unbelievable. It really does make this deck, air quotes, teamer. And, you are playing a breeding pool just for Haywire Might. There is no other green cards anywhere. That just shows the power of Haywire Might when you can search it up with Urza's Saga in the metagame in Modern right now.
Only downside for Joseph here so far is that no second spell triggers 2 turns in a row. But here's Nathan. We're going to see Amulet number 1. Played quickly, too. So playing this right into the Haywire Might, making a statement. What that statement is, we're going to find out.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know. Okay, so that is Lotus. So that is the ability to untap and cast Primetime here. So nice job from Nathan to be able to get that onto the battlefield. And now, if I'm Nathan, I hope Joseph sacrificed this to blow up the Amulet in response versus letting it untap and then Metallic Rebuking a Titan. That would be much worse because then you untap and deal with the Amulet and you get everything.
Yep, so 1 blue mana available because of that Mox Opal. And the Amulet's going to come in. So we're going to see some mana floated. Some lands go away to the ability on Lotus Field. So we got a green floating. Lotus Field's untapped. And you got the green out of here. Amulet number 2.
Now Joseph could respond if you want, but is this the classic 3-mana Scape Shift? Or the 3-land Scape Shift? It sure is.
It's a classic now. I didn't even know it was a chapter in the book. We've now seen it 3 games in a row.
Yeah, no kidding.
All right, so Gonna tap and gonna think here. So options, of course, are Haywire Might on one of these amulets. If there's a Rebuke available, that looks pretty good too.
I mean, if there's a Rebuke, it's gotta be so tough to come back because you can Rebuke the Scape Shift, and then you could bring back, you could sack Haywire Might during your turn, bring it back Haywire Might again. But, I mean, we saw Nathan do this last game. I mean, we saw at least half of it.
we see some of it, yes. All right, so gotta go get 3 lands off Scape Shifts. And Joseph, you know, I'm going to say, all right, 3 lands, huh? I thought it was supposed to be 4 lands usually. So 3 cards in hand, 3 lands on the way, and amulets in play, 1 green floating. At this point, Joseph's all tapped out and saying, all right, Nathan, show me what you got.
Yeah, and let's see. I mean, there's the ability to make a ton of lands here. We can do a Delirium check. We have land, sorcery. I'm not sure what is underneath the Scape Shift, but just 3 Crumbling Vestiges.
Oh, is it Titan time?
I mean, Green Sun Zenith there, right? Green Sun Zenith for Titan. We're at the perfect spot for that. Scape Shift again.
All right, we're getting too Galaxy Brain for me here.
Yeah, yeah. Hey, you know, like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? How you can phone a friend. I got Dom's number. I'm just gonna give him a call right now, and we'll get him on the line. Okay.
You know the episode where the guy.
Oh, you already know. You don't even have to say which episode. It's the best one.
He calls his dad. He says, "Dad,
yeah.
I got nothing to ask you. I'm just about to win the $1 million." That's what Nathan's doing right now.
I mean, that was the greatest moment in any show, I feel. But
all right, so now we are Scape Shifting again, getting another Lotus Seal, making more mana. Things coming untapped. Bounce the Teleria West to hand. Now we're going to transmute. Go to a 0. How about Summoner's Pact? That's going to get an Aftermath Analyst, and oh my God, Nathan is an artist here. Just absolutely making this look seamless through 3 Haywire Mites. Yeah.
Lost 2 Spelunkings, lost an Amulet, and is still Scape Shifting with 3 lands.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. I feel like I'm watching a different deck.
I know.
And
honestly, that is so true. When you play against someone who has this kind of proficiency with the deck, it looks like a completely different deck. And what a game 1, Jim.
Holy, I'm in shock.
Both of us are just like jaw dropped. That was impressive.
Holy moly. Nathan takes that game 1, unbelievable fashion. And Joseph, you can't be mad if you're Joseph there. You had a lot of interaction.
Yeah.
You did your job.
I mean, the only thing you can be mad about is if Joseph did have a Metallic Rebuke for that first Scape Shift. But, I mean, it looked far too juicy to just cast that. I think you would have just fired that off.
I'd be very surprised. All right.
Same. My goodness.
Nathan's now 1 win away from a championship. Let's go over Joseph's side. Joseph's had a fantastic tournament. Get a sideboard here. Got 2 games to win. We got 2 Blood Moon, 2 Consigned Memory, 2 Fire Magic, 3 Force Negation, 2 Mystical Dispute, 1 Shadow Spear, 1 Soul Guide Lantern, 1 Strict Serenade, and 1 Vexing Bauble. What's Joseph got to do here to come back and win these games?
Some juicy stuff, Jim. So there's 2 Blood Moons. That's pretty good. The Vexing Bauble, it counters exactly the 2 Summoners Pacts, but it's a path that is traveled very often. So maybe the Vexing Bauble still comes in because, well, if you have 1 Vexing Bauble in your deck, you actually have 5 of them with your Urza's Saga, so that is a possibility. Strict Serenade is phenomenal. That is for the Blink matchups as well as the Amulets. And then the 2 Consigned to Memories looks really good to me. Force of Negation, most of the time I don't like it, but when a deck like this isn't Metalcraft deck has to be proactive and also be reactive, that's the card that allows you to do both. So I could see that. That's really good on like that Spelunking turns or the Scape Shift turns.
All right, it's a lot of tools for Joseph. On Nathan's side, we got 1 Beseju, 1 Collector Oof, 3 Dismember, 1 Dozan, the Fallen Leaf, 1 Force of Vigor, 1 Ice Soul Explorer, 1 Insidious Fungus, 1 Mystical Dispute, 1 Otawar Soaring City, 1 6, 1 Tireless Tracker, and 2 Vexing Bauble.
So I think we're gonna see Force of Vigor. We're gonna see. I really like Beseju. We saw a little bit of this in the last match that Nathan played in a matchup that was similar. I believe it was Affinity. Brought in Collector Roof. That looks phenomenal. Did bring in Dosun. I think we are gonna see that as there's a lot of counter spells. We saw the Ice Steel Explorer, the Insidious Fungus, 6 Tireless Tracker. I would imagine we're gonna see all those as well as Dismembers. I think, Nathan, you can make a case for just about every single card in the sideboard coming in. The Dispute looks great as well since this is a very blue-heavy deck. So shuffle it all in, Jim.
Plus 75.
Yeah, why not? You got extra lands you can take out. Why not?
That is true. So, yeah, a lot of interaction here. We're going to see a very, very exciting, I think, back and forth, very interactive game 2 and 3. But before that, we'll take a quick second here and look at this sale that's ending soon, folks. The sale's for the weekend, and the weekend is almost over. 10% off all Magic Commander set singles while supplies last, of course, and pick up all your favorite Commander cards from across various Commander sets. Obelisk favorite of mine.
Ooh.
Name Goblin on that one, pretty cool. Any favorites of yours?
Well, I mean, I love Final Fantasy, 10 was my favorite game as a kid, and is still my favorite game now. Oh my God, Jim, you got to try it. You got to try it. I'll pick up some Zelda if you play some Final Fantasy 10. Is that a deal?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe do that.
That's a Jim's no.
Listen, if we had time to do that, let's just go on vacation. We'll just leave the families, leave everything behind. We'll just bring the consoles, and I'll play Final Fantasy, you play Zelda, and we'll just,
Fiancés hate this one trick.
All right, so Nathan Goldberg been pacing the field, the number 1 seed, up a game, can smell the trophy, ready to rock and roll. Joseph Pugsley's had a phenomenal tournament as well with this incredibly innovative Metalcraft deck. Got to win 2 more games here,
yeah.
but has the tools to do it for sure.
And I got to say, if everyone played Amulet Titan like Nathan, I don't know if Amulet Titan would survive like the next week. If everyone played it that crisply and that amazingly, the win percentage of Amulet would be through the ceiling. But it just isn't, because it is so very difficult to play that, there's players like you and I that will sit down with Amulet, and when my opponent has a Haywire Mite and they just blew up my 3rd Amulet, I just be like, well, you got it, Joseph. That was well fought.
Yeah, there's playing Amulet well, and then there's whatever Nathan is doing.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
So we got Joseph here on the play, turn 1 Tameo, and then that's it. No 0 drops. I'm gonna go back Nathan's way.
It's like that meme where there's little brain activities. It gets more and more until it's just exploding at the bottom.
Yep.
Nathan's the 5th one that isn't even on that meme.
All right, so here's a Boral Grazer. Here's a turn 1 Urza Saga. Great place to be.
Here's going to be the main thing. Does Grazer block the Tameo here in this big of a moment?
100%.
Oh, come on.
All right.
Now he's priced in. Okay, we're still not dead. There could be one other non-creature permanent here to maybe make this possible.
Nope, kind of come in here. So, got to block the 2 Power Monk. So Tameo gets in unscathed. And then we see a post-combat Emery and a Clue. This is a phenomenal start for Joseph.
Oh, my God. Never been so excited to play a deck when I get home in my entire life.
You mean Amulet, right?
Then Amulet, yeah, absolutely.
You've been taking notes here in the booth about what Nathan's pulling off?
Yeah, just my one note, don't ever try this at home.
All right, so here's the Amulet. And now Joseph is tapped out. That was a great turn. Force negation is a possible avenue here. That Amulet looks to be on the stack. Is Joseph thinking about something? What else could it be? Nope, it's 2 Amulets. Oh, boy. Is it time?
Oh, my goodness.
Is Nathan ready to take down this Las Vegas Regional Championship trophy right here, right now?
I mean, turn 2s are possible. They're very rare.
Yep.
They are very rare. That's the best thing you can be doing with Amulet. But, oh, my goodness, they are rare. But with Nathan actually thinking about it, he's like, oh, this is kind of uncharted territory. I don't combo turn 2 that often. But this could, of course, just be a value play like Spelunking or something.
If we see 4 3-land scape shifts in a row, I will forget everything I knew about Amulet, which was very little to be, admittedly. But
yeah,
here's an analyst.
I thought you were going to say eat your hat or something. I thought you were going to give us something fun to look for, but
I'm not wearing a hat.
Well, I'll buy you one. I'll buy you one for sure.
Not if I have to eat it. All right, so just going to see an Aftermath analyst going to mill some cards. Kind of interesting, actually. Kind of a modest turn. So got to pass back, though, with an extremely threatening board. The 3rd Amulet is potentially on the way. And a lot to do for Joseph here. Now, Joseph is fully untapped. Now has all the mana available. Has a bobble. Can go draw a card with the Emery. We got clues. A lot going on, but a lot to fight through.
Both players are kind of nut drawing here, which is truly fitting for the end of a tournament. But, the analyst being able to just play that out there, this isn't Metalcraft deck. They're Lightning Bolts, they're Unholy Heats, but I would imagine some of those come out. It could still get Flame of Anor. Flame of Anor would be awesome here. Blow up an Amulet, blow up an analyst. But that was easy for me to say. But even that isn't absolutely detrimental.
All right, so we see not a very good turn here from Joseph, starting off with a Clue Sack, which is always a sign of desperation. But
yeah,
the cutter follows. Bobble from the graveyard off the Emery, so we are going to see some tokens here. But this is not a bad little attack. But once again, Joseph is tapped out. And aside from Force Negation, going to be at the mercy of whatever Nathan has in store.
Yeah, no kidding. Those could be the last monks of the weekend here for Joseph. as Nathan hasn't made any expression at all in this tournament whatsoever, but even this, I kind of saw like a sit-up moment because you got to feel like you're looking pretty good when you're about to put your third amulet into play and you already have an analyst ready to be active.
All right, got to take a look at the bobble. What fate is coming, we will find out right now. Nathan's in a draw. This could be the turn. Saga goes to 3. Imagine we'll see a mana floated here, and they're going to go get something. Nathan got to take a second and think it through.
Now, of course, Force of Negation is still possible, but if we just go for a Titan line here, Titan with 2 amulets, it's good enough. I mean, sure, you could, after you Titan, you Teleria West for Summoner's Pact, and then you Force of Negation that one. If Nathan's draw is that fragile, then you can break it up, but I don't know, Jim.
With the Analyst already in play, it's pretty scary.
It is very scary.
Yeah, there's no need to even find the Analyst. It's already ready to rock and roll. So.
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Goldberg says he might just lock this thing up right here, right now. Vexing Bobble says no free interaction either. So Joseph's going to put the hand down, put the hands in the lap, and say, Nathan, I would like to keep playing in this tournament. Please don't kill me.
Yeah, no kidding. We'll be happy to be able to untap. Now, I don't think the life total is exactly updated. I think Nathan should be a little bit earlier.
Okay. We got a okay, surprise, surprise. So that bobble is just a draw. So the mana floated from the Urza Saga will draw a card of the bobble. And now...
what a roller coster of emotions we're on.
So as I said last turn, Joseph started a turn by sacrificing a clue. That's typically a sign of weakness. That's saying, I don't have it yet. Finding a Vexing Bobble and then sacking that immediately is a sign of that as well. So here's Lotus Field. Going to make a bunch of mana.
Oh, boy.
2 lands on the way out. Here's a Insidious Fungus.
Cantrip. This is a huge sign of weakness from Nathan. There's a smirk right there. I think that is a I do not have it.
All right, Mirror Pool, untap, make some more mana.
If anything, making a copy of Aftermath Analyst?
How is Nathan writing a new page to the book every game?
Yeah.
All right, so gonna copy. Nope, hold on. Let's make sure we got everything all PC here. So Mirror Pool copying. All right, so we have a copy of Aftermath Analyst in play with the Mirror Pool. 3 cards go to the graveyard.
I don't think we played a land yet. Oh, no, we have. Wow, what is going on, Jim? Everything we think we know, we don't know.
I know less than nothing when it comes to Amulet Titan, so I am a truly perplexed man here. So
I mean, really, what it is Nathan had the amazing setup, but nothing to do with it. That's exactly what we just saw.
Yeah. So now the good news for Nathan is there's no lands in play, but with the second Analyst, it's a backup copy to get all the lands back from the graveyard. So 1 bounce land can get all these things ready to go. Now we're going Joseph's way. Can Joseph interact with this in any way? We see a fetch from Joseph, 5 mana, 6 mana available with a Mox possibly in the graveyard. And there's your copy token. All right. I didn't think I would see a copied Aftermath Analyst this tournament.
Neither did I. So here's the thing. Something like a Metallic Rebuke doesn't matter because the amount of mana that Nathan is going to be able to generate is going to be through the roof. But having some hard counter spells, Strix Serenade, that's going to be Joseph's best card. Having a couple of Consigned to Memories, that would be excellent, as well as Force of Negation. You need these hard counters here because the number Nathan can get up to with 2 Analysts and just 1 bounce land here is through the roof.
All right, so we see another Legend Rule for just a little bit of extra value. We see a Tameo being cast just to get the Legend Rule to get a spell for Corey Steelcutter. Bobble comes out from Emery, so now we see the Monks coming in. We've got now 5 Monks. It's a decent fighting force. Nathan's still at 18 with a Grazer available too. And
is that a Penguin Monk? That's pretty cool.
All right. Sorry, Corey. The follow-up is a Blood Moon.
Ooh.
All right, with no lands in play at all for Nathan, Blood Moon cuts off a lot of these avenues.
Yeah, Nathan's like, that's no big deal. I don't even have any lands. Just kidding. It is a huge deal. Now these lands are not going to be entering tap. They're going to just be untapped, and I think that's going to close the door. I don't see a world where Nathan's getting out of it. He had that turn. He had the draw, but all dressed up and nowhere to go.
Yeah, there are 3 basic forests in Nathan's deck. And gonna take a look.
It's not even that. It's like you don't have enough mana to then besage you and then recover for next turn. So absolutely nothing Nathan could do there. He had the 1-turn window to win this event straight out. Joseph knew his fate was resigned to Nathan's draw. Sometimes you just don't have it with Amulet.
Wow.
Very rarely.
I'm just every game's a new thing.
Yeah.
Every game's just I'm floored. I cannot wait for this final game here. We got one game left in this tournament. Sideboarding-wise, don't think we're changing much here. Play draw, right?
I don't think so. No, every card that you really want in is going to stay in. You know, I mean, Joseph can take the knowledge of, yeah, you brought in Vexing Bauble, maybe trim on some zeros. You know, you can trim on like a Mox Amber. That's probably the only zero you really want to get rid of. I think it's a sin to ever cut a Bauble, so I don't think we're going to be seeing that. You know, yeah, I think it's just going to be a click-back scenario.
Corey, we are in Sin City.
Yep.
So, just saying.
Sins are around. Okay, yeah.
All right, so we're going to get into game number 3, our last game of the entire tournament. We're going to crown a champion. But first, we're going to let you know about our next event.
Ooh, yeah, it's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, we're going to do this all again. We got a little break for the holidays, then we're right back at it with our sale for Avatar: The Last Airbender, now available on StarCityGames.com. We got events. We got Avatar events. We got Avatar cards, Avatar everything. Order your cards now, your play boosters. You got your singles, your commander cards, all on StarCityGames.com/MTG-TLA.
Nailed it.
Nailed it. There's a cool event coming up, though. It's in January. I can't wait for it.
Why don't, I mean, we talked about it. Let's see the event coming up. You know, as we see all these players, they start getting better over the weekend. I like that our plugs are getting worse.
I'm just excited about everything, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
There we go.
There we go. That's what you meant.
Yes.
It was the producers who missed that cue, right?
Spotlight the Avatar, SCG on Atlanta. January 9th to the 11th. It's going to be awesome. New standard, new year. Going to be really, really cool coming up the heels of the World Championship. It's going to be awesome. We hope to see you there. All info, StarCityGames.com/SCGCon.
New year, same us, though.
Yeah, same, unfortunately. All right, so what's crown champion, folks? Nathan Goldberg, Joseph Plugsley, and ready to rock and roll in our finals. Looks like Joseph is on a mulligan. Nathan here keeping the full 7. Nathan's also on the play.
And we're going to have to do what is literally the hardest thing for both Jim and I as streamers and just generally loud people. We're going to have to be keeping it down a little bit. The play area, it's completely empty. You know, the hall is empty. Everyone's just hauling away chairs. This final moment of all these tournaments, when you're playing especially, is very eerie.
Yep.
You know, like anything you say, you can hear a pin drop in these tournament halls.
It's very fitting for the survival of the fittest nature of a tournament. There's no one else left. So we got Nathan on a great draw here. Turn 1 Amulet off at Urza Saga. Just a Spire Bluff can out for Joseph, speaking to possibly some interaction. Nathan says, sure, whatever. I'll just play an Odawar and say go. Going back Joseph's way.
Yeah, and Joseph definitely wants to be hustling out a little bit faster than this, but still not so bad. But yeah, this is definitely a fantastic start for Nathan. The best starts from Joseph usually involve Mox Opal and 3 artifacts in total. And this, you know, you can have the consign to counter it.
All right, so draw go for Joseph.
And if you don't have interaction and you don't have this earlier start, what's in your hand, you know? So it's got to be.
All right, so we're going to see a consigned memory with an extra copy there, just in case there's one that won a dispute. Don't want to get countered by that.
Yep.
So Saga goes away. Little 1 mana Stone Rain, 1 mana Floating. So, you know, a nice piece of interaction, but not a great start for Joseph.
No, not great. But preventing Amulet 2, you know, Amulet 2, Electric Boogaloo can always just absolutely get it done. Oh, Tireless Tracker for 3. Is it your boy?
I think it's going to be Doza and the Fallen Leaf.
So,
Green Sun for 3, making some mana.
We were both wrong.
All right, wow.
We were
awesome.
both wrong.
Here's the 6. So this is Nathan saying this is kind of a grindy game, right? Let's get
Yes.
6, and you ain't doing much. Let's kind of play the long game.
I mean, 6 is really, really powerful when you can attack. You mill, you're going to be able to put a land from among them into your hand. So you can't put the Saga itself, but then flashing back anything. But just getting that mana advantage and just saying, hey, this is a card you kind of have to kill. It's very, very important.
Yeah, with Joseph taking a kind of a slow, reactive posture here, this is the perfect card for the moment. You know, we want to play a slower game? Sure. I'll get some great value off my cards. So,
like, there could be, okay, Blood Moon is here.
Huge play for Joseph now. 6 does get 3 looks at a forest every time, which is kind of cool. But no land there, unfortunately. 6 is getting in. Blood Moon in play. Blood Moon, of course, one of the all-time hate cards against these Amulet Titan decks. But there's the forest.
There's the forest, and I mean, the one thing that you can do if Nathan were to have it is play something like Lotus Field and then blow up the Blood Moon, and it's like, oh my god. Look at Nathan's deck, just having all these different tools post-board to be able to clean up different things, so we'll see if there is a red card from Joseph to be able to deal with that fungus.
Yeah, this is risky, so exposing the fungus can deal with the Blood Moon, but it is now in play and unable to activate. So, Joseph, you know, boarding out cards like Unholy Heat. Those cards
I see it in hand. I see it in hand.
All right. Gonna think it through. Blood Moon, certainly the kind of card that slows things down. We aren't really in a rush here. The hall's clearing up. We got plenty of time. We want to make sure we crown a champion, and both these players want to make sure that they earn it if they get there.
All right, the Steel Cutter's in hand. Mox Opal, Rebuke, Unholy Heat, and one other mystery card. So a very solid hand here from Joseph.
All right, so Joseph's gonna figure out how he wants to get this done. Going to start off with a Corey Steel Cutter.
Okay.
Then we're going to look at the Unholy Heat. So, love a non-plus reaction there from Nathan. Yeah, okay, sure.
Yeah,
sure.
Had it.
Yep.
But the thing that he could do is just retrace it.
That is true.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge deal here. Like, you can deal with, you won the battle, but when you win the war here is kind of what it's all about here. And if we just have just the one counterspell, it could be a temporary stopgap here, but that's kind of all it would be.
All right, so Mox comes down. Not online just yet. There are only 2 artifacts in play. Blood Moon looks a little artifacty, but it's not.
Yeah, it sure does. I don't know what that looks like, to be honest, but it's something.
Looks like something. All right, so going back to Nathan's way, as Corey mentioned, there's a retraceability on the 6 where you can discard a land to play any card from your graveyard. And we see a couple lands there now. Urza Saga, Crumbling Vestige.
Either way, that's great. That is just the ability to retrace anything. And, yeah, I mean, the value you get from 6 is through the roof.
Yep, and now the fungus is all ready to go. So, going to tap Forest, going to cast that fungus. Discarding a land. Has the land been discarded yet, or no?
I don't think so, yep, but there is the Vestige.
And then we're going to see a Rebuke. So, like you're saying, it's sort of one-turn delay. It says, all right, maybe next turn. The problem is Joseph's clock isn't really that fast. So
yes.
He's sort of like, time walkie effects are not too effective.
No, they aren't. But if you can find something like Flame of Anor or the ability to deal with 6, but that's the thing is there's not a lot of ways to do it. Flame of Anor seems to be the best to me. But why not? Well, get some extra value in here. Just setting up for if this Blood Moon is gone.
All right, so discards a land to play another amulet out of the graveyard. 2 amulets in play and a 6. A couple mountains and a forest for Nathan. Going back Joseph's way. Going to start things off with a Emery, other legendary creature. Going to hit a Mox Amber is the only artifact in the graveyard.
Pretty solid. Now you can do a little cute tricks here. You can Corey Steel Cutter over to Emery to give it haste to then bring stuff back from your graveyard. But the only juicy target here is the Mox Amber. And look at this sweet little play, because now you do that, then the Corey Steel Cutter reattaches. So I love it. That's a nice trick you get to do with Lava Spore Brutes, but of course with my Steel Cutter as well, you can get it done.
All right, so Monk is here. Prowess is up. A couple attackers coming in. Some mana available. The both Moxen are online. Also the Fiery Islet. Looks like only one card in hand of that mulligan. Definitely not ideal.
And no more artifacts in the yard to be able to find anything too juicy. And being played, so Nathan knows this is shields down.
Joseph's cards are on the table, folks. We're going back Nathan's way. And now the fungus is all ready to go. First things first, attack with that 6. Now it does remove a hasty Titan out of the equation for this turn.
It does.
So,
but you don't have to attack to win the game.
That is true.
Yeah.
So we can see a retrace. That fungus is coming back one more time. 3rd time's the charm. Discard a land to play the fungus. Now we can see the Blood Moon get eaten up here.
And there's enough cards in the yard that if you can kill the Blood Moon and then play a bounce land and scape shift, I mean, the heuristic of you need 4 lands is thrown out the window here from what we've seen from Nathan. So, wow, doesn't even do that, just tries to essentially cheat in this growth chamber and will do the classic block, blow up Blood Moon at end step if you so choose. So, a nice defensive, disciplined play here from Nathan.
All right, going back Joseph's way. And what do we see? One card fresh off the top. We got a hand in here holding up. Make sure we're getting everything all okay. As Corey mentioned, no artifacts in the graveyard for Emery. It's a lonely Emery. Joseph has some work to do here. Blood Moon looks great, but things are starting to fall apart.
They really, really are. Tense moment.
Yeah. Definitely feeling it. And Joseph's just going to say go here. All right, it might be go time for Nathan. Goodbye, Blood Moon. Hello. The glasses just come off?
Oh, the glasses came off.
That's like, ooh, that's like a WWE move.
Yeah,
you know?
no kidding.
It's showtime. But Joseph says, hold on a second. I got something to do, too. I'm going to crack this Fiery Islet and draw a Force of Negation. Okay, so a little bit of interaction.
I swear that Saga came in last turn. Maybe I'm missing that, but of course you can miss your Construct trigger as well, but yeah, maybe that just came in this turn.
All right, so Otawar, and here's Primeval Titan. Force of Negation does not counter that one. We're getting lands. Nathan's done this quite a few times this weekend, but will it be the last time? We're going to find out.
Oh boy, this is gigantic.
Got to think it through. There are 2 amulets in play, and there's a lot to do.
I mean, that's the usual. The book says that this is 2 amulets and a Titan usually can get it done. That's with no interaction, though. We don't know what Joseph has.
Looking to the sky, thinking it through. Oh, no, hold on. And
Okay.
Saga was an under Blood Moon.
Ah, that
Right,
makes
so-
perfect sense. Yeah,
right.
of course. Yeah.
So, yep.
It was a mountain during the upkeep. Oh, wow. Okay. I mean, I'm sure that was a little bit more of a reason why Nathan did it, but yeah.
So
Where is that Saga living?
somewhere.
Okay.
All right, so going to get Lotus Field, Simic Growth Chamber, make some mana, and we are off to the races. Nathan's all ready to go here. Looks like the pieces are there. With 6 here, also able to cast cards in the graveyard.
Yeah.
There are a lot of pieces. Joseph, head and hands. It's been a phenomenal tournament. If this is the end, Joseph's still going to Worlds.
Oh.
All right, we see the Force on the Rin Sun Zenith.
Okay. I mean, if that was the only thing, then we should be all good to go. And the dispute.
Oh, there it is. A mystical dispute. Nathan Goldberg. They say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Not this time. Nathan's gone out of here with a trophy, a World Championship invite, a Pro Tour invite. Friends were hooting and hollering, and you just love to hear it.
Oh, man.
An absolute clinic. I feel like I've learned so much about Amulet Titan, having seen the deck for literally years. In those last 2 matches, oh, my God.
It was incredible. Nathan put on a master class with Amulet there. I mean, there's some people that you watch play the deck, and it looks like a completely different format, and Nathan definitely joined that elite club in my mind, at least. That was awesome. The only game that he didn't win there in the finals, just didn't draw a Titan, and I feel like, you have so many Titans in this deck. Like, we have 8, 9, 10... The Teleria Mess makes 11. The Scape Shift usually find them. So the whole deck is Titans and land. So really incredible stuff here from Nathan. That was really fun to watch. And, at least John Puglisi is just like, well, hey, you didn't get past the finals either, as they both were runners-up in both of our regional championships here in the U.S. from Houston and here in Vegas. That's a story in itself. Like, that is incredible.
Yeah, I'm an only child. You are not, though. And brothers got to stick together, right?
Brothers got to stick together, but I have the great benefit of my brother being way better than me, and I knew that from the beginning. So, my accomplishments were never as high as his. But brothers going to the World Championship together, Brad and I never got to do that. It was always a dream of ours, and the Puglisi boys are doing it, and that is going to be an incredibly fun story to watch here in 2026 at the World Championship. Just really cool stuff from both of our players.
Yeah, just absolutely fantastic. I'm still just floored by those last 2 matches.
Yeah.
Even the game that Nathan lost, it was still kind of a crazy turn. Really found it a really interesting line to go for it. Give himself a lot of chances to win. you know, and even though it didn't work out, it's still being able to take that shot's great. You're cheering behind me. It's so awesome. You really, really love to see it.
No, that could be the people setting up. They're like, "Hey, we're almost done." You know,
hey, we're getting out of here.
We can't see for sure, so we can't fully. You know, of course. I picture Nathan being lifted into the air, you know, in celebratory fashion here.
We gotta get a live feed camera.
Yeah, absolutely.
But really, really awesome stuff. So we're gonna get Nathan in for an interview with Nick Miller of Sideboard in just a little bit. Corey, what's your one takeaway from this tournament? You know, what's the one thing that really stick out to you of this event?
You know, for me, it's Amulet finally actually won an event. I know it did win one other regional championship, I believe, last season. But outside of that, the U.S., it hasn't won. It hasn't dominated. And it looked amazing here. But as far as the win percentages go, I still will kind of say the same thing that we said in Houston when we were kind of wrapping up. You can be a specialist in whatever deck you're playing, and you can have some success in Modern. Seeing a metagame where it's only 13% as the most played deck is absolutely chef's kiss, and you cannot complain about the metagame like this. Sure, Amulet is a complex deck, maybe not beloved by everyone when you're playing against it, but you can't be too upset at the Modern metagame right now. It was a lot of fun to watch, a lot of cool decks, and you know, my heart is so full at the end of a Modern regional championship like this. So yeah, nothing but good vibes from me, that's for sure.
Yeah, and the great part too is seeing the evolution. You know, we had this event in Houston a month ago, kind of a similar event. You know, very similar format as far as, you know, not too many things change, new cards, and seeing the evolution, seeing the flow, just really indicative of a really healthy format.
Yes.
You know, and seeing those ebbs and flows, and it's funny with Amulet. You know, if everyone was as good at Amulet as Nathan is, it probably wouldn't be legal.
I agree, you know, but the fact that it's so hard to play and the fact that if you take time to master a deck like that, I don't think that necessarily should be something you get punished for, you know? Like, if it was so easy, everyone was doing it, and, you know, this deck, everyone made it look as easy as Nathan, sure, we might have a problem under our hands, but I think mastery in your deck, in your lane in Modern, that should be rewarded, and Nathan is going to be reaping the benefits at the World Championship next year, and I mean, getting to sit down on those comfy chairs next to Nick Miller, that's the true prize right there.
Not too bad either. And I do want to mention also Joseph's deck, you know, that Metalcraft deck, you know, 6 players into day 2, makes finals of a tournament. This is not a deck that had 100 players or whatever, you know. Yeah. Really, really cool to see new decks and evolution. Really great stuff.
I'll be playing it. I'm going to get in the queues immediately. Really nice stuff.
All right, so I think Nick Miller is all set over on the sideboard for our Winters interview. So let's hear from the man himself, champion Nathan Goldberg at the Regional Championship.
Hello, welcome back to the sideboard one last time here at the Regional Championship, part of SCG Con Las Vegas. I'm Nick Miller alongside your now regional champion, Nathan Goldberg. Congratulations.
Thank you.
An Amulet Master as described by your friends. When Peter Husissian won the RC in Portland earlier this year, he called your name out for helping him learn the deck. Now it is your turn to bask in the glory as an Amulet champion. How does it feel? Talk about that final match there against Joseph.
I don't know. I didn't think I was going to do that well this event. In prep for the last week or so, I wasn't actually doing that well. Hit a bit of a block. I don't know. It's the deck I know best in Magic, so it feels right that if I'm going to win, it's with this one.
Your friends were talking you up, and you have a massive cheering section here. From someone in Virginia to have that many people here in Las Vegas rooting you on is pretty nice.
Yeah.
One of your buddies said, "Are you ready to interview Nathan?" I said, "I'm ready to interview whoever wins." You put on a great match there. Game 1, you fought through Haywire Might from basically the get-go to win the game. What was your game plan if that showed up?
I mean, the only game plan I could have was what happened, which was to get lucky, draw a lot more Amulet or Spelunking effects so that even though he kills one a turn, maybe I'll have a time when I can play one and then win that turn. Maybe he doesn't leave up green mana. I'm not exactly sure, but no matter what, I'm just going to have to draw well to win there, and I set myself up to draw Amulets, and I did.
Game 2, you had a lot going on, but I even heard from the commentary booth in the feature match area, kind of a confusion from both of them as you just ended the turn with no lands in play. What were you hoping for in that situation?
So that turn, I had a lot of mana, including a Lotus Field in hand, to get up to around 8 mana. My Urza Saga didn't need to get another amulet because I didn't need the more mana. I had an Analyst, but no other action, no threats in hand. My hand was all lands. So I used that Saga to get a Vexing Bauble to try to draw something. It drew Insidious Fungus. So use that to cycle. If I drew a threat, then I win there. If not, then I could still put in the Mirror Pool to copy Analyst. From there, if he has no interaction left, then the next turn, I forget if I even did the math right, but playing the Lotus Field should have let me loop because I can sacrifice the Analyst, get back the Mirror Pool Analyst, keep doing that. So if he didn't have Blood Moon or any other interaction, then I had lethal the following turn.
Speaking of Blood Moon, shows up very early game 3, but the Fungus, as you called out in game 2, did a lot of work in that game. A big flurry at the end, but in the end you just powered through. You explained to him as you were discussing the matchup earlier on, you can have a ton of disruption, but if you don't have the fastest clock, you're just eventually going to wear through it, and that's exactly what you did.
Yeah.
Amulet is a big talking point currently in the modern format, as it has been one of the most played decks. It's kind of reached this tipping point. A lot of people are pointing toward it as, you know, it needs a ban or something due to time in the round considerations. What are your thoughts on that? Does something need to go? Do we need to go back to old school Amulet without this aftermath package, or do people just need to speed up? Because you seem pretty comfortable.
I don't think the deck deserves a ban from a speed perspective. I think, in my experience, there are not slow decks, only slow players. And that's not always the case, but in watching a lot of the rounds today, Titan was not the problem in terms of the clocks running out. If you want to talk a metagame perspective, that's a different debate. I don't know if it is too powerful to deserve a ban. Maybe it is, but I don't believe a reason to ban it is because it takes too long to play.
What was the most memorable moment from you this weekend, or any match that kind of stands out that you can't believe you pulled out?
I honestly don't remember. It's all kind of a blur. There were, 18 matches. I just went from one to the next. Didn't really remember a lot of it.
All right, I hate to have to call out everyone out here, but any shout outs and thank yous here to wrap it up?
I definitely have to shout out my best friend, Noah Anderson Weiskircher. They have been the most supportive best friend I could ask for, always been there for me. I have to shout out Peter Husissian, who has also been one of the best sounding boards for Amulet Titan. Obviously, he won RC Portland, so he knows what he's doing. We've been talking a lot about Titan, both before and after that one. I have to thank all my friends from Northern Virginia and the DC area, all my RC testing teammates at Spellbomb, Pro Tour testing teammates at FlexSlot, and anyone else who came up to say hi to me this weekend.
Fantastic, you did that better than I expected. You get to take home this wonderful trophy. Another RC goes to the Amulet crew. Congratulations once again. We're going to send it back to Corey and Jim to close it out here in Las Vegas.
All right, welcome back to the booth here. One last time in beautiful Las Vegas. I'm Doom Davis, Corey Baumeister. I just love hearing the crowd over here.
I know.
They're all cheering, and it's just so awesome to hear. A very deserving champion, Nathan Goldberg, our RC champion for our last big event of the year. I want to thank, of course, all you fine folks for watching, the judge staff, Nick Miller in the sideboard, everyone here putting on a great show for you all. Thanks for watching. Thanks for everyone hanging out. Any parting words, Corey?
No, hey, I just want to give a big thanks to you, man. Always great to commentate these events with you. We joke around a lot, but of course, wouldn't rather be doing it with anybody else. I appreciate you, and yeah, big thanks to everyone watching. We wouldn't be able to do it without you.
So thanks for watching, folks, and of course, it's mostly it for big events on the SCG side of things. We got Worlds coming up in a few weeks. You'll see Corey there because you're commentating in the booth, and we'll see you next year for Spotlight the Avatars. So see you then. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you next time.